Time Traveler 1. Tang San, your act of seizing another's body to be reborn is utterly despicable. Slap. Tang San retaliated with a sharp strike, retorting, so you awaken your past life's memories through reincarnation, and I am the one who seizes another's body. Is that it? Time Traveler 2. Tang San, your hypocrisy knows no bounds. You dared to divulge the most inferior treatment method to Douluo and even pilfered his celestial herbs. Slap. Tang San delivered yet another blow, asserting, were those celestial herbs cultivated by Douluo? No. In this fantastical realm, is it not entirely normal to kill and plunder for treasures? As long as I possess strength, my actions are justified. Time Traveler 3. I would rather be a dog of Xuantian than a brother to Tang San. Bang! With a formidable Xuantian hammer, Tang San crushed his skull, declaring, if you are so enamored with Xuantian, what purpose do you serve by traversing to Douluo continent? I am benevolent at heart. I shall send you to Do Chi continent. In his previous life, Tang Xuan, now Tang San, lacked any external advantages, intending to diligently cultivate the Xuantian skill and break through the 100 levels through his own research on martial souls. Little did he expect, one time traveler after another arrived, each portraying themselves as a moral paragon. Tang San remarked, you all seem to be excessively idle, do you not? Chapter 1. Before the Awakening of Martial Souls. Douluo continent. This is an enchanting world devoid of fighting spirit and magic, yet brimming with wondrous martial souls. Each individual possesses such extraordinary powers that facilitate their lives. Upon reaching the age of 6, every human inhabiting this world is granted the opportunity to awaken their martial soul. Martial souls may manifest as tools, plants, or animals. Among them, a select few who awaken their martial souls may also possess soul power. Those endowed with innate soul power can cultivate, bestowing upon humanity immense strength. This select group is referred to as soul masters. Soul masters are the most esteemed profession on the continent, wielding powers beyond ordinary imagination. Common folk both fear and revere soul masters while yearning to become one themselves. However, the ability to become a soul master is contingent upon whether one possesses innate soul power after the awakening of their martial soul. With innate soul power, one can cultivate and aspire to reach the pinnacle, becoming a true soul master. Conversely, lacking innate soul power renders all efforts futile. Innate soul power, even if I do not cultivate the Xuantian skill, should I not possess it? A diminutive figure meandered along the streets of Shenghan village, heading towards the village chief's abode, pondering the idle chatter of villagers returning from the fields, a contemplative expression adorning his face. Grandpa Jack, are you home? It is I, Tang San. Knock, knock, knock. The individual just mentioned is named Tang San. The village chief of Shenghan village is none other than the renowned, kind-hearted elder in the surrounding area, Old Jack. Creak. The sun-scorched, peeling red door slowly opened, revealing Old Jack's hunched back and benevolent countenance to Tang San. Ah, it is little San. Have you had your breakfast yet? Here. Before Tang San could respond, Old Jack retreated into the house, retrieving 2 eggs from the table, still bearing the cracks left by boiling. Old Jack's gesture of handing over the eggs was remarkably practiced, as if Tang San were a frequent visitor. Thank you, Grandpa Jack. Skillfully accepting the 2 eggs, Tang San expressed his gratitude, but did not immediately crack them open to eat. Instead, he placed them into his pocket. Sigh. Observing this, Old Jack let out a deep sigh, then began to curse, lamenting Tang San's father. That scoundrel Tang Hao is truly detestable. He does not exhibit the slightest semblance of fatherhood. Since my arrival in Holy Soul Village, I have yet to witness him behave like a decent human being. In the beginning, when he first came, he at least showed some concern for you, borrowing milk from the villagers. However, during the times he attempted to feed you, you often choked on it. Once he grew a bit older and learned to cook, he entirely relinquished his responsibilities, leaving everything for you to manage. What about him? He merely indulges in drinking and sleeping. As a grown man, I cannot fathom how he could be so spineless. Even before arriving in Holy Soul Village, enduring hardships, there was no need for such despondency. He possesses not an iota of knowledge on how to care for a child. Given our abject poverty, he fails to earn a living, leaving nothing for you, his son, as a legacy. Blacksmithing is a skilled trade that can provide sustenance. Alas, he is excessively lazy, has a foul temper, and only knows how to drink. The villagers dare not approach him, opting instead to seek me out to take damaged tools for repair. Honestly, little San, you must not emulate your father. His life has reached a standstill, but you are different. You are remarkably intelligent, and Master Su Yuntao holds you in high regard. Old Jack, now advanced in years, is quite loquacious, which may be a common trait among the elderly. Nonetheless, Tang San does not believe Old Jack has spoken any falsehoods. Indeed, Tang Hao has some significant shortcomings. The pride of the Haotian clan? It is scarcely evident in him. What remains is merely a trace of pitiful humility. If he is truly discontent, he should focus on healing, diligently cultivate his skills, and strive to reclaim his former glory. If one were to speak of hidden wounds that are difficult to heal, Tang San scoffs at the notion. Enduring such severe injuries while succumbing to alcoholism, recovery seems implausible. However, Tang San refrains from voicing these thoughts, for he is but a child and should not possess such knowledge. Thus, he merely assists the elderly Jack into the house, offering a gentle back rub and helping with chores. In truth, the current Tang San is not the same individual who traversed from the realm of martial arts. He is a modern-day time traveler, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, and in his past life, he was known as Tang Chuan. After his transmigration, the character Chuan transformed from vertical to horizontal. Regrettably, he retained only the cultivation techniques from the Xuantian treasure record: Xuantian Gong, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Xian Jade Hand, Ghost Shadow Mysterious Track, and Control Crane Capture Dragon. However, he has retained none of the knowledge regarding the crafting of hidden weapons, training techniques, identification of medicinal herbs, nor the crucial knowledge of celestial herbs. Perhaps it is due to his transmigration that the soul of the martial arts Tang San was utterly shattered, his memories scattered, leaving behind only the Xuantian treasure record, a cherished manual he could not forget. If this is indeed the case, Tang San must express gratitude for the previous incarnation's tenacity. Otherwise, without any external aid, how could he navigate this Douluo continent? In reality, survival in the Douluo continent is quite challenging. The foremost issue to address is his own development. Coming from modern society, he understands that he cannot rely on his negligent father, Tang Hao, for sustenance. He must depend on his relatively endearing appearance to seek assistance from others. For instance, the esteemed village chief of Holy Soul Village, Old Jack. It must be said that Old Jack's persona as a kind-hearted individual is not a facade. He is genuinely amiable, renowned far and wide. Young Tang San owes his growth to Old Jack, preventing him from becoming as frail as depicted in the original narrative. Although he has yet to reach the point of being unhealthy, Tang San does not consider himself a freeloader. He believes in the principle of equivalent exchange for lasting sustenance. Thus, each time he receives food from Old Jack, he offers a back rub or assists in gathering firewood, ensuring he contributes. Otherwise, he feels he would be betraying his own conscience. However, there was a time when Tang San resided here for an entire year, diligently assisting Old Jack until the displeased Tang Hao took him back. At that time, Tang Hao suspected that Old Jack, devoid of children himself, was attempting to abduct his son to raise as a grandson. From that moment onward, Tang San returned home daily, but with an agreement to help Old Jack, to which Tang Hao consented. Through these experiences, Old Jack has come to resemble a relative to Tang San, rather than merely a slothful, drunken Douluo. Ahem, Old Jack continued speaking, losing his breath and breaking into a fit of harsh coughing. Grandpa Jack, are you all right? Rest assured, I shall never become like him. Tang San hastily offered a few gentle pats on Old Jack's back. Oh, that was heavy. Old Jack regained his composure, though his back ached slightly. Tang San felt a hint of embarrassment and quickly returned to the house, pouring a bowl of water and bringing it to Old Jack. After drinking, Old Jack smacked his lips and said, "Much better. Then I shall assist in gathering firewood," Tang San replied, taking the empty bowl to wash at the nearby water basin before returning it indoors. He then stepped outside and asked Old Jack, "Isn't Brother Tao coming this afternoon to awaken the souls of the suitable children in the village? You child, lacking in propriety, do not presume that because Master Su Yun Tao was kind to you in the past 2 years, you may address others in such a manner. You must refer to him as Master." Despite these words, Old Jack smiled warmly. Chapter 2. The unusual Tang San in the eyes of all, the Soul Master is an immensely esteemed existence, regarded as the most respected profession on the continent, without exception. However, from Tang San's perspective, the common folk do not so much revere the Soul Masters as they do regard them with a mixture of awe and yearning. Everyone aspires to become a Soul Master. Since the moment Tang San became aware, he has diligently studied the knowledge requisite for becoming one. And from where does such knowledge stem? Naturally, from the illustrious blind seer known as Su Yun Tao, a figure renowned across various fanfiction realms. Each year, he visits the Holy Soul Village. Engaging with him is not particularly arduous. Tang San managed to seek him out and converse with him. Initially, Su Yun Tao showed little interest in Tang San. Yet when the latter proposed to assist him in courting a girl, Su Yun Tao paused to listen. The following year, upon his return, Su Yun Tao greeted Tang San with warmth, presenting him with the Encyclopedia of Martial Spirits and the basic meditation techniques published by the Martial Spirit Hall. Subsequently, When Tang San expressed a desire to visit the martial spirit branch in Notting City to peruse books, Su Yuntao, recognizing Tang San's keen intellect, felt a twinge of sympathy and consented. Thus, Tang San and Su Yuntao can now be considered old acquaintances, prompting Tang San to inquire with old Jack whether Su Yuntao would indeed arrive in the afternoon. "Grandpa Jack, I am off now." Upon receiving old Jack's affirmation, Tang San waved farewell and made his way toward the hillside near the village, where a grove of trees served as his firewood gathering ground. Upon arriving at the familiar woods and gazing at the abundance of blue-silver grass carpeting the ground, Tang San, though accustomed to it, couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, reflecting, "This is one of the reasons I commenced my studies early. Those fanfiction narratives cannot be trusted. In this tangible world, hunting is far from simple. Without experience, one's success in capturing prey is purely a matter of luck. Given that hunting inherently requires fortune, it is far more practical to gather firewood. Hunting, in theory and practice, are entirely distinct matters. After all, Tang San lacked the requisite skills. Moreover, there wasn't even a mouse in sight. What could he possibly hunt? Although birds flitted about the forest, they were diminutive, akin to sparrows, and lacking materials like rubber. Constructing a slingshot was out of the question. As for using a basket as a trap, his household barely had enough rice to eat. Using it as bait for small birds would be an extravagant waste. He had once inquired of old Jack why there were no larger game in the woods. He was informed that the geographical location of the Holy Soul Village was quite favorable, situated at the intersection of two great empires, with merchants frequently traversing between the two. The village boasted vast tracts of arable land, rendering it more prosperous than others, thus sparing it from famine. However, this so-called prosperity was merely comparative. The villagers could only afford meat during festive occasions. 20 years ago, the woods surrounding the Holy Soul Village might have still harbored rabbits and other common creatures, but now they had been entirely hunted out. Consequently, the chance for him, as a transmigrator, to hunt was non-existent. While there was a small stream nearby, Tang San lacked any fishing experience. Without some miraculous stroke of luck, it was improbable that he would catch a fish with merely a fishing rod, line, hook, and worm. Given the time spent waiting, it would be far more pragmatic to gather firewood, the only immediate means of income for the impoverished. After 2 hours, Tang San, carrying a hefty load of firewood that towered over him, wiped the sweat from his brow and headed back to the Holy Soul Village, returning to his dilapidated home. He placed the firewood in a small shed at the entrance, evenly dividing it into 2 portions, one to remain at home for cooking and heating, as they needed wood for the forge, and the other to deliver to old Jack, for which he would receive 2 eggs in return. A bundle of firewood exchanged for 4 eggs. What a deal. Tang Hao emerged from the bedroom, yawning, and stepped outside to wash up, noticing Tang San dividing the firewood. "Did you go to old Jack's?" Tang San replied with a nod, falling into silence, seemingly uninterested in engaging in further conversation. Although this version of his father showed more concern than in the original narrative, perhaps it was because he had only recently begun practicing the Xuantian Skill. Tang San certainly did not wish to test whether Tang Hao would treat him better if he refrained from training in the Xuantian Skill. It would be folly to jest with his own potential. However, after inheriting the memories related to martial arts from the original Tang San, he had not acquired the relevant experience in cultivation. In truth, he was unaware of the precise pathways through which internal energy flowed. Without understanding these fundamentals, how could he dare to practice recklessly? That would be tantamount to gambling with his life. For who could predict the consequences of a botched cultivation attempt? Once he finished dividing the firewood, Tang San took an egg from his pocket and placed it beside Tang Hao, who was washing his face. Then he set off toward old Jack's house with the firewood. After all, Tang Hao had cared for him as a mere infant for a year or 2. Though that period was brief, it was marked by a state of half-heartedness and idleness thereafter. After washing his face, Tang Hao picked up the egg, shell intact, and without peeling it, tossed it into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing it whole in a rather wild manner. Upon arriving at old Jack's house, Tang San placed the firewood in the backyard. "You child, I certainly do not lack for firewood." Old Jack feigned irritation. "A few eggs are hardly a burden. Why be so serious about it? Grandpa Jack, this is what I ought to do after all. I cannot always take from you without giving back." The others in the village might talk. Tang San smiled, producing another egg from his pocket, cracking it open, peeling the shell, and as he ate, he continued, "Moreover, I must learn to be self-sufficient. If only your father had such thoughts, how could our family have fallen into such poverty? With that physique, he could find work in Notting City during his spare time, even earning enough to marry," old Jack lamented. Both admiring Tang San's maturity and reproaching Tang Hao for his shortcomings, perplexed by the thoughts swirling in his son's mind. At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. A man clad in a fitted white outfit, draped in a white cloak with a cyan badge affixed to his left chest, smiled at Tang San and Old Jack. Old village head, I have arrived. This man was none other than Su Yuntao. Due to Tang San's influence, Su Yuntao's demeanor towards Old Jack had grown increasingly respectful in recent years, marked by genuine admiration rather than mere deference to strength. Perhaps in Su Yuntao's eyes, the ability to raise such an astute child as Tang San was a testament to Old Jack's merit. How good, it has been a while. I trust you have been well. Tang San hurriedly swallowed the last of his egg and greeted Su Yuntao. Grandpa Jack mentioned you would be arriving in the afternoon. Has your schedule changed? Indeed. According to the original plan, I was to arrive later in the day. However, I have a date with CC. So I set out at 3 in the morning, Su Yuntao explained. And you, young lad, since you've devoured all the books from our Martial Spirit Hall, you haven't visited in a while. Master Matthew has been inquiring about you incessantly. Who could blame Sister CC for spoiling me? I feel quite embarrassed. Tang San replied, a bashful smile gracing his face. Though at this moment, Tang San had yet to awaken his martial spirit, and the bloodline of the Blue-Silver Emperor seemed a distant dream, his lively personality endeared him to many. As for his visits to the Martial Spirit Hall to study, it was essential for him to delve into the realm of soul beasts. He could not place his trust in those fanfiction tales, for if he fell into their traps, he would have nowhere to lament. If he were to heed the analyses of those online commentators, Tang San feared he might become even less reliable than Yu Xiaojiang. Master Su, I shall be troubling you again this year. Old Jack slightly bowed and began discussing serious matters with Su Yuntao. I have already arranged for the children of suitable age to wait in the center of the village with their parents. Shall we proceed now? This would expedite matters, allowing him to rendezvous with Cici sooner. Su Yuntao was also eager to conclude quickly, although he felt joy at seeing Tang San. Helping others awaken their martial souls was undeniably a tedious task, involving both travel and the consumption of soul power. As a high-level soul master, his soul power was limited and depleted rapidly. Following Old Jack, Tang San couldn't resist asking, Master Su, must the martial soul awakening truly occur at 6 years of age? Why, little San, do you wish to awaken your martial soul prematurely? Su Yuntao laughed heartily. That won't do. The martial soul hall mandates awakening at 6 years. I cannot grant exceptions. You know the reason. I am not particularly fond of reading. And you, young rascal, call me Master Su when you need something, but refer to me as Brother Tao when you don't. Eh? Tang San blinked his big eyes and playfully replied, I just thought Brother Tao must be weary from the journey, so I made a little jest to lighten the mood. Su Yuntao smiled and said, that excuse is rather flimsy. As for your martial soul awakening, we shall speak of it next year when you turn 6. I do not understand why the age limit is set, but it has been this way since time immemorial. There must be some wisdom in it. Ha ha, little San. You must be eager to become a soul master ahead of time. However, Master Su is correct. Such matters cannot be rushed. Old Jack gently ruffled Tang San's hair. You are so clever. I am certain you will become a soul master in the future. Hearing this, Su Yuntao merely sighed inwardly. The path to becoming a soul master was fraught with challenges. First, one must possess a martial soul with soul power. This initial step barred over 90% of the population on the continent. Yet, Su Yuntao sincerely hoped that Tang San would awaken a martial soul imbued with innate soul power next year. 2 years prior, Tang San had meticulously planned for him which soul beast to select for his second soul ring, indeed providing him with a formidable soul skill. With such wisdom, should he become a soul master and navigate the journey successfully, he would undoubtedly surpass Su Yuntao. As long as Tang San awakened his martial soul next year and possessed soul power, even a modicum, Su Yuntao was confident that Tang San could cultivate. Even if he did not reach profound levels, he could certainly become a theoretical master, transcending the farcical notions surrounding the realm of soul masters. Upon arriving at the center of the village, where the Martial Soul Hall was situated, it became clear that every village had a Martial Soul Hall, albeit merely a stone building. In small villages like Holy Soul Village, no soul master was stationed there. The village head managed it and arranged for regular cleanings. In anticipation of Su Yuntao's visit, the stone house had been tidied up days prior, appearing quite neat. Only Su Yuntao and the children of appropriate age were permitted inside the Martial Soul Hall for the awakening ceremony, while others, including Old Jack and Tang San, had to wait outside. 9 minutes later, Su Yuntao emerged with 5 children, shaking his head at Old Jack. All of them have martial souls of blue silvergrass, sickles, hoes, and spatulas. None possess soul power. With a long sigh, Old Jack comforted the children and their parents, advising them to return home. Lack of soul power is not the end. your martial souls have awakened, and you can still contribute through corresponding tasks. Then, Su Yuntao exchanged a few words with Tang San before departing Holy Soul Village for other villages. After assisting old Jack back home, Tang San bid him farewell and returned to the blacksmith shop, rousing Tang Hao from his afternoon slumber. What is all this noise about? Tang Hao rubbed his eyes, looking somewhat impatient. Have you awakened your martial soul early? What is it? Show me. It was evident that Tang Hao was aware of Su Yuntao's visit and was likely keeping a watchful eye on him, concerned that his identity might be exposed due to Tang San's close association with Su Yuntao. However, Tang Hao was evidently being overly cautious, given Su Yuntao's eager demeanor. He was likely preoccupied with his imminent date with Cici, and even if he wished to invite Su Yuntao over, he would not have come. Tang San, pondering this, spoke with the innocent candor expected of a 5-year-old. I think Grandpa Jack is right. You should perk up. If you continue to be so despondent, you might just rot away. At least fix up the house. Otherwise, no one in the village will want to marry me. Tang Hao raised an eyebrow, sitting up on his wooden bed in surprise. I didn't realize you were so mature, already thinking about marriage. You wouldn't want the Tang family line to die out, would you? Are you familiar with the saying about being poor for 3 generations? If a family is poor for 3 generations, they can't find a wife, and their bloodline ends. Tang San stared wide-eyed, making Tang Hao feel a shiver down his spine. You look rather incapable. I suppose my father, your grandfather, must not have been very capable either. He was poor, and here we are, right at the 3rd generation. What nonsense has that fool from the Martial Soul Hall taught you? Tang Hao gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling an urge to chase after Su Yuntao and give him a good thrashing. It was infuriating to hear his son spouting such illogical reasoning, leaving him at a loss for a rebuttal. Ultimately, he decided against the idea of physically confronting Su Yuntao, rising from the bed and moving to the furnace to start a fire, stating, "Don't think I'll support you. I'll teach you a set of forging techniques. Memorize them and practice on your own. You'll need to earn your own money to save up for repairs. You must handle the repairs yourself. I want to assist you. And don't practice that meditation method you got from that little wolf cub. It's useless before your martial soul awakens. You cannot sense even a hint of soul power. The martial soul is the foundation of cultivation. Isn't he a titled Douluo? Has he already sensed you practicing the Xuantian Skill? However, even a titled Douluo could not perceive fluctuations of soul power before the martial soul was awakened. That seemed only reasonable. Otherwise, various sects would be able to gauge a child's innate talent before their martial soul awakened without needing tools like crystal balls. Moreover, he was cultivating the Xuantian Skill, reputed to be a pure Taoist technique. The inner strength cultivated from it was balanced and harmonious, unlike soul masters, who generated so-called soul power fluctuations. Inner strength and soul power. Perhaps before the martial soul awakened, inner strength was merely that undetected by others. As Tang San pondered this, he observed Tang Hao practicing the chaotic wind hammer technique, his talent from his previous life allowing him to memorize it perfectly. However, he couldn't expect to remember it all in one go. That would be too exaggerated. Let me try again. I didn't remember it. Tang San pouted defiantly. Tang Hao. He is my son. He is my son. He repeatedly reminded himself in his mind as he continued practicing the chaotic wind hammer technique until Tang San claimed he had memorized it after 20 repetitions. However, when Tang Hao asked Tang San to give it a try, he was reminded of a crucial fact. Tang San could not wield the forging hammer. He could lift it, but could barely manage it. The reason was simple. Tang San had only just begun practicing Xuantian Skill this year, and his inner strength was minuscule. He lifted the forging hammer, swung it a few times, and found himself utterly drained. Tang Hao, the number of times I've been left speechless today is quite high. I think it's the tool's fault. You should craft a forging hammer suitable for my height. Tang San insisted with conviction. Tang Hao shot him a glare before retreating to his room to sleep. Tang San, feeling helpless, lamented, "There isn't even a rabbit in the nearby woods. And the fish in the river are hard to catch. Why is it so difficult to maintain good health in such circumstances? I have ways to become prosperous, but I cannot employ them. The reason is simple. My identity would attract attention, leading to a life of evasion for both me and Tang Hao. Secondly, regarding the matter of age, although he is now capable of planning the soul rings for Su Yuntao, the villagers remain oblivious to this fact. And old Jack would never indulge in his whimsical notions. Believing in his intelligence is one thing, but acting upon his thoughts is an entirely different matter. A lack of experience leads to unreliable actions. In the realm of Douluo continent, this principle holds true. It is prudent to first cultivate his internal energy, striving to enhance his physical constitution. Otherwise, when the time comes for his martial soul awakening, his soul power might be disappointingly low. As the son of Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor, Tang San is confident that he possesses innate soul power. However, given the current state of malnutrition, it certainly cannot be of the fullest innate capacity. The original martial artist Tang San's age when he began cultivating is unknown to him, yet he is aware that it was only around the age of 6 that he encountered a plateau, feeling that his internal energy could no longer progress. Presently, at just 5 years old, he has only just comprehended the Xuantian Skill. Thus, even with a year of practice, it is improbable that he would achieve full innate soul power. Nevertheless, a slower pace in the early stages of cultivation is inconsequential, as the later augmentation from the Xuantian Skill will undoubtedly accelerate the rise of his soul power. As for the next phase, Chapter 3, the moment of martial soul awakening. Naturally, Tang San has devised his own plans for the future. The first step is to awaken his martial soul, which is paramount, as the martial soul serves as the extraordinary foundation of this world. Following the awakening, he intends to attend Nuoding Academy. This decision is not born from a lack of desire to explore other academies, but rather from the financial constraints of his household, necessitating his role as a working student. A word of caution, one must avoid the pitfalls associated with Yu Xiaojiang. Since he became aware of the world at the age of 3, Tang San has befriended Su Yuntao and occasionally accompanied him to the martial soul branch in Nuoding City. There, he has perused numerous public texts and has come to understand the theories presented by Yu Xiaojiang, thereby grasping the reasons for his reputation as a laughingstock. It must be acknowledged that while certain aspects of Yu Xiaojiang's theories contain truth, they are merely fragments of the broader knowledge accepted within the spirit master community. What constitutes common knowledge? It refers to the collective wisdom distilled from generations of spirit masters, recognized and accepted by the majority. When Yu Xiaojiang presents his theories, it seems as though he alone has arrived at these conclusions. Furthermore, the parts of Yu Xiaojiang's theories that lack recognition are largely unproven, and in some instances, they are merely his subjective conjectures. The audacity to publish such notions is indeed laughable. Of course, due to his affiliation with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, no one dares to openly ridicule him, as it would yield nothing but personal discomfort. Tang San has also contemplated the benefits of apprenticing under Yu Xiaojiang. Aside from the vague concept of fate, the most significant advantage Yu Xiaojiang could provide is his extensive knowledge of soul beasts, including rare ancient texts inaccessible to outsiders. Additionally, it would alleviate early concerns regarding his livelihood. However, Tang San believes he possesses the capability for self-sufficiency. As for the knowledge of soul beasts, he feels that the texts acquired from the martial soul branch in Nuoding City will suffice in guiding his selection of suitable soul rings. After steering clear of Yu Xiaojiang's pitfalls, he envisions 6 years of study during which he plans to establish his own network for future endeavors. He is not a paragon of virtue. He desires reputation, power, wealth, beauty, knowledge, and truth. Achieving these aspirations is impossible alone, and solitary study pales in comparison to collaborative efforts, where diverse minds can spark innovative ideas. Upon graduating from Nuoding Academy, he contemplates his next destination. One thing is certain, Shrek Academy is not an option. The environment greatly influences individuals. Those students with talent may indulge in debauchery, gambling, and reckless behavior, which Tang San cannot admire. To be fair, the original martial artist Tang San, born into the Tang sect and trained as an assassin, did not engage in flamboyant displays. Stealthy assassination was paramount, preferring to ambush rather than confront directly, which embodies the ethos of the Hidden Weapon sect. However, the original portrayal of Tang San has been skewed by the influence of those who avoid conflict, leading him to become ostentatiously arrogant. Perhaps due to his reincarnation as Tang San, he subconsciously seeks to justify the martial artist's actions. Yet, from the original narrative's perspective, he dares to assert that, despite his occasional hypocrisy and double standards, he stands as a moral exemplar compared to the majority of Douluo fanfic protagonists. It is only in the second and third installments that he devolves into a character resembling a merciless deity. Returning to the topic at hand, following his graduation from Nuoding Academy, he could opt for any prestigious institution and participate in the elite competition for advanced spirit master academies across the continent, thus gaining renown. As for his personal identity, being Tang Hao's son is indeed a complication, but as long as he resolves the issue with that troublesome rabbit, Tang Hao should not be foolish enough to reveal himself at the last moment. If he wishes to leverage the strength of the former 4 clans affiliated with the Xuantian sect, he must renounce his ties to the Xuantian sect. This aligns perfectly with his intentions, as he has no desire to engage in ancestral claims.
Modern individuals harbor little regard for their ancestors and do not wish to contend with the burdens of lineage. The seven-treasure glazed tile school? Ning Fengji is a cunning old fox. In matters of intrigue, even a modern individual like himself cannot compete with a sect leader. Therefore, rather than resorting to schemes, he intends to cultivate his strength and foster goodwill with Ning Fengji, who inherently harbors great benevolence toward talented spirit masters. However, it seems that the seven-treasure glazed tile school lacks its own academy. At least, none is mentioned in the original text. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Thunder Academy, this could work. Yu Qianheng is quite amiable and is in a romantic relationship with Duge Yin, which could foster connections. Additionally, it appears that Yu Qianheng is part of the Tiando Royal Battle Team. As for Blue Ba Academy, cross that off. Although this academy actively recruits commoners, he may very well encounter Yu Xiaojing there. The specific academy remains undetermined, and he has 6 years to consider his options. After the competition, he can travel across the continent. The map obtained from the Spirit Hall indicates that the area of Douluo continent is comparable to that of Eurasia, vast and largely unexplored by human spirit masters. In due course, becoming a pioneer is not an unappealing choice. However, there's a place to avoid, the City of Slaughter. Although one could acquire the domain of the god of slaughter there, it is a den of iniquity where various depraved activities occur. Tang San suspects that the original protagonist's extreme behaviors in the second and third installments may have been influenced by this wretched place. Though later he might cleanse himself, Tang San surmises that he merely dons a more hypocritical facade, having witnessed the darkest and most depraved aspects of humanity. Can the niceties of nobility truly erase those memories? Absolutely not. The act of cleansing is likely just a temporary balm for the soul, for once the domain of the god of slaughter is unleashed, the visions of carnage and bloodshed will obliterate any semblance of tranquility. As for Sea God Island, a visit might be worthwhile. The prospect of divinity is certainly enticing, if only for the promise of immortality. Thus, this encapsulates Tang San's general life plan at present. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, such as awakening his martial soul and failing to attain full innate soul power, or if Tang Hao truly resigns to a life of idleness in the village, relegating him to a lifetime of cooking, he shall continue to cultivate and study martial souls, aspiring to become a revered master of martial soul theory. As for the impending war, where the Spirit Hall seeks to unify the continent and the Tiando Empire turns against them, such matters bear no direct relation to him. Should conflict encroach upon Holy Soul Village, he will simply lead Old Jack to the nearby mountains for refuge. However, it is unlikely to reach such dire straits, especially since the original narrative concludes with Holy Soul Village unscathed. War, a conflict that engulfs the entire continent, may sound exaggerated. In reality, it merely involved a few strategic locations besieged by armies. The smaller towns and villages are largely untouched, and unless fortune proves unfavorable, with troops passing through, the only indication of warfare one might perceive is the rising cost of living. Returning to his senses, Tang San set aside his forging hammer and commenced his cultivation of the Xuantian Skill. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, reclining on the bed, took note of Tang San's actions and thought to himself, I have told you time and again, without the awakening of your martial soul, meditation is futile. Let him be. After a while, Tang Hao rose from the bed, his face darkened, and stepped outside, for it was midday, and hunger had set in. What about lunch? He inquired. I had already eaten at Grandpa Jack's, trading a bundle of firewood for 4 eggs, one of which I saved for you, Tang San replied earnestly. What am I supposed to eat? Tang Hao Di Do. If you expect me to earn my keep by forging, shouldn't you set an example and cook for yourself first? Tang San gazed at his father, returning the earlier attitude he had received. Truly, you are my beloved son, Tang Hao exclaimed, exasperated, before departing for the blacksmith shop, only to return an hour later with a bag of rice in hand. Now, prepare my meal. Of course, Tang San replied joyfully, accepting the bag of rice, untied the string, poured out a bowl of rice, and began washing it for steaming. He didn't discard the washing water, but instead mixed it with wild vegetables to boil, adding a pinch of salt to enhance the flavor. Soon, a fragrant pot of rice was ready. Tang San served himself a generous bowl and returned to the bedroom. Rousing the slothful Tang Hao, dinner is ready. Seeing Tang San holding a bowl of rice, Tang Hao frowned. Is that for me? No, it's for myself, Tang San said, licking the rim of the bowl, leaving a trail of saliva. This scene caused Tang Hao's lips to twitch in irritation. Forget it. I won't hold it against you. Yet, as he served himself, he regained some dignity, piling the vegetables into his bowl and leaving Tang San with only a few vegetable leaves and some broth. With this behavior, do you believe I won't support you in your old age?
Tang San threatened, his expression darkening. Oomph. Who need your support? Dang house, gulp. Finishing his meal in a few bites before tossing the bowl aside and retreating to his room for a well-deserved nap. Your words, not mine. You want need my care, Tang San muttered, feeling exasperated, but he nonetheless picked up the bowl and basin, carrying them outside to wash. Thus, a year swiftly passed. Su Yuntao arrived as expected. Little San, this year, it's finally your turn to awaken your martial soul. Are you excited? Spotting Tang San and old Jack waiting at the village entrance, Su Yuntao greeted them warmly as he approached. Absolutely thrilled, Tang San exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Then let us proceed and help you awaken your martial soul, Su Yuntao said, following old Jack to the center of the village, where the other 6-year-old children had gathered with their parents. Su Yuntao led Tang San and the 6 children into the martial soul hall, where he set down his belongings and produced 6 black stones, arranging them in a circle. As the martial souls manifested, they transformed into a werewolf appearance. Unlike the depiction seen in anime, beast martial souls emerged in a possessing form, rendering the soul master into a beast-like state, appearing quite wild. At that moment, Su Yuntao resembled a wolf demon that had attained sentience. Little San, you go first, as we are old acquaintances after all. It's only fitting you cut in line. Su Yuntao gestured to Tang San, who stood at the back of the line. This was one of the few privileges afforded to him as a high-ranking soul master. Very well, Tang San replied, stepping into the center of the 6 small stones. Su Yuntao infused the awakening stones with soul power, and vibrant golden light erupted from them, converging towards Tang San's body as if drawn by his very being. Suddenly, Tang San felt a tremor, as if he were immersed in a warm golden sea, with an overwhelming urge to unleash something from his hands. His left hand, of course, must contain the Xuantian hammer. Thus he clenched his left fist tightly. Do not be anxious. Everything is fine. Su Yuntao observed Tang San's tightly clenched hands, akin to someone in distress, and instructed, extend your right hand. Tang San complied, revealing a sprig of blue silver grass suspended in his palm. Blue silver grass, a useless martial soul. Su Yuntao expressed disappointment, but quickly regained composure. After all, the nature of the awakened martial soul was beyond Tang San's control. Let us assess your soul power. As long as you possess it, I believe with your intelligence, you can still become a formidable soul master and, at the very least, a theoretical master of martial souls. Following Su Yuntao's explanation, Tang San retracted his martial soul and placed his hand upon the crystal ball. Instantly, the crystal ball illuminated more than half of its surface with light. Tang San perceived the internal energy he had cultivated over the past year merging with his soul power as it entered the crystal ball. Innate level 6 soul power. Su Yuntao was taken aback, then elated. Little San, although your martial soul is blue silvergrass, possessing level 6 soul power means you can cultivate. Despite his lack of interest in martial soul theory, Tang San had conducted considerable research on the matter. His second soul ring had been inspired by a suggestion he provided, resulting in a soul skill that suited him perfectly. He believed that as long as he could cultivate, Tang San's intelligence would allow him to maximize the advantages of blue silvergrass. Moreover, this was innate level 6 soul power. Over the years, influenced by Tang San, Su Yuntao had dedicated his free time to studying the intricacies of soul master cultivation, understanding that the level of innate soul power indicated one's potential and training speed. With innate level 6 soul power, Tang San could potentially reach the rank of Soul Emperor without unforeseen circumstances. That was a Soul Emperor, far surpassing his own status as a high-ranking Soul Master. Even if blue silver grass lacked offensive capabilities, once Tang San reached Soul Emperor status, the sheer magnitude of his soul power would still overshadow someone of his rank. Furthermore, perhaps blue silver grass could evolve into a control-type martial soul. Should Tang San discover Su Yuntao's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be astounded, for Yu Xiaojiang shared similar sentiments. Innate level 6 soul power? Tang San released blue silver grass once more, pondering deeply. It seemed that the level of innate soul power bore some relation to physical condition. He could sense that the innate soul power inherent to blue silver grass was merely level 2. The remaining 4 levels were derived from the internal energy he had accumulated through cultivating Xuantian Gong over the past year. The original Tang San was somewhat aloof, perhaps even introverted, and likely had a lesser diet than he did now. Without Xuantian Gong, his innate soul power might have been even lower, perhaps level 1, or even half level. Chapter 4. Severing the Father-Son Relationship. After Tang San, Su Yuntao proceeded to awaken the martial souls of the remaining children, but regrettably, none possessed soul power. including a little girl with the same blue-silver grass martial soul. Initially, Su Yuntao had anticipated a successful start. However, reality proved that Tang San was an exception. Among commoners, those who could awaken a martial soul with soul power were indeed few and far between. After gathering the 6 black stones and the crystal ball, Su Yuntao retrieved paper and pen from his satchel, preparing to issue Tang San a certificate from the Martial Soul Hall. He inquired, "Tang San, would you like to join the Martial Soul Hall?" "I will not consider joining the Martial Soul Hall for now," Tang San replied candidly. Join the Martial Soul Hall? He dare not. His father would break his legs for it. Without the strength to resist, joining the Martial Soul Hall would be an ill-advised decision. Objectively speaking, joining the Martial Soul Hall was indeed the best choice, but there was a prerequisite. He must first defeat Tang Hao. As for the alignment between the Martial Soul Hall and the Haotian sect, had he dined on rice from the Haotian sect? Must he necessarily side with them? And the vendetta for his mother's death? How shall I articulate this? As a modern individual, one ought to possess a modicum of conscience. Yet, for a mother whom he has never encountered, regardless of the circumstances that led to this estrangement, there exists no semblance of familial affection from an emotional standpoint. Unlike the martial hero Tang San, who was not deprived of love in his previous life, he finds himself devoid of such sentiments. Moreover, his direct adversary, Xuantian has already met his demise. What need is there for vengeance when the enemy has perished? The future is undeniably bright. Why harbor such profound resentment? Furthermore, there is an intriguing conspiracy theory derived from the fanfiction he has perused in his past life. The sacrifice of the Blue-Silver Emperor does appear remarkably coincidental. Whether true or false, despite his years of observation, Tang Hao seemingly lacks the intellect for such machinations. Yet, what if he does? Thus, Tang San adopts a 3-word attitude. Troublesome matters, not worth my concern. Why? Su Yuntao is perplexed. After all, Tang San previously sought every possible means to accompany him to the Spirit Hall in Notting City. Now, when the invitation is extended, he chooses not to join. How strange. You see, Brother Tao, I am engaged in the study of spirit cultivation, yet the materials from the Spirit Hall have remained largely unchanged for centuries. I must innovate. Tang San can only proffer another rationale. Should I attend the Spirit Hall, I fear I might be assimilated into the teaching methods of the Spirit Academy. Furthermore, with an innate level of 6, my spirit power is rather low, and I would inevitably go unnoticed. The instructors would disregard my opinions, perceiving them as fanciful notions. Indeed, this reasoning holds merit. Students of the Spirit Academy typically possess innate levels of 5 or above. Although I am at level 6, which is marginally superior, it hardly distinguishes me from the average student. Su Yuntao pondered for a moment and found Tang San's reasoning quite cogent, deciding not to press the issue further. He then remarked, "In any case, you will undoubtedly attend Notting Academy in the future. It is not too late to consider matters after graduation." Tang San inquired, "When I reach level 10, may I request your assistance in hunting spirit beasts?" "No problem. Who could refuse when you call me Brother Tao?" Su Yuntao exclaimed, patting his chest in a rhythmic manner. "By the way, Master Matthew nor seems quite fond of your spirited demeanor. Who knows? He might even accompany us when the time comes, as the responsibilities of a branch hall master appear rather light." "That would be rather embarrassing," Tang San replied, a shy smile gracing his lips. Yet internally he contemplated how to repay Matthew, Nor, and Su Yuntao for their kindness. Such favors cannot be taken lightly. As the grand doors of the Spirit Hall in Holy Spirit Village swung open, the eagerly awaiting old Jack hastened towards him, anxiously inquiring, "Master Su, has there been a child with spirit power? How is little San faring?" "Indeed, there is one, and it is none other than Tang San." Su Yuntao replied with a smile, pushing Tang San forward. His spirit is blue-silver grass, with an innate spirit power of level 6, significantly higher than that of an ordinary person. Should all go well, he is bound to become a spirit emperor, and with hard work, he may even ascend to the status of spirit saint. Holy Spirit Village would then truly live up to its name. "Really?" Old Jack exclaimed, his joy manifesting in lively gestures, his wrinkles seemingly animated with delight. Although blue-silver grass is widely regarded as a useless martial spirit across the continent, Master Su has declared that little San possesses spirit power, indicating he can cultivate it. With diligent effort, he might become the second spirit saint of Holy Spirit Village. After exchanging pleasantries with old Jack, Su Yuntao addressed Tang San. "In 3 months, Notting Academy will begin enrollment. Once we arrive in Notting City, you may visit the Spirit Hall, and I shall accompany you to the Academy, as the reception for commoners there is rather unwelcoming." "Thank you, Brother Tao." Tang San expressed his heartfelt gratitude,
etching this act of kindness into the ledger of his mind. After escorting Su Yuntao out of Holy Spirit Village, old Jack hurriedly led Tang San to his home, calling out loudly as they approached the door, "Tang Hao, are you still alive? If you're not dead, make a sound, lest I have to drag you off that coffin-like bed myself." "Who is it?" Tang Hao yawned, lifting the curtain of the door. Upon seeing the panting old Jack, he displayed a look of irritation. "It's old Jack. Must you yell so loudly? I'm not deaf." With that, Tang Hao began to clean his ears, showing little regard for old Jack's urgency. Old Jack, brimming with frustration, began to chastise Tang Hao. "How can you show your face? Today is Little San's Spirit Awakening Day, and other parents are waiting outside. Even if the awakened spirit lacks power, they still offer comfort. But you don't even bother to show up, exhibiting no concern for Little San. It's no wonder the villagers gossip about him, questioning whether he is truly your son, warning their children to avoid him, all while the innocent child bears the brunt of it." Tang Hao felt a wave of anger wash over him at old Jack's insinuation that Tang San was not his biological son. However, as a dignified Douluo, he deemed it beneath him to engage in a verbal spar with a mere country bumpkin. Thus, he turned to Tang San and inquired, "What spirit did you awaken?" Tang San hesitated before responding, staring intently at Tang Hao for a prolonged moment, his gaze imbued with a glimmer of hope as he asked, "You truly didn't sneak over, did you? Are you not afraid I might awaken something utterly worthless?" Of course, he refrained from voicing the latter thought. Tang Hao fell silent. "Not gone. Preposterous. If my son were to awaken the Haotian hammer, I would immediately confront Su Yuntao and flee with my son. Nevertheless, on such a momentous day as the awakening of a martial spirit, failing to attend did seem rather inconsiderate. Alas, the moment has passed. Little San is mature. He should be fine. At worst, he would simply distance himself in the future. Perhaps it is for the best. He could evade the tumultuous world of spirit masters and live a peaceful life as an ordinary person." Old Jack, filled with concern, mistakenly believed Tang San still harbored hope for Tang Hao, but the silence from Tang Hao drove him to exclaim, "Tang Hao, you're nothing but a coward. Why are you silent? Speak up. At least utter a word, even if it be a lie, to bring a measure of joy to Little San. Tang San remains but a child, after all." Tang Hao clenched his fists, yet no words escaped his lips, choosing to ignore old Jack's imploring gaze. "I tell you, Tang San's spirit is blue silvergrass, yet his spirit power is at level 6. Old Jack gestured with his fingers to indicate the number 6. Master Su said, "Little San is destined to at least become a spirit emperor. With effort, he may become a spirit saint. Level 6 innate power?" Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was taken aback. He had seen Tang San awaken the blue silvergrass spirit and had left immediately, not paying attention to the spirit power level. Level 6? Is that not rather low? He, as the pride of Haotian clan, possesses innate spirit power of level 9, while Ain has transformed after 100,000 years. How could their son have only level 6 innate power? Surely, he must be at least level 7. However, gazing at Tang San's emaciated frame, Tang Hao began to grasp a crucial realization. The lack of adequate nourishment had led to malnutrition, resulting in his low innate spirit power. He recalled that at 6 years old, his father had prepared medicinal baths for him and his elder brother, nearly daily, often pressing them down into the water. Yet Little San, Tang Hao, old Jack, witnessing Tang Hao lost in thought, interrupted with a scolding tone. "Are you even listening to me?" I said. "No need to shout. I'm not dead." Tang Hao's tone grew somber, as old Jack had disrupted his train of thought, causing him displeasure. "I plan to send him to Nodding City for studies." Old Jack felt that Tang Hao was beyond saving, but could not bear to see Tang San suffer. He was still young, with an uncertain future ahead. He should not be tethered to this drunken father, for who knows what kind of dreadful person he would become. Absolutely not. Tang Hao fo mi li zezet. Blue silver grass cannot cultivate anything of worth. It would be a sheer waste of time. Better to keep him here to cook for me. Yes, he cannot go to school. Otherwise, who will prepare my meals? Unreasonable. You are utterly unreasonable. Old Jack erupted in a tirade. Do you not comprehend what it means to confine Little San to your side? Master Su has high hopes for Xiao San. Even if he cannot ascend to great heights in his cultivation as a soul master, as long as he becomes one, he will earn respect and live a life better than that of an ordinary person. Tang Hao felt a surge of excitement. What use is it to become a soul master? It is still nothing. He wanted to voice his thoughts, but abruptly halted in front of old Jack. Noticing that Tang Hao harbored a story, old Jack furrowed his brow, yet refrained from probing further since Tang Hao was unwilling to share. Instead, he stated, Tang Hao, your life may be over, but Xiao San is still young. You have no right to make decisions for him.
Taking a deep breath, old Jack turned to Tang San, his expression filled with anticipation as he inquired, Xiao San, as long as you speak up, I will do everything in my power to send you to Nodding City. Tang San looked up at Tang Hao and declared, I wish to become a soul master. I do not agree. Tang Hao's face darkened like that of a demonic god from the abyss. Although he did not unleash his soul power, the oppressive aura he exuded was formidable enough to make even old Jack feel a twinge of fear. What use is level 6 soul power? What if I insist on going? Tang San met Tang Hao's gaze unwaveringly. You! Tang Hao's fury erupted. How dare he defy him? Regardless of any faults, he was still Tang San's father, and a son should not oppose his father. It was utterly outrageous. However, Tang San was indifferent to this paternal argument. The roles of ruler and subject, father and son, should be respected only if the father acted like a father. If one brings a child into this world but fails to nurture them, severing ties is justified. Although Tang Hao did provide some care, the emotional bond between them was tenuous at best, and Tang San felt he could manage on his own in the future. As Tang Hao raised his hand to strike, old Jack intercepted, enveloping Tang San in an embrace and scolding. Tang Hao, are you still a man? How can you strike a child? This has nothing to do with you, old Jack. Am I not allowed to discipline my own son? Tang Hao dito an vili. I am intervening today, old Jack asserted firmly. I have watched Tang San grow. He is like my grandson. If he is my grandson, how can I not intervene? Tang Hao's chest heaved violently as he glared at Tang San for a long moment before conceding. Fine, I agree to let you study at Nodding Academy. But on one condition, you must never claim to be the son of Tang Hao. Chapter 5. Suspicions of other transgressors. Tang Hao. Old Jack's trembling finger pointed at him, his fury palpable. Just because Xiao San did not heed your words, you would sever your father-son relationship? How can a father act this way? He has learned to do chores since he was 2, gradually mastering them and eventually taking care of your daily needs. By 3, he was gathering firewood, and by 4, he was helping you carry smaller pieces of raw iron. I have witnessed all this, as have the villagers. Is your conscience made of stone? Do you not feel any pain? Ignoring old Jack's heartfelt plea, Tang Hao turned to Tang San and said, just agree to this one thing, and you can go. Otherwise, do not think about it. You are an unworthy father. Old Jack exclaimed, exasperated. He had never imagined a father could be so devoid of boundaries. Was Tang San truly not his biological son, but the offspring of an enemy? Did he come to Holy Soul Village only to torment Tang San? If there were a grudge, why not seek out the enemy? What does this have to do with Xiao San? Old Jack finally understood that Tang Hao was indeed tormenting Xiao San, but being wise with age, he realized that if Tang Hao could not let go, he was merely torturing himself. Think it over carefully, Tang Hao concluded before retreating to the blacksmith shop. With no other option, Tang San could only escort old Jack back home. Why did it have to be this way? Oh well, at least on the surface. Tang Hao, and he had no connection anymore. Good child, go back and persuade Tang Hao. I suspect he is only speaking out of anger. After returning home, old Jack drank a bowl of water, calming himself somewhat, then said to Tang San, if Tang Hao truly abandons you, come stay with me. My house is spacious enough. Yes, I will heed Grandpa Jack's words. I truly appreciate the kindness of Grandpa Jack. Tang San's words were sincere, as he genuinely believed so. On one side was a father who had been a neglectful drunkard since he was 2, barely uttering a few words, and on the other was a kind, affable old man who had taken care of him for 5 years. Was there really any need to choose? Upon returning to the blacksmith shop, Tang San saw Tang Hao entering, holding a lead box and wearing a terrifyingly grim expression, as if he were about to devour someone. What happened? Tang San could not help but ask. Tang Hao struggled to steady his breath. After 3 minutes, he calmed down, placed the iron box on the table, and opened it to reveal a piece of soul bone radiating a blue-golden glow. This is the right leg bone of the Blue-Silver Emperor, 100,000-year grade. Tang San's pupils constricted sharply. Why? Do you not recognize it? The records from a spirit hall are clear. Tang Hao suppressed his anger. This is a soul bone. Absorb it quickly. At this moment, he wanted him to absorb it. What had happened? Could it be? Tang San suddenly realized the possibility. The Blue-Silver Emperor was in trouble. In the original story, the Blue-Silver Emperor was planted by Tang Hao in a cave behind a waterfall, and the soul bone was likely placed there as well. That location, while lacking sunlight, had ample moisture, and Tang Hao probably planted the Blue-Silver Emperor there to prevent it from being mistaken for ordinary blue-silver grass. From Tang San's observations over the years, the villagers, especially farmers, enjoyed plucking a stalk of blue-silver grass to savor its mildly sweet juice while resting in the shade. If the Blue-Silver Emperor was in trouble now, it could only mean something had recently transpired. So, were there other transgressors involved? What are you dawdling for? You were so clever before. Why are you acting foolish now? Hurry and absorb it. Do not waste time, Tang Hao said impatiently. The process of absorbing a soul bone is painless, so there is no need for concern. Just place it on your right leg and circulate your soul power. Snapping back to reality, Tang San picked up the soul bone, placed it on his right leg, and began circulating his soul power, discovering that his soul power eagerly entered the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor. Then, the blue-golden bone slowly merged into his right leg. In just 30 minutes, Tang San completed the absorption. As he circulated his Xuantian skill, he found that his soul power could no longer increase. Evidently, he had reached level 10, though he could likely go higher, but without a soul ring, the excess soul power was suppressed, making it difficult to determine his exact level. However, even though this right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor shared the same root as his martial spirit, the blue-silver grass, it did not transform his martial spirit into the blue-silver emperor. It remained that vibrant blue-silver grass. Why was that? Based on the original work's circumstances of soul bones being absorbed by soul masters, Tang San had formed a conjecture that martial spirits and soul bones are fundamentally different entities. When a martial spirit acquires a soul ring, unless in special circumstances, the soul skills will relate to the martial spirit or derive from its inherent abilities. Conversely, after a soul bone is absorbed by a soul master, the skills of the soul bone do not directly connect with the martial spirit, but rather reflect the innate abilities of the soul beast itself. In simpler terms, when a soul master absorbs a soul bone, it is akin to grafting a portion of the soul beast skills, likely its most fundamental capabilities. Thus, it seems reasonable that the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor's right leg bone could not awaken the blue-silver emperor within him. Nevertheless, Tang San felt that after absorbing the soul bone, the soul power he consumed was rapidly recovering, which should be the soul bone skill, Spring Breeze Revives. However, as the name Spring Breeze Revives was somewhat lengthy and might raise suspicions of inflated word count, he decided to rename it to Endless Vitality. Have you finished absorbing it? Then promise me one more thing, Tang Hao said solemnly. Do not let anyone discover that you possess a soul bone. If you're unable to continue along the path of a soul master, return to Holy Soul Village, become a blacksmith. And when you're nearing the end of your days, find a secluded place to dig a hole and bury yourself. Tang San was left speechless. To dig a hole and bury himself? Truly, Tang Erchui's extraordinary intellect is unparalleled. After imparting his advice, Tang Hao did not wait for Tang San's response and strode out of the door, heading towards the hillside where Tang San often gathered firewood, vanishing into the moonlit night. Has he truly departed? The following day, Tang San tidied up the utensils, tableware, and bedding in his home and made his way to Old Jack's house. That rascal Tang Hao has genuinely left? Old Jack, assisting in packing Tang San's belongings, sighed. What a man devoid of responsibility. It is a pity that the village has lost a blacksmith. Henceforth, villagers will have to travel to Nodding City for repairs to their farming tools. Grandfather, worry not. I have learned the art of blacksmithing and can assist the villagers in mending their tools. Throughout a year of cultivating the Xuantian skill, Tang San's strength had significantly increased, enabling him to wield a forging hammer, especially after absorbing a century-old soul bone just the day prior, further amplifying his power. While his skills were still developing, he felt confident in his ability to repair the villagers' tools. You? Old Jack laughed heartily, assuming Tang San was jesting to amuse him. You're still so small, hardly taller than the forging hammer. As the saying goes, one should not judge by appearances, nor should the vastness of a sea be measured in mere pints. Huh? That is quite cultured. I have learned something. Old Jack chuckled. Seeing that Old Jack was skeptical, Tang San felt compelled to demonstrate his newfound strength. He took hold of Old Jack's sleeve and returned to the blacksmith's shop, igniting the fire and pumping the bellows. His slender frame lifted a hammer larger than himself, wielding it with grace akin to a wind-born spirit, dancing with fervor. In no time, a piece of fine iron was forged. Little San, you possess such strength? Old Jack exclaimed in astonishment. For blacksmithing, it is barely sufficient, Tang San replied with a shy smile, setting down the hammer and gazing at the flattened iron piece. He mused that his sudden surge in strength would require time to adjust, and with 3 months until school commenced, he had ample opportunity to train and master the appropriate physical intensity. Thus, during the day, Tang San practiced the chaotic cloak hammering method with the leftover iron from Tang Hao at the blacksmith shop, while at night, he rested at Old Jack's home. The remainder of his time was devoted to cultivating Xuantian Skill, Xin Jade Hand, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Tracks, and the other profound techniques from the Xuantian treasure record. Whenever he had spare time, he would help Old Jack gather firewood. As for the cultivation of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, it could only be practiced at specific times and did not consume much of his schedule.
In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Tang San had developed a modest muscle definition, and his physique had become considerably sturdier. He was now packing his bedding and clothes, preparing to report to Notting City. Initially, Tang San had intended to go alone, but old Jack insisted on accompanying him, arguing that at merely 6 years of age, it was unsafe for him to travel alone. After all, he had previously ventured to the Martial Soul Branch Hall in Notting City with Su Yuntao and returned by himself. We have arrived in Notting City. Half a day later, old Jack turned to Tang San, who had been practicing in a carriage, and smiled warmly. Notting City is not too far from our Holy Soul village. It only takes half a day by ox cart. As Tang San opened his eyes and looked up, he beheld the imposing city walls towering over him, adorned with the 3 prominent characters of Notting City. In his heart, he felt a surge of youthful exuberance, declaring, "Your king has returned. From this moment forth, I shall become the sovereign of this realm." After indulging in a brief moment of youthful bravado, Tang San addressed old Jack. "Grandpa Jack, let us proceed to Notting City. Brother Tao has advised that upon entering, we should seek him out, as the townsfolk may look down upon us simple villagers. And Notting Academy is a prestigious institution for soul masters. They might not permit us entry due to our humble attire. Indeed, Master Su is a good man." Old Jack acknowledged, aware that villagers often face challenges in the city without familiar faces to guide them. However, once they entered the city, the ox cart halted at the inn beside the city gate, as only nobles could afford carriages that could carry passengers. Tang San and old Jack proceeded on foot to the Martial Soul Hall. Upon seeing Tang San, the guard at the entrance smiled, "Little Tang, it has been a while. Had it not been for Master Su Yuntao informing us of your awakening soul power, we would have feared you had been abducted. I have been diligently working on my soul awakening." Tang San laughed, then introduced old Jack to the guard. "This is my grandfather, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. May we enter together? Generally speaking, that would not be permissible. However, you are an exception. You may proceed," the guard replied with a smile. Chapter 6, Reporting to Notting Academy. "Thank you, Uncle Lin. I shall bring you tea in the future." After apologizing to the guard, Tang San took old Jack's hand and led him into the Martial Soul Branch Hall. Previously, old Jack had never visited such a place. Although he had been to Notting City numerous times, he had only gazed upon the grand architecture of the Martial Soul Hall from the outside. This was his first time stepping within. At that moment, old Jack resembled a country bumpkin stepping into a grand garden, looking around with wide-eyed wonder, meticulously observing the hall's interior with a sense of awe, yet hesitating to touch anything for fear of damaging it. "Grandfather, now that you've entered the true Martial Soul Hall, what do you think? How does it compare to the stone house in our village?" Though Tang San was not a frequent visitor, he considered himself somewhat familiar with the place and inquired about old Jack's impressions. Nothing compares, as he would say, "Ah yes, resplendent and magnificent. That is the phrase." Old Jack smacked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a profound sense of aspiration. "This is a place I have never entered before. It is truly beautiful. If only our village's Martial Soul Hall could be so bright and splendid, the children would surely have a better life." "Rest assured, grandfather, opportunities will arise in the future," Tang San reassured him with a smile. Just as the grandfather and grandson engaged in their conversation, Su Yuntao emerged from a side corridor in the hall. Upon seeing them, his eyes brightened, and he waved, "Little San, you have finally arrived. With the start of the Notting Academy, I knew you would return. I have been counting the days to come here, and, fortuitously, I have some free time. Brother Tao, I truly appreciate your efforts," Tang San said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You are too serious. There is no trouble at all. I graduated from Notting Academy. I will accompany you there. It will be like visiting my alma mater, even though I may not be familiar with the teachers there anymore." Su Yuntao laughed heartily, scratching his head. His gaze then fell upon old Jack. "Old village chief, is this your first time here? What do you think? When you have time, feel free to visit. I have some influence here." "I dare not trouble Master Su. I merely came along with little San today to take a look," old Jack replied, albeit with a smile that betrayed his excitement. He understood that Su Yuntao's respect for him stemmed from Tang San's influence, but he could not suppress his joy. Old Jack and Su Yuntao's conversation was interrupted when a young woman in a short skirt, holding a stack of documents, emerged from a nearby corridor. It was none other than Su Yuntao's girlfriend, Cece. "Little San, it has been a while. Why haven't you come by recently?" Cece greeted Tang San with a bright smile, playfully pinching his chubby cheek. "So adorable. Do all girls enjoy pinching children's cheeks?" Tang San, slightly exasperated, wished to protest, but could only feign a look of disdain, which incited laughter from Su Yuntao and old Jack. "Since you are here, shall we pay a visit to Master Matthew? He has been eager to see you."
Along with your blue silvergrass, Su Yuntao suggested. Since you are here, it would be remiss not to pay him a visit. I also brought some blue silvergrass. Tang San glanced at old Jack. This is the Martial Soul Hall. Nothing will go amiss, Su Yuntao assured, directing his gaze at Cici, who took old Jack aside to the garden to chat, offering him tea and snacks while engaging in light conversation. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang San let out a sigh of relief. The others present were unfamiliar with old Jack, and with Sister Cici accompanying them, he felt a bit safer. Perhaps they could even become acquainted with the personnel of the Spirit Hall here. As the two traversed the Grand Hall, they entered a corridor adorned with portraits of the successive branch masters of this Spirit Hall. Upon reaching the door, Su Yuntao knocked gently. "Come in." A stern voice echoed from within. Su Yuntao turned the doorknob and entered. The room was simply furnished, featuring a desk, a bookshelf, and a green plant by the window, simple yet refreshing. Behind the desk sat an elderly gentleman, his face lined with wrinkles, holding a feather quill and signing documents. His expression was grave, yet he appeared quite spirited overall. This man was none other than Matthew Nua. "Ah, it's little Tang," he remarked. While others referred to him as Xiao San, Matthew Nua opted for a slightly more formal little Tang. At that moment, the furrowed brows of Matthew Nua relaxed somewhat, akin to a moss-covered stone, easing the tension in the room. Poor Su Yuntao, standing beside Tang San, greeted Matthew Nua, but the elder merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Grandpa Matthew, how has your health been lately?" Tang San inquired, apologizing for his prolonged absence as he presented a small jar to him. "What is this?" Matthew Nua asked, curiosity piqued. "Dried blue silvergrass," Tang San smiled. "Brother Tao mentioned that you have been yearning for my blue silver tea." The so-called blue silver tea was crafted by selecting tender leaves of the blue silvergrass, drying them, and then stir-frying them 36 times. The resulting dried grass, when brewed, yielded a unique, refreshing flavor with a hint of sweetness, and an aftertaste that was rather intriguing, even beneficial for invigorating the spirit. In Tang San's eyes, it was akin to coffee without side effects or perhaps a stimulant. "Then I shall accept it," Matthew Nua remarked playfully, casting a reproachful glance at Su Yuntao before joyfully opening the lid. A gentle fragrance wafted forth, not overpowering, yet soothing enough to alleviate his weariness. Had it not been for your discovery, little Tang, no one would have known of such properties of the blue silvergrass. Who would have imagined that dried leaves could be so invigorating? Matthew Nua mused, storing the blue silvergrass away. He then asked Tang San why he had not joined the Spirit Hall. "Little Tang, the Spirit Hall Academy is quite exceptional, far superior to Nodding Academy. Surely you would consider it? Despite your martial spirit being merely blue silvergrass, your innate soul power of level 6 qualifies you for admission. With just a word from you, I could write a recommendation letter and personally escort you there." "Thank you for your kind offer, Grandpa Matthew. But I shall not join for the time being," Tang San replied, shaking his head. The reason was primarily due to his identity. He feared that Tang Hao would reprimand him for it. However, he provided Matthew Nua with a rationale similar to what he had conveyed to Su Yuntao, albeit more detailed. "You see, I aspire to delve into the theories of martial spirit cultivation. Though the Spirit Hall possesses the world's most extensive resources, I am but a 6-year-old child, with my martial spirit being merely blue silvergrass. The teachers at the academy are all soul masters, likely at least soul king level. Would they truly heed the words of a child? They would merely perceive my humble martial spirit as a challenge to their authority. Grandpa Matthew, you understand my thoughts to be rather fanciful, perhaps most of them impractical. However, to achieve breakthroughs in martial spirit research, such whimsical ideas are essential. Soul masters are revered for their strength. As a commoner soul master, I would be powerless and vulnerable to bullying there, unable to retaliate. To resist, I would have to alter my character. At the very least, I do not wish to be molded into a form I no longer recognize by the educational environment of the Spirit Academy. I prefer reading and learning over fighting." Matthew Nua sighed. "It seems I have been overly concerned. You must have pondered much during the 3 months prior to the school year. In the past, the environment at the Spirit Academy was quite pleasant, but in recent years, many small families have joined the Spirit Hall, and their children attending the academy tend to look down upon talented commoner children. Studying at Nodding Academy offers more freedom. However, you must remain grounded and not aim too high. That would not benefit you. Rest assured, Grandpa Matthew, you know my temperament. Even if I were to publish theories, I would first gather existing evidence or conduct experiments myself, never making rash assertions," Tang San chuckled. After reminiscing with Master Matthew for a while, Tang San prepared to head to Nodding Academy. "Very well, there will be ample time for further conversation later. Su Yuntao, please escort little Tang to Nodding Academy," Matthew Nua said with a smile. "Of course," I am free today, Su Yuntao replied, leading Tang San and old Jack to the academy. Nodding Academy was quite expansive, akin to a high school from a previous life. Truly, it deserved its reputation as a Soul Master Academy. The doorman, upon seeing Su Yuntao, immediately opened the door without question, not even requesting Tang San's martial spirit proof, his face beaming as if Su Yuntao were the owner of the place. Is this the status of Soul Master? Tang San thought, gaining a deeper understanding of their societal standing. Little Tang, remember to study hard. I shall return, old Jack said, handing Tang San a small pouch filled with 5 silver soul coins. This is your pocket money from Grandpa. It's not much, but buy yourself some good food at the academy. You are still growing. I will come to fetch you at the end of the semester. Thank you, Grandpa. Tang San accepted the pouch, warmth swelling in his heart, moistening his eyes. As old Jack's figure faded from view, Tang San turned to Su Yuntao, saying, Brother Tao, just tell me where the academic affairs office is. I can manage on my own. After all, one must learn to be independent. Then I shall take my leave. When you are ready to hunt for spirit rings, just find me at the spirit hall, Su Yuntao instructed, pointing out the direction of the academic affairs office before departing for Nodding Academy. Once Su Yuntao left, the doorman cautiously inquired, Young man, is Master Su Yuntao a distant relative of yours? Tang San shrugged, not directly answering. I call him Brother Tao. What do you think our relationship is? The doorman felt somewhat awkward, but kindly reminded him, you should hurry to register. It's almost noon, and the teachers at the academic affairs office may go to lunch soon. There's only an hour and a half left for the midday break, and if you're late, you won't be able to access the dormitory. Thank you. Tang San regarded the doorman with newfound respect, expressing his gratitude before swiftly making his way to the academic affairs office, luggage in tow. The teacher receiving new students took Tang San's martial spirit proof and exclaimed in surprise, You are Tang San? Yes, do you know me? Tang San queried, suspecting that either Matthew Newall or Su Yuntao had visited Nodding Academy to explain his situation. Indeed, Su Yuntao came to speak with the principal about you. However, as you are a work-study student, the school cannot grant you free admission. You will simply be responsible for organizing the library, the teacher explained. Knowing of Tang San's love for books, the teacher filled out Tang San's information, then handed him a school uniform, followed by a neatly folded bedding set. We have prepared bedding for you. It will keep you warm at night. Thank you, teacher. Tang San expressed his gratitude as he accepted the bedding. Upon leaving the academic affairs office, Tang San had not walked far when he encountered a somewhat disheveled middle-aged man. Noticing the man's unkempt hair, scruffy beard, and plain long robe, Tang San surmised his identity. You Xiaojiang, he thought. What's your name? New work-study student. As Tang San bore a hefty burden upon his back and cradled a new quilt in his hands, a middle-aged man looked on with a tinge of curiosity. Would the Nodding Academy truly bestow new bedding upon its students? Could he be related to a certain instructor within the institution? I am Tang San. Indeed, a new work-study student, he declared. Although he recognized the man, he felt no inclination to respond. Nevertheless, he understood that the present moment called for a semblance of decorum, irrespective of the pretense involved. May I see your spirit proof? The middle-aged man inquired, his tone somewhat rigid, yet exuding an air of authority. What is there to be so boastful about? Tang San silently cursed, but first placed the quilt upon a relatively clean stone slab before leisurely retrieving the spirit proof from his pocket. It revealed his innate spirit power of level 6, manifesting as the blue silvergrass. The man's brow furrowed slightly. He was aware that no blue silvergrass spirit had ever exceeded a spirit power of level 3. Level 6? This child's blue silvergrass must have undergone mutation. As a master of spirit theory, Yu Xiaojiang sought to validate his prowess by identifying a child whose spirit appeared to be worthless yet harbored immense talent. The blue silvergrass spirit indeed fit his criteria for selecting a disciple. However, was level 6 not a tad too low? Innate spirit power signified future cultivation potential. At level 6, even with a smooth path ahead, the utmost one could hope for was to become a soul sage, a title insufficient for Yu Xiaojiang's ambitions. If this child were innate level 7, he might have considered taking a chance, but alas, must he await another prospect? How much longer would that take? Should he accept him? Tang San, oblivious to the man's internal deliberations, interjected, Teacher, may I have my proof back? I wish to return to the dormitory. Here, Yu Xiaojiang replied, a hint of displeasure surfacing as his thoughts were interrupted. Though he harbored a sense of pride, he was not so base as to quarrel with a mere 6-year-old. Internally, he mused, No, innate level 6 does not align with my selection criteria. His future in the elite soul master competition across the continent seems bleak, and his impatience suggests a slow pace in cultivation. Observing Yu Xiaojiang shake his head and depart with a sigh, Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him.
Fortunately, Yu Xiaojing had left. Otherwise, the man might have tried to coerce him, and as a mere child, it would have been difficult to refuse. The more he revealed, the more the man would be tempted. If Tang San had declined, Yu Xiaojing would not have reacted with impotent rage as depicted in fan fiction. After all, he was undoubtedly aware of the disparaging remarks made about him over the years, yet he had managed to endure. His thoughts were too profound to be frazzled by the rejections and mockery of others. Moreover, Yu Xiaojing was a close friend of the Academy's dean. And what of Tang San? He had yet to even meet the dean. His talent, an apparent innate level 6, was commendable, matching that of most students in this academy. Yet he doubted the dean would risk offending Yu Xiaojing on his behalf, even if Brother Tao had spoken well of him. Still, the reality remained. Yu Xiaojing was the son of Yu Yuanjin, and he had not yet been disowned by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Should Yu Xiaojing swallow his pride and report back to his family, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan would never spare him. As for face, strength alone dictated justice. This principle was not unique to the original Tang San. Various factions shared a similar ethos, differing only in degrees of hypocrisy. Though those familiar with Yu Xiaojing knew his pride was formidable and that he would not return to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. What if he did? No one dared to gamble on such a possibility. This is why he became a figure of ridicule in the Soul Master community. Yet no one dared to mock him openly, relegating their derision to whispers behind his back. His status alone ensured that, regardless of discontent, others would refrain from direct affronts, as doing so would amount to an insult to the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Members of the clan could afford to deride Yu Xiaojing openly, but others could not. Those bold enough to attempt such a thing typically lacked any semblance of emotional intelligence. Reorienting his thoughts, Tang San arrived at the entrance of Dormitory 7. A new work-study student, a boy, approximately 1.6 meters tall, stood at the entrance, his body somewhat frail, bruises adorning his limbs, and a round face that bore a somewhat innocent expression. Indeed, I hail from Holy Spirit Village, and my name is Tang San. From this day forth, we shall be roommates. He introduced himself, then bypassed the boy to find an empty bed, placing his bedding down to begin organizing. Let us duel, the boy declared, for it is the tradition of Dormitory 7. The strongest among us shall be the leader. Perhaps it is best to refrain. My spirit is merely blue-silver grass, lacking in combat prowess, Tang San replied, demonstrating his spirit as a strand of blue-silver grass sprouted from his palm. In this era, even blue-silver grass can be cultivated? The boy scratched his head, puzzled, but did not inquire further about Tang San's innate spirit power. He then said, "In that case, I shall not fight you, lest others accuse me of bullying you. However, you must heed my commands, for I am the leader of Dormitory 7, the strongest among us. Do not mistake my authority for arrogance. It is simply to stand against those noble students who look down upon us common work-study students. By the way, my name is Wang Sheng, and my spirit is a tiger." Indeed, this aspect mirrored the original narrative. As work-study students, they possessed no rights. Naturally, Tang San harbored no illusions that the rulers of this semi-feudal, semi-slave system would entertain any humanitarian notions. However, as a newcomer, he recognized the necessity to feign ignorance and inquired, "Are the teachers of the academy complicit in allowing them to bully us?" Regardless, I have been here for 5 years and feel that the teachers subtly encourage such behavior, provided it does not lead to fatalities or severely injure students, Wang Sheng replied, shaking his head. "But do not fear. As your leader, I shall protect you. However, when the time comes for a brawl, you must charge in as well. Do not hesitate. I will intervene," Tang San thought, pondering Wang Sheng's assumptions. Encouraging noble students to bully work-study students? Perhaps it was merely a nudge toward competition. In this respect, Nodding Academy bore a striking resemblance to Shrek Academy, differing only in the severity of competition and perhaps a lower threshold as Shrek. Or perhaps all academies across the continent shared this trait, as the various branches of spirit masters seemed to serve the purpose of warfare. At that moment, a timid voice interrupted Tang San's musings. "Excuse me, is this Dormitory 7? He turned to see a little girl clad in a pink dress, her hair styled into a scorpion braid that nearly grazed the ground. Her delicate features did not resemble those of a commoner. Tang San mused inwardly, a fateful encounter. The protagonist's charm and temperamental spark have arrived. "Yes, this is Dormitory 7, he replied. Wang Sheng, snapping back to reality, approached the little girl, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. "Hello, my name is Wang Sheng, and I am the leader here. According to the tradition of Dormitory 7, we must duel. The victor becomes the leader. Of course, you may concede if you wish." The young boy's heart fluttered. The girl before him was, after all, a wild,
10,000-year-old transformed soul beast, far beyond his capabilities. Tang San silently shook his head. However, if he intended to participate in the elite competition of the advanced soul master academies across the continent, he could not bring this wild soft-bone rabbit along, for it would only bring him trouble. A duel? The girl's timidity vanished in an instant as she flexed her wrists, her eyes sparkling with determination. Then let us begin. I, Xiao Wu, shall claim the title of leader of Dormitory 7. Wang Sheng, Spirit Tiger, he shouted, summoning his spirit, a character appearing on his forehead, and his nails transforming into sharp claws. Hee, a big spotted cat, she giggled. Yet, Wang Sheng barely registered the sound of her melodious laughter before he found himself at her mercy. She had leaped forward, ensnaring his head with her legs and flinging him aside. Wang Sheng was utterly defeated in an instant. All the inhabitants of Dormitory 7 stared in astonishment, including Tang San. Unlike the astonishment of others at Wang Sheng being effortlessly defeated, Tang San's attention was drawn to Xiao Wu's movement as she executed the throw. The motion that sent Wang Sheng sprawling was a masterful display of technique, akin to drawing a bow, accumulating potential energy, and then using Wang Sheng as an arrow to launch him away with remarkable precision. Compared to the waste techniques required for the chaotic hammering style, it was equally impressive. Tang San was certain that this was Xiao Wu's first soul skill, waist bow. However, he noted the absence of her martial spirit manifestation and soul rings, indicating that she was merely mimicking the action rather than employing a soul ring ability. Otherwise, Wang Sheng would not have been so easily dispatched. You are truly formidable. Ouch. That hurts. Wang Sheng groaned as he picked himself up from the corner, feeling a fiery pain in his back. He winced, now harboring a sense of fear toward Xiao Wu. The position of the 7th dormitory leader is yours now. I was a bit shy earlier, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Wang Sheng was left speechless. After ascending to the role of leader of the 7th dormitory, Xiao Wu issued her first command. From now on, everyone must call me Sister Xiao Wu. Yes. In the dormitory, aside from the silent and transparent Tang San, there was no dissent. Xiao Wu disregarded the plain-looking Tang San and scanned the room, noticing that everyone had bedding, contemplating the issue of blankets. The other children from the 7th dormitory eagerly offered their worn-out blankets, but Xiao Wu found them unsatisfactory. Ultimately, her gaze settled on the modestly dressed Tang San and the set of bedding on his bed. What is your name? Xiao Wu approached, hands on her hips, displaying the authority of a leader. Tang San. Little San, let us make a deal. Can I borrow your bedding? As the leader, Xiao Wu felt she should embody the role and refrain from taking from a mere 6-year-old child. Although the spirit beast world operated on the principle of survival of the fittest, in human society, Xiao Wu believed a more tactful approach was preferable. However, if Tang San willingly offered it, there would be no issue. You defeated Wang Sheng. You must have acquired a soul ring and become a soul master, right? Tang San, not wishing to share a bed with Xiao Wu, decided to offer her a clear path. The Spirit Hall provides soul masters with golden soul coins. A soul master receives 1 golden coin a month, which can be used to purchase bedding. A golden soul coin can be exchanged for 10 silver soul coins, and 1 silver soul coin can be traded for 100 copper soul coins. A complete set of bedding costs merely 3 copper soul coins. Soul coins? As a newly transformed 10,000-year spirit beast, Xiao Wu was quite mature in certain respects, yet remarkably naive in others, particularly regarding currency. In human society, acquiring anything necessitated money, but she was unaware of how to obtain it. Upon hearing Tang San's guidance, she immediately dashed out. Sister Xiao Wu is already a soul master? Wang Sheng mused, then addressed the others. From now on, 7th dormitory will follow Sister Xiao Wu. Yes, Boss Wang Sheng. Clearly, the original residents of the 7th dormitory held more respect for the newly appointed Xiao Wu than for Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng, where's the cafeteria? Tang San, feeling somewhat hungry, intended to grab a meal. That building right across from the 7th dormitory, Wang Sheng pointed to a small 2-story building about 100 meters away. It would be inappropriate for the new leader to go alone, so they decided to wait for Xiao Wu's return to go together. As the former leader, I'll treat everyone to a meal. The food on the first floor is quite inexpensive and filling. Oh, Tang San did not wish to appear unsociable, so he prepared to wait a bit longer. 10 minutes later, Xiao Wu returned, cradling a new set of bedding, which was pink. Subsequently, at Wang Sheng's suggestion, Xiao Wu agreed to head to the cafeteria for a meal, and the group set off in a rather grand procession. Is little San perhaps a bit timid? Late at night, Tang Hao stood outside the window of Nodding City, gazing at the slumbering Tang San, his brow furrowed. And that girl, could this be fate? Never mind. With little San's talent, the chances of breaking through to title Douluo in the future were slim, and once he graduated from Notting City, they would undoubtedly part ways. He would dispose of her then, keeping the soul bone for himself. Now, I have something to do. Find the thief who stole Ayin. Chapter 8. The first lesson in nodding. Emerging from the cafeteria, Tang San rubbed his round belly, reflecting, the first floor is indeed satisfying, but to ensure rapid physical development, I must consume better quality food. He possessed 5 silver soul coins, equivalent to 500 copper soul coins, while he could fill his stomach. It wasn't enough for a wholesome meal. To strengthen his physique, he needed to earn money. Ways to make money. Blacksmithing? That was indeed a possibility, but he couldn't afford to waste too much time on it. He needed to figure out from which kind of spirit beast to acquire the first soul ring for his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Regarding Yu Xiaojiang's theory that plant martial spirits should use soul rings from animal spirit beasts, Tang San found it nonsensical. Martial spirits were not tangible entities, but rather products existing between energy and matter. Similarly, his blue-silver grass martial spirit was not an actual blue-silver grass plant. As long as the properties aligned, soul rings from animal spirit beasts could certainly be attached. For instance, his blue-silver grass possessed formidable vitality, and the emerald swan, an animal spirit beast, was equally vibrant. Couldn't his blue-silver grass absorb such a soul beast soul ring? Thus, Tang San believed that as long as one did not focus on bloodline evolution, any soul ring produced by a spirit beast with compatible attributes could be integrated into his martial spirit. Otherwise, would his Haoyan hammer martial spirit need to find a hammer spirit beast? To identify a target, Tang San proceeded to the spirit hall, preparing to seek out information for his research. Upon seeing Tang San's arrival, Master Matthew was both pleased and somewhat puzzled. Little Tang, have you encountered some trouble? Why are you here again? I've reached level 10 in my soul power cultivation and am looking for information on which spirit beast my blue-silver grass should choose. Tang San's words left Master Matthew in utter shock. Level 10? Have you really progressed this quickly? In 3 months, achieving a level increase each month. Totaling 4 levels since the start of school, Tang San's blue-silver grass had cultivated at an astonishing rate. Was he dreaming, or had Tang San fallen into depravity? No, those who fell into depravity exhibited violent tempers. Even ordinary people could discern something amiss. The Tang San before him had clear eyes. Certainly not one of those who forsake their humanity for power. Besides, the small village of Holy Spirit Village had no access to the meditative practices that could lead to depravity. But how had Tang San cultivated? As both his elder and the master of this nodding branch, Matthew felt compelled to clarify, lest Tang San stray from the right path. Perhaps my blue-silver grass has mutated. After all, ordinary blue-silver grass could not possibly possess level 6 soul power. The matters concerning the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor's right leg bone and the Xuantian Gong were secrets that must not be disclosed. He could only attribute his rapid cultivation to the mutation of his martial spirit. After all, his blue-silver grass was anything but ordinary. Yet, that wasn't sufficient. He needed another reason. Also, I've seen the Spirit Hall's collection of books, which mentions simulated cultivation environments. Blue-silver grass grows abundantly everywhere. Back in Holy Spirit Village, I always had blue-silver grass beneath my mattress, and the yard was filled with it. Master Matthew was convinced, smiling as he said, the mutation of her martial spirit, combined with the abundant simulated cultivation environment, indeed gives blue-silver grass an advantage over other martial spirits. I'll make the decision to allocate the backyard to you. You can reside here from now on. Master Matthew, I know you don't want to take advantage of my kindness. Matthew interrupted Tang San, his expression serious. So, this is a rental. Your rent will be to help clean the spirit hall. I want to call anyone else to do it. Can you manage that? I can. Tang San understood that this was a favor granted by Matthew, so he agreed. Declining at this point would not please Matthew. In addition, there was one more matter. What is it? If possible, I will certainly assist. Tang San replied without hesitation. You little schemer. Matthew laughed heartily, asserting that it was indeed within your capabilities. He expressed his desire that if you ever wish to publish an article, you should first consider our Spirit Hall's Spirit Report. This is only natural. When it comes to publishing theories, it is only fitting to choose the most authoritative Spirit Report. A more pragmatic reason is that, at present, he only knows Matthew and lacks connections for submitting to Skydo Report or Starluo Report. However, upon first learning of the existence of newspapers in the Douluo continent, Tang San felt quite astonished. In such a society with a seemingly archaic system, the presence of newspapers was indeed peculiar. Nevertheless, Tang San did not dwell on it. The existence of newspapers would benefit the dissemination of his reputation. Eventually, Matthew added, there is one more thing. The knowledge, theories, and information publicly available from the Spirit Hall can be freely shared by you. However, any theories you create yourself may also be shared.
But anything that has not been disclosed by the Spirit Hall must remain confidential. Do you understand? Tang San nodded gravely. The invaluable knowledge of spirit cultivation is a treasure beyond price, capable of transforming a modest family into a grand sect. Thus, it cannot be shared lightly, as it forms the very foundation of a power's existence. Later, as night fell, Tang San ventured into the Spirit Hall's backyard to organize some items, preparing to commence his research and determine his choice for the first spirit ring. The next day, the dawn light shattered the night silence. Tang San hurried over, for the first class required his presence, and it was essential for him to meet his fellow classmates and teachers to leave a lasting impression. On the way, he encountered Xiao Wu, who recognized him and decided to accompany him. She found it odd that Tang San had not returned the previous night, but refrained from voicing her curiosity. Upon arriving in the classroom, she realized she only recognized Tang San among the new students. Unable to contain her impatience, she initiated a conversation. I didn't expect us to be assigned to the same class. How fortunate. What is your spirit? What level of soul power do you possess? Mine is a rabbit, soft-boned rabbit, the adorably small white kind, and I have innate full soul power. 6th level innate soul power for blue silvergrass. Tang San replied succinctly. Blue silvergrass? 6th level soul power? That must be considered quite a high talent. Xiao Wu sought to ascertain the average innate soul power of human soul masters to avoid standing out too much. Fortunately, she was speaking with Tang San. Had it been another child, they would have struggled to respond. It could be said that he was exceptional, surpassing 70% of soul masters. On the continent, those with innate soul power exceeding level 5 were considered gifted and could attract the attention of significant powers. Wow, how impressive. What kind of talent does innate full soul power represent? Xiao Wu felt her statement about possessing innate full soul power might have drawn too much attention. The talent of innate full soul power could be described as monstrous, Tang San implied with his words. In the original story, Xiao Wu was depicted as having the best cultivation talent, effortlessly increasing her soul power without any need for diligent training. Do I possess such high talent? Haha, no wonder. Xiao Wu beamed with pride at the compliment, nodding eagerly and regarding Tang San with the eyes of someone who felt they had found a promising junior, appreciating his flattery. However, with her head bobbing, her scorpion-tailed braids swayed enticingly, making it difficult for the boys to resist the temptation to tug at it. Tang San ultimately refrained. Yet, the other boys were merely young lads. Then, with a suddenness akin to instinct, Xiao Wu spun around and kicked over the desk behind her, glaring at the boy who had dared to tug at her braid. What the hell are you doing? Tang San. Old lady, I can't provoke you. I didn't mean to. Please forgive me. The boy, startled, immediately apologized. Oof. As the boy righted the desk, a young man clad in a black robe entered, cradling a book with a black cover. He approached the podium, placed the book down, and wrote the characters Emohen on the blackboard. Then, turning towards Tang San and the others, he introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I will be your homeroom teacher from now on. My name is Emohen. My spirit is a spear, and I possess 27 levels of soul power, classified as a powerful attack-type spirit master. Now, let us go around and introduce ourselves to get acquainted, as you will, barring any unforeseen circumstances, be in the same class for the next 6 years. I hope everyone can coexist harmoniously. Starting with the girl in the front row, Emohen concluded his instructions and focused his gaze on Xiao Wu, extending a finger towards her. Xiao Wu immediately leaped up, exclaiming, I am Xiao Wu. As in dancing, my spirit is the soft-boned rabbit. And you may call me Sister Xiao Wu. I am currently a first-ring soul master at level 13. With that, Xiao Wu proudly manifested her spirit, the yellow soul rings rising and falling around her, astonishing her classmates. Subdued, her temperament simply could not accommodate it. The other students were equally surprised to discover that someone had entered school already as a soul master. It is worth noting that the graduation standard for primary academy students is to become a soul master, meaning possessing a soul ring. She could practically apply for graduation immediately. Emohen's expression turned serious as he thought. 6 years old, 100-year soul ring. Can a commoner truly possess that? Surely she is not a young lady from some prominent family here to experience life. Her boisterous personality did not seem characteristic of a commoner, as working students typically exhibited caution. Well, it would be wise to adopt a gentler tone when speaking with her in the future. After mentally assigning an untouchable label to the long-braided girl, Emohen signaled for Xiao Wu to retract her spirit and turned to the boy sitting beside her. Next, I am Tang San, hailing from Holy Soul Village. My spirit is blue silvergrass, but it may have mutated, possessing 6th level soul power. During the 3 months before school started, I diligently practiced, and my soul power has now reached level 10. Therefore, I hope to request leave from teacher Mo Hen after class to hunt soul beasts in the soul hunting forest. Tang San's poised demeanor immediately caught Mo Hen's attention. This was indeed a genius among commoners. Although he was uncertain of what potential blue-silver grass might hold, given Tang San's remarkable rate of cultivation, he would undoubtedly become a formidable soul master in the future. Chapter 9. Do you wish to delight the opponent? Hello, everyone, I am Wang Wu. Hello, everyone, I'm Kun Lu. In just about a minute, all the students in the class had introduced themselves. After all, those who could become soul masters were ultimately few. The class comprised only 15 individuals. Mo Hen noted all their names, closed the attendance book on the podium, and stated, "All right, next. Let's organize the curriculum for this semester. We will have classes 5 days a week, with 2 days off. Classes will generally be in the morning. And in the afternoon, you will be responsible for cleaning the school. However, I recommend that if you finish cleaning and have time left, you should engage in more practice. That covers the basic situation. Now, let's begin your first lesson, literacy." All 15 students in the class were working students, most hailing from small villages near Notting City, with only a few able to recognize more than a handful of characters, necessitating basic education. Those born in Notting City among the working students could read, but that group was in another class. During class assignments, even among working students, they were divided into urban and rural categories. Tang San had previously inquired about Wang Sheng. The working students in dormitory 7, 8, and 9 all came from villages near Notting City, while those in dormitories 6, 5, and 4 were natives of Notting City. The remaining dormitories 3, 2, and 1 housed the offspring of various noble families, as well as some formally enrolled students who could afford tuition. The 9 dormitories represented 3 distinct tiers, making the divisions quite clear-cut. In Tang San's class, aside from himself and Xiao Wu from dormitory 7, the other 13 students were from dormitories 8 and 9. They struggled with literacy, unable to comprehend even the meditation method, and would have to take their time. When it comes to meditation techniques, Tang San had perused the meditation method provided by Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall. The description was quite straightforward. One closes their eyes to meditate, attuning to their martial spirit, establishing communication, and controlling the martial spirit to absorb the energy of the heavens and earth, allowing it to flow within the body and gradually transform into soul power. In this process, the martial spirit assumes a dominant role. In other words, for most individuals, the practice of meditation to enhance soul power relies on the martial spirit's assistance in drawing energy from the environment, rather than the soul master being able to absorb that energy solely through their own meditation. He could conceive that others might also think to have children without awakened martial spirits engage in meditation, yet it is likely that all such attempts would end in failure. No one would succeed in their training. Tang San surmised that even with more advanced meditation techniques, soul masters in this world must rely on their martial spirits to absorb the energy of heaven and earth rather than doing so independently, or more accurately, primarily depending on their martial spirits. After all, in the original narrative, Yu Xiaojiang had provided a rather simplistic method for soul power cultivation, which Tang San dismissed with indifference. Cultivating soul power through the operation of techniques remains, in this era, a rather illusory fantasy. Therefore, in this age, the innate soul power talent of a martial spirit is of utmost importance, as it may signify a soul master's ability to better communicate with their martial spirit and the efficiency with which they can refine the energy of the universe. However, the people of this world are fortunate, for possessing a martial spirit represents boundless possibilities. Yet from the perspective of ordinary individuals at the lower strata, the existence of martial spirits is a misfortune, as they have no opportunity to resist the formidable soul masters. The strife between continents ultimately boils down to the conflicts among soul masters. Even in the era of soul-guiding devices a millennium later, the primary clientele remains the soul masters. This might be a common ailment of all worlds endowed with extraordinary powers. Nevertheless, unlike those fantastical realms that can annihilate the heavens and the earth at a whim, the common folk in this world are not entirely devoid of chances for rebellion. It merely requires a longer duration. Returning to the topic at hand, Tang San felt it worthwhile to delve into the meditation method, as it is fundamentally based on martial spirits. Although he possesses the Xuantian art, which allows him to absorb the energy of heaven and earth without the need for an awakened martial spirit, truly a peerless skill in this world. It is, after all, a world of martial spirits, and perhaps a synthesis of both could yield fruitful results.
while the Xuantian art has enabled him to reach the pinnacle of this world. The meditation technique is also a product of its intellectual heritage, deserving of respect. To aspire to be a researcher, one must avoid arrogance. Tang San, do you require assistance in hunting soul beasts? After class, Hen called out to Tang San, who had taken a half-month leave, kindly inquiring if the Academy S instructors could assist students in hunting their first soul ring for free. Thank you, Teacher Hen. But I have already contacted 2 masters from the Spirit Hall and confirmed the species of the soul beast I intend to hunt. Tang San politely declined Hen's offer. Is it Suyun Tao? That guy's in the same cohort as me, just in a different class. Montaken smeeded, his gaze drifting to you, Xiaojing passing by the window, his expression turning serious as he cautioned, we have a master at our academy whose reputation is less than favorable. You should avoid engaging with him. If he takes a liking to you and wishes to take you as a disciple, simply refuse him outright. Thank you for the warning, Teacher Hen, but I've heard he is friends with the dean. If I refuse him directly, he would file a complaint, would he? Tang San sought to ascertain the consequences of such a refusal. Just refuse directly without any further elaboration, and there will be no issue, Hen assured him. Though his title as a master is somewhat of a joke, he possesses a significant degree of pride and will not turn hostile simply because a child declines him. After all these years, he must be aware of the whispers behind his back, yet he has endured it. Honestly, he is quite the curious character. After bidding farewell to Hen and leaving the office, Xiaowu intercepted Tang San, who had been waiting outside. You aren't also innately full of soul power. Are you? How have you cultivated so quickly? Perhaps it is due to my high affinity with the blue-silver grass martial spirit, Tang San replied with a smile. Moreover, according to the information I found, the probability of the soft-boned rabbit being innately full of soul power is unprecedented in the continent's history. I am quite astonished as well. Xiao Wu's expression changed momentarily, yet she quickly realized the boy before her was merely a child and could not possibly fathom her identity. That may not necessarily be true. Perhaps previous instances of innately full soul power soft-boned rabbits were not documented. That is indeed a possibility, Tang San acknowledged, recalling that Xiao Wu's mother also seemed to have transformed, then scrutinizing the braids behind her. However, I still feel that you are more likely not entirely human. After all, which normal 6-year-old has hair that long? Xiao Wu's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though Tang San was making a personal attack. Yet, this remark truly left her with no grounds for rebuttal. So, Tang San elongated the syllable. So what? Xiao Wu felt as if Tang San had seen right through her. So, you might be afflicted with hypertrichosis, Tang San jested. I know Suyun Tao. He is from the Spirit Hall and is well acquainted with the environment of Nodding City. He would surely know where to find depilatory cream to help mitigate your excessive hair growth. Xiao Wu was taken aback, then took a deep breath and spat out a single word. Get lost. All right, see you in half a month, Tang San said as he attempted to bypass Xiao Wu. But she caught his arm once more. Is there something else? Yes. Do you have any knowledge regarding martial spirit cultivation? Xiao Wu inquired. Indeed. You have come to the right person, Tang San replied, raising a hand to adjust the non-existent frames of glasses on his nose, which left Xiao Wu speechless. However, his gaze sparkled brightly, reminiscent of the stars in the sky, radiating brilliance. And then, Xiao Wu asked, observing that Tang San had responded but remained silent. Wondering if she had misjudged his earlier luminous gaze, perhaps it was merely tears glistening in his eyes. You must articulate what you wish to inquire so that I may respond. Is that not the case? Tang San rolled his eyes. Also, may I be released now? What do you think I should choose for my second soul ring? Xiao Wu released her grip on Tang San's arm, her eyes darting as she sought to test whether he possessed any genuine knowledge. The listening wind rabbit, Tang San stated, naming a soul beast. Why? Xiao was perplexed. I desire a soul skill that can confuse others, such as charm. After all, my future opponents may not remain stationary, allowing me to utilize my attack soul skills. While this reasoning seemed sound, Tang San countered, I do not recommend it. Why? Xiao Wu inquired. What do you consider your positioning? Or rather, what type of soul master do you aspire to become? Instead of providing a direct answer, Tang San posed a question in return. Currently, on Douluo continent, soul masters are categorized into 7 types: assault type, agility type, control type, defense type, healing type, support type, and food type. Xiao Wu had heard of these classifications and promptly responded, without hesitation, assault type. Assault type? Based on your battle with Wang Sheng, I could surmise that it must relate to your waist, Tang San remarked. Indeed, my first soul skill is indeed waist bow. Do not interrupt me, he added, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Xiao Wu appeared startled, falling silent, yet she still pouted, wondering why he was being so serious. Ignoring Xiao Wu's sulkiness, Tang San continued, does the soft-bone rabbit possess a waist? Do not insult rabbits. Xiao Wu retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment. The soft-bone rabbit certainly has a waist. It's just a bit chubby. No, it's just that its fur is a tad fluffy. You make a valid point. But the waist of the soft-bone rabbit is indeed quite plump and differs from an ordinary rabbit. The soul beast rabbits and common wild rabbits can truly be regarded as two distinct species. To be honest, I am uncertain what kind of soul beast your first soul skill was derived from, Tang San quipped. Yet deep down he harbored another thought. The waist bow soul skill is likely tailored to accommodate Xiao Wu's transformed physique. After all, a beast martial spirit's attachment cannot completely alter the skeletal structure of a human. For instance, Su Yun Tao, when embodying his martial spirit, resembles a werewolf, does he not? Similarly, when Xiao Wu manifests her martial spirit, she merely grows a pair of rabbit ears atop her head and a spherical rabbit tail at her waist, while her overall appearance seems to remain largely unchanged. However, the soft-bone rabbit certainly does not possess any arching waist skills. At most, it can kick. In the original text, Xiao Wu indeed has a unique soul skill, known as Rabbit Kick Eagle. Yet, why is this skill not classified as a soul ring skill, but rather a waist bow? Even if we were to concede this point, in the original narrative, apart from the waist bow, which of the subsequent skills such as charm, teleportation, invincible golden body, soft bone lock, 8-dan throw, or clone could possibly belong to the soft bone rabbit? As for charm, it can be dismissed, as it implies Xiao Wu's desire to control her enemies. However, should their mental prowess surpass hers, she would be unable to exert control and might even suffer backlash. Teleportation and invincible golden body could perhaps be innate talents of a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, but this is merely conjecture by Tang San, as the Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts indicates that even a 1,000-year soft-bone rabbit is a rarity, let alone one that has existed for 10 millennia, for which no records exist. Assuming a 10,000-year soft-bone rabbit could possess such skills, they would primarily serve the purpose of escape. Kumba? These skills are merely for fleeing. How could they be classified as offensive? The teleportation skill alone is more suited for a speed-based attack. Moreover, a strong offensive soul master must also possess a certain level of defensive capability. Xiao Wu's defenses consist solely of an invincible golden body, which, when activated, renders her immobile. It is entirely a life-preserving skill. Regarding the soft-bone lock, I must admit, I find it difficult to envision how a non-transformed soft-bone rabbit could use its limbs to restrain other 10,000-year soul beasts. Thus, there is only one possibility. Xiao Wu's self-condensed soul ring allows her to choose her soul skills. After all, my first soul skill is the waist bow, which indeed originated from the soft-bone rabbit. Xiao Wu scoffed, asserting that her self-condensed soul ring is derived from the soft-bone rabbit. Tell me, why is it the listening wind rabbit? I believe the charm skill is rather commendable. It allows for the control of adversaries, and with just a waist bow, I could send my opponent flying, especially if they were to fall towards the ground, inflicting even greater harm. This reasoning appears sound. However, if you're pursuing an offensive path, why would you incorporate a control skill? Tang San retorted, your charm will lose efficacy if the opponent possesses a higher mental level. Won't it? Consider this. Once you reach the rank of title Douluo, will you still resort to the charm skill? The image of a title Douluo employing charm followed by a waist bow is simply too ludicrous. I can hardly fathom it. Are you intent on overwhelming your opponent? Chapter 10. I do not provide free services. Xiao Wu, as a 10,000-year soul beast, exhibits maturity in some respects. Yet after mingling in human society for merely a day or two, she has developed a sense of shame and retorted, why are your thoughts so impure? Have you not grown up? What difference is there between you and me? Other 6-year-old girls would be oblivious to the implications of my earlier statements. Tang San gazed at her with wide eyes, making her feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Clearing his throat, he suggested they redirect the conversation, stating, we are still children. Let's maintain our innocence. Tang San coughed, attempting to alleviate the intensity of their gaze. What? You were the one who initiated this. Xiao Wu muttered. Different martial spirits possess distinct advantages and disadvantages. The soft-bone rabbit, as a martial spirit, is ill-suited for the offensive path. It is best aligned with agility. Tang San pretended not to hear, continuing to delineate the path Xiao Wu should take as a soul master. Why must agility be the only option? She prefers strength over speed. After all, even before transformation, her speed was already commendable. After her transformation, she yearns to experience a more forceful approach, akin to using her fists to dominate. Cultivating one's martial spirit necessitates amplifying strengths while compensating for weaknesses. However, one must not deliberately enhance the weaknesses, as this would render the soul master mediocre. Tang San stated earnestly. The soft-bone rabbit, along with all other varieties of rabbits, excels in escape. Ah, speed. It is adept at rapid, agile movement. Xiao Wu's teeth chattered at Tang San's mention of escape, though she patiently endured and listened. Casting a cautious glance at Xiao Wu, who was clenching her fists, Tang San felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, but continued. Ordinary wild rabbits can sprint at remarkable speeds and are incredibly nimble, capable of making nearly 90-degree turns, an advantage unparalleled by other animals. The soft-bone rabbit, being a soul beast, possesses this advantage to an even greater extent. By neglecting to harness this advantage and instead opting for a charm skill, it seems as though you hastily arrived at this conclusion without thoughtfully considering your future. The waist bow can enhance waist strength. As a first soul skill, it is quite commendable, for human power generation relies heavily on the strength of the waist, particularly during swift and prolonged sprints. One must understand that the addition of a soul ring can significantly enhance a soul master's physical capabilities, especially for those with beast martial spirits. The augmentation is particularly pronounced. Yet, what enhancement does charm provide? The only enhancement I can conceive is to mental prowess. But how much can the soul ring that grants the charm skill truly augment it? According to your soul ring plan, with the first soul skill being the waist bow and the second the charm, your third soul skill must inevitably be one that facilitates quick engagement with enemies. After all, as your soul power grows, so too will the strength of your opponents. With weak mental prowess, you can only approach your enemies at close range to succeed. However, therein lies the dilemma. What if you fail to charm your enemy, or they react instantaneously? You would find yourself in peril. Thus, for your fourth soul ring, it is imperative to incorporate a defensive skill. Otherwise, if your waist bow proves ineffective, how will you retaliate? It would be manageable if your opponent were frail. But what if they are robust and powerful? You must devise a means to secure a life-saving skill that allows you to survive a misstrike while waiting for your teleportation or similar soul skills to cool down. It can be said that in the original narrative, Xiao Wu's first four soul skills are all about filling the gaps: attack, waist bow, control, charm, speed, teleportation, defense, invincible golden body. Is it not akin to a reading machine, illuminating where it lacks? Viewed in this light, it appears balanced and quite commendable. However, in reality, possessing a smattering of skills renders one inadequate to form a cohesive system. Upon hearing Tang San's analysis, Xiao Wu was taken aback. It seemed she had indeed considered it this way, but is there truly a problem with these types of soul skills? I find them rather appealing. Sister, each soul ring of a martial spirit represents an evolution of the martial spirit itself. Your haphazard approach is tantamount to jesting with your own future. Tang San felt exasperated. Yet he understood that attempting to elucidate the nuances of martial spirit cultivation to a rabbit that had lived in the Stardow forest for 100,000 years was akin to playing music to a cow. Indeed, a 100,000-year soul beast is ultimately still a soul beast. Perhaps in terms of instinct, it surpasses humanity, but in self-awareness, it likely falls short compared to humans, who constantly explore, summarize, and deduce the myriad phenomena around them. This is the essence of human wisdom. Meanwhile, soul beasts rely solely on their innate talents. And even after 100,000 years, Tang San perceived that without experiencing human society, their eyes still reflected a naive foolishness. Huh? Is there such a notion? Ordinary civilian soul masters would indeed be unaware of these insights. However, you do not strike me as a commoner, but rather as a foolish girl who has escaped from some prominent family. Tang San unabashedly mocked. Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson with indignation, suppressing the urge to strike him. She inquired, "Then tell me, what soul skill can the listening wind rabbit provide me? An increase in speed?" It is no exaggeration to say that among the many admirable qualities of a rabbit, its speed stands out prominently. Regardless of the type of rabbit, its soul ring invariably enhances one's velocity to some extent. However, my recommendation for you is the wind listening rabbit, not for the sake of speed, but rather for the swiftness of reaction. According to the existing case studies from the Spirit Hall, the wind listening rabbit bestows upon a rabbit-type spirit master a unique soul skill known as wind listening melody. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Tang San's eyes as he posed a rhetorical question. Do you know why the wind listening rabbit is named as such? Before Xiao Wu could respond, he provided the answer himself. This spirit beast possesses the remarkable ability to perceive the flow of wind, thereby allowing it to anticipate danger and flee swiftly. It can be said that the sensitivity of the wind listening rabbit is extraordinarily acute. Even the enhancement of mental fortitude it offers far surpasses that of mere charm. Moreover, with this soul skill, I speculate that you might even gain the foresight to predict your adversary's next move. Consequently, this could eliminate the need for a defensive skill. After all, if you can foresee your opponent's actions and still charge forward recklessly, it only serves to demonstrate a lack of wisdom. Conversely, if you predict an attack yet fail to evade it, it indicates that your opponent's prowess far exceeds your own. A defensive soul skill cannot alter the grim reality of your demise. Accepting your fate might be the wisest course of action. Xiao Wu, her teeth clattering in irritation, found Tang San's words to be both reasonable and infuriating, with every third sentence laced with sarcasm. She had never encountered such admonishment before. Tang San, realizing he may have overstepped and infused his discourse with undue emotion, an affront to the dignity of a scholar, cleared his throat and softened his tone to elucidate the origins of the wind listening melody. I came across the account of the wind listening melody in a biography titled Chronicles of the Wind Rabbit Hunters, authored by a spirit master whose soul was that of the wind listening rabbit. His first soul ring, derived from the wind listening rabbit, granted him the ability to sense fluctuations in the wind, creating a fleeting vision of the future within his mind, a mere 3 seconds ahead. This remarkable effect led him to perceive the winds around him as imbued with life, enabling him to receive glimpses of what was to come. Thus, this soul skill was adorned with a poetic name, Wind Listening Melody, a harmonious tribute to the song of the wind, making him a favored child of nature. However, in my perspective, the true merit of this soul skill lies in its amplification of the spirit master's mental faculties and cognitive capabilities. The human brain, inherently possessing boundless imagination, can, under the influence of this soul skill, interpret the vibrations of the air and automatically compute a visual representation of what lies 3 seconds ahead. This is hardly astonishing. Even in our mundane world, a select few individuals possess highly developed cognitive abilities that allow them to predict future events based on existing information. How much more so in this fantastical realm, where one possesses soul power, soul rings, and soul skills? Xiao Wu nodded, suddenly realizing, it does sound promising. But does heightened reaction speed fall within the realm of agility-type skills? Indeed, your spirit is the soft-boned rabbit, which is inherently swift. As your soul power increases, so too will your speed, albeit lacking a specialized acceleration skill that would render it remarkable. Consequently, reaction speed becomes paramount. After all, one is not a true rabbit, and should your speed become excessive, you may find yourself unable to halt in time. Moreover, as your soul power grows, you might select a more advanced soul beast that offers superior acceleration compared to those of lesser age. I surmise that once you mature, few spirit masters, aside from those specializing in speed, will surpass your swiftness. Speaking of speed-focused spirit masters, Tang San recalled the Swift clan and their swallow spirit, whose skills are all geared towards velocity. While unsuited for combat, they excel in reconnaissance. Yet, regrettably, their contributions in warfare have gone unnoticed, whether by the Haotian sect or other factions, perhaps observed but deemed insignificant. Xiao Wu puffed out her cheeks. Did you not say that rabbits can turn at 90 degrees? They can. However, that pertains to rabbits, not to humans. The reason I advocate for the wind-listening rabbit is that the capabilities of the wind-listening melody can be enhanced alongside your soul power, making it a lifelong asset. Certain auxiliary soul skills can evolve with the spirit master's growth, the most notable example being the amplification skills of the 7-treasure glazed tile, where the soul rings do not restrict the percentage of enhancement that scales with the soul master's power. In contrast, for the majority of spirit masters, amplification skills are typically fixed. At the spirit master level, one may achieve a 50% boost, and even at the title Douluo level, that enhancement remains capped at 50%. Skills that can evolve in tandem with the spirit master are exceedingly rare. Otherwise, the spirit hall could easily cultivate a faction akin to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and the 7-treasure glazed tile spirit would not be universally acknowledged as the preeminent auxiliary spirit on the continent. That makes sense, Xiao Wu determined, deciding that for her second soul ring, she would indeed choose the wind-listening melody skill. Being a soft-boned rabbit, she is closely related to the wind-listening rabbit and, with the essence of a 100,000-year spirit beast, can trace back to the ancestors of all rabbits, thus acquiring a similar skill. And what should I select for my third soul ring? Xiao Wu then inquired. That information comes at a cost. I do not provide complimentary services. You will need to offer 100 gold soul coins. Tang San appeared to be preoccupied with monetary matters, suggesting that his offer to assist in choosing your second soul skill was generous considering your status as my classmate, truly a substantial bargain. Chapter 11. The selection of the first soul ring. Money? None. With no coins to her name, Xiao Wu stormed off in a huff. Observing her angrily flicking her scorpion-like braid, Tang San discerned her irritation, yet he found it of little consequence. Xiao Wu, 100,000-year transformed spirit beast, possessed a somewhat café disposition. Although she had instinctively grasped matters of adulthood, she remained rather naive in her dealings with the world. Nevertheless, one thing Tang San was certain of was that he had no desire to become a mere copper refiner, nor to be subjected to such treatment himself. For now, maintaining a relationship as ordinary friends sufficed. Should their bond deepen in the future, Xiao Wu must resolve her issues concerning her spirit beast aura. Otherwise, he would never allow her to participate in the elite tournament of the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the continent. However, why must a 100,000-year transformed spirit beast cultivate rapidly only within the confines of human society? One wonders if such a transformed spirit beast truly retains its identity as a spirit beast. Based on his interactions with Xiao Wu, her physique and skeletal structure bear no distinction from that of a human, and her internal organs likely mirror those of humanity as well. Can she genuinely still be classified as a spirit beast? After pondering this for a while, Tang San found himself lacking a clear understanding and decided to set this question aside, as he was currently ill-equipped to grasp the essence of transformation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the spirit hall, he greeted the two guards before proceeding inside, as he was well acquainted with them. Traversing through the main hall, he took the left passage leading to the courtyard. Tang San intended to ascertain whether his blue-silver emperor bloodline still resided within him. The reaction from Tang Hao, with that ominous expression that seemed to devour, left him with much to contemplate. In this world, there may exist other traversers besides himself, who have already gained an advantage by seizing the seedling of the blue-silver emperor. What could their intentions be? Based on Tang San's experience with similar narratives, there are but two possibilities. First, a desire for the physical form of the blue-silver emperor. Second, a craving for its bloodline, which could also fall under the first category. Were he to lose the blue-silver emperor bloodline, what then? With the Xuantian Skill in hand, Tang San estimated that his rate of soul power cultivation would remain largely unaffected. As the original Tang San's ascension relied on the Xuantian Skill rather than meditative practices to absorb the energies of heaven and earth through his martial spirit. As long as he remained alive, attaining the status of a title Douluo would merely be a matter of time, albeit perhaps at a slightly slower pace. Additionally, by selecting a soul beast that harmonizes exceptionally well with the attributes of the blue-silver grass, he could facilitate the gradual evolution of his blue-silver grass. Nonetheless, the aforementioned considerations represent his most pessimistic conjecture. Tang San believed that his blue-silver emperor bloodline would not be extinguished. In this world, the notion of cells holds significance. Bloodline, in essence, is akin to genes. This corporeal form of his is the fusion of a singular strand of genetic material, each half derived from Tang Hao and the blue-silver emperor. To abolish the portion inherited from the blue-silver emperor will be a task infinitely more arduous than taking his life. After all, in accordance with Tang San's reasoning, it necessitates altering the genetic substance within every single cell of his body. If they were in a world of cataclysmic fantasy, Tang San might not entertain such thoughts. But in the Douluo world, which is a planet, officially known as Douluo star, revolving around the sun, it is conceivable that several thousand, tens of thousands, or even billions of light years away, another Earth exists within this vast universe. As for the uniqueness of the blue-silver emperor, Tang San surmised that this is not merely a matter of design, but rather a question of perception. After all, a frog at the bottom of a well cannot fathom the breadth of the sky. Just as the blue-silver emperor cannot envision another continent named Sun and Moon across the ocean, where another blue-silver emperor resides. Furthermore, the martial soul of the blue-silver emperor and the blue-silver plant may indeed represent two distinct existences, and it is plausible that the blue-silver emperor could manifest in multiple forms through its martial soul, especially considering that in the original narrative, the revived blue-silver emperor had fully transformed, no longer merely a spirit beast. Setting aside distractions, Tang San commenced his experimentation. The method was straightforward, to draw near the ordinary blue-silver grass. Upon closer inspection, he observed that other blue-silver grasses inclined their leaves ever so slightly towards his martial soul, a subtle nod that would be easily overlooked. It appeared that his blue-silver emperor bloodline had not been extinguished. The likelihood of his prior conjecture being correct was high, indicating that the blue-silver emperor's bloodline resided within every cell of his being, forming an integral part of his genetic expression. Unlike the golden dragon bloodline of that fortunate child,
which had been forcibly implanted. Tang San let out a sigh of relief and began to ponder, albeit with a small probability that he had misjudged. Perhaps the other traversers had yet to succeed, or they were merely coveting the blue-silver emperor's form. Thus, it was imperative to further confirm which soul beast he should select for his first ring. The optimal choice would naturally be to venture into the blue-silver forest, locate the blue-silver king, and solicit its assistance in awakening the blue-silver emperor to condense his first soul ring. Regrettably, the blue-silver forest remained elusive, as it was not marked on the current maps of the continent, likely still unexplored by humanity, rendering it an unknown realm of adventure. Moreover, at the tender age of 6, he could not possibly embark on a long journey. Such an endeavor would be tantamount to courting death. It was naive to assume he could venture into the wild, soul-hunting forest simply because he knew Tang Hao was watching over him. Furthermore, whether Tang Hao was indeed keeping an eye on him remained uncertain. With a wife and child, that scoundrel Tang Hao would undoubtedly prioritize the former. Consequently, he could only settle for a secondary option, to find a soul ring that could enhance the characteristics of the blue-silver grass. But how to ascertain the quality of the blue-silver grass? Naturally, by creating a six-dimensional chart. This idea was inspired by a novel he had read in his previous life, The Ultimate Conduction B. Stantal on Douluo continent. Although the six-dimensional chart was simple and not entirely exhaustive, it could effectively delineate the characteristics of martial souls. This was also a new theory Tang San aspired to present in the more distant future, enabling various soul masters to more easily identify their strengths. By organizing the diverse martial soul data from the nodding martial soul branch, Tang San neatly categorized the characteristics of martial souls into 6 dimensions: strength, speed, defense, endurance, energy, and special attributes, rendering them immediately comprehensible. Strength, 0, as the blue-silver grass possesses no destructive power. Speed, 1, the blue-silver grass is incapable of movement, yet it grows relatively quickly, justifying a meager score of 1. Defense, 0, unenhanced blue-silver grass can be easily torn apart by any person. Endurance, 5, representing recovery speed. The blue-silver grass excels in this aspect, requiring minimal soul power to sustain its martial soul, thus demonstrating remarkable durability. Energy, 0, as the blue-silver grass lacks any energy that can be released. Special, 3, possessing an exceptionally strong vitality. It can enhance its own perceptive abilities and faintly sense the life energy transmitted by other blue-silver grasses. The six-dimensional chart yielded a total score of only 9 out of a possible 30 for the blue-silver grass. Disappointingly low, it truly deserved its reputation as a feeble martial soul. Aside from its endurance, it was utterly devoid of merit. The current situation was clear. The blue-silver grass had but 2 advantages: low soul power consumption and a remarkably robust vitality. Tang San stroked his youthful chin, feigning maturity, while considering another martial soul. Now was not the time for testing. Who knew if Tang Hao was secretly monitoring him? It would be wiser to focus solely on the blue-silver grass for the time being. However, even without conducting tests, Tang San could estimate that the power of the Xuantian hammer must be around 5, with its speed, including attack speed, potentially at 2, as swinging a hammer is not as swift as wielding a blade. In terms of defense, that hammer is quite formidable, though not as large as a shield. While it could be enlarged by infusing soul power, such an endeavor would compromise objectivity, so a score of 3 seemed appropriate. As for endurance, it consumes a significant amount of soul power. With Tang San's current level 10 soul power, he could only sustain it for about half an hour, meriting a score of 1. Energy-wise, the Xuantian hammer exudes a unique energy when guided by soul power, capable of rendering objects into a state of disintegration, perhaps justifying a score of 4. Special attributes, 0, as it had not been tested. However, the previous energy might be considered under this category, though without specific testing. It is best left uncalculated. Yet, even with these rough estimates, the unenhanced Xuantian hammer astonishingly scored 14 points. If a proper evaluation were conducted, it would likely surpass 15, truly worthy of the name Xuantian in this world. After assessing the strengths and weaknesses of the blue-silver grass martial soul, Tang San proceeded to the study, where he opened a book and his gaze fell upon an illustration depicting a plant spirit beast, the thousand-root banyan. The thousand-root banyan, a plant-based spirit beast, grows in a rather unique manner. It attaches its seeds to other trees, and upon germination, the roots extend downward, continuously differentiating along the host tree until they envelop the trunk entirely, subsequently burrowing into the soil to proliferate, forming a network-like root system that permeates the entire forest. gradually strangling other plants, severing their roots, and usurping their nutrients. According to legend, the 1,000-root banyan does not sprout from a single seed, but rather, multiple roots from various seeds interconnect to form a root network that siphons the earth's vitality for growth. Even mature 1,000-root banyans can transform a single tree into a forest, spreading across hundreds of miles. This spirit beast possesses no mobility and lacks intelligence. However, once it matures beyond 10,000 years, it becomes virtually untouchable by hunters. The roots of the 1,000-root banyan are remarkably hard, akin to gold or stone, exhibiting extraordinary resilience. Moreover, as it lacks a primary root, one must sever all of its intertwined roots to truly eradicate it, making the task exceedingly troublesome. Few soul masters are inclined to contend with such a formidable and cumbersome tree. They are not lumberjacks. According to records from the Nodding City Martial Soul Branch, it has been over 500 years since a soul master opted for this plant spirit beast as a soul ring due to the immense hassle involved in dealing with it. 5 centuries ago, soul masters would fell 1,000-root banyans to acquire soul rings primarily to enhance the hardness of their martial souls. But Tang San noted that the extensive roots of the 1,000-root banyan could deeply penetrate the earth, even covering vast expanses. How could a plant martial soul be deemed complete without roots? Furthermore, the 1,000-root banyan demonstrates remarkably tenacious vitality during its seed stage. The roots must survive for several days without direct contact with moisture. Once matured, it can draw upon the earth's energies to nourish its foliage, forming a lush crown, which would undoubtedly enhance the vitality of his blue silvergrass. Having selected his soul beast, Tang San sought out Ma, Xiao Nuo, and Su Yuntao. Little Tang, what has you so excited? Have you already determined which soul beast you wish to choose? Matthew's expression turned serious as he spoke to me, seeking my opinion. The 1,000-root banyan? That is a spirit beast known for its formidable vitality. I recall there is one in the soul hunting forest near Nodding City. Approximately 500 years old, though its age is somewhat advanced. Su Yuntao pondered for a moment, recalling locations where a 1,000-root banyan might be found. Should we consider a different one? The age is too high. Perhaps other soul hunting forests might have a more suitable option. However, Master Matthew and I cannot stray too far from Nodding City, as that would be neglectful of our duties. Due to their status, he and Master Matthew could not leave Nodding City or its neighboring villages. This particular specimen, I am confident I can absorb. Tang San resolved firmly. Based on the information I had reviewed from the Spirit Hall, the absorption age limit for spirit rings has been gradually increasing for soul masters. I believe I can endure a 500-year spirit ring. This theory I am willing to test personally. Of course, even if I succeed, others cannot simply replicate it without considering various factors such as the type of their martial spirit, physical constitution, and compatibility between the spirit beast's attributes and their martial spirit. Chapter 12. The Commencement of Soul Hunting. Considerations. In small towns like Nodding City, the primary responsibility of the Spirit Hall is to assist the townspeople in awakening their martial spirits and to collaborate with the patrols from the Lord's office to form a team for joint patrols, preventing soul masters from engaging in brawls on the streets. Matthew, as the branch hall's master, typically only needs to organize documents, record the levels of soul masters, and distribute gold soul coins, thus enjoying a relatively leisurely routine. Su Yuntao, even more so, spends only about a month each year assisting various villages in awakening their martial spirits. The rest of the time, he patrols alongside the patrol team. 2 weeks of work followed by 2 weeks of rest. It must be said that the work at the Spirit Hall is quite agreeable. With both of them free, they naturally intended to accompany Tang San on his soul hunting expedition to pass the time. Additionally, Cece had joined them, not because she was on leave, but rather due to her cultivation reaching level 20, making her in need of spirit ring. Hearing that Tang San was also going to hunt soul beasts, she decided to join him. Matthew took Tang San onto the carriage, while Su Yuntao and Cece took turns driving. The soul hunting forest was not far from Nodding City, but it required most of the day, necessitating the two to alternate to conserve energy. Little Tang, I must inform you that in the future, when hunting souls, it is imperative to choose a reliable team, such as those with a reputable name. It is best to avoid teams that are relatively unknown. Moreover, different soul hunting forests have distinct environments, and the soul beasts within differ as well. Be sure to converse with the locals. Certain specific medicines and hunting equipment can only be found in the peripheral towns of the respective environments. Matthew expressed his fondness for Tang San by elaborating on various precautions regarding soul hunting. Although Tang San had already memorized this information while reading, he still listened attentively to Matthew's admonitions. In this vast Douluo continent, the soul-hunting forests extend beyond those mentioned in the original work, with numerous locations. The most renowned among them are the Douluo Forest, the Sunset Forest, the Storm Canyon, and the Devil's Canyon. The remaining soul-hunting venues are either smaller in size, have fewer soul beasts, or have yet to be thoroughly explored by human soul masters, such as the extreme north. This place remains uncharted, its true expanse unknown. Frankly speaking, this constitutes a genuine world where soul beasts possess varying attributes. Some can breathe fire, while others can control ice, each thriving in environments that provide them comfort. The natural environment and the types of organisms therein mutually influence one another. Soul beasts are, after all, a form of life endowed with extraordinary powers. Thus, under normal circumstances, fire attribute soul beasts would not be found in the extreme north, just as water attribute soul beasts would not inhabit the scorching desert regions. In addition to these wild soul-hunting forests, there are also those controlled by the two great empires and the Spirit Hall. These particular forests were once wild soul beast territories, comparable in scale to the Sunset Forest, but as humanity developed through deforestation and road construction, their areas have diminished, causing the powerful soul beasts within to migrate to the Douluo, Sunset, or other suitable gathering places. Presently, within such soul-hunting forests, one can frequently encounter soul beasts aged in the tens or hundreds of years, while those aged 1,000 years are exceedingly rare. What is the reason for this? Beyond the slow rate of cultivation for soul beasts, the more critical factor is that every 3 to 5 years, the Spirit Hall dispatches personnel to conduct inspections, capturing or even eliminating 1,000-year soul beasts to prevent them from escaping the forest and threatening nearby villages or damaging farmland. However, for 1,000-year plant soul beasts, the Spirit Hall tends to be more lenient, as most of them have yet to reach the 10,000-year mark and cannot move. Conversely, for 1,000-year animal soul beasts, efforts are made to capture them whenever possible, as the Spirit Hall recognizes the declining numbers of soul beasts. If a day were to come when soul beasts became extinct, soul masters would be unable to cultivate, and this profession would lose its nobility. Unfortunately, no one has yet discovered a solution to this issue. Indeed, few even contemplate it, merely instinctively recognizing that soul beasts are a precious resource. Half a day later, the carriage arrived at the soul-hunting forest, known as the Nodding Forest. The existence of a primary academy in Nodding City owes much to the proximity of this soul-hunting forest. Without it, no city would likely thrive in the vicinity. It can be said that the various powers on the Douluo continent are established based on forests rich in soul beast resources, as most soul masters do not favor a nomadic lifestyle of adventure. Outside the Nodding Forest lies a bustling little town, its vibrancy comparable to the gatherings held in Nodding City. The inhabitants are predominantly soul masters, though none exceed the second ring Great Soul Master rank. There is also a considerable population of ordinary people, many of whom are robust and strong, often banding together to match the prowess of a first-ring soul master. If a soul master is of the support, healing, or food type and lacks any hidden means, such ordinary men could even challenge them one-on-one. According to Matthew, numerous great soul masters have perished at the hands of ordinary people, with hundreds dying each year. One year, the number even approached 1,000. However, once a soul master's soul power reaches level 30 and they ascend to the rank of soul master, the number of soul masters dying at the hands of ordinary people declines sharply. In the last decade, the average has been around 3 per year. This is only natural, as when soul masters are at the great soul master level, their soul power is still low. Using their soul techniques 1 or 2 times, they can exhaust their energy, leaving them vulnerable to being overwhelmed by robust, ordinary individuals. Upon reaching the soul master level, both the quality and quantity of their soul power improve, and their bodies begin to benefit from the nourishment of their soul power, gradually strengthening them, making it increasingly difficult for ordinary people to kill a soul master, unless they resort to sheer numbers. Little San, what do you think of this place? Is it a bit unfamiliar for your first visit? Tang San admitted that the bustling atmosphere was indeed a little disconcerting, yet he could not help but marvel at the vibrancy of the place. Soul beasts are the most significant resource in this world, he mused. Most of the soul masters here depend on the soul-hunting forest for their livelihood, and the nearby villages and cities have gradually developed due to this prosperity. Matthew nodded in agreement, reminiscing about past memories. Indeed, despite the safety of regions devoid of soul beasts, those lacking soul-hunting forests are invariably backward, devoid of major cities or soul master academies. Although the Spirit Hall does send personnel to assist in awakening martial spirits in those areas, children with potential who are unwilling to follow the Spirit Hall typically cannot attend a primary soul master academy.
Tang San nodded, reflecting on the poverty-stricken areas that still exist in peaceful times on Earth, where children often remain confined to their mountain homes, unable to receive an education. In the realm of Douluo continent, the plight of impoverished regions is undeniable. The number of such areas continues to proliferate. Countless children possessing innate talent for cultivation, albeit at a modest level, with innate soul power at merely 1 or 2 levels, remain ensnared within the confines of their mountainous homes, unable to become soul masters and thus unable to alter their fates. It is not that they are prohibited from attending school, but rather that they lack the means to escape their destitute origins. For children with innate soul power of only 1 or 2 levels, the Spirit Hall dispatches soul masters to awaken their martial souls. However, unless there exists a familial connection, they are seldom granted invitations. Instead, they receive mere certificates, offering a chance to enroll in primary academies. The Spirit Hall welcomes all aspiring soul masters, but one must at least possess the status of a soul master. If a child has a slightly higher innate soul power, say at level 3, there exists a glimmer of hope to become a soul elder, potentially allowing them to secure a position within the local Spirit Hall. Nurturing those with innate soul power at levels 1 or 2 seems less advantageous than training robust ordinary individuals devoid of soul power. After modicum of training, equipped with weapons and armor, their contributions on the battlefield may rival those of soul masters. At the very least, these ordinary individuals accept their fates with a level of compliance far superior to that of those yearning to become soul masters with paltry talent. Moreover, should one venture into a big city, the likelihood of encountering soul masters increases significantly. Matthew shifted the conversation, elaborating on the future destinations that awaited Tang San. Despite his desire to refute it, the adage holds true: birds of a feather flock together. In quaint villages like Holy Soul Village, ordinary folk seldom encounter soul masters except during the annual awakening ceremonies, when the Spirit Hall sends emissaries to assist. In contrast, with innate soul power, he stepped into the world of soul masters, encountering figures such as Matthew, Su Yuntao, Cici, and various instructors at Nodding Academy on a daily basis, though the academy's principal was a rare sight. Subsequently, the quartet procured some insect-repelling powder before entering the soul-hunting forest. The guard knights, being members of the Spirit Hall and subordinates of Matthew, did not dare to demand a hand order and allowed them passage without hesitation. Privilege, once within the system, is omnipresent. What soul beast do you intend to choose for your second soul ring, Sister Cici? Tang San inquired as he walked upon the forest floor, noting the sparse presence of dead branches and leaves, prompting his question regarding Cici's soul ring selection. As Su Yuntao's girlfriend, planning a soul ring for her could be seen as a way to repay his kindness. Furthermore, having received considerable assistance from the Spirit Hall himself, mutual aid among them posed no issue. Indeed, Cici, share your choice and let Little San assess its suitability. If it's not appropriate, we can always consider alternatives. He is quite clever, Su Yuntao concurred, drawing upon his own experience as an example, just like my second soul skill, which allows me to contend with soul masters nearing level 30. Cici, feeling somewhat swayed, ultimately decided to trust Tang San, stating, Little San, my martial soul is a ribbon, lacking in offensive capability. For my first soul skill, I chose a nearly 90-year-old mandala snake, endowing my martial soul with the ability to entangle, even infused with some toxins to paralyze foes. Following this line of thought for my second soul ring, I wish to find a soul beast that can either extend my ribbon or allow it to divide. What do you think of my idea? Entangle? Tang San found himself momentarily distracted. He had presumed that by not seeking out Yu Xiaojiang as a mentor, he would distance himself from the mandala snake. Yet here it was, reappearing in such an unexpected manner, truly a matter of fate. This was also why he had not inquired about Cici's soul skills while studying at the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, his surprise would have been mitigated. Sister Cici, that 90-year-old mandala snake not only provides you with an entangling soul skill, but also enhances the resilience of your martial soul, correct? Tang San queried. Indeed, my ribbon martial soul was originally quite brittle, snapping easily when pulled. However, with the addition of the mandala snake's soul ring, it gained significant resilience, Cici affirmed. Yet the primary aspect remains the entangling ability. Sister Cici, I must speak candidly. It may not sound pleasant, but is it not somewhat wasteful to exchange a soul ring position for an entangling skill? To bolster his argument, Tang San continued, an ordinary person, with a rope and some practice over a few years, could ensnare another. While the ribbon martial soul can indeed be used for binding and entangling, the primary focus of the first soul ring should be to enhance the advantages of the ribbon,
rather than merely pursuing the entangling skill. Although martial souls are not tangible entities, they share similarities with real-world objects. Pray tell, Sister Cece, what are the characteristics of a ribbon? Cece pondered for a moment before responding. Light and flexible. Precisely, those two words, light and flexible. Now let me pose another question. If a ribbon were to float in the air and a sword were to strike it, what would occur? Tang San affirmed those two characteristics of the ribbon before continuing his inquiry. Would the ribbon be severed in two? Cece responded with a hint of uncertainty. Having never witnessed such a scenario, perhaps my question lacks sufficient context. The individual wielding the sword is an ordinary person, and the sword itself is not a martial soul. Nor is it a divine weapon, merely the most mundane of arms. Chapter 13. A suitable soul ring for Cece. Upon hearing the numerous prerequisites, Cece fell silent, wanting to argue that the ribbon would still break, yet fearing ridicule if she were mistaken. Consequently, she turned to Su Yuntao for assistance. I'm not certain. Although Su Yuntao had been striving diligently, he too was uncertain about whether an ordinary sword could sever a ribbon. However, he leaned toward the belief that it could be cut, especially given that when Cece bound him with her ribbon, his claw, sharp as a blade, could easily sever it before lunging toward her. Cough, cough. Now is not the time to dwell on such inappropriate imagery. Ultimately, the well-informed Matthew provided the answer. If, as you suggest, little Tang, the sword cannot cut the ribbon, then the ribbon would, in fact, ensnare the sword. Ah, so this encapsulates the essence of lightness and flexibility? Cece, the mandala snake truly may not be the most suitable choice for your ribbon. Indeed, Matthew's wealth of experience spoke volumes. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure, and his vast knowledge was evident. Tang San chuckled. Ahem, I've simply lived a long life and seen much. Matthew cleared his throat, masking his pleasure at the compliment. Sister Cece, do you now understand? You have chosen the wrong first soul ring. The mandala snake is ill-suited. Tang San asserted confidently. The mandala snake does not significantly enhance your martial soul. The ribbon remains quite fragile. As for the toxins, their paralyzing effect is negligible against soul masters, correct? Indeed, Cece nodded in agreement, albeit casting a discreet glance at Su Yuntao. This subtle gesture escaped Matthew's notice, but did not elude Tang San's keen eyes. Thus, was Cece's soul skill merely a means to engage in playful binding with Su Yuntao? How audacious! It bore resemblance to the modern relationships of my past life. One cannot underestimate the dynamics of romantic relationships in the Douluo continent. Setting aside such distractions, Tang San continued, to be candid, the ability to entangle is indeed commendable and serves as an offensive tactic. However, the mandala snake should not have been selected. Instead, one should opt for a silk-producing silkworm-type soul beast. Silkworm silk is light and harmonizes perfectly with your martial soul. Moreover, silkworm-type soul beasts, aside from the ice silkworm found in the extreme north, which has not been observed to metamorphose into moths, can produce silk in various environments. Furthermore, different attribute silkworms can bestow diverse attribute enhancements upon your martial soul, given that your martial soul lacks any special attributes. While the mandala snake imbues your martial soul with toxins, they primarily impart a paralyzing effect. The venom of the mandala serpent is so potent that even a single drop can claim the lives of over 100 adults. And yet, after slaying a mandala serpent that has lived for 90 years, the toxin inherited by your martial soul has only bestowed upon you the ability to induce paralysis. This is a testament to your martial soul's instinctive rejection of toxic substances. Henceforth, when selecting soul rings, you must resolutely avoid choosing toxic soul beasts unless absolutely necessary. The latter part of this statement went unspoken by Tang San, yet both Cece and Su Yuntao, along with Matthew, grasped the gravity of the situation, that further augmenting Cece's martial soul with toxic soul rings could result in catastrophic repercussions. Upon absorbing a soul ring, the characteristics of the soul beast are inherited by the martial soul, giving rise to abilities known as soul skills. However, some traits of certain soul beasts are not suitable for every martial soul. The martial soul is intrinsically linked to humanity. It is in essence a peculiar organ that exists between the realms of matter and energy. As Tang San articulated his understanding and definition of the martial soul, he pondered how one could treat such a vital part of oneself with such carelessness, just as one would never willingly inject poison into their own body. It is imperative to recognize that even martial souls with innate toxins possess limits to their capacity to endure toxicity. Moreover, it is the martial soul that withstands the poison, not the human body. Different martial souls have varying thresholds for toxin endurance. Cece, Your silken ribbons are evidently ill-suited to bear excessive poison. Should you doubt this, I can present a case in point. The author of the tale of the Poison King, whose martial soul was that of a toxic frog, inherently poisonous and reliant on toxic soul rings derived from toads and similar soul beasts. Do you know why this biography is titled The Tale of the Poison King? Cece trembled, her voice quavering as she inquired. Why? Because upon reaching the rank of Soul King, he was ultimately consumed by the very toxins inherent to his martial soul. And when his wife found him, he had already decayed beyond recognition. His bones turned to dust. Tang San reflected with deep emotion, noting that the final account in the tale of the Poison King was penned by his wife, who chose to publish it to warn future generations, although it seemed that many soul masters were not inclined to read. Returning to the matter at hand, even the toxic frog martial soul could not endure the poisonous soul rings produced by its kin, while Cece's martial soul had no connection to poison whatsoever. Cece's complexion paled, her body trembling as she asked, I won't suffer from the backlash of my martial soul, leaving no trace behind, will I? The mere thought was terrifying. Cece, you should be fine. It's merely a paralyzing effect, and not a soul skill. You will absolutely be all right, Su Yuntao reassured her, though his words seemed ineffective, prompting him to cast a pleading glance at Tang San. Fear not. As I mentioned, every martial soul has a limit to its toxin endurance. As long as you do not reach that threshold, you will encounter no issues, provided you refrain from selecting toxic soul beasts in your future choices of soul rings. Tang San's response offered Cece some solace. Furthermore, in a certain light, poison can also be viewed as a form of medicine, if administered in the correct dosage. It can yield beneficial therapeutic effects or serve as an auxiliary treatment. For instance, the paralysis effect from Cece's martial soul could alleviate the suffering of severely injured soul masters, relaxing them and facilitating their recovery. Matthew pondered aloud. Poison is also a type of medicine? Indeed, Tang San replied, after all, excessive consumption of water can also lead to fatal outcomes. He provided the simplest of examples. Matthew's grandfather, water can kill, so can it not be considered toxic? This novel notion seemed to resonate with Matthew, who began to grasp Tang San's unconventional line of reasoning, subsequently articulating the term dosage. While medicine can cure ailments, ingesting it without necessity can be detrimental to health, and in severe cases, could even prove fatal. That is precisely the point, Tang San chuckled. Although the human body can tolerate only a minuscule amount of certain substances, perhaps just a drop could be lethal. However, if that drop were to be meticulously diluted, and further diluted, perhaps if humans were to inhale the infinitesimal fraction of that dilution, they might emerge unscathed or recover shortly thereafter. Just as Cece absorbed the mandala serpent's essence. The paralyzing effect she carries may very well be the result of the serpent's venom being diluted to a level her body can counteract with its innate immunity. At this juncture, Matthew was utterly captivated by Tang San's brilliance. Subsequently, Tang San began analyzing suitable options for Cece's second soul ring, primarily focusing on silk-producing insects, with silkworms being the most prevalent. However, in comparison to silkworms, there exists another soul beast that would be more fitting for you, the cloudbird. This type of soul beast possesses feathers as light as silk, capable of soaring with the wind, traversing vast distances in a single day. Should Cece absorb the soul ring of this creature, it is highly likely that her ribbons could become lighter, even granting her a flight-related soul skill, albeit not in the conventional sense, but rather by harnessing air currents, that is, the wind. The image of ribbons and floating streamers conjured in Tang San's mind was reminiscent of the celestial beings depicted in various murals and artworks from his past life. Should Cece absorb the soul ring from the cloudbird, she would likely inherit the ability to utilize floating ribbons that dance with the breeze. The cloudbird? That sounds splendid. I shall choose this one. Cece exclaimed. Flight? That would be a rare soul skill, even among bird-type soul masters. Acquiring the ability to fly necessitates either an increase in soul power or the prior acquisition of a soul skill that grants flight. Thus, Cece was quite taken with the prospect of the cloudbird. However, when it came to her second soul ring, Cece might find herself lacking opportunity. Tang San shook his head, asserting that the current best choice would indeed be silkworms. Why? Cece queried, perplexed. In Tang San's words, it seemed akin to picking sesame seeds while discarding watermelons. The cloud bird resides in the Storm Canyon, a fact that plunged Cece into despair. The Storm Canyon is a gathering place for wild soul beasts, and it is rumored that there exists a 10,000-year soul beast there. Soul masters wishing to hunt in that region require the accompaniment of a soul sect. Haha, Cece, let's look on the bright side. Even if the cloud bird is unattainable for your second soul ring, you can still prepare for the third.
Tang San suggested. Hunting soul beasts need not be a personal endeavor. Purchasing them is also an option. In the small town outside Notting Forest, such services exist, where soul hunting teams can capture live soul beasts upon customer request. Thus, it stands to reason that similar soul hunting teams must exist elsewhere. However, the costs associated with hiring these teams are exorbitant, given the challenges in acquiring soul beasts. The benefit, however, lies in the fact that if a soul beast were to yield a soul bone, it could mitigate the need for slaughter. As soul masters who procure live soul beasts typically take them home for absorption, avoiding the presence of the hunting team. Yet, the probability of obtaining a soul bone is exceedingly low, rendering this advantage nearly unattainable. Nevertheless, Tang San speculated that Cece would likely never encounter the cloudbird again. Given her current talents, reaching the rank of Soul King within her lifetime would be a remarkable achievement. The cloudbird as a soul beast is said to exist in symbiosis with a rumored 10,000-year soul beast residing in the Storm Canyon. Akin to the relationship between rhinoceroses and oxpeckers observed in the animal kingdom of Tang San's previous life. Although the Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts published by the Notting City Spirit Hall does not explicitly state the type of the 10,000-year soul beast, Tang San surmised that soul beasts are not significantly different from ordinary animals, save for their supernatural abilities and the wisdom they gradually develop after attaining 1,000 years of cultivation. Thus, unless Cece aligns herself with a formidable team or establishes connections with higher echelons of the Spirit Hall, she would find it impossible to acquire the soul ring of the cloudbird. Tang San's hope in expressing this was to offer Cece a glimmer of hope, encouraging her to persist on her path as a soul master, strengthening her abilities to enhance her chances of self-preservation. For his friends, Tang San endeavored to effect change wherever possible. Chapter 14. The Inevitability of Common Soul Masters. So, which type of silkworm soul beast should I choose? Cece is not the kind of unrealistic woman. Although she admires wealth, she can also accept reality. If she cannot attain something, she will settle for alternatives, making do as best as she can. As for the silk-producing soul beasts, apart from the ice silkworm you mentioned, they generally prefer to feed on mulberry leaves. It seems that the Notting Forest lacks an abundance of mulberry trees. Sister Cece, you need not worry about this matter, for we happen to be passing by. Tang San remarked with a smile. Why did Tang San say this? This leads us to the plants he required, specifically the 1,000-root banyan. This particular plant soul beast boasts a lush canopy, with verdant leaves that are favored by nearly all insect-like soul beasts, and its sap can even aid in their growth, though it is effective only for herbivorous insect soul beasts. If the sap of the 1,000-root banyan were capable of enhancing a soul master's cultivation, even if this plant soul beast were exceedingly difficult to fell, soul masters would surely drive it to extinction. When the 1,000-root banyan reaches the age of 10,000 years, it transforms into an entire forest, serving as a splendid sanctuary for insect soul beasts. However, prior to its maturity, the 1,000-root banyan requires protection, as its leaves are quite delectable to insect soul beasts and its sap can elevate their cultivation levels. Insect soul beasts lack the wisdom of humans. The previously mentioned scenario of human soul masters exterminating the 1,000-root banyan is merely a hypothetical extreme case predicated on the assumption that the sap is effective for enhancing soul power. In reality, humans would gather the sap periodically, and the Spirit Hall would likely dispatch individuals to safeguard these non-sentient plant soul beasts. Conversely, insect soul beasts possess only an instinct for growth and, prior to reaching 10,000 years, have limited intelligence. They will instinctively consume anything beneficial, regardless of their own developmental stage. If this were the sole circumstance, it would not be surprising for the 1,000-root banyan to face extinction. Yet in truth, the 1,000-root banyan has not been eradicated. Upon learning of the 1,000-root banyan's details, Tang San could not help but marvel at the wonders and splendor of nature. The survival of the 1,000-root banyan can be attributed to the presence of a carnivorous silk-producing soul beast named the banyan silkworm, which has been its guardian since the banyan's growth. The Encyclopedia of Martial Spirits does not document how the banyan silkworm came to coexist with the 1,000-root banyan. But every 1,000-root banyan discovered under a millennium in age is accompanied by a banyan silkworm. Tang San has a theory. When the 1,000-root banyan was still in seed form, the adult form of the banyan silkworm, known as the banyan moth, roamed the world in search of its seeds, laying its eggs upon them to accompany the banyan in its growth. The banyan silkworm is a carnivorous insect soul beast that does not consume vegetation, and before the 1,000-root banyan matures, it cannot withstand the nibbling of other insect soul beasts. Their symbiotic relationship is mutually beneficial.
Listening to Tang San's elucidation of the symbiosis between the thousand-root banyan and the banyan silkworm, Su Yuntao, Matthew, and others were enlightened. Marveling at the peculiarities of the ecosystem among soul beasts, Matthew posed a question. Why is it specifically those under 1,000 years? Tang San replied. The Encyclopedia of Martial Spirits does not provide a corresponding explanation. It merely states that banyan silkworms beyond 1,000 years exist as long as they are not hunted. But they no longer exterminate other insect soul beasts that come to consume the leaves and sap. I have two plausible conjectures regarding this. Su Yuntao, intrigued, asked, What are these conjectures? The first is that the banyan silkworm lacks the ability to exterminate other insect soul beasts because, at 1,000 years, the roots of the thousand-root banyan extend nearly 1,000 meters underground, while the coverage of its trunk spans close to 100 meters above ground, Tang San explained, exuding an air of authority. With such a scale, a 1,000-year-old banyan silkworm would be unable to manage. A 1,000-root banyan of that age would no longer lose vitality over a mere bit of sap. The herbivorous insect soul beast drawn to it would also attract other carnivorous insects and animal soul beasts, thereby forming a complete ecosystem. To put it bluntly, a 1,000-year-old thousand-root banyan constitutes a miniature soul beast forest. Matthew nodded in agreement. That seems to be the case. To the north of the Tiando Empire lies a forest entirely composed of thousand-root banyans. No soul master can discern whether those interwoven and sprawling thousand-root banyans are one single entity or multiple. Indeed, not a single soul master would dare hunt such a plant soul beast, not only due to the complications involved, but also because it would equate to destroying an entire soul beast forest. No empire would permit soul masters to act in such a manner, and the Spirit Hall would certainly not allow it. A hunting forest, a singular plant soul beast. Even if the soul masters of Douluo continent do not comprehend the principles of sustainable development, they surely know how to make a wise choice. The second conjecture is that the banyan silkworm reaches maturity and must undergo metamorphosis into a moth, leaving it no time to concern itself with other insect soul beasts. However, the first conjecture is more likely. As the four engaged in discussion, they had already traversed a vast expanse of forest, and according to the map, they located the thousand-root banyan. Standing before Tang San was a towering tree that was indeed the thousand-root banyan. The terrain here differed from other areas of the nodding forest. Within a 30-meter radius of this thousand-root banyan, not a blade of grass grew, and its roots spread out like a web. These roots do not merely lie on the surface. They extend deep underground. It is said that even a tidal Douluo, renowned for their strength, cannot uproot a 100-year-old thousand-root banyan, for it is deeply anchored to the earth. To uproot a thousand-root banyan, one would need the power to lift the entire Douluo continent. Although this legend may contain an element of exaggeration, the notion that a tidal Douluo cannot uproot a thousand-root banyan may indeed hold some truth. A tidal Douluo may have 1,000 ways to destroy the thousand-root banyan, but uprooting it could be likened to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Destruction and power are two different matters. Is this the thousand-root banyan? Truly spectacular. Su Yuntao exclaimed now. Even at merely 500 years of age, the trunk of this thousand-root banyan exceeded 10 meters in diameter. Unlike ordinary trees, however, the trunk of the thousand-root banyan is not round or oval. It is hollow inside, intertwining in a manner reminiscent of an irregularly stretched fishing net, forming a twisted ring. Its trunk is remarkably clean, devoid of superfluous branches or leaves, save for a large canopy that matches the area covered by its roots on the ground. The upper branches boast numerous roots growing downward, some having already reached the ground and taken root, becoming firm, while others dangle in midair, swaying gracefully with the breeze. A delightful blend of rigidity and softness. This is the method of propagation for the thousand-root banyan, with its roots extending from the branches of its crown toward the earth. Ordinary trees can be roughly categorized into crowns, trunks, and roots, whereas the thousand-root banyan, as a plant-type soul beast, essentially lacks a trunk, possessing only roots and a crown. One might even consider it a peculiar grass that resembles a tree. Suddenly, the leaves atop the canopy rustled, and a greenish-blue insect, nearly the size of a human head, emerged, its head black and adorned with two pincers that quivered as if to warn Tang San and the others. The banyan silkworm. I did not expect it to appear so suddenly. I thought we would need to fell the tree first for it to show itself. By its demeanor, it seems to regard us as intruders, Tang San remarked, surprised yet pleased. He raised a finger and said to Sister Cece, Our luck is fortuitous. We can subdue it first and then proceed to fell the tree. Its method of attack involves spitting silk, which can branch out. I suspect that if it possessed human intelligence, it could weave webs. Is it toxic? Su Yuntao, embodying the spirit of a lone wolf, transformed into a werewolf. More concerned about whether this creature harbored any poison, as Cece's second soul ring must not be toxic. Rest assured, a martial spirit has a threshold for toxins, and since I've already pointed this out to Sister Cece, how could I allow her to choose a soul ring that is toxic? Tang San identified the age of this banyan silkworm, and after absorbing its soul power, I estimate that Sister C's strength will undergo a qualitative enhancement. The silken threads produced by the banyan silkworm and the ribbons are truly complementary. For 100 years, is that age not a bit excessive? Su Yuntao harbored concerns about whether his girlfriend could endure a 400-year soul ring. Should they perhaps consider an alternative? No, it must be this one. Cece was unwilling to forego the opportunity. Was not the limit for a second soul ring approximately 700 years? This one is merely over 400. Do you think I cannot endure it? Do not underestimate me. During our PC battles, the first to run out of stamina was you. Su Yuntao, I am. Mind your words. There are children present. Matthew could no longer bear it and interjected. Su Yuntao felt a bit embarrassed, but remained resolute against Cece taking unnecessary risks. Returning to the matter at hand, he said, that master's theory cannot be trusted. He is merely a joke. Naturally, such words could not be uttered in front of you, Xiaojiang, but now they could speak freely. Matthew nodded in agreement. Your second ring is also 400 years. Isn't it? Cece retorted, if you can do it, why can't I? Besides, Xiaosan has already stated that my compatibility with this banyan silkworm is exceedingly high. Very well then. Su Yuntao ceased his objections, and the first soul ring illuminated as he leaped towards the banyan silkworm. First soul skill, Starving Wolf Pounce. This name, of course, was self-chosen. Soul ring white. It was evident that a retired teacher from Notting Academy had once taken him to hunt. That fellow, Xiaoqianyu, the son of a city lord, only possessed a white soul ring. How much less could Su Yuntao expect? Moreover, the function of this soul skill was rather trivial, allowing Su Yuntao to move on all fours in a manner akin to a genuine wolf, lunging towards its prey. Had Tang San not known this was a soul skill effect, he might have thought Su Yuntao was engaging in a peculiar form of roleplay. In Tang San's view, to squander a soul ring slot for such an ability, one that could be achieved even without utilizing a soul skill, was indeed extravagant. The plight of commoner soul masters was epitomized here. Their first soul rings were often acquired during their studies at elementary soul master academies, guided by their teachers in hunts. However, teachers at these academies typically only helped capture soul beasts that seemed to share some characteristic with the students' martial souls, for convenience, without considering the full spectrum of needs for their students. After all, hunting soul beasts is not an easy task. Prolonged periods without suitable soul beasts would wear down the patience of the guiding teacher, and since the students were not true apprentices, they would not invest much effort. Chapter 15. The ribbons bear signs of weaving. After employing the first soul skill, Su Yuntao's movements became significantly more fierce, his speed heightened. And augmented by his great soul, master-level soul power, he exuded a ferocity. He leaped forth like a ravenous wolf, swiftly landing beneath the crowns of 1,000 banyan trees. With an outstretched hand, he swiped at the banyan silkworm. Swoosh! However, the banyan silkworm, as the guardian of the 1,000 banyans, demonstrated an astonishingly quick reaction, instantly spitting out a silken thread that ensnared Su Yuntao's arm. And this thread continued to bifurcate, creeping along his arm and enveloping his body. Sticky and difficult to extricate from. Was this not a spider disguised as a silkworm? This silk was far more potent than CC's. Upon sensing the sticky thread advancing towards his body, Su Yuntao was taken aback and hastily activated his second soul skill. Su Yuntao's second soul ring was arranged by Tang San. Logically, for a soul master whose martial soul was a wolf, it would be ideal to select a soul beast that was also wolf-like, as it would likely enhance his bloodline power. However, the soul beast selected by Tang San was neither canine nor even a wolf, but rather a feline, the fearsome cat. Firstly, the lone wolf martial soul is not a true wolf, existing between the realms of matter and energy, envisioned by Tang San as part of the human body's extraordinary organs. Adding a soul ring to gain a soul skill merely affixes a skill to an empty skill slot. The compatibility between different soul beasts and martial souls is simply a matter of degree. Otherwise, those soul masters with weapon martial souls will be forced to seek soul rings from ancient artifacts. Indeed, hunting soul beasts of the same kind or close relatives can enhance bloodline power, which is a sensible choice from the perspective of maintaining and expanding a family lineage. Yet, one must acknowledge that commoner soul masters like Su Yuntao lack the privilege to do so. Powerful clans with formidable beast martial souls can afford such choices because they can mitigate most unstable factors. Their families can safeguard the growth of their descendants. However, Su Yuntao, being a commoner and even after joining the Spirit Hall, due to his innate talent, could not garner the attention of the higher-ups, who would not intentionally assist a single soul master, even one as capable as a great soul master, in hunting powerful bloodline wolf-type soul beasts. Establishing a family from nothing is the most challenging endeavor. For the first generation of a family, grassroots commoners must prioritize strength over bloodline inheritance and martial soul evolution. If he wishes to establish his own family and a legacy, he must first become strong himself. Then, after a generation or two of accumulation, a small family can be formed, at which point from the third generation onward, he can gradually experiment with which wolf-type soul beasts are most suited for his lone wolf martial soul. This process would require at least a century. A century is a wait Su Yuntao can endure, but as a first-generation individual, he lacks numerous choices. As a commoner, he must temporarily set aside the enhancement of his bloodline when selecting soul rings, focusing primarily on acquiring formidable offensive capabilities to strengthen his martial soul while augmenting his special attack. This is not only to protect himself, but also to possess the strength to confront criminals and even those who have fallen into depravity during law enforcement duties. As mentioned previously, while Su Yuntao's work is relatively leisurely, aside from helping awaken martial souls in nearby villages around Notting City, he also needs to rotate shifts with the patrol teams. Inevitably, during patrols, he encounters various troubles. This necessitates strength rather than bloodline. For martial souls with weak bloodlines, enhancing the bloodline slightly does not significantly improve combat efficacy. For a lone wolf, which is not considered a particularly powerful beast martial soul, unless a high-level wolf-type soul beast is found, the enhancement to the bloodline is limited and far less effective than acquiring a powerful offensive soul skill. In the environment and class that Su Yuntao inhabits, the choice ultimately boils down to a cost-effectiveness issue. The fearsome cat is renowned for its claws, which measure approximately 10 centimeters in length, capable of slicing through even tempered steel with its razor-sharp talons. Upon acquiring the fearsome cat's soul ring, Su Yuntao experienced a modest increase in physical attributes, yet his agility surged to unprecedented levels. In this regard, CC held the most authority to speak. Ahem. Returning to the main topic, the fearsome cat's soul ring not only enhanced Su Yuntao's agility, but also endowed him with an additional set of claws, the diamond wolf claws. When employing this second soul skill, the wolf claws on Su Yuntao's 10 fingers vanished, and as he clenched his fists, 3 blades resembling peculiar daggers sprouted between his remaining 4 fingers, excluding the thumb. Their sharpness could easily slice through armor capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 30-level soul master. When applied to flesh, it could be said that as long as one was not a defensive soul master, even a soul king could find their defenses breached, though it is understood that a soul king would not stand idly by. Furthermore, Su Yuntao could concentrate all of his soul power into the 6 wolf claws through this soul skill, projecting them in the form of energy blades that could strike out over 20 meters, with their potency diminishing with distance. If a soul master of the soul respect level were to be struck within 10 meters, they would be facing a life and death situation, especially against those with formidable martial souls. However, should Su Yuntao channel his full strength, he would exhaust all of his soul power in the process. Should this technique fail to vanquish the foe, he would become the one slain. Yet, Su Yuntao found himself filled with elation, for he had never anticipated that his second soul ring would bestow such formidable and lethal abilities, and the manner of attack was undeniably graceful, far surpassing the elegance of his first soul skill, Hungry Wolf Pounce. However, due to the substantial consumption of soul power required for this technique, Su Yuntao seldom employed it, relying instead on his diamond wolf claws to augment his combat prowess. After all, armed with such indomitable claws, his ability to pierce armor had increased at least 5-fold. At this moment, Su Yuntao activated his diamond wolf claws, severing the silken threads of the banyan caterpillar, descending back to the ground and shaking off the silken strands that clung to him. Indeed, they were quite adhesive. CC. He called back to CC. His first soul skill bind. CC, fully aware of Su Yuntao's intentions, promptly summoned her martial soul and unleashed her first soul skill. In an instant, the white ribbon in her hand slithered like a python, winding its way towards the banyan caterpillar perched in the treetops. In a mere heartbeat, the sluggishly moving caterpillar was ensnared, thrashing helplessly. Success. A swift tug. A firm pull. The banyan caterpillar plummeted to the ground, motionless. It may be feigning death. Tang San cautioned.
Behold, Su Yuntao leaped forward, driving his diamond wolf claw into the caterpillar's body, pinning it to the earth. Now, whether it was pretending or not, it could no longer escape. Sisi, Huri, this creature possesses considerable strength, with one hand pinning the caterpillar down with his claw, and the other restraining its thrashing form. He called back to Sisi. Sisi rushed over, retrieving a dagger she carried and plunging it into the caterpillar's head, severing the dark portion entirely. In response, a circle of yellow soul rings materialized. Sisi exhaled in relief, stowing away her dagger and beginning to compose herself. The absorption of a soul ring is, for a soul master, a formidable challenge. It necessitates the utmost state of readiness to enhance the likelihood of successful assimilation. Once prepared, Sisi released her martial soul, guiding the soul ring with her soul power, causing it to envelop her ribbon martial soul. At the very moment the soul ring merged with her martial soul, Sisi's body trembled, and her complexion visibly paled, prompting Su Yuntao, Matthew, and Tang San to feel a pang of anxiety for her. This also stirred a sense of guilt within Tang San. In his estimation, an adult, regardless of their physique, should be able to endure a century's soul ring, especially as a second ring. Yet now, Sisi was attempting to absorb a 400-year soul ring, and despite her previous lack of significant exhaustion, the strain was palpable. Could it be that the banyan caterpillar was incompatible with her ribbon martial soul? That seemed implausible. Otherwise, martial souls would be mismatched with any soul beast. Thus, the only remaining explanation was that for an ordinary civilian soul master, even a second soul ring, bearing a 400-year age, posed considerable difficulty. Indeed, civilian soul masters differ significantly from those of noble families, lacking medicinal baths in childhood, possessing inferior martial souls, and often being bullied by the aristocratic students during their time in primary academies. They likely bore many hidden injuries, rendering their physiques incomparable to those of the children from prominent families or those with powerful or mutated martial souls. Tang San furrowed his brow, suddenly understanding why the majority of civilian soul masters' first soul rings were white. It was not solely because their teachers helped hunt for convenience. Rather, it was primarily due to the fact that the physical constitution of most civilian soul masters could not rival that of the noble offspring. Absorbing a century's soul ring could indeed pose a life-threatening risk to them. After 10 minutes, Sisi's complexion regained its rosy hue, indicating she had persevered. This brought a sigh of relief from Su Yuntao, who expressed his gratitude to Tang San. Xiao San, I owe you one. Otherwise, Sisi would have missed this perfectly suited 400-year soul ring. Tang San, however, shook his head. I should apologize. For Sisi, this soul ring nearly led to her absorption failure. I did not anticipate that a 400-year soul ring would exert such pressure on her. There is no need for self-reproach, Matthew consoled, patting Tang San's head with a smile. The absorption of a soul ring is inherently perilous. Each year, numerous soul masters fail in their attempts, losing their chance to become soul masters. Sisi's situation is already quite fortunate. Matthew's words held a ring of truth. Each time a soul master absorbs a soul ring, it is not merely a breakthrough in their cultivation, but also a challenge to their very selves. Without sufficient willpower, there is no opportunity to advance further. The consequences of failure can be grave, ranging from diminished soul power, preventing further breakthroughs, to catastrophic destruction of one's very body. For a soul master, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Half an hour later, Sisi finally completed her absorption, her eyes fluttering open, radiating joy. Sisi, you did it. What is your second soul skill? Pray tell. Su Yuntao, recognizing that Sisi must have acquired a skill well suited to her, felt elated. My second soul ring has rendered my martial soul even more resilient, Sisi declared as she summoned her martial soul. The ribbon appeared unchanged, yet Tang San, with his purple extreme magic eyes, was the first to discern the difference. If the ribbon had previously resembled a smooth, white strip of cloth, now its surface bore the intricate patterns of weaving. In essence, before absorbing the banyan caterpillar soul ring, Sisi's ribbon was merely a sleek strip without any markings, but now, it possessed intricate details akin to a masterpiece crafted by a weaver's hand. Chapter 16, Sisi's Soul Skill, Cocooning Silk. Is there any distinction? Although the ribbon's details were indeed more elaborate, bearing the marks of weaving, it remained remarkably smooth, and Su Yuntao's keen eye could hardly detect any variation. Naturally, even for Sisi, it was difficult to perceive any change with the naked eye, for the markings were exceedingly minute. She could sense the difference only because the ribbon was her martial soul. Matthew, donning a pair of reading glasses, was the second to notice the weaving marks. Your martial soul has certainly transformed,
it bears the traces of weaving, resembling a true ribbon now. This change gives me the feeling that my ribbon has become more flexible, less prone to tearing, Cece remarked, turning to Su Yuntao and saying, "Shall we have a contest? Let us see how much stronger I have become." "Certainly. I am eager to witness your progress after acquiring your second soul skill," Su Yuntao replied, excited to gauge his girlfriend's improvements, though he still believed himself to be the stronger of the two. "I shall hold back a bit." After all, his soul power had reached level 24. Meanwhile, Cece had just obtained her second soul ring, her soul power at most level 21. From a perspective of soul master dynamics, control-type skills countered assault-type skills. However, with a soul power advantage of 3 levels, he could fight beyond his rank, ensuring Cece could not hope to restrain him. Moreover, given Cece's femininity, her strength was inherently lesser than his. If he did not concede a little, he would likely need to spend time soothing her afterwards. The two did not engage in the customary exchange of names and ranks typical of soul battles, for they were lovers, well acquainted with one another, and such formalities were unnecessary, especially since they were not in a sanctioned arena. As a gentleman, Su Yuntao naturally refrained from launching an aggressive assault first. Furthermore, given that Cece was his girlfriend, if he were to strike first in a bid to win, he would likely find himself sleeping alone that night. Then I shall strike first." A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Cece's eyes as she unleashed her first soul skill, Bind, sending the white ribbon hurtling towards Su Yuntao. Familiar with the intricate entanglements of Sis's first soul skill, Su Yuntao began to evade, only to discover that Sis's technique had become remarkably more agile. It resembled a long, sinuous white serpent, twisting and coiling with grace. The delicate nature of the ribbons made it difficult for Su Yuntao to ascertain the points of entanglement. Thus, he resolved to seize the ribbon with his wolf claw and tear it asunder, for Sis's ribbons lacked the resilience of ropes or chains. However, when he grasped the ribbon, he was taken aback. In the past, he could have easily shattered Sis's ribbons with minimal effort, yet now he found himself compelled to harness his soul power to break free, even to the extent that the energy expended exceeded 30% of his total capacity. Su Yuntao understood that Sis's ribbon martial spirit consumed little soul power, allowing her to unleash her first soul skill approximately 10 times with her level 21 soul power. If each entanglement drained him by 30%, then after merely 4 instances his soul power would be entirely depleted. Nevertheless, Su Yuntao believed he was merely indulging his girlfriend. After all, in true combat, he would not grant Sis the opportunity to release her soul skills. He would charge directly at her, striking with a claw, ensuring a decisive victory. Indeed, once he confirmed an opponent as an enemy, he would do everything possible to prevent them from unleashing their martial spirit. When it came to the preservation of his own life, could he ever rely on an enemy's sense of honor? If he could defeat an opponent with a single strike, he would never need a second. "Sis, let me witness your second soul skill," Su Yuntao proclaimed as he tore apart Sis's first soul skill. Feeling a slight strain on his soul power, yet he smoothed his bangs, projecting an air of ease. "In that case, allow me to showcase my second soul skill, cocooning silk." Instantly, 10 ribbons erupted from Sis's hands, spiraling towards Su Yuntao. Second soul skill, Indomitable Wolf Claw. Having already expended nearly 30% of his soul power on the first skill, Su Yuntao was cautious and immediately unleashed his second soul skill. However, this time, the Indomitable Wolf Claw met an unexpected challenge. The claw struck the ribbons as if slicing through air, as though the ribbons were non-existent. Yet upon contact with his skin, Su Yuntao could distinctly feel the ribbon's supple nature. Indeed, under the enhancement of the Banyan Silkworm Spirit Ring, Sis's ribbon martial spirit had evolved, becoming even lighter and more pliable, inheriting the delicate characteristics of the silkworm's silk. While Su Yuntao's Indomitable Wolf Claw was exceptionally sharp, it could not sever the air, and thus could not penetrate ribbons that floated freely within it. This perhaps illustrated another interpretation of the principle of overcoming hardness with softness. Tang San smiled, pleased that Sis had acquired a soul skill perfectly suited to her. But his gaze soon fell upon the remnants of the ribbons scattered on the ground, fragments of Sis's first skill that Su Yuntao had torn apart. Ordinarily, martial spirits and soul skills were not tangible. Once released, they dissipated into nothingness. Yet, the remnants of Sis's first soul skill lay strewn across the earth. At this moment, Su Yuntao found himself ensnared by 10 ribbons, bound tightly, reminiscent of being ensnared by the Banyan Silkworm's silk. However, this time, he could not easily extricate himself with the Indomitable Wolf Claw. "No, I must employ my soul power," Su Yuntao thought, feeling his dignity slipping away. He infused his Indomitable Wolf Claw with soul power. With a resounding rip, the ribbon shattered.
Yet, this exertion drained a significant portion of his soul power. Cease. Your second soul skill is quite remarkable. To break free requires a substantial expenditure of soul power, clearly inheriting the stickiness of the banyan silkworm's silk, Su Yuntao gasped. Giving Sis a thumbs up. My second soul skill hasn't finished manifesting yet. Brace yourself. Sis giggled, her fingers poised, channeling nearly half her soul power. She exclaimed, rise. In an instant, the fragments of ribbons floated upwards, reconnecting and transforming into a vortex-like formation, relentlessly spiraling towards Su Yuntao. With his soul power nearly depleted, Su Yuntao found himself utterly defenseless, ensnared by Sis's ribbons, bound like a dumpling. According to Sis, it was akin to a cocoon. Sis, your second soul skill is incredibly effective. It can even recontrol the ribbon fragments to envelop an opponent. Does a greater soul power yield a wider range? Matthew could no longer contain his excitement. If this soul skill were wielded adeptly, it would greatly ease encounters with numerous resistors during law enforcement in the future. I believe it is possible, but just now I expended nearly half my soul power. The more fragments there are, the more challenging it is to control. And I feel a bit dizzy, Sis replied, rubbing her temples, her expression weary. At this moment, as Sis relaxed and retracted her martial spirit, Su Yuntao regained his freedom, though his expression was one of helplessness. Well then, it seems I'm no match for you now, Sis. Please do not abandon me because of this. I'm already yours. In response to Su Yuntao's playful remark, Sis sighed, there are still children present. Mind your language. Ahem. Tang San coughed twice, feigning ignorance, and spoke earnestly. Brother Tao, rest assured, Sis will not abandon you. And dare I ask if you did not hold back? In a life-or-death struggle, it was likely Sis would not have the opportunity to release her martial spirit. However, to speak candidly, if Sis's soul power were higher, even if you managed to win, it would be quite taxing. After all, Sis's martial spirit is quite gentle. As she continues to develop, it may not be so easy to cut through. Little Tang's words rang true. Every martial spirit possesses unique characteristics, and when each individual harnesses their strengths, they can become formidable soul masters. Matthew offered an objective assessment. In the future, if you two cooperate, you are bound to gain some renown in Notting City. Sis excels in control, while you specialize in offense. With frequent collaboration, perhaps even the Soul Sect would find it challenging to contend with you. Matthew's encouragement held a dual purpose, also serving to foster a budding relationship between Su Yuntao and Sis. After all, their martial spirits complemented each other, yielding greater destructive potential. When he eventually retires or is reassigned to another city, these two could very well become the hallmark of the nodding martial spirit branch. Su Yuntao chuckled, It seems in terms of offensive power, I still have the edge. Sis, without my control, you may not hit your target in future battles. The ensuing moments were devoted to assisting Tang San in hunting the plant soul beast, the thousand-root banyan. Tang San removed the burden from his back, revealing a lead box, the very one previously used to contain the right leg bone of the 100,000-year blue silver emperor. However, it was now repurposed for tools. Upon opening it, 4 large saws were displayed. Goodness, are we truly to become lumberjacks? Su Yuntao exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. There's no choice. The thousand-root banyan is a tree, and it must be felled to obtain the soul ring I require, Tang San explained, distributing the saws to Matthew, Su Yuntao, and Sis. I believe you have overlooked something. Su Yuntao remarked, his eyes glinting with mischief. Only the soul rings from soul beasts I personally slay can be absorbed by me. If we all work together to fell the tree, and a soul ring emerges, whose will it be? Wouldn't that be a waste? The thousand-root banyan was unique. Only by cutting down its above-ground roots would a soul ring appear. So, Brother Tao, do not think of shirking your duty. Just leave the last root for me, Tang San stated decisively, leaving Su Yuntao with no room for rebuttal. Furthermore, the trunk of the thousand-root banyan is excellent carving material for certain sculptors, though most are not soul masters and cannot venture into the soul-hunting forest. Once we sell it, the profits will be shared equally. Chapter 17. Tang San's first soul ring. In the blink of an eye, 3 days and nights had elapsed. Tang San severed the last stem of the thousand-root banyan. Exhaling a heavy sigh, he mused to himself, this thousand-root banyan truly is formidable. We 4, one soul sect, 2 great soul masters, and I, a mere level 10 quasi-soul master, have taken such an inordinate amount of time to subdue this 500-year-old specimen. One can only imagine the challenge posed by a 1,000-year-old banyan. Perhaps it could only be felled with fire. Grandfather Matthew, I am indebted to you. I never anticipated that felling this thousand-root banyan would prove to be such a cumbersome task. Tang San expressed his gratitude, reflecting that had he ventured alone, he might still be laboring to bring down this 500-year-old banyan. It is essential to recognize that in the soul hunting process, the longer one dawdles, the more likely unexpected dangers arise. Other soul hunting teams, soul beasts, and the like. Just a thought sent shivers down his spine. Indeed, soul hunting necessitates a team. Unless one is an exceptional protagonist or possesses immense strength, one can only rely on luck to successfully hunt souls. Why so formal with your words? Matthew chuckled heartily. If only I had a granddaughter, I would surely arrange a betrothal with you. He added with a wink. We might witness the birth of a miracle with this 500-year-old soul ring. With that, Tang San seated himself on the ground, his heart directed skyward. After a brief period of cultivation with the Xuantian Skill, he felt his condition reach its zenith and began to channel his soul power into the blue silvergrass, allowing the energy to circulate within. The 500-year soul ring seemed to sense the flow of soul power within the blue silvergrass and gradually move toward Tang San. 1,000-root banyan, my first soul ring, come forth and usher me into the true path of a soul master. At the very moment the yellow soul ring enveloped the blue silvergrass, Tang San felt a vigorous surge of vitality infuse his body, alongside an immense energy that shattered his level 10 bottleneck. The sensation of absorbing the soul ring was akin to being set ablaze, yet it was a warm fire, as if boundless life force surged within him. My theory holds true, Tang San silently affirmed, hastening to operate the Xuantian Skill to refine the energy and life force from the soul ring, fully integrating the 1,000-root banyan into his blue silvergrass. Matthew and the others were exceedingly anxious. After all, this was a 500-year-old soul ring. Would Tang San succeed in the absorption? However, 3 minutes later, Matthew realized their concerns were unfounded. Aside from the initial tremors, Tang San soon calmed, and even his previously slender physique began to take on a more balanced form. What astonished Matthew most was the sight of Tang San's short hair growing at a visible rate, cascading down to his shoulders and culminating in a striking blue-silver hue. Even more surprising was the subtle refinement of Tang San's features. Previously, his appearance was quite ordinary. Among a group of children, one would hardly recognize him if not acquainted. Yet now, the smoothness of his visage rendered him significantly more attractive. While not yet handsome, after all, he was still a mere 6-year-old. He would certainly catch the eye in a crowd. Matthew speculated that in the future, as Tang San matured, he would undoubtedly become quite charming, capable of captivating numerous young ladies. CC's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Matthew. Is this the benefit of absorbing a soul ring beyond its limits? Can it truly alter one's appearance? Su Yuntao echoed her confusion. While martial souls can influence the human body, we gain only slight enhancements from each soul ring absorbed. This is the first time I've witnessed such a profound change in appearance. How peculiar. Yet, he does appear significantly more attractive. Even if he fails to become a powerful soul master, he could still thrive on his looks. What are you imagining? Matthew chided playfully, then pondered for a moment before formulating a plausible explanation. Certain martial souls undergo mutations that can greatly affect the human form. Little Tang's situation likely stems from the mutation of the blue silvergrass. Given its inherent weakness, even if mutated, it would not be particularly strong. His case suggests that the 500-year 1,000-root banyan soul ring was exceptionally compatible, allowing the energy from the mutated blue silvergrass to radiate throughout his entire being, affecting a metamorphosis. I trust you are somewhat familiar with Little Tang's martial soul theory. He has stated that each soul ring added to a martial soul represents an evolution. Hence, I surmise that his intention in integrating the 1,000-root banyan soul ring into his blue silvergrass was to facilitate the evolution of his presumably mutated martial soul. The soul skill may not have been his primary goal. After all, only with the evolution of the martial soul can the cultivation speed of soul power be accelerated. However, I doubt he anticipated that a single soul ring could transform his appearance. Matthew's perspective was met with agreement from Su Yuntao and Cici. Cici speculated further. Since my lone wolf martial soul has evolved to possess adamantine claws, and my martial soul now exhibits woven patterns, could this also be considered a form of evolution? Matthew nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Cici, having just acquired your soul ring, you may not fully comprehend this yet, but Su Yuntao, your cultivation speed surpasses that of other great soul masters by a noticeable margin. Even if only marginally, it is indeed a boost. Others of your talent languish at around levels 21 or 22, while you have attained level 24. With diligence, you might even break through to level 25 this year. Given your prior talents, I had thought Soul Sec to be your limit. Yet now, It seems the realm of Soul King may not be beyond your grasp in this lifetime. Soul King? Su Yuntao and Cece exchanged incredulous glances, both wearing expressions of disbelief. They were well aware of their own talents. Aspiring to become Soul Sect was already a lofty ambition. Yet Matthew suggested that they now had a chance to reach the level of Soul King. Was he jesting? If not, did that not imply that Tang San's selection of their second soul rings had altered their martial soul potential? This was indeed exhilarating. However, it is merely a possibility. Matthew observed their excitement before shifting the subject. When you reach level 30, be cautious in your selection of the third soul ring. Otherwise, even attaining Soul Sect will become challenging. Consult Little Tang. His advice will prove invaluable throughout your lives. Only then did Su Yuntao and Cece grasp the true extent of Tang San's formidable abilities. Matthew hoped to witness such developments, as his aim was to foster camaraderie between Su Yuntao, Cece, and Tang San. Although his actions might appear somewhat self-serving, could friendships not blossom through such interactions? An hour later, Tang San finally opened his eyes after completing the absorption of the soul ring, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him, his soul power radiating uncontrollably. Matthew was taken aback. Little Tang, what level is your soul power? It feels so robust, close to that of a great soul master. Level 17, Tang San replied, revealing a number that, upon the conversion of his internal energy from Xuantian Skill into soul power, exuded significant energy fluctuations. If he did not consciously restrain himself, it would be challenging to conceal this from other powerful soul masters. Though he possessed the Xuantian Skill, which could help him remain discreet, he would inevitably need to interact with Matthew and the others, so it was best to speak the truth. As for the reasoning, it was easily discernible. However, this 7-level increase in soul power was not solely attributed to the 1,000-root banyan. In Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao had provided him with the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor. After absorption, not only did his physique substantially improve, but his soul power also reached level 10, with excess energy suppressed without a soul ring, rendering the precise level undetectable. Now, having acquired the 1,000-root banyan soul ring, the released accumulated soul power had elevated him by 5 levels, while the remaining 2 levels originated from the 500-year 1,000-root banyan soul ring. After all, the 500-year-old soul ring possesses a considerable amount of energy. Once refined by Tang San, the enhancement to his soul power was substantial. However, a 10,000-year soul bone only elevated his soul power by 5 levels, and that was at the Great Soul Master tier. This was rather meager indeed. It is true that as soul masters ascend to higher levels, the energy required for each subsequent level increases. Yet, the energy contained within a 10,000-year soul bone should be sufficient to support the soul power of a great soul master. Tang San speculated that had he absorbed the right leg bone of the Blue Silver Emperor immediately after its drop, it might have propelled him directly to level 20. The reason for the mere 5-level increase now was due to the dissipating energy of the soul bone over time. While the soul bone itself does not lose its rank with energy dissipation, the extra energy attached to the soul bone, which could be directly utilized by the soul master to enhance their soul power, would likely fade gradually. Just as when a soul bone is first absorbed by a soul master, it can elevate their soul power level. If this absorbed soul bone is later taken by another soul master, it can only enhance the physical strength of that master. This occurs because the accompanying extra energy has already been consumed by the previous soul master, thus rendering it unavailable for the subsequent absorber to utilize for soul power enhancement. Tang Hao, being rather unrefined, likely did not grasp these nuances. Although he understood how to prevent the soul bone from radiating soul power fluctuations by encasing it in a lead box, it is uncertain whether the energy attached to the soul bone could be preserved within such a box. While lead may block the soul power fluctuations emitted by the bone, it is unlikely to prevent the dissipation of the soul bone's energy, not to mention that lead is toxic to most carbon-based life forms. Even blue silvergrass would not flourish in soil rich in lead or. Nevertheless, for Tang San, being 6 years old and at level 17 was already commendable. Within a year, he would surely attain level 20 and hunt for his second soul ring. This was also one of the reasons Tang San spoke candidly to Matus and the others, as otherwise his rapid soul power growth would raise suspicions. Chapter 18, Tang San's first soul skill. 17 levels. Matus's voice trembled, his face a portrait of astonishment. Could the effect of a 500-year soul ring be so formidable? Or had your martial soul mutated to an extraordinary degree? This defied all logic. Perhaps the 1,000-root banyan is exceptionally compatible with my martial soul. During the absorption process,
I felt all the energy within the soul ring being refined by me, even actively merging into my blue-silver grass. Tang San began to explain, or rather, embellish. For this notion was not entirely a fabrication. Thus, my blue-silver grass underwent an evolution, and during the soul ring absorption, I sensed a continuous influx of energy from the heavens into my being until I reached a state of saturation. The synergy between the soul ring and the martial soul was remarkably harmonious, with virtually no repulsion. During the absorption, the martial soul evolved, resulting in the gathering of heavenly energy towards Tang San's body. After his explanation, Mateus gradually regained his composure, contemplating this possibility, and upon observing Tang San's transformed appearance, he could not help but believe. After all, which child could absorb a soul ring and experience a change in appearance? It was evident that he had harnessed the energy of the universe to reshape his body. Little San, I scarcely know what to say. At this rate, I reckon it 1 TB long before you become a great soul master. Su Yuntao expressed a fervent wish for his lone wolf martial soul to undergo a similar mutation. In this world, nobility relies on inheritance, while commoners depend on mutation. Otherwise, it is challenging to rise above. However, Su Yuntao felt no jealousy. When the disparity is vast, one can only look up in admiration. Moreover, Tang San was the one he assisted in awakening his martial soul, and thus he ought to address him as Brother Tao. He chuckled. When Tang San becomes renowned throughout Douluo continent, I, as a great soul master, shall have my bragging rights. Even the title Douluo would have to call me Brother Tao. In contrast to Su Yuntao's fanciful visions of the future, CC was far more practical, inquiring about Tang San's soul skill. Little San, what is your soul skill? Please share with us. I am eager to see what the first soul skill of the blue-silver grass entails. Tang San unleashed his blue-silver grass martial soul. Instantly, a larger blue-silver grass sprouted from his right palm, its leaves more luxuriant than before, with veins shimmering with a silvery hue. The mere release of his martial soul radiated a vibrant life force, invigorating the cells of both Su Yuntao and CC. The elderly Mateus felt as if he had rejuvenated by 9 years, his body considerably more robust. What an intense aura of vitality. Little Tang, you aren't perhaps aiming to become a healing-type soul master, are you? Mateus mused, recalling the healing martial souls he had encountered in his youth, whose techniques primarily involved emitting lifelike waters or light. Yet none could compare to the vitality exuded by Tang San's blue-silver grass. This was merely the release of his martial soul. One could only imagine the potency of his soul skills. However, it seemed that the blue-silver grass martial soul lacked the ability to emit energy. The thousand-root banyan also did not possess such a capability. The most noteworthy aspect of blue-silver grass is its vitality. Naturally, I aim to enhance its life force attributes. However, labeling it purely as a healing type is not entirely accurate. I lean more towards the auxiliary category. Tang San nodded, adding, given the resilience of blue-silver grass, coupled with the thousand-root banyan soul ring compensating for my martial soul's deficiencies, I am not entirely precluded from pursuing control abilities. Nevertheless, I believe the current classification of soul masters into 7 broad categories is rather simplistic. It could benefit from a more nuanced division. For instance, some auxiliary soul masters who enhance martial souls with healing abilities shouldn't be solely categorized as healing types. He paused. This is a digression related to a theory I intend to propose, but allow me to keep some intrigue for now. He continued, now, I shall demonstrate my first soul skill, endless recovery. Su Yuntao inquired, how shall we test it? Brother Tao, exhaust all your soul power by using your second soul skill on this empty space, Tang San instructed. Understood. Su Yuntao manifested his martial soul, his second soul ring illuminating as 6 sharp, diamond-like claws emerged from his fists. All of his soul power converged upon these claws, causing the 10-centimeter-long claws to manifest energy blades exceeding a meter in length. Go! With a forceful fling, 6 energy blades shot forth, carving 6 deep trenches approximately 5 meters into the ground. After executing this soul skill, Su Yuntao's legs trembled, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained. CC rushed to support him. At that moment, Tang San activated his first soul skill, and the blue-silver grass in his hand sprouted a leaf that entwined around Su Yuntao's body, infusing him with energy. Instantly, Su Yuntao's complexion began to recover visibly, his soul power restored by half, enabling him to rise to his feet, and even his stamina rejuvenated. Incredible! My strength has returned, and my soul power has nearly been restored to half. Su Yuntao exclaimed in astonishment,
feeling the soul power continuing to replenish within him. He estimated that it would not be long before his soul power was entirely restored. Little San, does this soul skill consume much of your soul power? Not significantly. If I disregard my own soul power recovery, I could use it over 50 times, Tang San replied. However, this skill can also restore my own energy, though it cannot be used indefinitely, as stamina also requires energy, and this energy ultimately cannot substitute for food. One could say it offers greater sustainability. Moreover, blue silver grass has inherited the resilience of the 1,000-root banyan. Does this mean you could potentially use this soul skill until you faint from hunger? Mateus felt his worldview being upended, even experiencing a ghostly sensation. Tang San's first soul skill could restore others and himself. With usage exceeding 50 times, it was nothing short of miraculous. If Tang San could eventually sprout multiple blue silvergrass leaves simultaneously to restore several individuals, even the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda would pale in comparison. Little Tang, how many people can you restore simultaneously? Mateus inquired. Thanks to the profuse branches of the banyan tree crown, my martial soul has inherited this characteristic. As long as my soul power is sufficient, the number of blue silvergrass leaves I can produce is virtually limitless. However, being constrained by my current level of 17, I can only reach my peak under extreme conditions. Tang San stated, channeling his soul power, and his blue silvergrass began to differentiate into hundreds, even thousands, of elongated leaves densely packed together, causing Matthew to feel a chill run down his spine. Just this one soul skill rendered the 7 treasures glazed tower utterly inadequate. Of course, there are drawbacks. It requires the blue silver grass to entwine around the person's body for recovery. If the quantity becomes excessive, it may entangle itself, leading to self-imprisonment. This aspect is less convenient than the 7 treasures glazed tower, whose amplification shines forth in the form of light, making it exceedingly difficult to interrupt. Indeed, this is a divine auxiliary skill. Theoretically, it could provide support to thousands upon thousands of individuals simultaneously, but where would such vast energy originate? Unlike Matthew and Su Yuntao, who were astounded by Tang San's soul skill, CC pondered an incongruity that left both Matthew and Su Yuntao in stunned silence. Indeed, can a soul power level of 17 be considered formidable? Su Yuntao, as a great soul master, could hardly believe that the energy for recovery could be conjured from thin air. If so, the value of this skill would ascend to an entirely new echelon. Su Yuntao, with a soul power of 24, completed his recovery, and Tang San appeared to have expended no energy at all. The only considerable expenditure was the differentiation into countless blue silver leaves. Yet, this soul skill could also act upon himself, facilitating an immediate restoration of his soul power. This is the hallmark of my first soul skill. It does not require the complete consumption of my own soul power, Tang San elucidated. After releasing this soul skill, my martial soul can continuously draw a certain energy from the earth, which is then transformed through my martial soul and soul ring, subsequently transmitted into your bodies to aid in your recovery. In simpler terms, my soul skill functions akin to a factory processing the energy of the earth. Due to the low consumption characteristic of blue silvergrass, once this skill is employed, it converts the earth's power into restorative energy for you. Su Yuntao was filled with questions and bashfully asked, could you explain it in more layman's terms? I find it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Could you provide a comparison with something simpler? Tang San sighed. You're familiar with the soul guide lamp. A commonplace soul guide device, correct? I know it well. We have one at home for illumination, and it is quite convenient, Su Yuntao nodded. The soul guide lamp. Despite being a soul guide device whose manufacturing method has not been lost, differs from storage-type soul guides in that even ordinary individuals without soul power can utilize it simply by pressing a switch, Tang San explained. So, how can an ordinary person make the soul guide lamp illuminate? Su Yuntao still did not grasp it, but tentatively asked, is it because they press the switch? Although correct, Tang San discerned that he lacked understanding of the underlying principles. Thus, he decided to elaborate further. The ability of the soul guide lamp to illuminate hinges on 3 factors. First, it possesses a mechanism capable of storing soul power, serving as energy. Second, the lamp's internal structure has been pre-configured to emit light once soul power is inputted. During this process, the ordinary person merely presses the button, the switch. Do you not think this is quite similar to how a soul master utilizes their soul ring to release soul skills? There must be a connection between the 3. I surmise that the development of soul guides arose from the study of the principles behind soul masters using soul rings.
leading to the categorization of corresponding attributes for application in devices. However, during the Douluo period, most methods for crafting soul guides were lost, leaving only those for daily use. The reasons for this loss remain unclear. It could be due to divine interference or perhaps the rejection of local soul masters, as they often disdain attack-type soul guides, believing them to be contrary to their own powers. Chapter 19. The Reasons for Non-Participation. Tang San's explanation was remarkably clear and comprehensible. Xuantian understood. And CC also grasped the concept. Matthew was utterly astounded. This interpretation essentially redefined the essence of how soul masters utilize their soul rings. The soul skills activated by soul masters through their soul rings require them to actively press the button of the soul ring, allowing the corresponding skill to be released without necessitating deep thought. At most, they need to perform the appropriate movements and recite the corresponding soul incantations, as the flow of soul power has already been predetermined within the soul ring. A glimmer of contemplation flashed in Tang San's eyes. The energy required to release a soul skill is soul power, originating from the soul master themselves, akin to how nobles use the soul guide lamp. They press the switch. But the energy is derived from the soul power storage device. When the energy is depleted, the lamp ceases to shine. In the context of a soul master, when their soul power is exhausted, they can no longer release soul skills or sustain them. My first soul skill operates similarly. It necessitates the subjective mental intent to press the soul ring button. However, I possess an advantage over other soul masters. I have an external energy source, the earth. The consumption of blue-silver grass is minimal, and my own soul power is relatively low, yet the energy I use to restore you, Brother Tao, originates from the earth. Thus, the consumption of this soul skill is akin to the minimal effort expended by an ordinary person pressing the soul guide lamp switch. They exert little energy in pressing the switch, and, similarly, I expend little soul power in using this skill, with the added benefit that my blue-silver grass instinctually restores my own energy, leading to consumption that is outpaced by recovery. Matthew, Xuantian, and CC were all left in awe. What a formidable ability. The entirety of the Douluo continent becomes your soul power storage device? Are you the child of the earth? After a considerable pause, Matthew finally inquired, so, as long as you stand upon the earth, your soul power is inexhaustible? In theory. Yes, Tang San nodded. Even a title Douluo could have their soul power fully restored by my first soul skill. For the soul power of a title Douluo is but a droplet compared to the vast ocean of energy that the earth possesses. However, given my current soul power level, the efficiency of restoring a title Douluo is somewhat low. It would likely take 1 to 2 months to fully replenish a title Douluo who has exhausted their soul power, during which time they would not be able to eat, drink, or relieve themselves. Fortunately, the recovery efficiency of this soul skill increases as my soul power level rises. It is not a fixed recovery skill. Upon hearing that the efficiency of Tang San's soul skill could improve with his rising soul power, Matthew perceived that Tang San's blue-silver grass could rival the auxiliary capabilities of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. Presently, on the Douluo continent, only the amplification-type soul skill of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower could increase the amplification percentage alongside the rise in soul power. Few other martial souls possessed auxiliary soul skills that improved efficiency with increased soul power. Even a 9-heart begonia, while each soul skill is a form of healing, maintains a fixed efficiency. Only the latter healing soul skills are more effective than their predecessors. Subsequently, Tang San devoted some time to allowing Xuantian and CC to test his first soul skill. Beyond restoring soul power, Tang San's first soul skill also proved effective in healing both external and internal injuries. Xuantian, having previously suffered from a lingering injury to his waist that caused discomfort when twisting, found himself relieved and invigorated. Furthermore, the blisters that had formed on his palm from sawing wood had vanished without a trace. Little San, your soul skill's restorative properties are remarkably comprehensive. It can heal soul power, wounds, and even hidden injuries, while also infusing vitality. It seems that even ailments and poison could be alleviated. Xuantian could hardly fathom the wealth that Tang San might amass, should he choose to pursue a career as a physician. It was likely that his monthly earnings would surpass Yuntao's annual salary. However, Tang San himself held little interest in the medical profession. My first soul skill has its flaws, he remarked after a brief experiment. When you carry me, the distance from the ground diminishes the energy I can absorb from it. The higher the elevation, the less effective the absorption of the Earth's power becomes, necessitating the consumption of my own soul power, which is rather insufficient. Tang San articulated the drawbacks of this soul skill, pondering whether standing on stone or dirt would yield any effects. Su Yuntao was at a loss for words. Even the mightiest eagle soaring through the skies must eventually descend to rest. It cannot fly indefinitely. You have no idea how many envy and resent this soul skill of yours. Tang San gazed at Su Yuntao in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. Why do you look at me like that? Is there something on my face? Su Yuntao raised a hand to touch his cheek, feeling nothing amiss. No, there's nothing dirty. It's just surprising to see such literary flair from you. Tao Ge. Who would have thought you could express such sentiments? Tang San teased. When we first met, if you were to write a love letter, it would be bluntly, I love you. Seeing CC turn her head, Su Yuntao quickly covered Tang San's mouth, declaring, I am a Grand Soul Master with a flair for the arts. Is there an inherent connection between being a Grand Soul Master and possessing literary talent? He knew that many Soul Masters in Notting City's Spirit Hall could merely recognize letters. However, after peeling away Su Yuntao's hand from his mouth, Tang San refrained from teasing further and suggested, Tao Ge, since you were so eloquent, why not recite a poem for us? Su Yuntao thought, is this what it means to avoid self-deprecation? Truly, I have learned something. Yet he had indeed been perusing poetry recently, hoping to recite it to CC after their marriage, believing it would undoubtedly move her. However, he currently lacked inspiration and could not reveal this thought. The embarrassment of being overheard by Masayuno was too great. Upon leaving the nodding forest, Masayuno informed the guards of the spirit hall outside the forest about the ancient banyan tree, which was far too large to transport to Notting City without assistance. A 500-year-old banyan would undoubtedly attract the attention of many master sculptors, with a starting price of at least 500 gold soul coins. The corpses of the banyan silkworms were taken to a local inn by 4 individuals, where the chef prepared a meal that they shared. The banyan silkworm was edible and quite palatable, even invigorating the blood and energy. Had it not been for Tang San's reminder, Masayuno and the others would have disregarded the silkworm's remains. After consuming a meal of banyan silkworm, CC's soul power reached level 22. The flesh of the silkworm did not enhance her soul power directly. Rather, the soul ring of the banyan silkworm was exceptionally compatible with her, ensuring minimal energy wastage, allowing her to break through the threshold into level 22 naturally as her blood and energy circulated more vigorously. Upon returning to Notting City, Masayuno arranged for Tang San's Soul Master certification anew. To avoid drawing attention, do not disclose that your soul power is at level 17. If anyone inquires, simply say it's level 13. As long as you exercise some caution, no one in Notting Academy will notice your true level. Although Notting Academy lacked formidable experts, being prudent was always wise. A lower rank would also attract less scrutiny. More importantly, there was a master within the academy. Should Tang San fall under his influence or be deceived, it would not bode well. While he trusted Tang San's intelligence to resist such manipulation, it was best to avoid drawing the attention of those who might mock him as a failure in the Soul Master community. Rest assured, Grandpa Masayuno, I understand the principle that the tallest tree in the forest will surely be felled by the wind, Tang San assured him. He then earnestly requested, however, could we delay informing the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall about my situation? Why? Do you fear that the higher-ups will take notice of you and conduct research on you? Masayuno assumed he was merely worried about trivialities. Although there were indeed individuals with ulterior motives within the Spirit Hall, he reassured Tang San, I want to report you to the higher-ups. I'll go directly to the Spirit City and convey the message to the Pope. You know, Grandpa Masayuno, I wish to study martial souls, but do not want to be constrained by the theoretical frameworks of the Spirit Hall. I will eventually go to Spirit City, but not just yet. I need to cultivate my independent thought to foster continual innovation. Tang San continued to use his research on martial soul theory as an excuse to avoid joining the Spirit Hall, stating that he had recently devised a theory on how soul masters could ascertain their own positioning. He anticipated that Masayuno could report it alongside his information, trusting that the Pope's benevolence would allow him to grasp his intentions. Chapter 20. Returning to Notting Academy. Very well, I grant you this favor, Masayuno conceded. He understood Tang San well. This was a child with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, eager to achieve something in the realm of martial soul research. He would inevitably journey to Spirit City, where the most extensive collection of martial soul materials and soul master literature resided. Presently, he likely recognized the disparity between himself, hailing from a small village, and the students of Spirit City, wishing to elevate his strength to the point where he would have a voice before setting out. Thank you for your understanding, Grandpa Masayuno. Tang San expressed his gratitude, bidding farewell to Masayuno as he prepared to return to Notting Academy. Shortly after the semester commenced and attending one class, he accompanied Masayuno and others to the Nodding Forest to hunt for soul rings. Having acquired the soul rings, it was only fitting to return and check in, otherwise the Academy's inhabitants might forget about him, the new student. Stop right there. Nodding Academy, no admittance for outsiders. The gatekeeper halted Tang San. The reasoning was simple. Tang San's appearance had changed, rendering the gatekeeper unable to recognize him. Moreover, he was not clad in the Academy's uniform, but rather in loose hunting attire of brown and green. I'm a student of Nodding Academy, just returning from hunting soul rings. I haven't had the chance to change yet, Tang San replied. A soul master? The gatekeeper appeared somewhat apprehensive but still queried. Yet, a child like you, I cannot possibly mistake. I am familiar with all the students here, and we have never met. I know Tao Ge. I was here for my first visit, and we spoke a few words, Tang San reminded him. Tao Ye, wait a moment. Are you a distant relative of Master Xuantian Tao? The gatekeeper was astonished. How has your appearance changed so? It's the mutation of my martial soul that has affected my appearance, Tang San explained, releasing his martial soul, which manifested as blue silver grass with silver veins sprouting from his palm. The yellow soul ring instantly commanded the gatekeeper's respect. You have become a soul master. Just about. My cultivation aptitude is decent, and it was Tao Ge and Master Masino who guided me in hunting the soul rings. Tang San smiled, engaged in light conversation with the gatekeeper before proceeding towards the Academy's administrative building. Director Su of the administration office recognized Tang San, though he found him somewhat familiar, and inquired, Young lad, are you here for enrollment? The admissions have already closed. He then added, Show me your soul master certification. I will arrange your enrollment. There aren't many new students this year, and Dormitory 9 is not yet full. Director Su, we haven't seen each other for a few days. And you don't recognize me? Tang San produced the Soul Master certification that Masayuno had recently obtained for him, stating, I am Tang San. Tang San? Tang San. Director Su was taken aback upon learning that Tang San had acquired a soul ring and that his appearance had changed post-acquisition. You returned so swiftly? Were you not granted a half-month leave? Also, what happened to your looks? Adding a soul ring can enhance one's beauty? He observed at a glance. You appear less like a peasant and more akin to a young master from a certain family. It's likely due to the mutation of my martial soul, which has caused certain changes to my physique. Faced with the barrage of inquiries from Director Su, Tang San selectively responded to those he could answer, stating, I have returned from my soul hunting expedition and am ready to resume classes. Truly, he was an eager learner. Had it been any other student taking leave for a soul hunt, they would likely have delayed their return until their leave was fully served, regardless of any early acquisition of a soul ring. It was at this moment that Director Su confirmed that the Tang San before him was indeed the same amicable and studious young man who had first reported to the Academy. He was certainly not a hidden nobleman, but rather a remarkably humble child whose martial spirit had deviated beyond the ordinary, which was quite delightful. As a junior student, once one became a soul master, graduation could be applied for. You can read, so are you considering applying for graduation? Director Su Nguayev. No, I'm far from ready. I have yet to fully familiarize myself with the Academy, and the thought of graduating abruptly seems rather peculiar, especially since I have yet to even visit the library, where the collection surpasses that of the Martial Soul Hall. Tang San chuckled. In the past, I grew in a rather unrefined manner. Now, I must build a solid foundation to avoid being ridiculed later on. Huh, now that you are a soul master, who would dare mock you? Director Su laughed heartily, satisfied with Tang San's maturity. Certainly, the more accomplished Tang San became upon graduating from Nodding Academy, the greater the institution's reputation would grow, potentially attracting other children from small towns to enroll. More significantly, Tang San was a student of Teacher Ma Han, whom Director Su supervised. The emergence of such a talent could very well lead to his own promotion and salary increase, a thought that filled him with delight. However, you are correct. At merely 6 years of age, you are still quite young and indeed need to solidify your knowledge. Before I depart, there is one more matter, Director Su. Please inform Teacher Ma Han of my return to prevent any surprise regarding my changes, Tang San recalled, speaking to the director. Not a problem. After leaving the Academic Affairs office, Tang San made his way to Dormitory 7. From his roommates, he learned that during his brief absence of 3 or 4 days, Xiao Wu had risen to the position of leader at Nodding Academy. Despite Tang San's absence, she had managed to defeat Xiao Qinyu and others. However, in Tang San's view, given Xiao Wu's prowess, she was only capable of overwhelming lesser opponents. At that moment, Xiao Wu was indulging in takeout delicacies from the second floor with Wang Sheng and others. The source of their funds was clearly not the gold soul coin given to Xiao Wu by the Martial Soul Hall. Xiao Wu had no concrete understanding of money and likely spent it all, perhaps even falling prey to some merchants in Notting City. As for contributions from Wang Sheng and the others, that was even less likely. Children from small villages and working study students could scarcely afford meals, let alone the luxury of dining on the second floor. Thus, there was only one possibility. They must have received tributes from the Academy's noble students. Little San, you're back. Upon seeing Tang San, who had undergone slight changes in appearance, Xiao Wu was momentarily perplexed but recognized him nonetheless, as she possessed her own unique discernment as a 10,000-year soul beast. He's indeed Tang San? I thought he was a freshman who mistakenly entered the wrong dormitory and was only arriving at Notting Academy a few days late. But has he really changed so much after acquiring a soul ring? The transformation is far superior to the effects of those noble students' cucumber facials. It is no wonder everyone aspires to become a soul master. Wang Sheng marveled at Tang San's transformation, eagerly anticipating his own future appearance after obtaining a soul ring. The others shared similar sentiments. Tang San understood that Wang Sheng's aspirations were destined to be unfulfilled. The alteration in his appearance stemmed from his lineage. Possessing half of the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline, or rather, its genetic inheritance, which he had inherited from the humanoid Blue-Silver Emperor. After obtaining the soul ring from the Thousand-Year Banyan, it had likely triggered the expression of his Blue-Silver Emperor's genetic traits, activating certain recessive traits to become dominant. This realization further confirmed Tang San's prior assumptions. The so-called bloodline was indistinguishable from genetics. His Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline was not akin to Tang Wulin's forcibly sealed Golden Dragon King's core, but rather existed within every cell of his body as hereditary material. To extinguish his bloodline would be orders of magnitude more challenging than killing him. If one could truly eradicate his half-Blue-Silver Emperor bloodline, he would perish, as it would equate to dismantling the genetic material within every cell, preventing them from dividing autonomously. While it remained uncertain whether the martial soul inheritance in Douluo, a continent operated through genetics, it was a planet orbiting the sun, and its physical laws should not deviate significantly from those of Earth. At least, on the surface, Tang Hao appeared quite ordinary, not becoming handsome due to his ascendance to title Douluo. Similarly, other soul masters, as observed, whether Su Yuntao or CC, did not experience any significant changes in appearance due to a soul ring that was highly compatible with their martial spirits. The reason was quite simple. While martial souls resided within the human body, they were stable and typically did not affect one's appearance. At most, they might enhance physical strength and agility after absorbing a soul ring. Unless a martial spirit's mutation impacted the external genetic expression, no notable changes would occur. Tang San, however, was an exception due to his possession of half of the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline, which he preferred to refer to as a hereditary factor. It was precisely because of this hereditary factor that a single soul ring could lead to a remarkable transformation in his appearance. The hereditary factor had already predetermined this outcome. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and mice are born knowing how to burrow. This fantastical world, in many respects, was not so fantastical after all. Many aspects still adhered to scientific principles. For instance, in the original narrative, Oscar could replicate the Blue-Silver Emperor and Xuantian Hammer martial spirits from Tang San's blood, likely due to his soul skill enabling him to analyze the hereditary factors that represented the Blue-Silver Emperor and Xuantian Hammer from Tang San's blood. The mirror beast was indeed a peculiar soul beast. Wang Sheng snapped back to reality and asked Tang San, "You actually obtained a soul ring? Didn't you say your martial spirit is Blue-Silver Grass? How did your soul power increase so rapidly? Are you like Sister Xiao Wu, endowed with innate full soul power? Perhaps your Blue-Silver Grass is merely a variant of the innate 6th level?" Tang San shook his head. "Moreover, I possess unique insights into the cultivation of the Blue-Silver Grass martial spirit." Xiao Wu, having set down the carrot stick in her hand, approached Tang San and proposed, "Little San, how about we have a match to see who is the strongest in Notting? If you win, the title of leader goes to you. What do you say? I'm an auxiliary soul master, so my combat prowess is not particularly strong." Tang San did not decline, for he wished to test his own strength. Xiao Wu was a formidable opponent, but I need some time to prepare and thoroughly understand my first soul skill before we spar. After all, you became a soul master before me and are undoubtedly more adept in utilizing soul skills. Upon hearing that Tang San had chosen to be an auxiliary soul master, Xiao Wu felt a twinge of disappointment, but the implication of his latter words suggested he wanted to battle her. Auxiliary types aren't weaklings, are they? You're an auxiliary now, and you still want to fight me? Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips. I thought you would refuse. However, Sister Xiao Wu is willing to oblige. By the way, what is your first soul skill? Endless recovery.
a healing-type soul skill that allows me to restore individuals to their peak condition while standing on the ground, though is less effective against poison and severe ailments. Tang San replied slowly, releasing his martial spirit. The yellow 100-year soul ring astonished Wang Sheng and the others in Dormitory 7. 100-year soul ring. Chapter 21. Tang San's persuasive analysis. Once he activated the soul skill, the blue silver grass in Tang San's hand split into over a dozen leaf-like tendrils that entwined around the waists of all the children in Dormitory 7, including Xiao Wu. Instantly, Xiao Wu, Wang Sheng, and the others felt a surge of energy flowing from the blue silver grass into their bodies, bringing them immense comfort as their scrapes and bruises vanished without a trace. What a powerful soul skill. It has healed all our injuries. Wang Sheng rolled up his sleeves and gazed at his intact arms, feeling a surge of admiration for Tang San. It was not solely due to Tang San's status as a soul master, but rather because he possessed a healing soul skill. In the future, should injuries arise, he could seek Tang San's assistance. Though it was a somewhat reluctant reliance, Tang San himself harbored discontent regarding this soul skill, particularly lamenting that the earth's power he absorbed could not be refined into soul power. Were it possible to utilize it for cultivation, Tang San was confident that upon graduating from the Nodding Academy, he could attain the esteemed title of Douluo. Alas, this potential remained elusive. How long will it take you to master soul skills? Xiao Wu inquired. I recall you've never referred to me as Sister Xiao Wu. If I win, you must call me that. And if I win? Tang San replied with a knowing smile that sent a shiver down Xiao Wu's spine. Yet strangely, she did not find it unpleasant. There was an alluring fragrance about him that evoked memories of her favorite delicacies from the past. Should you emerge victorious, the leadership of Room 7 and Nodding Academy shall be yours, she declared. While Tang San had indeed transformed after acquiring his first spirit ring, exuding an aura she found appealing, Xiao Wu was far from foolish and would not stake her identity as a wager. I have no interest in the leadership of either Room 7 or Nodding Academy, Tang San stated firmly, then turned to Xiao Wu with a serious expression. What I seek from you is a promise. A promise? What sort of promise? Xiao Wu asked, her curiosity piqued. Given your circumstances, it is evident that you differ from us genuine work-study students, Tang San deduced in a manner that Wang Sheng and the others could comprehend. Though we are not well acquainted, your demeanor, flawless complexion, and initial lack of understanding of currency, along with your first spirit ring, being a century old, all suggest you are akin to a little princess from a prominent family, here to experience life. Xiao Wu chuckled. You are mistaken. I am no rich girl. Besides, if a century-old spirit ring is proof, you are no different. Not quite the same, Tang San maintained. My martial spirit is blue silvergrass, merely a variation. When I first arrived at Room 7, my skin was dark like Wang Sheng's, and my physique was frail, as you know. My current transformation is solely due to absorbing the first spirit ring, which caused my martial spirit to mutate. Wang Sheng and the others nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Tang San's arrival at Room 7, thin, dark-skinned, with short and unruly hair. Yet now, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Moreover, I reside in Holy Soul Village. When everyone has a break, if you have the time, you could visit. My grandfather is the village chief, Tang San continued. This aspect of my life cannot be concealed. My achievements today stem from cultivating a friendship with Master Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall before my martial spirit awakened, allowing me to explore various texts at the Spirit Hall and study theories, thus empowering myself. Wang Sheng regarded Tang San with newfound respect. Compared to Xiao Wu, who merely sought to experience life, Tang San's background was evidently more admirable and inspiring. Xiao Wu huffed, seeing her younger brother swayed by Tang San's words. Regardless, I am not of noble birth. However, her demeanor hardly resembled that of a commoner. Though they were not particularly astute, Wang Sheng and the others were not foolish. A child of humble origins, even with a mutated martial spirit and innate full soul power, would not possess such a personality. Previously overlooked, they suddenly comprehended the unease they had felt days prior, thanks to Tang San's reminders. Yet, as long as Xiao Wu remained in Room 7 as a work-study student, she would be their leader. After all, she was indeed a competent leader, though her capricious nature raised concerns about what would happen if she suddenly departed. Fine. Regardless of your origins, just give me a clear answer, Tang San smiled. In the future, should I develop deeper insights into martial spirits, I will need strong allies. Please have your family cooperate with me. I've already said I am not. Xiao Wu replied helplessly, yet she continued, even if I were. Having run away means no one pays me any heed, suggesting I'm not valued in my family. Not necessarily, Tang San speculated. Perhaps your elders are watching over you from the shadows, ensuring your safety. He reasoned, based on what he should know. If I were born into a prominent family or nobility and awakened innate full soul power, I would certainly have guardians discreetly monitoring my movements. Would any family be so careless as to let you roam freely? When I ventured out to hunt soul beasts, you became the leader of all students at Notting Academy. Defeating those nobles, despite your strength, how could they genuinely submit to you? Logically, they would seek assistance from their families to investigate your background, potentially causing you trouble later, either attempting to subdue you or eliminate you altogether if you proved too unruly. Xiao Wu shivered at the thought. Although Tang San's assumptions about her identity were erroneous, had she truly been a civilian soul master, she might indeed have faced retribution after defeating Xiao Qinyu. But the Haven Tea retaliated against me. Xiao Wu insisted stubbornly. People can't be that malicious, can they? Indeed, people are not inherently evil. But neither are they as benevolent as you might wish. The reason they have not approached you is likely due to your century-old spirit ring. Based on the assumptions of those minor nobles, you must have some family backing that they cannot afford to offend. For it is nearly impossible for a civilian soul master to possess a century-old first spirit ring, Tang San replied, somewhat exasperated. Just like me, my connection with Master Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall enabled me to obtain this century-old spirit ring with his and Master Ma Xiaonua's assistance. Xiao Wu realized that her abrupt arrival in human society had indeed been somewhat rash. Fortunately, her first spirit ring was a century old, and her true origins remained obscured. Being perceived as the daughter of a prominent family was advantageous, allowing her to cultivate a sense of security amidst misunderstandings. Furthermore, with the Ming and Air Ming being 10,000-year soul beasts, it could be construed that she belonged to a family with two titled Douluos. Her identity could easily be regarded as that of someone from a prestigious lineage. All right, I accept your terms. 3 days hence, we shall duel on the Notting Academy playground. Xiao Wu declared, lifting her chin and looking down at Tang San. As girls tend to mature faster than boys, she stood 3 to 5 centimeters taller than him. Chapter 22. Level 13, One Ring Soul Master. In the ensuing 3 days, Tang San requested an extended leave from teacher Mo Hen, effectively skipping classes to immerse himself in the library, poring over various texts related to martial spirits and soul beasts while testing his soul power and first soul skill. Most notably, he discovered an alternate application for his first soul skill when he pressed his blue-silver grass martial spirit against the ground of the playground. He was astonished to find that the base of the blue-silver grass had sprouted numerous roots, akin to thousands of banyan tree roots, deeply anchoring themselves into the earth. The coverage area extended 20 meters in radius from his position, with roots penetrating over 20 meters deep. Moreover, as he manipulated his soul power, the roots could sprout additional blue-silver grass, forming a vast expanse of blue-silver grass, each plant a derivative of his martial spirit, controllable and capable of extending slender leaves. Coupled with the resilience of the banyan roots, they proved difficult to sever with ordinary weapons. And with the near-infinite energy supply from the Earth's power, each leaf could extend over 10 meters. Though Tang San's soul skill remained one of endless recovery, once this blue-silver grass field was established, it could effectively function as a control-type martial spirit under his command. Envision, if you will, his blue-silver grass martial soul, its minimal consumption, abundant quantity, elongated leaves, and a formidable strength akin to that of 1,000 banyan trees, rendering it under his command. Even a soul master of the highest rank would find it exceedingly difficult to extricate themselves from its grasp. Wouldn't that render them a living target? Tang San was quite pleased with this notion. This soul skill derived from the infinite revival was aptly named by him as the Endless Grassland. For once activated, the energy required to sustain this skill could be directly siphoned from the earth, negating any depletion of his own soul power, provided that the primary root of his blue-silver grass martial soul remained intact beneath the surface. Thus, his blue-silver grass would be an inexhaustible resource. However, controlling every leaf of the blue-silver grass within a 20-meter radius posed a challenge for Tang San at this juncture. He could only manage to bind them in a broad sense, lacking the finesse to manipulate each individual leaf due to their overwhelming number. It seemed necessary to enhance his training in the purple extreme magic eye to bolster his mental fortitude. Yet the time available for such practice was limited to the early morning hours, necessitating a gradual approach. Tang San contemplated 2 additional plans. Moreover, the control of soul power demanded meticulous precision. He pondered if he could draw inspiration from the tree climbing and water scaling techniques depicted in Naruto. In a moment, Tang San's thoughts raced. Yet, upon retracting his martial soul,
he discovered a multitude of delicate blue-silver grass seedlings sprouting across the playground, slightly thicker than a strand of hair. But they were indeed genuine blue-silver grass. Could it be that the life force dissipated during the release of his soul skill had influenced the seeds scattered throughout the playground, prompting them to germinate? Tang San felt his hypothesis was valid. After all, upon acquiring his first soul ring, his ability to draw power from the earth had surged remarkably. And even a modest release of his life force could indeed enable the seeds of blue-silver grass to sprout. Nevertheless, he hoped the work-study students at Notting Academy would not resent him for increasing their workload. The appointed day for their battle arrived. Coinciding with the weekend, when classes were not in session, many noble students had returned home, yet the work-study students remained on campus, eager for diversion from the monotony of meditation and training. Naturally, they flocked to witness the spectacle. Director Su, Mo Hen, and the principal also joined the fray, along with Yu Xiaojiang, who, though aware that skirmishes among children lacked entertainment, hoped to identify promising talent. He stood apart from the crowd, cognizant of his less-than-stellar reputation within the academy, preferring to observe from a distance. Little San, don't say I didn't warn you. Sister Xiao Wu will show no mercy. As Xiao Wu activated her martial soul, rabbit ears sprouted from her head, and a round, fluffy rabbit tail emerged from behind her. The yellow soul ring that materialized astounded the work-study students. The principal remarked, "Is that the girl with innate full soul power this year?" Mo Hen nodded, "Indeed. But whether she truly hails from common origins is debatable." Director Su concurred, "Certainly. A commoner with a martial soul like the soft-bone rabbit should not possess full soul power, especially with a first soul ring of a century. Judging by the depth of its color, it likely exceeds 300 years. Such a soul ring configuration, especially as a first, raises the question of her origins." Yu Xiaojiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he stroked his stubbled chin, his heart leaping with joy. This girl's physique, though youthful, suggests she is a new student. Likely only 6 years old. 6 years old with a century soul ring. She is most likely endowed with innate full soul power, at the very least. She must be at level 9, thus qualifying to be my disciple. While Yu Xiaojiang pondered how to persuade Xiao Wu to become his disciple, Tang San unleashed his martial soul. A blue-silver grass with silver veins sprouting from his palm, surrounded by a ring of soul rings deeper in color than Xiao Wu's. It was indeed the blue-silver grass. The principal observed with keen interest. "So, you're the famed Tang San? Your appearance and demeanor do not suggest common origins." Director Su interjected, "He is indeed a commoner, born in Holy Soul Village. His grandfather is the village chief. Otherwise, how could his martial soul be blue-silver grass?" Before acquiring his soul ring, his appearance was quite ordinary, thin, with dark skin, save for the light in his eyes. Montag remarked, "It seems his martial soul has undergone a mutation. After all, ordinary blue-silver grass can barely reach half a level, yet he stands at level 6. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback at the sight of Tang San's yellow soul ring, eyes wide with shock. The hue of that century soul ring undoubtedly exceeds 500 years. But how could that be possible? The maximum age a first soul ring can withstand is 423 years. My theories cannot be wrong. Yet, the depth of this soul ring's color. The evidence was compelling, leading Yu Xiaojiang to concede that Tang San's soul ring must indeed surpass 500 years. Given his birthright from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, which afforded him a keen insight into the age of the first 3 soul rings, this child shows promise, and he seems somewhat familiar. Is his martial soul truly blue-silver grass? It appears to be the same individual I encountered at the Academic Affairs Office. Though he has undergone significant transformation, has the acquisition of a soul ring induced this mutation? Can a martial soul's mutation indeed affect one's appearance? In that moment, Yu Xiaojiang contemplated much, but one certainty crystallized in his mind. He must find a way to take Tang San as his disciple. There are no worthless martial souls, only inept soul masters. Such a remarkably gifted child is the perfect testament to his own prowess. Once he reaches his full potential, he shall no longer be a jester, but a true master of martial soul theory, revered by the masses. On the playground of Notting Academy, Xiao Wu declared, "I am Xiao Wu, martial soul softbone rabbit, a level 13 soul master." Tang San stood tall, neither servile nor arrogant, and with a slight smile replied, "I am Tang San, martial soul blue silvergrass, a level 13 soul master." Chapter 23. The initial duel between Tang San and Xiao Wu. In the arena, Xiao Wu believed herself to be an offensive fighter, or at the very least, a speed-type fighter as Tang San had analyzed for her, while Tang San identified himself as a support type. It was only fair that she make the first move. She was eager to witness how a support type could initiate an attack. Little San, come on. I'll give you a chance. All right, Tang San nodded, clenching his right fist, the blue-silver grass wrapping around it like a bandage. He did not decline Xiao Wu's request, for although he possessed the 5 ultimate skills from the Xuantian treasure record, he could not reveal them while Yu Xiaojiang was watching from the sidelines. Moreover, he lacked combat experience. During the soul hunting expedition, he had relied on Su Yuntao and CC to engage the Banyan silkworms, while he had been protected by Ma Xiao Nua. When his turn came to acquire a soul ring, he was merely chopping down trees, still devoid of combat experience. Despite his estimation that Xiao Wu also lacked experience in battling humans, her innate abilities as a 10,000-year-soul beast and her natural agility as a rabbit could potentially pose a challenge. At the very least, his sole advantage lay in his soul power. Though he publicly declared himself to be at level 13, his true level was 17. The 13th level was merely a disguise to prevent undue scrutiny. As Tang San dashed toward her, Xiao Wu regarded him with disdain, unleashing a punch in his direction. Quick as a flash, Tang San ducked his head to evade, then reached for her shoulder, initially intending to apply a chokehold. However, considering this was merely a friendly spar, it was best to avoid any underhanded tactics. Xiao Wu gasped in surprise, retreating a step before executing a backflip, her legs clamping around Tang San's waist. The yellow soul ring glimmered as she activated her first soul skill, waist bow. Tang San felt the force of her legs gripping him tightly, lifting him off the ground. However, Tang San firmly clutched Xiao Wu's ankle, preventing himself from being flung away. The consequence of this was that, after Xiao Wu completed a backflip, Tang San's back was forcefully slammed against the ground. Thud! The sound resonated crisply in the air, although Xiao Wu did not exert her full strength. An ordinary person would likely suffer severe injuries from such a fall, perhaps lying in bed for several months. Yet, Tang San utilized his soul power to shield his physical form. Aside from experiencing a bit of pain, he sustained no real harm. Hee, little San, you've lost, Xiao Wu said with a playful grin. Not at all, Tang San replied, releasing his grip on her ankle, leaning back to sit up, and promptly striking the ground with his blue-silver grass, swiftly creating distance between himself and Xiao Wu. With one hand on her hip, Xiao Wu observed the lively Tang San and nodded. Your body is quite sturdy. It seems you're an excellent punching bag. Thank you for the compliment. But I'm not particularly skilled in combat, Tang San chuckled, raising his right hand. Within a radius of 20 meters, a vast expanse of blue-silver grass erupted, with countless leaves entwining towards Xiao Wu like tendrils. What? Xiao Wu gasped, hastily leaping to escape this area. However, she could not fly, and with blue-silver grass sprouting throughout a 20-meter radius, each plant's leaves could extend about 10 meters and were remarkably resilient. Xiao Wu struck with her fists, but the effect of hitting the soft grass was far from effective. While rabbits feast on grass, the grass possesses a resilience that rabbits cannot match, and moreover, Tang San's blue-silver grass had been reinforced by the banyan tree, making it not so easily torn apart. Furthermore, due to the banyan tree's unique properties, his blue-silver grass required a higher temperature to ignite. Though it wasn't entirely fireproof, ordinary flames would not suffice to burn it. Additionally, having rooted the blue-silver grass deep into the ground, with over 20 meters of roots beneath, it would be impossible to incinerate it entirely. Not to mention, Xiao Wu's soft-boned rabbit martial spirit inherently lacked any fiery capabilities. Xiao Wu struggled persistently, managing to tear apart some strands of blue-silver grass. After all, no matter how resilient it was, its soul skill was not primarily for entrapment, and Tang San's control over such a vast number of leaves was limited. However, the sheer quantity of those leaves, along with the energy required to maintain that area drawn from the earth, meant that Tang San only needed to expend soul power to control the leaves. His first soul skill, Endless Recovery, allowed him to replenish the consumed soul power faster than it could be depleted. A man triumphs through endurance. 3 minutes later, Xiao Wu found herself bound like a large dumpling in blue-silver grass, with only her lower face free from entanglement, a deliberate choice by Tang San to prevent her from suffocating. It seems I have won, Tang San said with a cheerful smile. Fine, you won. Just let me go. Xiao Wu's face flushed. Being defeated publicly was a blow to her pride as Xiao Wu. Tang San retracted the blue-silver grass, causing the endless field to dissipate, leaving only a few strands on the ground. Did you not claim to be a support-type soul master? Xiao Wu glared. You deceive me. Clearly, you're a control type. So many leaves rendered me immobile, and earlier, you approached me just to ensnare me in your soul skill, didn't you? Firstly,
I truly am a support-type soul master. It's just that my first soul ring is exceptional, allowing me to develop other applications, Tang San clarified, his first soul ring glowing again. A strand of blue-silver grass wrapped around Xiao Wu's waist, aiding her in recovering soul power and healing the bruises caused by being bound. See, the function of my soul skill is restoration. It replenished your injuries and the soul power you expended. As for the earlier tussle, I primarily wanted to practice my martial arts. To be honest, I have countless fighting techniques in my mind, but when it came to actual combat, it was indeed different from what I envisioned. You knocked me down immediately, but I suppose my physique is quite sturdy, plus my soul skill allows for recovery. Xiao Wu's expression softened a bit, and she said, "All right, since you won, I want to go back on my word. I'll honor my promise to you. Let us set that aside for now, but we can frequently spar in the future. I need to enhance my practical combat experience, as martial skills are quite crucial. You could gradually acclimate to the abilities of a control-type soul master through our battles, so you won't be helpless against them in the future." Tang San extended his hand toward Xiao Wu. "Indeed, I cannot afford to be captured." Xiao Wu pondered for a moment before reaching out her palm to slap Tang San's hand, then suddenly smiled from now on. "You don't need to call me Sister Xiao Wu, since you never did. Just call me Xiao Wu, and I'll call you Little San. How about that?" Tang San shook his head. "I can call you Xiao Wu, but you cannot call me Little San." "Why not?" "Because I have double standards," Tang San blurted out, then cleared his throat and added earnestly, "because I am more mature. I am not a child." Xiao Wu. Chapter 24. Confidential discussion. Xiao Wu's heart returns. Seeing the relationship between Tang San and Xiao Wu deepen due to their match, Director Su sighed, "Geniuses tend to attract one another. It seems our Nodding Academy will gain prominence among the junior Soul Master Academies." A smile also appeared on Principal Nodding's face. "Indeed, once they graduate, we might be able to promote Nodding Academy, thereby expanding its development and increasing enrollment." The school leaders departed with laughter and chatter. The work-study students also dispersed. As the excitement had concluded, and they needed to return to their respective responsibilities, they were hardly wealthy individuals. Moreover, it was evident to all that Xiao Wu clearly wished to discuss something with Tang San, and approaching them now would be rather foolish. Children from impoverished backgrounds possess pride, but can also read the room. They would not engage in endeavors beyond their capabilities. "If I don't call you Little San, what should I call you?" Xiao Wu blinked, feeling she must take advantage of this situation, otherwise it would gnaw at her. For the young boy before her had embarrassed her. "You can simply call me by my name. No special titles are necessary," Tang San suggested after some thought. "By the way, what is your full name?" "It wouldn't be Xiao, would it? That would be quite peculiar." "Indeed, my surname is Xiao," she replied with a huff. "Well then, I shall take advantage of that," Tang San chuckled. "You insufferable brat." Xiao Wu ground her teeth, but decided to follow Tang San to observe what he usually did. Being near such a genius would likely increase her chances of being noticed by the stronger individuals among humanity. Furthermore, Tang San was not as unbearable as she had claimed. "Is my choice for my second soul ring, the wind-listening rabbit, truly suitable?" Xiao Wu inquired about her future second soul ring selection. Of course, after all, if a rabbit does not lean towards agility type, but rather strength type, it would indeed waste the innate talents a rabbit should possess. Tang San affirmed his thoughts. "Why can't a rabbit be strength type?" Xiao Wu, still leaning towards the strength type, insisted, for her greatest joy was fighting, and strength types were evidently the strongest in combat. "I'm not saying it's impossible. Martial spirits are not necessarily real animals or objects," Tang San corrected her. "It's just not fitting. Your personality is somewhat erratic. If you don't adjust it, I doubt anyone would genuinely choose you as a teammate. And without anyone to protect you, you will face many hardships during your early development. Oh, I nearly forgot. You're a runaway rich girl with a powerful family behind you, so you don't need to worry about these things. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Xiao Wu ground her teeth, making a clicking sound, but after taking a deep breath, she asked curiously, "Can't we just be friends?" "Don't be so naive," Tang San said as he gazed into Xiao Wu's eyes. "The foundation of friendship is mutual understanding, and I feel you don't quite understand me. Don't speak so soon. After all, we will be desk mates for 6 years," Xiao Wu replied with a cheerful smile. "That may not necessarily be the case. After all, I plan to apply to teacher MOHN and self-study at the library. I attended your first class as well. Yet you haven't even recognized all 500 commonly used characters," Tang San remarked without reservation, mocking. "Aside from your innate talent for cultivation, you are utterly lacking. Even if someone seeks your friendship, it is likely merely due to your exceptional abilities. There is nothing wrong with that, as possessing talent is indeed a form of capital. However, you appear somewhat naive. One might sell you off, and you would assist them in counting the profits. Xiao Wu, indignant, retorted, am I really that foolish? Not exactly. There is a saying, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Even a rabbit possesses its cleverness, but cleverness does not equate to wisdom, and sometimes, a little cleverness can lead to dire consequences. Tang San's bright gaze made Xiao Wu's scalp tingle, as if he could see through her very being. From which type of soul beast does your first spirit ring originate? Xiao Wu shifted the topic. From a 1,000-year banyan, he replied. What is that? Xiao Wu inquired, her face a picture of innocence, completely unaware of the soul beast in question. It is a type of banyan tree. Even after 10,000 years, it possesses no intelligence. However, when a single tree becomes a forest, this is also the reason I could develop my first soul skill, the infinite grassland. Tang San was candid, adding, its primary effect is restoration. The most prominent characteristic of my blue-silver grass is its tenacity for life. Based on my estimation, once I reach the title Douluo level, I might even achieve the resurrection, effect akin to bringing the dead back to life. Resurrection! Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, a thought dawning upon her, and she excitedly asked, can you truly resurrect others? At present, I cannot say for certain, but it should be possible, Tang San acknowledged, aware of Xiao Wu's thoughts, but refraining from making grand claims, offering her a glimmer of hope. After all, the blue silvergrass is an exceptionally resilient plant. Even if scorched by fire, it can regrow. My blue silvergrass spirit follows the path of life, and my first soul skill can completely restore a person's condition. What heights I might reach in the future, I cannot say. Sometimes, I truly fear my own abilities, Xiao Wu remarked, her earlier excitement somewhat diminished, realizing that this individual before her was even more unpredictable than herself. When I mentioned resurrection, why did you react so excitedly? Do you need me to resurrect someone for you in the future? Tang San gently probed. My mother. Xiao Wu hesitated, then asked, if the body is gone, can she still be resurrected? What constitutes a person? Without waiting for her response, Tang San continued, the body, the soul, and perhaps a spirit. Just these 3 elements. If your mother's body is entirely gone, does that mean her soul still exists? The body, the soul? Xiao Wu pondered, realizing, my mother was hunted down, and her body was taken away. I only kept some of her fallen fur and collected a bit of blood. As for the soul, it exists within the spirit rings and spirit bones. If I can find one who hunted my mother, I should be able to retrieve it. But the prerequisite is that I must be stronger than that person. With this thought, Xiao Wu suddenly felt a surge of motivation to train harder, but she still questioned, if the body is gone but there is blood and such left behind, can she be resurrected? Yes. Have you heard of cloning? Tang San asked. I haven't. What is that? Xiao Wu inquired, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. It is a technology for replicating life. I have read about it extensively. It is said that every cell of a living organism contains factors that represent its lineage. As long as a single cell remains, someone could analyze and replicate its genetic information. With sufficient technology and energy, it is possible to completely recreate the organism, Tang San explained calmly. This is a forbidden art of life, but as I intend to pursue the path of life, I must engage with it. You may try to believe in me, but do not place your absolute trust, as I am unsure of how far I can go. I believe in you, Xiao Wu replied. After all, no one else would take the time to instruct me like a doting parent. Chapter 25. Yu Xiaojiang seeks disciples as Tang San and Xiao Wu arrive at the entrance of Nodding Academy. The renowned master Yu Xiaojiang happened to walk by, leading to a serendipitous encounter. In contrast to the disheveled appearance Tang San had first encountered, Yu Xiaojiang had tidied himself up, donning clean attire, sporting a shorter hairstyle, and shaving off his scruffy beard, though he retained some at his chin. His eyes sparkled with vitality, making him appear far more spirited than before. Greetings, teacher. Tang San greeted politely. I just observed your battle on the playground. It was impressive. You both possess considerable talent, but talent alone is insufficient. You require a competent teacher to guide you onward, Yu Xiaojiang stated, his intentions to take them as disciples unmistakable. Indeed, for most, a guide is essential. But I am different, Tang San smiled. Teacher, I have heard much about your reputation within the academy. Yu Xiaojiang sighed. It is merely a facade. Isn't that a bit shameless? Tang San thought to himself, his lips twitching as he internally criticized, if an uninformed commoner were to hear. They might genuinely believe you are a master of spirit theory. Xiao Wu whispered, Tang San. Who is he? Tang San glanced at her. Master Yu Xiaojiang. Did Wang Sheng not mention him to you? Oh, him. That useless one, Xiao Wu exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. She had seen Yu Xiaojiang a few times while dining at the cafeteria, but hadn't paid much attention. However, now it seemed he wished to take her and Tang San as his disciples. This simply would not do. Tang San felt a twinge of concern, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although Yu Xiaojiang was indeed considered inept, it was unwise to voice such an opinion in his presence, especially as he was a friend of the Academy's director and the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's patriarch. Even without this knowledge, one would expect a certain understanding of social niceties. Sighing, he felt weary. As a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, Xiao Wu had much to learn ahead. Upon hearing the term useless, Yu Xiaojiang's smile faltered slightly, though he maintained his composure, for he aspired to achieve fame through these two. In truth, that is merely a misunderstanding from the outside world, he lamented. Have you ever encountered the 10 major theories of spirit cultivation? Those are my contributions. With both individuals now aware of his tarnished reputation, Yu Xiaojiang could not resort to manipulation, but rather sought to subtly influence their thoughts. Regrettably, Tang San, as a modern-day transmigrator, was not swayed by his rhetoric. Without tangible benefits, relying solely on words? Don't expect me to merely watch you show off, applaud later, and then continue living my own way. Of course, Tang San did not intend to fully trust the original narrative, for this was a tangible world. And perhaps Yu Xiaojiang possessed genuine skill. Though the probability of such a scenario was exceedingly slim, one could never be too certain. I have read it. Tang San nodded. It was published 15 years ago, and when I first encountered it, I was utterly astonished. Oh, Yu Xiaojiang's smile returned. You are somewhat familiar with it? Indeed, I believe that the 10 theories contain truths that are almost common knowledge in the Spirit Master community. Yet there are significant issues as well, which may even seem rather foolish, Tang San remarked, observing Yu Xiaojiang's ashen complexion. He quickly changed his tone. However, those are theories you published 15 years ago, and as times progress, it is natural for things to lag behind. A child born into an ordinary family can already be married and have children after 15 years. This statement offered Yu Xiaojiang a modicum of dignity, yet his pallor remained unchanged. Tang San no longer held onto any lingering hope. One is merely a child, appearing to be merely 6 years of age, while the other, an adult, displays such an unsightly expression toward a child, revealing a narrow-minded disposition. A theoretical master with such a limited perspective is nothing short of a farce, with no other possibilities. You make a valid point. Yu Xiaojiang inhaled deeply, resolving not to quibble with the child, quietly reminding himself, children speak without restraint. Master, if you have no further matters at hand, Xiao Wu and I shall take our leave. Tang San wished to sever ties with Yu Xiaojiang to avoid unnecessary complications. Would you care to take me as your disciple? Yu Xiaojiang, unwilling to linger, decided to be forthright, for he was uncertain if he could afford to wait another 15 years. Just as Xiao Wu was about to speak, Tang San restrained her, simply inquiring, although my martial soul is merely a mutated blue silvergrass, I possess an innate soul power of rank 6, which guarantees that I will at least become a soul emperor in the future, while you, master, are merely a great soul master. Of course, I do not judge a person's talent solely by their soul power level. However, you must provide both Xiao Wu and me with a compelling reason to believe in your worth, particularly for Xiao Wu, who possesses innate full soul power and extraordinary talent. Even if she is unsure of which soul beast to choose for her future soul rings, as long as she selects rabbit-like soul beasts, it will not adversely affect her martial soul. As long as she survives, becoming a title Douluo is merely a matter of time. The only challenge we face in the future is the necessity for strong protection before we mature, for the world is fraught with danger, and the strength of our protector must be at least that of a soul sage. Yu Xiaojiang's expression grew increasingly grim. He recognized that Tang San's words held truth. His own strength was woefully inadequate to safeguard them, despite being born into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and being the son of the clan leader. His innate soul power was merely half a rank, rendering him incapable of surpassing level 30. Moreover, he had nearly been wed to his cousin, Lu Erlong. What face did he have to seek assistance from his family? Furthermore, if he were to turn to his clan, even if these two were to grow strong, would it be his merit? Certainly not. It would be the clan's achievement, in his desire to prove himself to his family and demonstrate that he was not a failure. He could not seek training resources or protection from them. I have a friend who is now a soul sage and has established Shrek Academy. We maintain frequent contact. Yu Xiaojiang revealed his credentials. Might I request your introduction so that I may become your friend as disciple? Tang San inquired, noticing Yu Xiaojiang's silence. Tang San refrained from making any mocking comments about the apparent fragility of their friendship, instead taking Xiao Wu's hand and departing. Xiao Wu had intended to make a face at Yu Xiaojiang, but was forcibly pulled away by Tang San, who remarked, do not engage in futile actions. His pride is quite strong, and one cannot predict his reactions.
Xiao Wu retorted dismissively. Why are you so timid? This is not timidity. I simply choose not to provoke trouble, Tang San countered. Aside from a few inconsequential jibes, did he truly impact us? It seems not. After reflecting, Xiao Wu concluded that since she had no intention of becoming his disciple, it mattered little. Navigating interpersonal relationships is also a form of cultivation. If one solely seeks to provoke others and resolve matters with fists, it will dull one's intellect. You are already rather dim-witted. You cannot afford to become any more foolish. Lest I find it challenging to instruct you. Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu for considerable time before speaking softly. Chapter 26. The Testing of Martial Soul Attributes. Strength. I require strength. Yu Xiaojiang watched Tang San and Xiao Wu retreating figures, clenching his fists, silently gritting his teeth. Without strength, I cannot even accept worthy disciples. Yet if I possess strength, why would I need disciples? For Yu Xiaojiang, this was a vicious cycle. Only when Tang San and Xiao Wu's silhouettes vanished from view did Yu Xiaojiang release his fists and let out a resigned sigh, returning to the secluded courtyard assigned to him by Director Nodding. No, I must make one more attempt to take Tang San and Xiao Wu as my disciples. When they return, I shall seek them out to showcase my theoretical knowledge of martial souls. Yu Xiaojiang was unwilling to concede that Tang San, it seemed, had an interest in martial soul research, and Xiao would likely heed him. Thus, I could use his soul skills as a starting point to discuss the soul beasts he hunted and the soul skills he acquired. Perhaps this could persuade them. I observed their previous confrontation. While that soul skill possessed healing capabilities, the numerous blue silvergrass leaves indicated that its primary function must be control. Therefore, it must be a type of plant soul beast with a significant number of branches, ensnaring its prey in a manner akin to carnivorous flora. Healing is merely a supplementary effect. With this in mind, Yu Xiaojiang dismissed the idea of inquiring among the academy's students and teachers, instead delving into the characteristics of vine-like plant soul beasts to deduce the origin of Tang San's first soul ring. Additionally, he pondered the source of Xiao Wu's soul skill. The waist bow. It was challenging to ascertain which soul beast it stemmed from, as among rabbit-like soul beasts, none exhibited the capability to exert force from their waists. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaojiang was certain of one direction. It must derive from felines, tigers, or leopards, known for their strong waist strength. The likelihood that Xiao Wu's waist bow soul skill originated from this category of soul beasts, completely unrelated to rabbits, left only this form of physical skill. Indeed, I am a master. Xiao Wu and Tang San can only grow stronger in my hands. Otherwise, how could Xiao Wu's first soul skill be so lackluster? Without me, even if they were to become titled Douluo, they would be the weakest among them. The more Yu Xiaojiang analyzed, the more confident he became. Moreover, Tang San actually chose a vine-like plant soul beast. Though the blue silvergrass leaves are abundant and resilient, their entangling ability is woefully inadequate. He should have selected a serpentine soul beast, known for its superior entangling prowess, ideally a venomous one to imbue his martial soul with toxicity, significantly hindering his enemies. Yet how could that soul ring possibly exceed 500 years? Was it easier to absorb, since it is also a plant? I shall note that for now. While Yu Xiaojiang was engrossed in self-hypnosis, Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived at the Martial Soul Hall to meet Ma Xiaonuo, explaining that they would be conducting martial soul research together in the future. Little Tang, is it true you have a girlfriend at such a young age? Ma Xiaonuo recognized Xiao Wu, as she had come to register her soul master credentials on the first day of school at Tang San's suggestion. Tang San replied, "We are merely classmates." Xiao Wu added, "He speaks the truth. We are merely classmates. If anything, we are only acquainted through a scuffle." However, Ma Xiaonuo displayed an auntie-like smile, waving his hand and saying, "All right, proceed to the backyard. It is rented to you anyway. And your rent is to help organize my clutter and books." "Thank you, Grandfather Ma Xiaonuo." Tang San led Xiao Wu to the backyard. The space was modest, consisting of a study, a bedroom, a restroom, and a relatively tidy open area, with a small pond nearby and a jujube tree growing against the wall, its trunk measuring 50 centimeters in diameter. According to Ma Xiaonuo, it was 100 years old, yet it was merely an ordinary jujube tree, not a plant soul beast. The conditions for the birth of soul beasts are quite stringent. It is not as simple as a grass or a dog living for 10 years to become a 10-year soul beast. For instance, blue silvergrass is ubiquitous. If one were to directly break it or uproot it, would it give rise to a soul ring? Certainly not. If that were the case, the sanitation workers of Notting City would be generating soul rings every day, leading to a deluge of white soul rings across the city. "What brings you here?" Xiao Wu inquired. "To test martial souls and soul power," Tang San explained,
clarifying that it was not a crystal ball test, but rather an assessment of the nature of soul power. With that, Tang San concentrated his soul power in his right hand and pressed it against the ground. Before long, tender shoots of blue-silver grass sprouted from the spot where his palm rested. Behold, this is the nature of my soul power. It bears the attribute of life, allowing the blue-silver grass to grow rapidly. This is also a characteristic discovered by Tang San. In the past, the soul power cultivated through the Xuantian Skill was characterized by its neutrality and harmony, devoid of any particular attributes. However, after cultivating the blue-silver grass martial spirit, the soul power acquired a lifelike quality. While its destructive capability may be less than that of those specializing in aggressive combat, this life-infused soul power possesses the remarkable ability to gradually mend injuries, even in the absence of soul skills. It can be said that with this attribute, as long as Tang San refrains from reckless self-harm, his body will not suffer any hidden injuries. I shall give it a try. Xiao Wu expressed her curiosity, gathering her soul power in her palm and pressing it against the ground. A loud crack resounded. Due to the force exerted, the earth fractured, yet no tender sprouts emerged from the fissure. It seems your soul power is quite destructive, yet lacks any distinctive attributes. Merely average, I would say, Tang San remarked after observing the crack for a while. Subsequently, Tang San conducted a series of tests on Xiao Wu's soft-bone rabbit martial spirit. According to the previously established six-dimensional chart, the attributes of Xiao Wu's soft-bone rabbit after acquiring her first soul ring were as follows. Power, 3. The soft-bone rabbit is not renowned for its strength, though the first soul ring offers a slight enhancement. Speed, 4. The rabbit is remarkably swift and agile. Its striking and kicking frequency leaves much to be desired, thus preventing a perfect score. Defense, 2. With a frail physique, its defensive capabilities are lacking. It is inadvisable to withstand attacks directly. Energy, 0. The martial spirit does not inherently possess energy-releasing skills. Stamina, 3. As a rabbit, its stamina is fairly decent, and the quality of its soul power is acceptable, placing it in the mid-range. Special, 0. Lacking any unique energy or attributes. Total score, 12. Curious, Xiao Wu inquired. What is the total score? Currently set at 30, Tang San replied, before presenting the attributes of his blue-silver grass after acquiring the first soul ring. Power, 2. The martial spirit is not characterized by strength, but after absorbing the 1,000-root banyan soul ring, its resilience is commendable. Multiple strands of blue-silver grass entwined can serve as a whip. Speed, 3. Although it remains immobile, its growth is rapid, and while control is not precise, the frequency of its movements is relatively swift, thus qualifying it as an attack speed. Defense, 4. The 1,000-root banyan significantly enhances the toughness of the blue-silver grass leaves, allowing them to withstand attacks from powerful offensive soul masters, such as Su Yun Tao, for nearly half an hour when gathered together for protection. Energy, 0. Even after obtaining the first soul ring, it still lacks any energy-releasing skills. Stamina, 5. It is perpetually thriving, having reached its peak, and may even surpass the established limit of 5. Special, 5. Its vitality energy is exceptionally robust. Total score, 19. 7 points higher than mine. Could it be that you deliberately inflated your score? Xiao Wu regarded Tang San's blue-silver grass attributes with a skeptical expression. I have been quite objective. Tang San retorted with a roll of his eyes. Much like the life energy inherent in my blue-silver grass, it is poised to exceed the limit of 5. Otherwise, it would be even higher. Xiao Wu understood the vitality of the blue-silver grass and pointed to the energy attribute. Why is your blue-silver grass's energy 0? Isn't your first soul skill meant for comprehensive recovery? This refers to the martial spirit state without considering the soul ring skills, Tang San elucidated. If we factor in soul skills, the workload would become immense, which is beyond our current capacity to clarify. Thus, simplicity is preferable. Now I understand, Xiao Wu exclaimed. Once we comprehend our martial spirit strengths, we can seek targeted soul beasts when acquiring soul rings, correct? Precisely, Tang San affirmed with an appreciative glance at Xiao Wu. You are not merely a playful spirit. Oomph. If I were to apply my intellect, you would be left in the dust. Xiao Wu proudly lifted her chin, pleased with Tang San's praise, subtly urging him to continue. Unfortunately, Tang San did not indulge her, but continued, in the realm of soul masters. There exist numerous schools of thought, yet they can currently be classified into 2 major factions. What are the 2? Xiao Wu inquired. Balance flow and extreme flow. Also referred to as the extreme path, Tang San replied. Is there a distinction? The names suggest the difference.
Balanced flow emphasizes diverse soul skills across each soul ring, ensuring the martial spirit's capabilities are multifaceted. In contrast, extreme flow concentrates on amplifying a singular characteristic of the martial spirit, Tang San elaborated. He described the characteristics of balanced flow, which entails proficiency in various skills, albeit with a diluted approach. If a martial spirit lacks strength, it will eventually rely on soul power and a few potent offensive soul skills as primary means. Over 90% of soul masters on the continent adhere to balanced flow, including 2 of the top 3 sects, the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. The top 3 sects? Xiao Wu interjected. I'll address that shortly, Tang San continued, explaining that the essence of extreme flow lies in intensifying the martial spirit's unique attributes. For instance, with my blue silvergrass, which possesses vibrant life force, I seek soul beasts with strong vitality when selecting soul rings. Both flora and fauna can suffice, as long as their life force is particularly pronounced. After all, the blue silvergrass martial spirit is not the true blue silvergrass. As long as the attributes align, there will be no conflict. However, if suitable plant soul beasts are available, I will prefer them over animal types. Nonetheless, as you have observed, even an auxiliary type like myself can achieve feats typically reserved for control-type soul masters through manipulating the leaves of the blue silvergrass. I can even weave them into a whip, transforming into a strong attack-type soul master with a medium to long-range capability. Thus, the so-called balanced and extreme flows represent merely overarching directions in martial spirit cultivation, heavily reliant on individual execution and application. When it comes to comparison, both possess their own merits and drawbacks in terms of personal strength. And what are the extreme path? Is it merely another term for extreme flow? Xiao Wu queried. Having discerned Tang San's meticulous nature through their brief interactions, he would not emphasize mere terminology without reason. Indeed, Tang San nodded. But I highlight it specifically because within the realm of extreme flow soul masters, there exists a particularly distinctive category. These individuals, when augmenting their martial spirits with soul rings, consistently select soul beasts of the same major category, employing identical soul skills, thereby maximizing the singular advantages of their martial spirits. For instance, the swift-tailed swallow martial spirit of the Min clan, they invariably choose soul rings from swift yet non-aggressive swallow species like the swift-tailed swallow, wind swallow, and rapid king swallow, resulting in a singular soul skill, acceleration. You can imagine that should any among them attain the rank of title Douluo, with 9 soul rings all providing acceleration, their speed would be unparalleled. Xiao Wu pondered for a moment, tentatively asking, faster than an ordinary title Douluo? Tang San shook his head. Currently, the clan leader of the Min clan holds the rank of Soul Douluo. According to a book from the Spirit Hall detailing martial spirit peculiarities, he could traverse from the extreme south to the extreme north of the Douluo continent within 7 days. In contrast, a typical title Douluo below level 95 would require 3 months to cover that distance, even exerting their utmost effort. While this data originates from a miscellaneous text, its authenticity is uncertain, yet no one on the continent has disputed it, which at least attests to the extraordinary speed of the Min clan's leader, surpassing that of a title Douluo. Should the Min clan boast a title Douluo level powerhouse, armed with a small dagger, their speed would enable them to eliminate any soul master below level 95. Xiao Wu gasped. Then he would be invincible? How could that be? Tang San retorted. As I mentioned, he belongs to the Min clan, which has many family members to oversee. If he dared to commit acts of assassination, the Spirit Hall would not hesitate to obliterate them. Tang San rolled his eyes, recalling that the Min clan was once an affiliated sect of the Xuantian sect, which had offended the Spirit Hall and is now under a state of closure. The Spirit Hall has been suppressing these 4 sects for some time, even attempting to subdue them. If they cannot be brought under control, annihilation will ensue. They are merely awaiting the right pretext. Living in a greenhouse, do you believe that the continent is truly peaceful? Xiao Wu's complexion flushed crimson as she retorted, I am not a young lady. Indeed, you are not, Tang San replied, subtly leaving an unspoken thought lingering in the air. You are merely a sunny and cheerful rabbit, well protected by the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Oof. Xiao Wu, slightly vexed by Tang San's dismissive demeanor, merely scoffed in response. Next, allow me to enlighten you about the powers on Douluo continent, so you won't unwittingly offend someone and later return to me in tears seeking aid. Tang San intended to provide Xiao Wu with a foundational understanding of the continent's factions, lest she appear gullible and easily deceived. Will you come to my rescue? Xiao Wu asked, her large eyes sparkling like rubies, filled with hope. but Tang San remained unmoved. It depends on what you are willing to offer, he stated, his tone decidedly pragmatic. Why must you be so mercenary? Xiao Wu pouted, turning her head away yet still stealing glances at Tang San, curious if he would console her. After all, my family is rather impoverished, and, as mere classmates, assisting you with analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of your martial soul is already quite generous. Tang San spread his hands, suggesting that if someone were to help you without compensation, one ought to remain wary. While I do not deny the existence of selfless benefactors, I believe it is more likely that ordinary individuals, fearing your identity as a soul master, feel compelled to assist, while those more powerful or of noble descent may be drawn to you for your body or talent, ultimately viewing you as an object of desire, given your gender. They are likely to covertly expect you to bear their offspring. The thought of such a grim future sent shivers down Xiao Wu's spine. How can people be so wicked? I apologize, but most people are not inherently evil. Rather, you're simply too naive. Innocent as though you have emerged from a carefree existence in the depths of a secluded forest. Chapter 28. What are you striving for? What do you mean? What secluded forest? Xiao Wu's heart skipped a beat, almost prompting her to flee, but she restrained herself, feigning ignorance. It was merely a metaphor, Tang San said as he approached the edge of the pond, turning his back to Xiao Wu. Phew! Xiao Wu let out a quiet sigh of relief and joined him by the pond, inquiring, "What are you gazing at in the water?" The fish are quite large. A few carp in the pond caught her attention. Have you ever considered walking on water? Tang San suddenly asked. Walking on water? That's impossible. I lack such a soul skill. Xiao Wu shook her head vigorously, her scorpion braid swaying, nearly provoking Tang San to tug at it in amusement. This is meant to train our control over soul power. Tang San glanced at a nearby jujube tree, gathering his soul power beneath his feet as he charged toward it, then began to run up the trunk. However, he fell after climbing just 5 meters, leaving footprints imprinted in the bark. This is my concept, to condense soul power beneath my feet and run along the trees. One day, if I can adhere to the trunk without falling, it will signify that my precision in controlling soul power has reached an extraordinary level. Once he steadied himself, Tang San explained further, the next phase involves walking on water surfaces, even running on flowing water. Achieving this would demonstrate mastery over soul power, enabling us to traverse any surface, run freely, or even hang upside down from the ceiling. Xiao Wu gazed at him in disbelief, for she felt that, according to Tang San's words, such feats might indeed be possible through soul power. Is this what humanity is capable of? Truly remarkable. Did you conceive of this? Xiao Wu could not help but ask. Not exactly, Tang San replied. I have seen someone do it, but am unclear about the specifics, merely imitating. However, it greatly benefits our control over soul power. Xiao Wu could not discern the truth from his words, but chose to believe him and began attempting to climb the tree with her feet. Yet, after less than a meter, she tumbled down. Ouch! She winced, clutching her rear as she got up, addressing Tang San. We should place a cushion below. That won't do. If there is a cushion, you might be tempted to take shortcuts. Besides, isn't your first soul skill a waist bow? Before you fall, you could use a similar technique to steady yourself and land safely. It's also a form of training for your own soul skill. Tang San countered her suggestion, offering his own advice. All right, you have a point, but why should I listen to you? Xiao Wu grumbled, yet she continued to practice. While Tang San also honed his skills on the same jujube tree. The tree trunk, with a diameter of 50 centimeters, was ample enough for both to practice from different angles. Thus, they trained for an entire morning. Tang San managed to reach a height of 7 meters, while Xiao Wu hovered around the 2 to 3 meter mark. I'm so tired, Xiao Wu complained, but this requires such high control over soul power. If I exert too much, the bark gets crushed, and if I exert too little, I can't adhere. For beginners, it was indeed challenging. Even for him, it would take time to master upright walking on trees and similar surfaces. Tang San realized that soul power and chakra were fundamentally different. In the established lore, chakra is an amalgamation of spiritual and cellular energy, akin to the essence and spirit of the 3 treasures of life, originating entirely from oneself, thus simpler to manipulate. In contrast, soul power represents the chi of the 3 treasures, refined from the absorption of external natural energies, making it inherently more complex to control. Even with his ability to manipulate crane and dragon techniques, his progress with soul power remains slow, especially compared to other soul masters. However, his ability to run 7 meters proved that this method significantly enhances the precision of soul power control. If he could achieve his envisioned mastery, he might truly harness the extraordinary force of soul power, enabling him to effortlessly wield any self-created soul skill relying on it.
Shall we go for lunch? You can treat me. After all, I am your test subject, Xiao Wu said, rubbing her slightly deflated belly. Training with soul power is quite extravagant. It makes one hungry quickly. Very well, I shall treat you. Tang San smiled wryly, and Xiao Wu's reminder prompted him to consider how to earn some money. Otherwise, he could not sustain the costs of research and training. Additionally, he needed to find a blacksmith to forge iron. It was not that he aspired to become a master craftsman. He had no knowledge of concealed weapons, and as for crafting firearms, he lacked the principles to understand it, even if he learned them. The primary reason was that the chaotic wind hammering technique is a method of utilizing force against force, which can also strengthen the entire body through vibrations. More importantly, if he could grasp the more fundamental ability of vibration through this technique, his future prospects would be boundless. After leaving the courtyard, Tang San led Xiao Wu to find Master Nu, saying, "Grandpa Master Nu, we're going out for lunch. Would you care to join us?" "No. As the head of the branch, I must report the city's criminal activities to the higher-ups of the Spear Hall every month. And tomorrow is the deadline for submitting the report. I must prepare quickly." Master Nu shook his head. Then, recalling something, he called Tang San closer and handed him a bulging brown pouch, saying, "Little Tang, the 1,000-root banyan has been sent to the auction house in Notting City. With a starting bid of 500 gold soul coins, it was ultimately purchased by a master sculptor for 2,000 gold soul coins. I know you would not take advantage, but in soul hunting, the soul beasts killed belong to the soul masters who obtain their soul rings, and those who assist in the hunt receive a corresponding share based on their efforts. Thus, I took 800 gold soul coins, giving 300 each to Su Yuntao and Cici, leaving the remaining 600 for you." Tang San received a small pouch and said, "Thank you, Grandfather Ma Zayuno. There's no need for such formality. This is rightfully yours. Had it not been for your insight into the value of these 1,000 banyan roots to the sculptor, we would have remained oblivious to their worth," Ma Zino remarked, visibly moved. "Who would have thought that a mere tree could be worth so much, more than my monthly salary?" After engaging in a few casual chats with Ma Zayuno, Tang San chose not to intrude upon his busy schedule, merely stating that he would bring food upon his return before departing with Xiao Wu from the Spirit Hall. "You've acquired 600 gold soul coins. It would take me 600 months to earn that from the Spirit Hall," Xiao Wu innocently remarked. "You're now a wealthy individual. Though I possess riches, rest assured. Aside from the occasional treat, I shall not lend you any for frivolous expenditures." Tang San firmly dismissed Xiao Wu's mischievous thoughts, emphasizing that these funds were earmarked for research and cultivation. "How stingy!" Xiao Wu pouted, her gaze filled with a playful melancholy, resembling a little girl. "And what is the purpose of all this diligent training?" Chapter 29. The Factions of Douluo Continent. If you do not exert yourself when danger arises, no one will come to your rescue. Even if I were to forge a deep friendship with you in the future and would come to your aid, you must endure until I arrive, correct? Tang San presented a reasoning to which Xiao Wu could not retort. Suddenly, Xiao Wu beamed. "It seems you are indeed enchanted by my charming exterior. The desire for beauty resides in all, unless one harbors psychological issues. Otherwise, no one could overlook something so adorable." Tang San expounded on such profound insights, but he cautioned, "Do not presume that I will always shield you, if you do not grow stronger and meet an untimely demise. I would merely pay my respects at your grave with offerings of fruit during the festive seasons." "Humph." Xiao Wu huffed again, her words sharp. Tang San chose not to comment further. At the very least, he had clarified the stakes to Xiao Wu, and she had absorbed some of his wisdom. 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast is akin to a blank canvas, even if it has lived for a century in the unchanging environment of the Stardow Forest. How much knowledge could it truly possess? Upon entering human society, it initially retains its beastly instincts, but gradually adapts through interactions with humans, developing a personality shaped by its encounters. Xiao Wu, indeed a prodigy, learns rapidly, as long as she is willing to apply herself. The transformed soul beasts of 100,000 years likely share this trait. However, altering the instincts of a soul beast that has lived for 100,000 years necessitates time. As they journeyed to the restaurant, Xiao Wu suddenly inquired, "By the way, you haven't yet told me about the 3 religions. I was too preoccupied with practicing climbing trees." Tang San replied, "The factions of Douluo Continent can be categorized into one hall, 2 empires, the upper 3 religions, and the lower 4 religions. The hall refers to the Spirit Hall, which has branches in every city across the continent, even in villages where it takes the form of a stone house without administrative oversight. The village leaders are responsible for its upkeep on a monthly basis. This organization resembles a religious institution, comprising solely soul masters. recruiting them throughout the continent while distributing gold soul coins to each. For soul masters, 1 coin per month. For great soul masters, 10 coins. For soul venerables, 100 coins. Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Is the spirit hall benevolent? In the beginning, perhaps, but after centuries of evolution, that is not necessarily the case. After all, within any large organization, there are bound to be parasites, Tang San replied objectively. Nonetheless, the spirit hall provides a solid foundation for common soul masters. Regardless of the underlying motivations, we have benefited from it, haven't we? Xiao Wu nodded, asking if soul venerables receive 100 coins a month. Does that mean soul sect get 1,000? Tang San glanced at her, shaking his head. 0 coins. Xiao Wu was puzzled. Why not? Generally, when an individual awakens their martial soul, if they can cultivate to the level of a soul sect, they must be at least 20 years old. By 20, one is already an adult and must be self-sufficient. Would they still expect to continue receiving handouts? Tang San rolled his eyes. The spirit hall cultivates soul masters. It is not a charity. If one wishes to continue receiving funds, they must join the spirit hall. Furthermore, if a soul master reaches the age of 40 without attaining the rank of soul sect, the spirit hall will cease their subsidies. After all, at 40, one is approaching middle age, and unless one encounters extraordinary opportunities, it is unlikely they can break through. Should we provide for them in their old age? Xiao Wu nodded repeatedly, finding Tang San's reasoning compelling, and she developed a slight fondness for the spirit hall. Next, he spoke of the 2 empires, Tiandou and Xinluo. Currently, these are the only 2 empires on the continent. Other duchies, kingdoms, and independent cities are largely subordinate to these 2 great empires, with Tiandou Empire containing a higher number of kingdoms and duchies. Tang San paused momentarily before continuing. The royal martial soul of the Tiandou Empire is the swan. According to existing records, unless altered or intentionally concealed, no titled Douluo has emerged from their royal lineage. Their governance primarily involves infeffing nobles, allowing each kingdom and duchy autonomy to maintain balance. The Xinluo Empire, on the other hand, boasts a royal martial soul of the white tiger, known for its fierce and rugged citizenry. If the records are accurate and no significant upheavals have occurred in recent years, one could frequently witness altercations in that territory. However, it is precisely this competitive spirit that has led to intense rivalry within the royal family, akin to a survival of the fittest. Only the strongest can ascend to the throne, while the defeated face a singular fate, death. Historically, Xinluo emperors, even those who did not meet the criteria for competition, are usually at least Soul Douluo or Title Douluo level. The upper 3 religions consist of the Xuantian sect, the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Among these, the Xuantian sect's ancestral martial soul is the Xuantian hammer, believed to have evolved from a forging hammer, specializing in extreme power. All skills derived from their soul rings are related to strength, but not merely skills that enhance strength. They embody the essence of extremity. However, this sect has offended the spirit hall, resulting in a crippling blow, and they are currently reclusive, making it difficult for outsiders to encounter disciples of the Xuantian sect. Next is the 7-treasure glazed tile school, whose martial soul is the 7-treasure glazed tower, an auxiliary martial soul that follows a balanced path, or rather, they are confined to a balanced approach. Xiao Wu inquired, why is that? The 7-treasure glazed tower possesses 7 layers, allowing only 7 soul rings to be added. Aside from the true form of the martial soul, the first 6 soul skills are enhancements: strength, speed, defense attributes, soul power, and attack. Regardless of the type of soul beast hunted, the skills acquired will only be one of these 6. Soul masters with this martial soul can adjust the order of enhancements according to their needs. Tang San sighed. This is also the peculiar nature of the 7-treasure glazed tower. Due to their overwhelming enhancement capabilities, they can only cultivate up to level 79. Without exceptional circumstances, reaching the rank of Soul Douluo is nearly impossible. However, because of their formidable enhancement abilities, they have a significant impact even on Title Douluo. So many Title Douluo are willing to show deference to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Their sect's enterprises are vast, dealing in various luxury goods and everyday soul-guided devices, catering to a high-end market that ordinary individuals cannot afford. At this juncture, Tang San paused to contemplate how to describe the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Ultimately, although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is labeled as one of the upper 3 religions, it seems more akin to a family. Their martial soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, a true dragon species, which demand a significantly higher standard for bloodlines compared to the other 2. In terms of marriage, they require their partners to possess a dragon lineage, at least having some connection to dragons.
Otherwise, they would face vehement opposition from the clan's upper echelons. If one is truly fond of a partner whose martial soul is not of dragon lineage, they must resort to secrecy, unable to proceed openly. Otherwise, a poor precedent would be set. Should the family members observe such behavior, they might follow suit, potentially leading to the dilution of the bloodline of the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, or even result in the degradation of its purity in future generations. This was a conclusion drawn by Tang San, based on the scant fragments he had encountered in the archives of the Spirit Hall regarding the blue lightning tyrant dragon, leading him to reasonably infer the necessity of preserving the stable inheritance of this martial soul. Perhaps the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan lacked an understanding of genetics, but they had distilled some wisdom and conclusions through centuries of experience. This also elucidated why Lu Erlong, despite her considerable talent, was relegated to the status of an illegitimate daughter, as her father, Yulim Yin, refused to bestow upon her the family name, and it is quite possible that he had never even brought her back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. After all, the age difference between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong should be negligible, no more than a decade, lest they be unable to form the Golden Iron Triangle alongside Flender. Chapter 30. Perseverance, Yu Xiaojiang. Speaking of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Tang San was reminded of Yu Xiaojiang. The development of such a character was likely a result of the stark contrast between his expectations and reality at the moment of awakening his martial soul, compounded by the disapproval of his clan members due to his status as the clan leader's son. Before awakening his martial soul, he was the chosen one of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and despite his youth, he must have been imbued with a significant amount of pride regarding the clan's glory. However, after the awakening, the mutation of his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon into a disembodied martial soul was one matter, but to discover that his innate soul power was merely half a rank was another. This disparity undoubtedly contributed to his feelings of inferiority. The interplay of self-esteem and self-doubt shaped Yu Xiaojiang's current disposition, further complicated by emotional disappointments. It is worth noting that the tribulations in Douluo continent, as depicted in the original narrative, were indeed influenced by Yu Xiaojiang's two romantic entanglements. However, it must be said that Yu Xiaojiang was indeed lacking in responsibility. Setting aside the relationship with Bibi Dong, regarding Lu Erlong, upon learning that she was his cousin, his immediate reaction was to flee, which is somewhat understandable. After all, any normal person would find it shocking to be informed on their wedding day that their bride was the illegitimate daughter of their uncle, a revelation that would be overwhelming. Choosing to evade such a reality is, in fact, a natural human response. Yet, it has been many years since he has avoided any communication. Doesn't that seem excessive? Has he still not come to terms with the truth? That would indeed be rather cowardly. With these thoughts, Tang San reined in his wandering musings and continued speaking to Xiao Wu. As for the next four sects, they're the Elephant Armor sect, the Holy Dragon sect, the Star Crown sect, and the White Tiger sect. The Elephant Armor sect boasts the Diamond Mammoth martial soul, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities and immense strength. The Holy Dragon sect wields the Subdragon and the White Armored Earth Dragon as their martial souls. The Star Crown sect possesses the Star Crown martial soul, which is said to harness the power of the stars for cultivation, and the White Tiger sect serves as the royal sect of the Star Luo Empire, ensuring that the White Tiger lineage does not perish, especially given the Empire's tendency to engage in reckless pursuits that might jeopardize the White Tiger's legacy. Among the top three sects, all possess titled Douluos. Conversely, the strongest among the lower four sects is only a Soul Douluo. Xiao Wu diligently committed this information to memory. Contemplating, before engaging in combat, it is imperative to ascertain the opponent's background. Otherwise, if I inadvertently strike a grandson only to confront a grandfather, whether they be a Soul Douluo or title Douluo, I would be doomed. Having concluded this discussion, Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived at a modest eatery in the city of Notting. You may order, but please do not waste, Tang San instructed. Rest assured, I am known for my frugality with food at Notting Academy, Xiao Wu assured, tucking her lengthy scorpion braid in her lap. The braid was so long that it trailed on the ground while seated. Tang San frowned slightly and remarked, "Your hair is excessively long and without any ranged attack capabilities. Engaging in close combat could put you at a disadvantage. In a formal soul duel, it may not matter much, given the regulations that prohibit attacks on certain body parts, including hair pulling and eye gouging. However, should you encounter robbers or malevolent entities in the soul hunting realm, they will not adhere to any code of conduct. They will employ whatever means necessary." According to the book Chronicles of the Continent from the Spirit Hall, Tang San was aware that many civilian soul masters had fallen victim to ambushes while journeying. Although soul masters possess greater strength than ordinary individuals, they are still flesh and blood. If caught off guard by a commoner who suddenly throws lime powder or similar substances, even a soul master would find themselves momentarily incapacitated. In Tang San's view, Xiao Wu's lengthy braid, if not transformed into an asset, would merely be a burden. She might as well have it cut. I shall not cut it, Xiao Wu replied defensively, clutching her scorpion braid as if fearing Tang San would secretly snip it away. My mother used to braid my hair. It is a cherished memory. Very well, I shall strive to help you make this hair an advantage, Tang San conceded, refraining from further mention of cutting her hair. Instead, he envisioned a character from an anime he had watched in his previous life, which depicted the daily life of an assassin. Its female lead sported a scorpion braid similar to Xiao Wu's, but the end was tied with a blade, allowing it to be wielded as a short sword with remarkable agility. By the way, if one were to attach a short blade to the end of their hair, could it be considered an accessory rather than a weapon? This was a thought worth pondering. However, the ultimate interpretation would rest with the organizers of the competition. At this moment, Xiao Wu had finished ordering, and the waiter promptly brought their dishes, primarily vegetarian, with some meat options, such as chicken and lamb. After their meal, Xiao Wu intended to return to Nodding Academy and asked Tang San, "Are you going back?" "Yes, I need to request an extended leave from Teacher Mohan." Tang San nodded. "Furthermore, concerning certain theories, I need to search for additional materials in the school library. It will be beneficial for you to accompany me." "I'd rather not. Just looking at those characters makes my head spin, let alone the thick tomes," Xiao Wu lamented, rolling her eyes as she sought an excuse. "Suit yourself. In any case, you have yet to master the commonly used characters. You can come to my place for training every day. I will monitor your progress." Tang San had no intention of forcing Xiao Wu to study, understanding that coercion would only deter learning. "By the way, do not mention the tree climbing method to Wang Sheng and the others." Xiao Wu inquired, puzzled. "Why? Are you worried they might learn it too?" "I merely fear that someone might trace it back to me," Tang San explained. "They lack even a 10th level soul power after climbing 3 or 4 times. Their soul power will be nearly depleted, and they will likely abandon the endeavor. Besides, this method could be considered my self-created soul skill." "Do you know the value of self-created soul skill?" "A powerful self-created soul skill cannot be compared to a 100,000-year soul bone. I do not wish to be approached by various family-soul Douluos and titled Douluos, pressuring me to join their ranks. Such a feeling of being compelled is quite unpleasant. Moreover, our training at the Spirit Hall is somewhat more discreet." Upon hearing the terms Soul Douluo and Title Douluo, Xiao Wu immediately agreed, assuring him that she would not disclose anything to Wang Sheng and the others. Upon returning to Nodding Academy, they were surprised to find Yu Xiaojiang standing at the entrance. Upon spotting them, he quickly approached with a confident expression. Xiao Wu regarded him with disdain. "Is he foolish? Why has he been standing outside for so long?" Tang San replied, "He likely hasn't been standing the entire time. He probably assumed we would return to school for lunch. Given our status as work-study students, we lack the means to forego a meal, so he would not want to miss the opportunity to recruit us as his disciples. He must have eaten early and waited at the door." At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang reached them and said, "Xiao Wu, Tang San, do you truly not wish to take me as your master?" "Absolutely not," Xiao Wu replied with evident disdain, still lacking in emotional intelligence. "What benefit is there in taking you as a master if you cannot safeguard our growth?" Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, suppressing the fiery emotions within him, and spoke in a gentle tone. "However, I am a master of theory, capable of assisting you in selecting superior soul rings, enabling you to acquire the finest soul skills." Chapter 31. Yu Xiaojiang's Misguided Analysis. "Assist us in selecting soul rings?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, astonished. "Do you possess such an ability?" Yu Xiaojiang beamed with pride. "In terms of understanding soul beasts, I have mastered over 95% of the information regarding soul beasts on the continent, and I can undoubtedly aid you in choosing the best soul rings." Tang San was aware that the only asset Yu Xiaojiang had to offer was his knowledge of soul beasts. However, he was convinced that Yu Xiaojiang's understanding of these creatures was limited to what was recorded in texts and did not extend to deducing the hidden characteristics of these soul beasts from that information. To put it bluntly, it was mere rote memorization. It was no wonder that since he published the 10 theories of martial soul cultivation, Yu Xiaojiang had not released any further theoretical knowledge. It appeared his mind had been occupied solely with memorizing the written records of these soul beasts. "Is that so? Then tell me, from which soul beast did my first soul ring originate?" Xiao Wu queried Yu Xiaojiang, noticing that Tang San seemed to know something. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Yu Xiaojiang's face as he replied, "I observed your first soul skill during your battle with Tang San on the playground. It is physical in nature and should be referred to as the waist bow. Am I correct?"
What is there to be proud of? Anyone can see that. Xiao Wu responded disdainfully. Your martial soul is the soft bone rabbit. However, among rabbit-type soul beasts, none are renowned for their waist strength. Therefore, your first soul ring must have come from a feline or a powerful beast, such as a leopard or tiger, Yu Xiaojing continued, oblivious to her disdain. In fact, you have chosen incorrectly for your first soul ring. Given your combat style, which suggests you aspire to be an offensive powerhouse, you should have selected the mighty gorilla, which would undoubtedly enhance your striking ability. Xiao Wu narrowed her eyes. How should she put it? Aside from recognizing her desire to become an offensive powerhouse, everything else he said was wrong. As for the waist bow soul skill, it was entirely a manifestation of her own creativity and had no relation to felines, leopards, or tigers. Moreover, as a 100,000-year-old transformed softbone rabbit, how could she possibly choose a skill from a non-rabbit type? The waist bow was the most suitable skill for her after transforming into human form. Although Tang San had also mentioned that her first soul ring was not quite fitting, he acknowledged that it enhanced her waist strength, thus improving her physical fitness and reflexes. Yet, Yu Xiaojing bluntly declared that she had made the wrong choice and should have opted for the gorilla. Was he truly being absurd? She had no desire to become a muscle-bound rabbit. That would be utterly unappealing. Seemingly oblivious to Xiao Wu's glare, Yu Xiaojing continued. However, based on my research, the softbone rabbit is at the lower tier of animal-type soul beasts, comparable to the bamboo rat, merely larger in size. Such beast martial souls generally do not exceed rank 3 in soul power and are considered waist martial souls, much like the blue silvergrass. Xiao Wu erupted in anger. You are the waist martial soul. Your entire family is filled with waist martial souls. Yu Xiaojing felt the sting of her words, but managed to maintain his composure, saying, Please do not be angry. I was merely using an example. I know you are certainly not a waist martial soul. However, the soft-bone rabbit possesses innate full soul power, which leads me to believe you must have another powerful martial soul. You're a twin martial soul, are you not? I have a twin martial soul, your mother. Xiao Wu spat out a barrage of profanities, leaving even Tang San momentarily stunned. It was well known that a soft-bone rabbit residing in the core area of the Stardow Forest could not possibly possess such a rich vocabulary. While she had previously exhibited a sharp tongue, it was still acceptable. Yet now, what on earth had she learned from Wang Sheng and her classmates? Yu Xiaojing was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. How could a girl be so fierce? Had he fallen behind the times? No, he quickly regained his senses, observing Xiao Wu's anger as genuine. Could it be that he had misjudged her? Perhaps she was not a twin martial soul, but had undergone a mutation similar to Tang San's? He had initially assumed that Tang San's blue silvergrass had mutated, compounded by the fact that Tang San's martial soul certificate indicated an innate soul power of only level 6. Thus, Yu Xiaojing did not consider Tang San to be a twin martial soul. Yet, could it be that Xiao Wu was not either? That was a serious oversight. Yu Xiaojing felt a pang of regret. Given the current situation, he could only focus on Tang San. Tang San, let me guess. Your first soul ring skill must be something like a binding technique, right? Yu Xiaojing regained his confidence. The soft-bone rabbit was a beast martial soul. He might have been mistaken, but he could never misidentify the blue silvergrass, a plant martial soul. You must have chosen a vine-type soul beast, correct? What a pity that you selected incorrectly. If only you had chosen a snake type, especially a venomous one, you would have acquired a remarkably powerful binding soul skill. And the snake's toxin could also be inherited, significantly enhancing your lethality against foes. You are entirely mistaken. Tang San shook his head. My first soul ring originates from the thousand-root banyan, not a vine creature, and the skill it grants is not binding, but recovery-based. I am a support-type soul master. This is impossible. Yu Xiaojing's eyes widened in disbelief. I am familiar with the thousand-root banyan. While its trunk resembles a network, it is exceedingly hard, and it is utterly inconceivable for the blue silvergrass to evolve to such an extent. Furthermore, how could a thousand-root banyan grant you binding abilities? That type of plant soul beast does not even move. You must be deceiving me. A plant soul beast like the thousand-root banyan, which was solely hard without any other characteristics, could not possibly provide a recovery skill. It was simply inconceivable. No, master. My first soul ring truly comes from the thousand-root banyan. If you do not believe me, you can visit the Nodding Forest, where a 500-year-old thousand-root banyan has already been felled. Tang San spoke calmly, adding, if you still doubt, you may inquire with Master Mateus from the Spirit Hall. I had invited him, Master Su Yuntao, and Miss CC to assist in hunting soul beasts, and they can all verify my claims. I am indeed a support-type soul master, though I can perform certain feats typically reserved for control-type soul masters. If you still remain skeptical, then may I ask, Master, Have you ever encountered another soul master with a blue-silver grass martial soul who has absorbed 1,000 root banyan's soul ring? Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily speechless. He had never seen such a thing, nor had he taken the initiative to seek out soul masters with the blue-silver grass martial soul for research. Instead, he had merely recorded data from the spirit hall. He lacked the energy to personally seek out hundreds of individuals possessing the blue-silver grass martial soul. It seems you have not, Tang San remarked, disappointment evident on his face. As a 6-year-old student, I should not speak so frankly, but master. I advise you to be more grounded, and not to seek out a prodigy to validate yourself. Talent is intrinsic to the individual, not a reflection of your teaching abilities. What do you know? I possess the truth of martial soul cultivation. Yu Xiaojiang, disregarding Tang San's tender age, became somewhat unhinged. I may know little, but I understand one thing. The truth is never confined to a select few. It is only when acknowledged by the masses that it becomes the truth. What is shared with the public can only be a means to an end. Tang San met Yu Xiaojiang's gaze directly. Means? Akin to the advanced meditation techniques of prominent families or self-created soul skills I have read about in books, but have never witnessed in reality. Therefore, I believe such things are not easily shared, as they represent an advantage for oneself and one's family. However, if you believe that the theoretical knowledge of martial soul cultivation you possess is the truth, then please prove it with your own actions. Among your 10 theories, is there not one stating that there are no waste martial souls, only way soul masters? Frankly speaking, I believe the ridicule you face from so many on the continent is likely due to this statement. As it is rather comical for someone of your stature to utter such words, others might perceive it as self-deprecation. Chapter 32. Half a month passes swiftly. What I wish to convey is but this. I sincerely hope that Master can heed the counsel of an ordinary disciple. Having said this, Tang San politely added, well then, Xiao Wu and I shall take our leave to enter the academy, as we have pressing matters to attend to. Until next time, Master Yu. Although Tang San's manners were impeccable, it was impossible for Yu Xiaojiang to overlook the subtle mockery and derision in the final words, Master Yu. To make matters worse, Xiao Wu even turned back to him and made a mocking face. This time, Tang San did not intervene. As he watched Tang San and Xiao Wu retreat into the nodding academy, Yu Xiaojiang gritted his teeth. Well, 2 impudent youngsters daring to mock me. Truly ignorant of their own folly. Yet, despite the fury raging within him, Yu Xiaojiang could only suppress it. To confront the principal of Nodding Academy and seek the expulsion of these 2 prodigies would likely draw attention to himself once more. Just you wait, he thought, preparing to leave Nodding Academy in search of his old friend, Flanders. Over the years, though he had secluded himself here, he had maintained correspondence with Flanders. Learning that this friend had established the Shrek Academy, an institution solely for extraordinary beings. Thus, he resolved to go there. Flanders had mentioned 3 gifted students. One was a prince from the Star Luo Empire. Another was a fortunate child with a mutated martial soul, the evil fire phoenix. And the last was a food system soul master possessing innate full soul power with a sausage martial soul. The Star Luo prince was not an option. The family competition within the empire was too fierce, and any misstep could cost him dearly. The child with the evil fire phoenix martial soul had already been taken as a direct disciple by Flanders, making him unavailable. This left only the innate, full soul power food system soul master with the sausage martial soul. The child was around 7 or 8 years old, just a year or 2 older than Tang San and Xiao Wu, making him a suitable candidate for Yu Xiaojiang's direct disciple. Tang San, if you aspire to be a support-type soul master, then I shall nurture a support soul master of my own, one whose sausage can possess formidable combat prowess. Yu Xiaojiang understood that with Tang San's current talent, he would undoubtedly participate in the elite soul master competition of the continent's advanced academies in the future. By then, his own disciple, a food system soul master with a sausage martial soul, would be able to unleash powerful attacks, undoubtedly striking a blow to Tang San and Xiao Wu's pride. These 2 had truly incensed him, coupled with the humiliation he had endured over the years. Tang San's provocation ignited a fire within him, one that could not be extinguished. In a fit of impulsive fervor, Yu Xiaojiang returned to his private courtyard, gathered his research materials, and placed them all into a storage soul guide, leaving not a trace behind. He then sought out the principal of Nodding Academy to tender his resignation. After all, he had resided in this friend's establishment for so many years. It was only polite to bid farewell rather than leave without a word. He still had a shred of dignity. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang's determination to depart, the principal attempted to retain him with a few polite words, but ultimately acquiesced to his wishes and saw him off from the academy. The principal knew that the decision was not solely his to make.
he had to consider the opinions of the other faculty members. Moreover, Yu Xiaojiang had been in a state of despondency for years, never having conducted a single public lecture at the school, which was indeed rather inappropriate. Now that he was leaving, the principal secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang departed from Notting City, much like how few knew precisely when he had arrived. So too did few know when he left. When the teachers of Notting Academy learned of this development, they merely expressed a few sighs, without indulging in any further gossip. After all, the man had already departed. Discussing it would be pointless. In the past, they had secretly hoped that Yu Xiaojiang might find his motivation and at least teach a few classes, as a great soul master should. Yet, he had remained silent all this time. Now that he had left, they were not inclined to debate the matter further. At most, it would be a topic of casual conversation over meals. Each had their own work and lives to attend to, leaving little time to deride a nearly 50-year-old man still clinging to the title of Great Soul Master. Meanwhile, Tang San had found his way to Mo Hen's office to request a leave of absence, hoping to have the next 6 years to arrange his own schedule. Tang San, do you intend to remain at Notting Academy for 6 years? Mo Hen inquired curiously, not out of eagerness to see him go, but rather from concern that his talent might be squandered. I estimate that by the latest, you will acquire your second soul ring by the 4th grade, at which point we will truly have no means to instruct you. No need to worry, Teacher Mo. I have my own plans for my cultivation, Tang San replied, touched by Mo Hen's concern. He added, furthermore, I have been studying martial souls and am preparing to publish my insights in the Martial Soul Journal. Oh, you've been researching martial souls, Tang San? Mo Hen exclaimed in surprise. What is the content? A secret, Tang San teased. You shall see it once the Martial Soul Journal is published. Very well, I look forward to your article, Mo Hen said, affectionately ruffling Tang San's hair. This child, the more he observed, the more he grew to like him. Though mature beyond his years, he still possessed the vivacity appropriate for his age, which was truly remarkable. After leaving the office, Tang San went to the library to organize the material he intended to publish. Considering he was only 6 years old, he knew he could not disclose more advanced speculative theories, so he opted to select only the most basic insights. After all, being a step ahead is genius. But being multiple steps ahead could be perceived as madness. Tang San thought to himself, if I am to be a madman, I must at least become a titled Douluo first. In the blink of an eye, half a month slipped by unnoticed. Tang San's daily routine became quite structured. Aside from practicing the Xian Tian Gong, the Purple Extreme Magic Eye, the Xian Jade Hand, the Control Crane and Catch Dragon Technique, and the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, he also climbed trees to enhance his control over his soul power. While experimenting with merging the faint spiritual energy he had developed through training the Purple Extreme Magic Eye with his own blood chi and soul power. During the remaining time, he worked at a blacksmith shop, honing his physique through the chaotic cloak hammering method and contemplating the principles of shockwaves, while frequently shuttling between the library of the Martial Soul Hall and that of Notting Academy. Additionally, he occasionally engaged in casual conversations with Wang Sheng and others. Upon learning of Tang San's rigorous daily schedule, Wang Sheng realized just how diligently Tang San was managing his time, with little to no idle moments aside from sleeping, eating, and using the restroom. Thus, aspiring to become a soul master himself, he eagerly joined Tang San's small circle. He understood that his martial soul talent was significantly inferior to that of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others, and that he could not linger indefinitely, especially since he was in the 6th grade and would graduate the following year. He needed to carve out a path for himself. However, spending more time with Tang San would allow him to learn even more valuable knowledge. Wang Sheng, you're graduating next year, aren't you? Tang San inquired during their meal. Yes, third brother. My soul power has already reached level 9. I estimate that before the new year, I will break through to level 10. Within Notting Academy, my talent is considered decent, Wang Sheng replied. Tang San nodded in understanding. For most commoner soul masters, attaining level 10 soul power and obtaining a soul ring by the age of 12 was quite an achievement. If one could become a great soul master before 12, even at level 21, they would still be regarded as a rare talent. At least that was the case in this age of fighting. Very well. You have helped me considerably over the past half month. Once you reach level 10, I will take you to hunt soul beasts, and I will select a century-old soul ring for you, Tang San declared, having witnessed Wang Sheng's efforts. Thank you, third brother, Wang Sheng exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. As a commoner, even upon reaching level 10, he had no authority or connections and could not secure the necessary permits to enter the soul hunting forest alone. He could only rely on the teachers from the academy to guide him.
The instructors at the academy will guide students in hunting soul beasts once they reach level 10. However, it is highly probable that the teachers will only assign a white 10-year soul ring. Yet now, Tang San has unexpectedly promised to procure a century-old soul beast for him. How could he not be elated? Moreover, Tang San possesses an extensive understanding of martial soul cultivation. His first soul ring was a choice he made himself, with the Soul Skill, Endless Recovery, which exhibits formidable effects. Although it appears to be merely a recovery-type auxiliary skill, its capabilities rival those of control-type skills, bordering on the miraculous. It is reasonable to believe he will assist in finding a suitable soul beast for his tiger martial soul. In Chapter 33, titled Replanning the 7 Major Systems, after receiving Tang San's assurance, Wang Sheng devoted nearly all his remaining time to cultivating his soul power, enduring the monotony of meditation with unwavering determination. Unlike the ethereal experiences depicted in novels Tang San read in his past life, meditation is a profoundly tedious process. In simpler terms, meditation entails closing one's eyes and attuning oneself to the martial soul within. Essentially a process of self-hypnosis aimed at focusing one's attention on the martial soul to facilitate its operation and absorb the energies of heaven and earth. Within the realm of soul masters, a higher innate soul power at the awakening of one's martial soul signifies superior cultivation aptitude. However, based on the meditation methodology for cultivating martial souls, Tang San perceives that the level of innate soul power reflects the martial soul's responsiveness to one's mental acuity. From the 1st to the 10th level, a martial soul with higher innate soul power responds more rapidly to the human spirit. For instance, in terms of the release and retraction of the martial soul, those awakened without innate soul power require a certain amount of time, whereas those with innate soul power find it considerably easier. Although, once mastered, martial souls can be released and retracted in an instant. There indeed exists a time discrepancy in the initial awakening phase. From this perspective, the extent of innate soul power demonstrates the affinity of the martial soul for its awakener. Much like the farmers in various villages who aspire to awaken a powerful martial soul rather than mundane tools like hoes, sickles, hammers, or pots and pans. The greater one's desire to rely on a formidable martial soul, the lower their affinity for these ordinary martial souls becomes. This notion can also be illustrated through the examples of extraordinary martial souls. After all, the Xuantian Hammer, 7 Treasures Glazed Tower, and Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon are undeniably exceptional. Yet, among those who awaken the same martial soul, each individual possesses varying levels of innate soul power. This cannot merely be explained by the simple assertion of differing martial soul qualities, despite the members of these families sharing nearly identical bloodlines and similar standings. Why does innate soul power differ among those who awaken the same martial soul, excluding those exceptional anomalies? The reason likely lies in the alignment of the martial soul with each individual's personality, or, to delve deeper, their psyche. This is not a whimsical conjecture from Tang San. The cultivation system of Douluo continent, upon closer inspection, resembles a grand and authentic online game, where the divine beings in the divine realm assess their successors, rewarding affinity. Achieving 100% is essential for apotheosis. To Tang San, the martial soul, akin to the divine beings he had read about in Douluo continent, bears a striking resemblance to such entities. Of course, the above is merely Tang San's speculation, a notion he cannot publicly express. Should he dare to inscribe the term affinity, the likes of BB Dong from the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly send someone to investigate, or perhaps even come personally to ascertain whether he had received any divine inheritance or stumbled upon related information. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and Tang San finally completed his first treatise on martial souls, a theoretical exploration of soul master categorization. As is well known, soul masters are classified into 7 major categories based on the characteristics of their martial souls: assault type, agility type, control type, defense type, healing type, support type, and food type. However, this classification is somewhat too simplistic. For instance, within the assault type, some soul masters can engage in long-range energy attacks, carpet bombing, or single-target assaults, while others are incapable of any energy attacks, relying solely on physical strikes. The assault type alone can be subdivided into long-range, mid-range, and close-range categories, each serving different functions against various adversaries. Similarly, the agility type can be broadly divided into 2 categories: those whose martial souls possess offensive capabilities and those whose martial souls lack any attack-type skills, focusing solely on speed. Particularly for the latter, they're ill-suited for regulated competitions such as soul battles. However, speed equates to power. If their speed is so extraordinary that it remains unseen or unreacted to by others, then the lives of their enemies fall under their control, armed with a poisoned dagger. They can emerge as the most formidable assassins. It is worth noting that this type of soul master is best suited for solitary missions. Should they be part of a large family, they must avoid assassination attempts, as it would likely incite vendettas leading to the annihilation of their entire clan. Conversely, if they belong to a large family, the optimal role for such soul masters is that of scouts, since their speed can enable them to remain undetected by enemy forces, thus securing vital intelligence for their clan. In a control type, various methods of control exist, such as physical and energy control, each dependent on the distinct attributes of their martial souls. With great detail, Tang San categorized the existing 7 systems, even integrating the healing and food categories into the support type. In his view, it is unnecessary to create separate classifications based solely on whether a martial soul's primary function is healing or consumable. After all, their purpose is to provide assistance. For instance, food produced by food-type soul masters can serve to heal ailments and mend injuries. Should such a soul master be classified as a food type or healing type? Or perhaps both? To assign such distinctions seems rather absurd. If one were to speculate, a healing martial soul could also be utilized for control. For example, a soul skill that accelerates wound healing would inherently hasten cellular division. If applied to a healthy individual, could it not subsequently accelerate their aging, thereby diminishing their physical prowess? Should healing-type soul masters be categorized under control or even assault types? At least according to Tang San's own tests with blue silvergrass, this holds true. However, blue silvergrass injects vitality while restoring others, a feat other healing martial souls cannot replicate, as they expend their own soul power rather than drawing from the Earth's energy. After drafting nearly 200,000 words, Tang San compiled a comprehensive book, referencing a multitude of case studies from previous Soul Master competitions and noting the respective editions and events for credibility. He even included several examples from autobiographies of Soul Masters collected by the Spirit Hall to substantiate the benefits of precise categorization for the entire team. When Tang San presented the bound manuscript to Master Masino, the latter's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. "Little Tang, isn't this a bit excessive? The previous master published a paper on martial souls containing merely 10 theories and about 1,000 words. You could practically publish a book." Tang San replied, "I am not that master. I merely indulge in conjecture without any foundational arguments. Instead, I have articulated my viewpoints while incorporating a plethora of established evidence, all of which can be referenced in the Spirit Hall and public libraries, clearly citing the sources for anyone to examine those existing texts." Masino, perplexed, remarked, "Isn't this being a bit overly meticulous? It is of utmost importance to pay homage to the pioneers who have paved the way before us. I yearn for recognition, yet I cannot disregard the arduous endeavors of my predecessors. Their amassed achievements deserve to be acknowledged by others." Tang San spoke with profound earnestness, asserting, "This is not merely my achievement. It is precisely due to the relentless efforts of those who came before me that I have been able to save an immense amount of time. To put it plainly, I am merely an analyst, a synthesizer, and a summarizer, facilitating others in better understanding their own positions." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Matthew felt a surge of respect, convinced he had not misjudged the individual before him. Tang San, in comparison to that Yu Xiaojiang, was 100-fold, 1,000-fold superior. That individual had inscribed the continent's accepted knowledge into his own theories, then added several utterly unfounded concepts, rendering it laughable. In contrast, the theories penned by Tang San, though he humbly regarded himself merely as a summarizer, exuded intrinsic value from the very first page. Here lay a more detailed classification of soul masters. Furthermore, it contained a plethora of substantiating cases, far more substantial than the 10 dry theories of that so-called master, Yu Xiaojiang. After Matthew escorted Tang San from the Spirit Hall, he meticulously scrutinized the report Tang San had composed, growing increasingly astounded and impressed. He had not anticipated that a mere article delineating the classification of soul masters could encompass such a wealth of examples, and he found himself capable of corroborating the information with corresponding data. Young Tang was simply remarkable. The magnitude of his work was truly astonishing. He would undoubtedly emerge as a leading master of spirit theory in the future. Matthew marveled, promptly packaging the thesis and beginning to compose a letter to the Pope, detailing Tang San's exceptional qualities. Typically, as the branch leader of the Spirit Hall at the lowest level, Matthew lacked the authority to communicate directly with the Spirit City, requiring a stepwise application process. However, in the event of a matter of grave significance,
A lower-level Spear Hall leader could bypass the hierarchical layers and report directly to the Pope. This had been a regulation established by the first Pope at the inception of the Spirit Hall, aimed at preventing mid-level personnel from obstructing the reporting of messages from the lower echelons. After all, if issues arose at the lower levels, it would reflect poorly on the upper echelons, exposing their negligence. Matthew's decision to escalate the report stemmed from his apprehension that higher-ups might intercept Tang San's brilliance and coerce him into joining the Spear Hall. Talents often possess an air of pride. Coercion must never be employed. Tang San already held a favorable impression of the Spirit Hall. Should the upper echelons resort to threats or temptations, Matthew, having discerned Tang San's resilient character, could only envision the potential repercussions once Tang San matured. How he might retaliate against those who once pressured him, possibly misdirecting his ire towards the entire Spirit Hall. It was not unwarranted for Matthew to harbor such concerns, as friction existed among the major powers across the continent, with many contemplating the annihilation of their rivals. Thus, in his correspondence, Matthew emphasized Tang San's significance, fervently wishing for the Spirit Hall to refrain from employing coercive tactics. He harbored doubts regarding the upper-level leaders of the Spirit Hall in Nodding City, yet held firm faith in the senior officials in Spirit City. For the Pope was a titled Douluo, known for his open-mindedness and likely possessing an appreciation for talent and a sense of loss for gifted individuals. As Matthew fervently penned his letter, extolling Tang San's virtues, the protagonist of the correspondence had already ventured into the Nodding Forest, accompanied by Wang Sheng, who had achieved the 10th level of cultivation. It is worth noting that Xiao Wu had also joined them. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Nodding Forest, Tang San elucidated various aspects of soul hunting to Wang Sheng, mirroring the explanations Matthew once imparted to him. "I've got it, third brother," Wang Sheng replied earnestly, aware of the implications for his future solo hunting endeavors. "By the way, Wang Sheng, once you acquire a soul ring, you will truly be a soul master. What do you aspire to do next?" Tang San inquired as he presented the hand order obtained from Master Matthew to the knights guarding the forest, guiding Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu into the Nodding Forest while expressing concern for Wang Sheng's future plans. Wang Sheng pondered briefly before responding. "I wish to become a free soul master." "Oh, you do not wish to join the Spirit Hall?" Tang San asked, intrigued. "I've considered it, but I'm uncertain," Wang Sheng replied ambiguously. Tang San nodded, opting not to press further. For commoners, knowledge was scarce, and, to some extent, the primary academy served as a protective measure, shielding students from the broader realities of the outside world. The instructors focused on instilling the belief that becoming a soul master equated to being above others, supplemented by foundational moral education. Upon entering the forest, Tang San forged ahead, with Xiao Wu observing their surroundings from behind, while Wang Sheng remained in the middle, protected by the two. "Third brother, Sister Xiao Wu, I can help too," Wang Sheng said, feeling somewhat embarrassed being safeguarded by two 6-year-olds. "Yes, pay attention to both sides. Although this soul beast forest is monitored by humans, the creatures within are not domesticated. Remaining vigilant is prudent," Tang San encouraged, not detracting from Wang Sheng's enthusiasm, but rather assigning him tasks suitable to his abilities. "No problem, third brother," Wang Sheng replied excitedly. "Shoo," Tang San turned back and whispered. "In the soul-hunting forest, we should minimize our conversation. The sound of our footsteps on the dry leaves and twigs has already created noise. If we speak too loudly, we might scare the soul beasts away." "Understood, third brother," Wang Sheng lowered his voice. Half an hour later, under Tang San's guidance, Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu encountered a black and yellow striped tiger, approximately 3 meters long, dozing beneath a large tree with a partially consumed deer-like soul beast nearby. "This is the one, the king tiger, nearing 200 years of age," Tang San informed Wang Sheng. "Your martial soul is a tiger, sharing the same lineage. Absorbing its essence will be somewhat easier. Additionally, prior to Xiao Wu becoming the leader of Nodding, you often engaged in brawls with young nobles like Xuantian Skill. So your physique is stronger than average. You should be able to withstand the pressure of a century-old soul ring." Wang Sheng nodded vigorously, determined to endure. For this was a century soul ring. Once this opportunity passes, it will not return. The king tiger, with its yellow skin and black stripes, possesses a heart of a tiger king as its primary trait. Tang San elaborated on the king tiger's characteristics, noting that upon activating its heart, the king tiger's strength could temporarily double, enhancing all its attributes, with some exceptional specimens even able to unleash their blood vitality through the tiger king's heart. "Blood vitality?" Xiao Wu inquired, intrigued by the term. "That is a name I coined," Tang San clarified, According to the Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts, among the king tigers, there exist those with extraordinary talents capable of channeling their Tiger King's heart to unleash a red mist-like energy, not only amplifying their own strength twofold, but also providing a defensive barrier against other soul skills. However, it remains uncertain if this one possesses that ability. Regardless, Wang Sheng, you need not be disheartened. Acquiring its soul ring will at least grant you a soul skill that enhances your physical attributes and overall capabilities. Wang Sheng replied, "It's all right. In the past, I would have been very content to acquire a soul ring nearing a century. While it sleeps, I'll proceed to bind it. Xiao Wu, you will handle the attack, and Wang Sheng, you shall wait for the final blow. For even an ordinary tiger is beyond the capabilities of a 10th level soul master to hunt. Before you truly become a soul master, you are powerless," Tang San instructed. Wang Sheng understood his combat prowess fell short of that of a genuine tiger, let alone this soul beast before them, and agreed. Though he readied the dagger he had prepared in advance, Tang San placed his hand upon the ground, where the roots of the endless grasslands had firmly entrenched themselves into the earth, extending until they entwined beneath the slumbering king tiger. Suddenly, countless strands of blue-silver grass surged forth from the soil, coiling around the beast. Roar! Upon feeling the bindings on its body, the king tiger awakened abruptly, letting out a fierce roar as it began to struggle. Chapter 35. The Transformation of the Tiger King's Vitality. The king tiger thrashed violently, tearing apart numerous leaves of blue silvergrass. Yet, Tang San's blue silvergrass, deeply rooted in the earth, drew upon an inexhaustible well of energy, thriving endlessly. Surrounded by blue silvergrass, the king tiger's captivity was merely a matter of time. At that moment, Xiao Wu darted forth, using the towering leaves of blue silvergrass as cover, swiftly positioning herself behind the king tiger and delivering a kick to its underbelly. A strike to the groin proved to be quite effective. Roar! The king tiger's roar was tinged with anguish this time, its fierce eyes now bloodshot. Clearly, this blow had inflicted considerable pain upon it. Wang Sheng could not help but clench his legs together, a shiver running through him as he turned to Tang San and asked, "Brother San, don't you think this is a bit excessive?" There was no other option. Xiao Wu's punches could not kill a tiger, so she had to target the vulnerable areas of the soul beast, Tang San explained. Wang Sheng, once you graduate, remember to protect your vital areas even in the soul arena. Although there are regulations against underhanded tactics, many loopholes exist, and there are countless ways for others to exploit them. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wang Sheng nodded, acknowledging the inherent dangers of the true soul master world. After Xiao Wu's strike, she quickly retreated, while the king tiger, in a fit of pain, managed to sever all the blue-silver grass, binding it in an instant. However, the severed blue-silver grass immediately regenerated, re-entangling the king tiger's limbs and, under Tang San's control, causing it to tumble. Xiao Wu seized the opportunity, once more using the blue-silver grass as cover to circle behind the king tiger for another kick. She harbored no fondness for this carnivorous soul beast, let alone any sympathy. Roar! The king tiger's cry was even more pitiful than before. Back and forth this occurred 7 or 8 times, and the king tiger had exhausted all its strength. For safety's sake, Tang San bound it tightly, wrapping it in 9 layers of blue silvergrass, leaving only its nostrils and neck exposed. Wang Sheng, hurry up, or it might be strangled by my blue silvergrass, Tang San urged. Got it. Wang Sheng rushed to the king tiger and plunged a dagger into its neck. With a splash, crimson blood soaked the blue silvergrass, and the king tiger began its final struggles, its body now encased in 9 layers of blue silvergrass, releasing wisps of crimson vitality. Unfortunately, with its neck opened, activating the Tiger King's heart would only hasten the flow of blood, leading to a swifter demise. Indeed, 3 minutes later, the king tiger lay still. Tang San retracted the endless grasslands, leaving behind a lifeless king tiger in a pool of blood, from which a yellow soul ring emerged. Xiao Wu furrowed her brow but felt little sorrow. After all, a rabbit could not empathize with a tiger, only feeling a tinge of sorrow for the fallen. Once the soul ring appeared, it would dissipate if not absorbed within the hour. Wang Sheng, this is your first hunt of a soul beast, and I know you're excited, but take a moment to calm yourself. There is plenty of time, Tang San said, patting the dazed Wang Sheng, who was unsure of what to do. At the moment of the king tiger's death, as it released its vitality, I am certain that through the Tiger King's heart, it was able to unleash its life force. If you absorb this soul ring, it may cause your martial soul to evolve, granting you a powerful skill I shall name the Tiger King's Vitality Transformation. Understood. Wang Sheng immediately began to meditate, adjusting his state. At Tang San's signal, he guided the soul ring onto himself with his soul power. In an instant, Wang Sheng's body trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. For a common soul master like him, even with a compatible martial soul and strong physical constitution, the pressure from a nearly 200-year-old soul ring was considerable. However, the disturbance was less than what he had experienced when initially absorbing a soul ring, and he was likely to endure it. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, Wang Sheng's complexion was no longer pale, and an hour later, he had fully absorbed the soul ring. Roar! Wang Sheng opened his eyes, his martial soul manifesting, black patterns appearing on his body while the character for king on his head transformed into black. The yellow soul ring encircling him suddenly shone brightly. Tiger King's vitality transformation. Wang Sheng roared, igniting his entire being with vitality, as if engulfed in red flames. With a surge of momentum, he struck a nearby tree, which was as thick as a person, with a powerful punch. Boom! In an instant, the tree was shattered, nearly half of its trunk splitting apart, swaying precariously. It was clear that such a blow, if landed on a person, would be lethal or leave them grievously wounded. However, after unleashing this punch, Wang Sheng's vitality dissipated, his complexion paling again. It was only through Tang San's soul skill, endless recovery, that he began to feel better. Well done, Wang Sheng. You have indeed acquired the Tiger King's vitality transformation. However, your vitality is still somewhat lacking. Make sure to exercise more and nourish yourself well. With the enhancement of your soul power, this skill will grow even stronger, Tang San encouraged. Moreover, based on my conjecture, the vitality from the Tiger King's transformation can be condensed and stored. You should try to gather this vitality in your heart or dantian. But do not attempt this on your own. I will study it thoroughly and guide you on how to do it when we return. Thank you, Brother San. Wang Sheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After gaining the Tiger King's vitality transformation, he felt as if his martial soul had undergone an evolution, becoming more manageable. With the support of the soul skill, he felt capable of contending with 10 versions of his former self. Had he chosen an ordinary white soul ring, he would have likely gained nothing beyond an additional soul skill. Subsequently, Tang San and Wang Sheng carried the king tiger to the riverside, draining its blood before departing the nodding forest with its carcass. They sold the king tiger's body to a restaurant in a nearby town for 100 gold soul coins, dividing the earnings fairly. 40 coins each for Tang San and Xiao Wu, and 20 for Wang Sheng. Initially, Wang Sheng wished to forego his share, feeling that he owed it to the efforts of his companions. However, Tang San insisted, stating that he needed to replenish his strength. Wang Sheng was deeply appreciative of this gesture and vowed to support Tang San and Xiao Wu whenever they were in need. Upon returning to Nodding City, Tang San promptly examined Wang Sheng to confirm the status of his beast martial soul, discovering that it had indeed mutated after absorbing the King Tiger soul ring. However, what delighted Tang San the most was that during the activation of the Tiger King's vitality transformation, he could sense how the vitality flowed within Wang Sheng. This meant that, with practice, he too could potentially unleash the vitality, albeit not as powerfully as Wang Sheng's first soul skill. Yet, Tang San was not merely concerned with the strength of the soul skill. He had found a method to cultivate the vitality. As long as he could refine this ability over the next 6 years, his own vitality could continuously strengthen, thereby fortifying his physical form. Chapter 36. Returning home for vacation. Upon witnessing the potential for cultivating vitality, Tang San's research agenda expanded, frequently inviting Wang Sheng for studies. During this process, Wang Sheng also learned various techniques for utilizing vitality, significantly enhancing his strength. With his 11th level soul power, he was able to hold his ground against Xiao Wu, who had cultivated to the 16th level, for an extended period, progressing from 30 seconds to 3 minutes. Although the progress appeared minimal, Xiao Wu found herself increasingly struggling. This engendered a sense of frustration within her, leading to an internal doubt. Was she truly unsuited for the assault type? Wang Sheng, that fellow, was merely at the 11th level, yet he could engage head-on. Xiao Wu, at present, could not swiftly dispatch him. Her martial soul's innate talent had evidently proven that, even though she was a transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast, she could not rival the formidable physical strength of carnivorous beast martial souls. The soft-bone rabbit was utterly lacking in bodily enhancement. I have said it before. If you wish to pursue an offensive path, it is ill-suited for you. You can only dominate in a crushing manner and against soul masters of the same tier, even if their soul power is several levels lower. As long as their martial soul surpasses your soft-bone rabbit and they possess some combat techniques, you will find yourself at a disadvantage.
Tang San's choice to follow the assault path is, after all, a squandering of his innate gifts. Let me ponder this. After all, I still have some time before reaching level 20. Xiao Wu resolved to reflect deeply on this. By the way, what level is your soul power? 20. Cultivating at such a rapid pace? Xiao Wu was astonished, feeling that her innate full soul power was far inferior to the cultivation speed of this individual before her, who only possessed innate soul power of level 6. After all, my martial soul is blue silvergrass, which is ubiquitous. There are plenty of simulated environments. Tang San replied nonchalantly. Moreover, while innate soul power represents a soul master's potential and speed of cultivation, in my view, innate soul power, in a certain sense, also signifies the affinity between a person and their martial soul, much like the friendship between individuals. As long as one understands their martial soul and can truly merge their spirit with it, achieving 100% affinity, the speed of cultivation will inevitably increase. In the process of cultivating my soul power, I have continuously deepened my understanding of blue silvergrass, thus enhancing my cultivation speed. Furthermore, I possess a method for circulating soul power. Among the various sects, there are indeed meditative methods related to the circulation of soul power through meridians, allowing the soul power generated by meditation to form a certain circulatory loop within the body. However, compared to techniques like the Xuantian Skill, which can absorb the energy of heaven and earth without requiring a martial soul, it pales considerably, yet it is still faster than pure meditative cultivation. A method for circulating soul power? Can you teach me? Xiao Wu inquired eagerly. Not at the moment, Tang San declined. How stingy? Xiao Wu pouted. If I were truly stingy, I wouldn't have mentioned it, Tang San shrugged, indicating that this proves I at least have some trust in you. That is precisely what makes you so annoying. Can't you indulge me a little? Xiao Wu's temperament had changed quite a bit over the semester, yet she still retained some petulance. I truly apologize. I have never known how to indulge girls, Tang San admitted. Indulge girls? That's impossible for me, especially since I don't want you to rely solely on me. Even if, in the future, we truly end up together, that affection must be mutual, not one-sided. A typical dense guy, you'll never be able to marry a wife, Xiao Wu remarked cheekily. That remains to be seen. I'm quite clever, and, as a soul master, should I choose to indulge, there will be plenty of beautiful girls willing to climb into my bed, Tang San stated, delivering a somewhat painful truth to Xiao Wu. Bah, scoundrel! Xiao Wu cast a disdainful look at Tang San, but seeing his nonchalant demeanor made her feel as if her punch had landed on cotton, powerful yet ineffective. I shall head to the Martial Soul Hall for research. Care to join? Tang San extended an invitation. Together, Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, determined that this time, she would surpass him in climbing trees. Well then, do your best. Tang San's dismissive attitude only exacerbated Xiao Wu's frustration, yet she ultimately acquiesced. Wang Sheng also accompanied them to the Martial Soul Hall, training alongside them. However, to Tang San's surprise, Wang Sheng had developed a good rapport with Su Yuntao. Perhaps it was due to their shared beast martial souls that they found it easier to bond. Under Su Yuntao's influence, Wang Sheng decided to join the Martial Soul Hall, hoping to utilize the resources there for cultivation while safeguarding the order of Nodding City and apprehending various lawbreakers. The only unfortunate aspect was that Wang Sheng became a one-ring soul master at the age of 12, although with Tang San's assistance. His first soul ring was a century-old one, granting him a formidable soul skill. His innate talent was somewhat lacking, disqualifying him from being recommended to the Martial Soul Academy for further studies. Wang Sheng was unconcerned by this. He didn't even intend to attend the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, as he had no interest in martial soul knowledge. As for hunting soul beasts to join the Martial Soul Hall later, he thought it far superior to relying on the Academy's teachers. Regarding how to find a suitable soul beast, Wang Sheng believed that as long as Sange stayed in Nodding City for 6 years, he would often be called over for research, and with a few inquiries, he could easily obtain answers. In his view, Sange was far more responsible than those teachers at the Academy. Time flew, and another month passed. The semester at Nodding Academy had concluded, and the students began packing their belongings, preparing to return home for the new year. Tang San was also tidying up, intending to return to Holy Soul Village early to avoid being picked up by the aging old Jack. Xiao Wu approached him, watching the people in their dormitory pack, and suggested, "Why don't I go to your home? The young lady doesn't wish to return home? It seems you truly ran away," Tang San teased. Xiao Wu's cheeks puffed in irritation as she retorted, "I've said it before, I am not a young lady." Yes, you are not. However, let me clarify first, I'm a poor boy. Although my grandfather is the village chief of a small village, there are no lavish delicacies to entertain you. So if the food does not suit your palate, don't say, I didn't warn you, Tang San said, having finished packing his things and gazing at Xiao Wu with a calm expression. Aside from rabbits, I eat anything, Xiao Wu declared, asserting her lack of pickiness, given that she had previously only consumed grass. Tang San smiled, refraining from further comment, merely advising Wang Sheng, upon returning home. Do not recklessly control the flow of your internal qi and blood. Otherwise, if you injure yourself, I wouldn't know where to find you. Haha, don't worry. Sengu, I know I'm not clever. Without you around, I wouldn't dare act recklessly. Over the past month, Tang San had developed a rudimentary method for circulating qi and blood based on Wang Sheng's first soul skill, Tiger King's blood qi transformation. But Wang Sheng could only attempt to operate it while Tang San was observing. Subsequently, Tang San bid farewell to the other students in their dormitory one by one and left the building with Xiao Wu, walking along the small road outside Nodding Academy. His path naturally led back home. Xiao Wu was unconcerned. After all, she had journeyed all the way from the Stardow Forest to attend Nodding Academy. This distance was trivial to her. Tang San, you're level 20 now. Aren't you considering hunting for a soul ring immediately? Xiao Wu asked. Could it be that you were waiting for me? No. Tang San gestured for Xiao Wu to not be so self-absorbed. After all, my cultivation speed is rather rapid, and if others notice, it wouldn't be a good thing. Moreover, I plan to strengthen my physique to seek 1,000-year soul beast for my second soul ring. 1,000 years? Xiao Wu gasped. ISNT, the second soul ring, supposed to only bear 100 years? Chapter 37. The Function of Whale Glue. In reality, according to the records in the Martial Soul Hall S archives, the optimal soul ring configurations have been consistently evolving. Tang San explained to Xiao Wu, initially, the best soul ring configuration was white, yellow, purple, black. What a dreadful soul ring configuration. Xiao Wu gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a configuration could even yield a title Douluo. Are you joking? Whether it's true or not, I am uncertain. After all, it's described in a book from the Martial Soul Hall, detailing the optimal soul ring configuration for human soul masters from 10,000 years ago. Tang San continued afterward. I discovered books available in Nodding City, revealing that over the millennia, the optimal soul ring configurations have been continuously changing, with an increase in black rings and a decrease in white ones. It wasn't until 300 years ago that the best soul ring configuration transformed into yellow, purple, black. 2 centuries later, in our present era, due to the soul masters acquiring a red 100,000-year spirit ring at the 9th spirit ring, the optimal configuration has transformed into yellow, purple, black, red. Naturally, most individuals harbor a disdain for reading and mistakenly believe that the ideal configuration comprises 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings. Upon hearing about the red spirit ring, Xiao Wu's expression dimmed momentarily, yet she quickly regained her composure and inquired, does this mean that human physical abilities have been steadily enhancing over the millennia? While this notion holds some merit, I believe a more plausible explanation lies in the fact that, millennia ago, humanity may have been hesitant to attempt absorbing spirit rings of greater age. Tang San provided a rational explanation, recounting a tale from the book Soul Master Chronicles, wherein a 6-year-old child, assisted by elders, hunted a 10,000-year spirit beast, only to meet a tragic fate upon attempting to absorb its essence. Although this is merely a fable, I am convinced that, perhaps millennia ago, or even earlier, humanity lacked the understanding to gauge which spirit rings they could safely absorb, relying instead on countless lives to gradually ascertain which stages were safest for absorption. This is a facet where spirit beasts cannot compete with humanity. Humans dare to take risks. Even aware of the potential for death, there are those willing to forge ahead, paving the way for future generations. In contrast, while 10,000-year spirit beasts possess wisdom, they do not employ such intellect for contemplation. Even the legendary 100,000-year spirit beasts, blessed with human-like intelligence, likely do not aspire to abandon their natural habitats. Xiao Wu retorted, 10,000-year spirit beasts are indeed intelligent, you know? I do not dispute this. For the texts recount instances of 10,000-year spirit beasts choosing to transform into human form, yet most have been hunted down. Tang San articulated what Xiao Wu perceived as a grim reality. After all, 100,000-year spirit rings and spirit bones are highly coveted by soul masters. Moreover, these transformed 10,000-year spirit beasts, retaining traits from their time as beasts, find it challenging to alter their instincts, even after assuming human form. Ordinary individuals may not discern this, and weaker soul masters are often unaware.
But soul masters above the spirit Douluo level can easily detect the unique aura of transformed spirit beasts, an essence distinctly different from that of humans. I'm uncertain of the exact nature of this trait. It is said that only after reaching the soul sage level can a 10,000-year transformed spirit beast truly become human. I surmise that this is not solely linked to the inherent cultivation essence of the 10,000-year spirit beast, but also indicative of the transformed beast's adaptation to human society, recognizing itself as a person rather than a beast. Following this line of thought, if a transformed spirit beast can genuinely believe itself to be human, even before attaining the soul sage level, then perhaps its original essence remains undetected by soul Douluo and even some titled Douluo who do not prioritize mental acuity. Xiao Wu contemplated Tang San's assertions and, reflecting on her current circumstances, found that they indeed resonated with her. She had not encountered other transformed spirit beasts aside from her mother, so she refrained from comparisons. However, having spent considerable time with Tang San and acquiring knowledge about human interactions and lifestyles, she noted a faint white halo gradually encircling her 100,000-year essence, obscuring certain aspects of her spirit beast nature. Initially, she dismissed this, but now she realized that a transformed spirit beast could only tread the path of humanity, thereby betraying its spirit beast lineage. Consequently, Xiao Wu's demeanor turned somber, yet she quickly revitalized, thinking, "Why should I dwell on such matters?" Regardless, in the core area of Astardo Forest, there are Ming and Ming. They still heed my commands. I remain the leader of the Stardo Forest. Subsequently, Xiao Wu inquired, "Tang San, you mentioned that your reluctance to hasten the acquisition of a spirit ring stems from a desire to avoid drawing attention. But doesn't a 1,000-year spirit ring attract attention as well?" "Indeed, it does," Tang San replied, "yet I possess knowledge of a method to enhance physical prowess that, once revealed, will divert much of the public's focus." He elaborated, "Compared to spirit rings, the speed of soul power cultivation is what truly captivates attention." "A method to enhance physical prowess?" Xiao Wu asked, intrigued. "Whale oil," he responded, "a type of fat derived from whales, the effects of which are still largely unknown on the continent, though perhaps they hold some potential." Reflecting on Tang Hao's somber expression, Tang San considered the existence of other transmigrators. Yet, even if they were aware, they would likely remain silent. Thus, by disclosing this information, he would position himself as the first to uncover it. Moreover, what significance lies in individual strength? The true sense of achievement arises from collective empowerment and vanquishing adversaries together. Within Tang San's heart resided a warrior's spirit. While others within the grand sects might discover this, they would keep it concealed and refrain from publicizing it. Xiao Wu queried, "What benefits does whale oil provide?" "The majority believe it to be an aphrodisiac, capable of enhancing the joy of marital life," Tang San replied. "However, I spent a silver soul coin to procure a small quantity for research into vitality and discovered that it can slightly fortify physical constitution and invigorate vitality. Thus, whale oil can enhance a soul master's physical prowess and enable them to endure spirit rings of a higher age." Xiao Wu expressed her confusion. "If it is such a valuable substance, why disclose it?" "Firstly, to provide a suitable rationale for my second spirit ring, being a 1,000-year one. Secondly, only whale oil derived from 10,000-year cetacean spirit beast guarantees that a soul master can wholly endure a 1,000-year spirit ring on their second attempt." Tang San presented two justifications, particularly emphasizing the latter. 10,000-year whale oil is virtually non-existent in the market, as it is perceived merely as an aphrodisiac. No one would hunt 10,000-year cetacean spirit beasts merely for such a substance. And even sea soul masters seeking whale spirit rings would likely only harvest a small portion of meat, rather than bringing back the entire carcass. Given the current state of maritime technology on the continent, the whaling industry is nearly non-existent, let alone the 10,000-year spirit beasts. Even ordinary whales, which are essentially wild animals, primarily inhabit the deep sea, territory forbidden to soul masters. Even soul masters at the spirit Douluo level would hesitate to claim they could capture a 10,000-year cetacean spirit beast. Presently, the whale oil available in the market is predominantly derived from past coastal soul masters who hunted cetacean spirit beasts, obtaining spirit rings, and subsequently extracting fat from the enormous carcasses to bring back to the continent for commercial distribution. The revelation of whale oil's properties would not significantly impact the soul master community. At most, various factions would begin acquiring the whale oil remaining in circulation. As for hunting 10,000-year cetacean spirit beasts in the deep sea, the reality remains. Only titled Douluo possess the qualification to venture into the depths,
and even then, is merely a qualification without the requisite whaling technology. To hunt 10,000-year cetacean spirit beasts, tidal Douluo might find themselves lost in the vast ocean. According to Tang San's projections, given the developmental circumstances of the major factions on Douluo continent, without the assistance of transmigrators providing advantages, it would take at least a century for significant numbers of cetacean spirit beasts to be captured. It would be far more convenient to procure whale oil from the market. However, Tang San could foresee that once he publicized the benefits of whale oil, even ordinary 100-year whale oil would likely skyrocket in value. Chapter 38. Xiao Wu becomes a younger sister. Upon returning to Holy Soul Village, Tang San immediately spotted a farmer returning home from weeding the fields. He approached and greeted, "Uncle Wang, it's been a while. How have you been? Is that you, Xiao San?" Uncle Wang scrutinized Tang San for a moment before recognition dawned, his face alight with excitement. "You've changed so much. I hardly recognized you." "Ha ha. Primarily, I have acquired a spirit ring and become a soul master, which has caused a transformation in my martial spirit, affecting my appearance." Tang San explained, "Is Grandpa Jack in the village?" "Yes, he is at home. He mentioned that he would come to fetch you in a couple of days." Upon learning that Tang San had become a soul master, Uncle Wang's demeanor shifted to one of respect, and he immediately added, "Then I shall seek out Grandpa first." After engaging in casual conversation with Uncle Wang to ease his tension, Tang San led Xiao Wu to the village chief's residence. "Grandpa, I'm back." Little San has returned." Old Jack promptly opened the door, and upon seeing Tang San, he noticed his changed appearance, but recognized him instantly, bursting with joy. "You rascal. Didn't I say I would come to get you? How did you return on your own? Did you ride in a carriage?" "No, I walked to exercise my body," Tang San replied as he unleashed his martial spirit, a yellow spirit ring materializing, bringing tears to old Jack's eyes. "At last, our village has produced another soul master." After a moment, old Jack wiped his tears and turned his gaze to Xiao Wu beside Tang San, inquiring, "Little San, who is this? Have you brought back a young girl to be your bride?" "Grandpa, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Wu. She is of the same age as me and also a soul master. Since she is an orphan, she plans to come live with us," Tang San clarified. "Hello, Grandpa Jack," Xiao Wu greeted sweetly, which endeared her to old Jack. "Good, you are both fine children. Come inside." Once inside, Tang San set down his belongings and produced several pieces of small furniture he had purchased, placing them in the house, and also handed old Jack a bag filled with golden soul coins. Old Jack counted, discovering 20 coins, which startled him. He pulled Tang San aside, concerned, "Little San, we must not engage in any underhanded dealings." Tang San could only chuckle. "Grandpa, don't worry, they are neither stolen nor taken by force. I saved them up." He then recounted how he, alongside Su Yuntao and Ma Xiao Nuo, hunted soul beasts, sold 1,000 branches of banyan wood, and divided the earnings of golden soul coins. "That is a relief," old Jack sighed, returning the bag to Tang San. "You're still growing. Keep some for yourself to buy good food, and get some for Xiao Wu as well. This old man has no need for so much." "No, Grandpa, please keep it. I have enough for myself," Tang San insisted, stuffing the bag into old Jack's embrace. "Grandpa, you're getting older. In the future, you can hire the village as able-bodied youth to manage the fields, which will lighten your load. Now that I am a soul master, I will earn more and one team miss this little bit. I have to spend some on my martial spirit research. Otherwise, I could bring you even more." "More? At your grandfather's age, what need is there for such wealth?" Seeing Tang San's persistence, old Jack relented, but still advised him not to bring so much in the future, since he might not even spend a single golden soul coin in a year. That evening, old Jack prepared a feast of chicken and lamb, ensuring Tang San and Xiao Wu dined heartily. Old Jack's culinary skills were indeed impressive. Xiao Wu relished her meal, savoring every bite of the rabbit meat without restraint. This validated one of Tang San's hypotheses. Once a 100,000-year soul beast transforms, its body becomes akin to that of a human, capable of consuming foods previously inedible, with taste sensations indistinguishable from a humaness. The reason for their continued possession of spirit rings and bones likely stems from the lingering essence of their century-old cultivation within, which the transformed body had yet to fully adapt to. In essence, once a 100,000-year soul beast transforms, it becomes human. The distinction lies only in whether the essence of its ancient cultivation has been entirely absorbed by its human form. If viewed from this perspective, as long as a method exists to extract this ancient essence without harming the transformed soul beast, could not be said that the transformed soul beast truly becomes an ordinary human. This poses a thought-provoking question. If so, then from a racial standpoint, Transformed soul beasts could no longer be classified as soul beasts. At the dining table, Xiao Wu enjoyed her meal heartily, addressing old Jack more affectionately as grandpa. And old Jack took her in as a granddaughter. Tang San's eyes twitched slightly as he caught old Jack's meaningful glance. Realizing that old Jack evidently wished for Xiao Wu to be his granddaughter-in-law, aiming to foster a closer bond between him and Xiao Wu. Little San, from now on, you are to be Xiao Wu's older brother. Take good care of her, old Jack earnestly instructed. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will ensure that Xiao Wu becomes a powerful soul master. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu as he spoke, implying that she must grow independently, and he would not indulge her. Even if she were truly his sister, the best form of affection would be to teach her self-reliance, nurturing a strong heart, rather than perpetually shielding her. That would be akin to carrying a burden. Old Jack, not perceiving the underlying meaning in Tang San's words, assumed the boy was still young and naive regarding such matters, and thus refrained from further commentary. However, Xiao Wu understood, yet said nothing explicitly, only beaming at Tang San and stating, I am your sister, so you must treat me well. Fear not, I shall be even more attentive to my sister. Tang San replied with a smile, causing Xiao Wu to shiver with excitement, though she straightened her posture defiantly, declaring, I am certain I can endure. The next day, after bidding farewell to old Jack, Tang San headed to the blacksmith's shop to repair the villagers' tools, enlisting some children slightly older or of the same age to gather firewood on the mountain for 3 copper soul coins a day. The children were delighted, and their curiosity piqued about Tang San's identity as a soul master. Tang San generously shared tales of soul master adventures gleaned from books, even personally releasing his martial spirit, employing soul skills to rejuvenate their stamina and mend any minor injuries. In an instant, the villagers' respect for Tang San grew. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, more spirited than ever, led a group of younger children as they frolicked in the fields, catching grasshoppers, frogs, foraging for wild vegetables, and fishing for crayfish, indulging in every amusing activity, resembling genuine human children. During this vacation, aside from not conducting martial spirit research, Tang San's life continued as usual, practicing the techniques from the Xuantian Skill, honing his body with the chaotic wind hammer method, and studying the circulation of qi and blood, the vibrational frequencies, combining both with the chaotic wind hammer method to achieve superior physical refinement. Before the new year, a 15-year-old boy from the village approached Tang San, wishing to learn blacksmithing. Tang San agreed, recognizing that as a soul master, he would spend most of the next 6 years in Notting City. Thus, a blacksmith would be necessary for repairing tools in the village. However, he would not teach the chaotic wind hammer method at this time. As it belonged to the Xuantian sect, should others learn it, it would inevitably lead to unnecessary trouble if Tang Hao discovered it. Chapter 39. The Selection of the Second Spirit Ring, Part 1. After the new year, Tang San and Xiao Wu spent 7 or 8 days in Holy Soul Village before bidding farewell to old Jack, preparing to return to Notting City. Old Jack accompanied Tang San and Xiao Wu to the village's entrance, with the village children following, hoping that Tang San and Xiao Wu would continue to play with them in the future and share stories. Upon returning to Notting City, Tang San and Xiao Wu reported to the academy before heading to the Spirit Hall to resume their usual training. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng submitted an application for early graduation from Notting Academy, intending to join the Spirit Hall and start as a grassroots patrol member, taking solid steps forward. The graduation requirements for the Junior Academy were simple. Possessing a spirit ring and becoming a soul master sufficed for graduation, and the academy teachers would not insist on retaining students. Wang Sheng, don't forget to come to me for testing your martial spirit and body, as well as training your first soul skill while you're busy with work. If I truly develop a genuine method for cultivating qi and blood, it will benefit you. Tang San said to Wang Sheng as he prepared to embark on his first patrol mission. 3 brothers' orders shall be followed without question. Wing Xing Fiend a salute, declaring, even if I am on leave, I must come here. That is unnecessary. You may come whenever you are free, Tang San replied with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Go on, don't let your first patrol be marred by tardiness. Understood, Wang Sheng nodded, and under Su Yuntao's guidance, he proceeded to join the patrol team of the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, Tang San shared with Mei Nua his recent achievement of reaching level 20, preparing to hunt soul beasts. Level 20 already? Masuno Edklimed Astonisit. At merely 7 years of age, you are a true prodigy, unparalleled in history, and perhaps unmatched in the future. Grandpa Masuno. I merely advanced quickly in the early stages. As one's rank as a soul master increases, the soul power required for each level escalates, leading to slower progress later on. Tang San humbly responded. Do you need me to accompany you on this hunt? Macy Unuo, accustomed to Tang San's humility, inquired about his soul hunting plans. No need, Grandpa Masuno. As you know, I often spar with Tao Go and CC. My strength is adequate. I can easily handle century-old soul beasts. Tang San smiled, adding, furthermore, I wish to validate another theory of mine during this hunting expedition, which will allow me to compose a second paper. Speaking of theories, I have already sent your previous paper to Spirit City, and it is expected to be published in the Spirit Gazette around February this year, Messiano mentioned, referring to Tang San's earlier work on the precise classification and analysis of soul masters. You might think this is a delay, but Spirit City receives a plethora of external theoretical reports each year from soul masters who can no longer enhance their soul power but seek fame. The staff takes time to discern which theories hold merit and which do not, which is a lengthy process. I understand, Grandpa Midga, Tang San said, confident that his paper would be recognized and published in the Spirit Gazette. Following this, Tang San dedicated 3 days to preparations for hunting souls, shouldering a large pack as he set off for the Balak Forest to hunt for suitable soul beasts. The Balak Forest, a renowned hunting ground, lies within the kingdom of Balak. Unlike other hunting forests, it is characterized by a scarcity of animal soul beasts, predominantly featuring plant soul beasts. Moreover, the populace of Balak Kingdom is largely composed of those with plant-type martial souls, and it boasts a prestigious soul master academy, the Plant Academy. Additionally, the Balak Academy is quite famous. However, Tang San held little interest in either the Plant Academy or the Balak Academy, considering them merely as potential alternative options for future participation in the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent. Upon learning of Tang San's intent to hunt souls, Xiao Wu decided to join in the excitement. During the holiday, in addition to playing, she diligently cultivated her soul power, reaching level 18, and anticipated reaching level 20 before the end of her first year. It seems your hard work is paying off. Your soul power is advancing quite rapidly. Truly, you are a natural talent, Tang San praised. Even so, I am still 2 levels below you. Xiao Wu retorted with a huff as she joined Tang San in the carriage heading to the Balak Kingdom. Are you planning to hunt plant-type soul beasts? Indeed, primarily to enhance the life attribute of my martial soul. Secondarily, I aim to reinforce the resilience of my blue silvergrass. Finally, I seek to bestow upon my blue silvergrass a superior amplification skill, capable of comprehensively enhancing a soul master's attack, defense, speed, and attributes. Tang San articulated his fundamental expectations for his second soul ring. An amplification skill? You intend for 1 soul skill to surpass the enhancement capabilities of 3 or 4 soul rings from the 7 treasure, glazed tile? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her surprise evident. Having spent considerable time with Tang San, she had gained some understanding of soul skills. Among amplification-type soul skills, there exists a rare category that can grow in effectiveness based on percentage, increasing its amplification as the soul master's rank ascends, without a corresponding rise in soul power consumption. This is the terrifying nature of such amplification skills, and it explains why the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul can only reach the rank of soul sage, while soul masters possessing this martial soul can establish sex and evolve into one of the top 3 sections. Conversely, other attack and defense soul skills can only enhance their potency by increasing the input of soul power. There is nothing wrong with that, Tang San remarked. My blue-silver grass martial soul cannot release energy, but as a plant, how do you think one should utilize amplification-type soul skills? Recognizing Tang San was testing her, Xiao Wu pondered for a moment before raising a finger, declaring, I know, it can be consumed. As a rabbit, thinking of eating grass was a perfectly normal reaction. Thus, Tang San did not expect Xiao Wu to provide a completely correct answer, but this response was close enough. Not entirely correct, Tang San chuckled. While blue-silver grass is indeed edible, it does not taste particularly pleasant. It is better suited for making tea. Think again, what parts of a plant are consumable? Consumable parts? Xiao Wu contemplated for a moment, replying, in the cafeteria, I have eaten carrots and sweet potatoes. You mentioned those are the roots, so roots are edible. Then, the leaves of vegetables can also be eaten, but judging by your expression, it seems we shouldn't be eating the leaves of blue silvergrass, which leaves only fruits. Indeed. Fruits, right? Tang San nodded. Correct, it is indeed fruit. Blue silvergrass can also flower and bear fruit, though both the flowers and fruits are diminutive, smaller than sesame seeds, and easily overlooked. Moreover, due to their small size, as long as there is moisture and suitable temperature, along with a rooting place, they can grow anywhere. My requirements for my second soul ring extend beyond merely strengthening its original characteristics.
I wish for my blue silvergrass to possess the ability to produce seeds, thus enabling soul masters to be amplified through inhaling those invisible seeds. This method would be far more discreet than the amplifications provided by the 7-treasure glazed tile. The amplifications from the 7-treasure glazed tile, or most amplification soul skills, are typically manifested in the form of light, shining upon the soul master, making it conspicuous. Any enemy with sight would easily discern the enhancement. However, if I can amplify my companions with seeds that are invisible to the naked eye, wouldn't that leave our adversaries baffled as to why we suddenly grew stronger? Chapter 40. The Selection of the Second Soul Ring, Part 2. It does seem that way, Xiao Wu marveled. Then, she posed another question. But aren't the seeds of blue silver grass quite light? Won't they scatter with the wind? That is indeed true. However, if the enemies cannot see the seeds of blue silver grass, how would they think to use the wind to blow them away? Tang San replied with satisfaction. This secret, as long as you do not disclose it, and I do not mention it, no one will ever know. Even if they do find out, it would be futile. Have you forgotten my infinite grass field? Ah, the infinite grass field, Xiao Wu exclaimed in realization. Tang San's infinite grass field can absorb the earth's power. If my second soul skill merges with this infinite grass field, the seeds could continuously provide sustenance, while the enemies would be unable to draw from the earth's strength to replenish their soul power and could not sustain a steady wind. Yet, Xiao Wu pondered another issue. If that is the case, why use seeds? Wouldn't it be better to use the fragrance of flowers? In her view, wasn't flower pollen more discreet? You just mentioned flower fragrance. Others' noses are not dysfunctional. They would quickly discern the method of my amplification. Tang San rolled his eyes. Moreover, pollen is too light and easily blown away. More importantly, the blue silvergrass does not bloom, or rather, does not produce flowers as we know them. True, I have yet to see blue silvergrass that flowers. How does blue silvergrass produce seeds? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. During its breeding season, blue silvergrass will sprout tiny protrusions between the veins of its leaves, which are even smaller than the seeds of blue silvergrass. Tang San raised his arm, directing Xiao Wu's gaze to something finer than the hair on our bodies, resembling delicate tufts of fluff. With a gentle breeze, they pollinated each other, completing the cycle of blooming and fruiting within a single day, a process astonishingly swift. According to my estimations, a single ordinary blue silvergrass plant can produce millions of seeds at once. Good heavens, millions! Xiao Wu exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. Indeed, the numbers are staggering. Tang San continued, with every breath we take, we might be inhaling countless blue silvergrass seeds, only to exhale just as many. Xiao Wu shivered. Isn't that a bit disgusting? Tang San chuckled, gesturing towards the beam of light filtering through the gaps in the cart. Look closely at this light. What do you see? Xiao Wu focused her eyes and discovered that the slender column of light was filled with countless tiny particles, constantly in motion, seemingly endless. Could these be the seeds of blue silvergrass? It can only be said that a small portion comprises blue silvergrass seeds. Tang San explained that the majority were minuscule particles invisible to the naked eye, dust. With every breath, we inhale this dust, yet not all of it reaches our lungs. After all, the hair and mucus in our noses are designed to obstruct larger particles from entering our bodies. Upon realizing this truth, Xiao Wu paused for a moment, then asked, so, is the reason nasal mucus is black due to the accumulation of too much dust? Indeed, that is part of the reason, Tang San nodded. Thus, you need not worry that inhaling blue silvergrass seeds will cause them to sprout within your body. Without a suitable environment, the seeds will lose their vitality. With this assurance, Xiao Wu felt relieved but then inquired about another matter. Didn't you say that the blue silver grass martial spirit differs from the actual blue silver grass? Why not choose to have your martial spirit bloom larger? There is indeed a distinction, but I prefer not to make my martial spirit too conspicuous, Tang San replied, shaking his head. If my blue silver grass were to blossom into an enormous flower, anyone could discern its connection to my soul skills, fragrance, and pollen. So, what type of plant spirit beast will you choose? As a soft-boned rabbit, Xiao Wu felt sympathy for adorable spirit beasts, yet for plant spirit beasts, they were merely the delectable food she had relished before her transformation. Wood spirit mushroom. Tang San uttered these 3 words. The wood spirit mushroom, in fact, cannot be classified strictly as a plant spirit beast, nor as an animal spirit beast, but rather as a fungus. This spirit beast thrives atop other plant spirit beasts, forming a symbiotic relationship and possessing immense life energy. Its method of attack involves releasing spores, thereby enhancing the capabilities of the plant spirit beast it inhabits. The spores of this wood spirit mushroom also hold significant benefits for spirit beasts and humans alike. Prolonged consumption can gradually enhance physical qualities. It is highly addictive and difficult to quit. Consequently, the wood spirit mushroom is categorized as a poison by the spirit hall, and its habitat typically includes a symbiotic plant spirit beast, often guarded by animal spirit beasts. Addictive? Xiao Wu asked, someone on guard. Rest assured, I purchased some wood spirit mushroom spores from a pharmacy in Notting City for research. The so-called addiction stems from a substance within the spores that stimulates cellular degeneration and disease, leading to nervous excitement. However, absorbing the wood spirit mushroom's spirit ring will not produce such a substance, as my martial spirit is blue silvergrass, Tang San reassured Xiao Wu. 8 days later, Tang San and Xiao Wu finally arrived at the Bala Kingdom, spending another 5 days traversing a significant portion of its cities before reaching the Balak's soul-hunting forest. During this time, Tang San also visited the local spirit hall, presenting Matthew's letter to obtain the spirit hall's order for entering the Balak forest. Compared to Notting Forest, the Balak forest is significantly larger, teeming with various 10-year and 100-year plant spirit beasts, along with numerous insect-type spirit beasts. Plant spirit beasts under 10 years are generally immobile, while the insect-type spirit beasts here largely ignore soul masters. When a soul master attempts to touch these insect-type spirit beasts, they typically do not retaliate but instead swiftly evade or flee. It seems the spirit beasts in this forest have grown accustomed to the presence of human soul masters. The plant spirit beasts are immobile and cannot effectively resist, while the insect-type spirit beasts are less intelligent than vertebrate spirit beasts, behaving similarly to ordinary insects. Tang San pondered. It appears that our hunt for the wood spirit mushroom will be somewhat easier. However, Xiao Wu paid little heed to this statement, instead catching a palm-sized ladybug and playing with it joyfully, reminiscent of her days as a spirit beast. Tang San did not intervene. Following the map he had purchased from a hunting town outside the Balak forest, leading Xiao Wu to the area where the wood spirit mushroom grows. Upon arriving at their destination, Tang San spotted a wood spirit mushroom the size of a human head, resembling jade. Yet, what astonished him was not the mushroom itself, but the plant spirit beast it was symbiotically linked with. It was a demon eye tree. Moreover, an eye had already formed on its trunk, indicating it had reached 1,000 years of cultivation. However, why did this demon eye tree appear so lifeless, devoid of any vitality? Additionally, on the wood spirit mushroom, there lay a small green snake, the thickness of a finger, adorned with 9 scales the size of fingernails on its back. That was a 9-section emerald. Chapter 41. The Choice of the Second Spirit Ring, Part 3. The 9-section emerald is a premium variant of the bamboo leaf green snake, possessing 9 resilient scales that render it impervious to sharp blades, and its venom is extraordinarily potent. It is said that even a titled Douluo, if bitten, would succumb to a pool of pus within 2 hours if they lack knowledge of toxicology and pharmacology. Tang San was taken aback to encounter one here, having only seen it in the Douluo continent novel in his past life, where it seemed only Dugu Bo had raised one. However, according to the Encyclopedia of Spirit Beasts, the 9-section emerald is classified as a strange beast. Upon death, it does not yield a spirit ring, hence no one dares to provoke such an exceptionally dangerous snake. This might also explain why the wood spirit mushroom could thrive for a millennium in this forest. Nevertheless, Tang San sensed a fluctuation of spirit power emanating from the 9-section emerald, indicating it had indeed become a spirit beast. What kind of snake is that? It's so short, and its tail is red, resembling a scorpion stinger, Xiao Wu whispered in inquiry. The 9-section emerald is a highly venomous snake, a variant that typically should not be able to become a spirit beast, Tang San replied, his brow furrowing. This one has likely been resting on the wood spirit mushroom for an extended period, influenced by its spores, leading to a mutation that has begun its transformation into a spirit beast. But a transformation into a spirit beast? Isn't that rather weak? Xiao Wu felt reassured. Strength cannot merely be judged by fluctuations in spirit power. The venom of this snake can kill a titled Douluo. Tang San's expression grew grave. He had not inherited the memories related to detoxification from the Tang sex Tang San. If bitten, could his powerful life force from his first spirit skill enable his immune system to overcome the toxin? Therefore, prudence dictated that he must first deal with the 9-section emerald. Thus, Tang San unleashed the blue silvergrass domain, wrapping both himself and Xiao Wu in 2 layers of blue silvergrass, covering all but their noses and eyes, resembling 2 moving mummies. Xiao Wu was speechless. Is it necessary to be this cautious? I can't detoxify. It's better to be careful to avoid being bitten. Tang San replied, manipulating his spirit power to cause countless blue silvergrass leaves to sprout from the ground, binding the demon eye tree, the wood spirit mushroom, and the 9-section emerald. Sensing danger, the 9-section emerald coiled itself into a tight ball, its 9 scales forming a peculiar ring as it rapidly spun away from the wood spirit mushroom. The very direction of the leap happened to coincide with the thicket where Tang San and Xiao Wu were concealed. Had they been discovered? In the fleeting moments of his thoughts, a flicker of purple light illuminated Tang San's eyes as he discerned the form of the 9-segmented emerald. Without hesitation, he unleashed a strand of blue-silver grass, ensnaring the airborne, evading creature into a blue-silver sphere, leaving only its serpentine head exposed. Grasping it firmly, Tang San remarked, "Though it is on the path to becoming a soul beast, it is still not one. Yet its body is remarkably resilient, swift, and elusive. Were it not for my keen eyes, I would not have noticed its presence. It appears that this serpent does not rely on sight to hunt, but rather senses the warmth within living beings." Xiao Wu approached, gazing at the 9-segmented emerald in Tang San's grasp, perplexed. "It doesn't seem all that formidable," she commented. Tang San tightened his grip on the blue-silver sphere, bringing the serpent's mouth close to the 7-star ladybug she held. Instantly, the 9-segmented emerald bit down, and in a heartbeat, the ladybug was rendered silent, its shell collapsing visibly, prompting Xiao Wu to drop it in fright. With a thud, the creature shattered upon hitting the ground, dissolving into a puddle of pus. Did you see that? The toxin of this 9-segmented emerald is exceedingly potent. A single bite would be unbearable for either of us. Tang San secured the blue-silver sphere to a nearby tree trunk, instructing Xiao Wu to keep watch. What purpose does it serve to keep such a creature alive? We should eliminate it. Having witnessed the serpent's venom, Xiao Wu was filled with trepidation, fearing for her own safety, and suggested they dispose of it immediately. Unexpectedly, the 9-segmented emerald seemed to comprehend her words, displaying a look of grievance, as if pleading for its life. "It understands our speech? How remarkably intelligent!" Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. The reason it was termed a strange beast was precisely due to its distinction from soul beasts. Even before completely transforming, it possessed wisdom comparable to a 10,000-year soul beast, capable of sensing the thoughts of other creatures. Tang San scrutinized the 9-segmented emerald, contemplating its situation. Initially, he had intended to slay it, but a new idea emerged. "You cannot be considering keeping it as a pet?" Xiao Wu trembled slightly, her fear evident. "Indeed, the 9-segmented emerald can be tamed. Should we successfully raise it, it would provide us with an additional means of survival, potentially proving advantageous in unforeseen circumstances." Tang San stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Moreover, it likely consumed the spores of the wood spirit mushroom and absorbed its life force, which is propelling its evolution towards becoming a soul beast. My blue-silver grass is abundant in life force and can sustain it, facilitating its eventual domestication." Tang San was uncertain how Douluo had managed to tame his 9-segmented emerald, but he felt confident that he could utilize his martial soul to claim this little creature as his own. With this thought in mind, he directed the power of endless recovery towards the bound emerald. In an instant, the serpent's eyes gleamed with comfort, displaying a range of human-like expressions. When Tang San ceased the technique, the 9-segmented emerald widened its eyes, fixating on him with an almost discontented stare, as if questioning why he had halted. "If you heed my commands, I shall provide you with life energy. What say you?" Tang San queried the emerald. The creature regarded him intently for a moment before nodding its head in agreement. "Ah, such high intelligence. It seems capable of not only perceiving our thoughts, but genuinely comprehending human speech, far surpassing even 10,000-year soul beasts." Tang San praised the emerald, and it appeared pleased, nodding in satisfaction. "How absurd! How could such a small snake possibly rival a 10,000-year soul beast? It cannot even speak." Xiao Wu mocked the 9-segmented emerald, while simultaneously asserting her own prowess. The emerald, undeterred, flicked its tongue at her, as if to say, "I am indeed superior to you. 10,000-year soul beast." Though Xiao Wu could not understand the beast's language, she sensed the serpent's mockery and felt a mix of amusement and indignation. "A mere snake dares to mock me. Xiao Wu, wait until I return. I shall stew you." The 9-segmented emerald turned away, seemingly disinterested in the banter of this foolish rabbit. Tang San paid no mind to their exchange, instructing Xiao Wu to keep a close watch on the serpent to prevent its escape, while he approached the bound demon eye tree and the wood spirit mushroom. Upon closer examination, he noticed that the stalk of the wood spirit mushroom bore patterns reminiscent of the demon eye tree's eye. Is the wood spirit mushroom consuming the essence of the demon eye tree? Chapter 42, Second Soul Skill, Positive and Negative Buffs. The wood spirit mushroom was indeed absorbing the essence of the demon eye tree. Glancing back at the ensnared 9-segmented emerald, Tang San mused. The 9-segmented emerald is drawing life force from the wood spirit mushroom, while the latter in a desperate bid for survival.
is compelled to consume the essence of the demon eye tree, thus adopting its characteristics. Consequently, the wood spirit mushroom has likely mutated into the wood spirit demon mushroom. In terms of soul skills, it should still retain the ability to release seeds from my blue-silver grass martial soul, but will the effects still amplify? The demon eye tree, being a plant-type soul beast, possesses remarkable vitality, but its defining trait is that singular eye, which can ensnare soul masters and other soul beasts in illusions. If I inherit this ability, my second soul skill could potentially weaken my opponent's mental strength or even reverse the effects of the wood spirit mushroom, creating a negative buff. After contemplating for a while, Tang San resolved to absorb this wood spirit demon mushroom's soul ring, as the ability to debilitate opponents would be advantageous. The enhancement buff could be considered for my third soul ring. For my blue-silver grass, reinforcing its vitality is paramount. And since the wood spirit demon mushroom can draw upon the essence of the demon eye tree, it will undoubtedly enhance my first soul skill's absorption of Earth's power. Thus, Tang San plucked the wood spirit demon mushroom from the trunk of the demon eye tree. This type of soul beast, once separated from its symbiotic plant soul beast, would perish. Even the mutation into a wood spirit demon mushroom could not alter this fate. Gazing at the circle of purple soul rings, Tang San took a deep breath, settling into a meditative posture, and drew it towards him, silently declaring, "Come forth, my second soul ring." As the purple soul ring enveloped the blue-silver grass, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, as if it might burst his very being apart. Quickly, he activated the Xuantian Skill, controlling the erratic energy and binding it with his soul power, gradually refining it. Xiao Wu watched as Tang San's bulging muscles returned to their original form, sighing in relief. "Honestly, must you be so reckless? You had me worried. Oh, and it seems your hair has grown longer, with even more blue-silver strands. Your features appear even softer. Could it be that with each soul ring absorbed, you become more handsome? If I couldn't sense the presence of soul beasts on you, I would think you resemble one even more than I do." After 2 hours, Tang San finally completed the absorption of the soul ring and opened his eyes, which now reflected a hint of silver within their originally black depths, exuding an air of elegance. Level 22 soul power, quite commendable, Tang San noted, feeling elated as he assessed his soul power. He then turned his gaze to Xiao Wu, who was lost in thought, waving his hand in front of her face with a smile. "What is it? Are you captivated by my handsome visage?" Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed as she spat in retort. "Narcissist, I am not bewitched by you." With a chuckle, Tang San refrained from further teasing her and instead began to explain the changes his blue-silver grass had undergone after absorbing the second soul ring. "My blue-silver grass has become more luxuriant, adorned with additional silver patterns, and its vitality has surged." Upon concluding his words, Tang San unleashed the endless grassland, with the roots of the blue-silver grass delving deeper and spreading over a radius of nearly 50 meters, reaching a depth of 50 meters as well, while its efficiency in harnessing the power of the earth significantly increased. Furthermore, when employing the soul skill of endless recovery, being ensnared by the blue-silver grass was no longer a prerequisite, as long as one remained within the confines of the endless grassland. Continuous recovery could be attained at any moment. Thanks to the evolution brought about by his second spirit ring, Tang San could now mark his teammates, allowing only them to benefit from the recovery effects, while foes would be ensnared solely by the blue-silver grass within the endless grassland. Feeling the effects of Tang San's first spirit skill, Xiao Wu experienced an invigorating sensation throughout her body. Once she regained her composure, she inquired, "What is your second soul skill?" Tang San replied, "The effects of my second soul ring's skill surpassed my expectations. It can enhance our allies while simultaneously weakening our enemies. I refer to it as positive and negative buffs." Without hesitation, he asked, "Would you like to give it a try?" Xiao Wu nodded eagerly. "Sure, but what does buff mean?" "It signifies enhancement," Tang San clarified. He proceeded to demonstrate the effects of the positive buff. Xiao Wu scrutinized the blue-silver grassland, noting that apart from swaying in the wind, there were no apparent changes. Just as she was about to inquire further, she felt an exhilarating surge of energy, as if she possessed an inexhaustible reserve of strength, especially in terms of soul power, which she felt had increased by over 20%. Following Tang San's request, Xiao Wu sprinted, discovering that her speed had improved by 20% compared to usual. Next, they tested her strength by striking a tree, resulting in damage that surpassed her previous efforts by 5-fold, confirming that her attack power had indeed been enhanced, though her sensation of pain had diminished by 20%. Xiao Wu's martial spirit lacked any special energy,
Thus she could only deduce that Tang San's positive buff could elevate soul power, speed, strength, defense, and attack by over 20%. For the attribute enhancements, Tang San personally tested and found that the vitality of the blue-silver grass martial spirit had improved by 22%. Therefore, his positive buff achieved the cumulative enhancement effects of the first 6 spirit rings of the 7 treasures glazed tile martial spirit. What does it mean to defy the heavens? This is it. However, in contrast to the enhancement methods of the 7 treasures glazed tile, the positive buff of the blue-silver grass is achieved through the Soul Master inhaling invisible blue-silver grass seeds. When the wind picks up, the effects diminish, as the trajectory of the seeds produced by the blue-silver grass is beyond what his current mental strength can control. The only feasible action is to mark his teammates with soul power, ensuring that only they can benefit from the enhancement effects. Subsequently, Tang San activated the negative buff, causing Xiao Wu to feel an immediate lethargy, with all her abilities reduced by over 20%. Even after Tang San dispelled the endless grassland, Xiao Wu remained under the influence of the negative buff for half an hour before returning to normal. Are you just going to watch me suffer under the negative buff? Xiao Wu glared at him with a hint of grievance. I had no choice. I needed to test the duration of a negative buff. Tang San chuckled awkwardly, handing her a water bottle, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This negative buff is ineffective on myself, but the positive buff is beneficial to me. Xiao Wu accepted the bottle, took a sip, and remarked, your second soul skill is truly formidable. It enhances our side while weakening the enemy. Once your soul power increases, the percentages of enhancement and weakening can also rise. How can our enemies not fall before us? After testing, she continued, however, this soul skill does have drawbacks. I must first establish the endless grassland for optimal effects. Additionally, the positive and negative buffs cannot be used simultaneously, and I must mark my teammates with soul power for them to gain the positive buff to avoid being affected by the negative buff. Tang San elaborated on the weaknesses of this soul skill. That's still incredibly powerful. Xiao Wu retorted, even if our side doesn't gain enhancements, weakening the opponent is highly advantageous. Once you become a title Douluo, if the enemies have their attributes reduced by 90%, they might as well take their own lives. Chapter 43. The Divine Punisher, Austin Griffin. Though Tang San spoke of the drawbacks, he felt quite satisfied with his soul skill, and the seeds of the positive and negative buffs could be preserved. This is also a characteristic of the blue-silver grass seeds, their resilience. Provided the environment is not extreme, the seeds created by the second soul skill can last for nearly 3 months. This presents a lucrative opportunity. Afterward, Tang San approached the 9-section emerald and released it into his palm, infusing it with life-filled soul power, eliciting an expression of utter enjoyment from it. From now on, you will accompany me. Tang San found the 9-section emerald easier to subdue than he had anticipated. He styled his long hair into a ponytail, using the 9-section emerald as a hair tie. The 9-section emerald, appearing quite intelligent, realized what its master intended and encircled its body, securing the ponytail. Do I look more attractive now? Tang San asked Xiao Wu. Go ahead and be vain, she replied, her cheeks flushing as she turned away, touching her own hair tie and suddenly wishing for a beautiful emerald hair tie like his. Tang San chuckled, picking up the wood spirit mushroom, stating, the wood spirit mushroom is non-toxic and edible, with a delicious flavor, perfect for making soup to nourish our bodies. But this wood spirit mushroom has mutated, hasn't it? Xiao Wu expressed concern. It has indeed mutated, but its essence remains that of the wood spirit mushroom. It possesses immense vitality and is non-toxic, Tang San reassured her. He tore off a small piece of mushroom flesh, offering it to the back of the 9-section emerald's head, which swallowed it whole, even sticking out its little red tongue as if desiring more. The 9-section emerald is toxic, yet it does not specifically consume poisonous foods. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, believing the wood spirit mushroom was indeed edible. While departing from the Balik Forest, Tang San and Xiao Wu encountered a soul-hunting team, resplendent in their attire, comprising around 20 to 30 individuals, all exuding the soul power of spirit masters and above, with the leader being a soul sage. Tang San recognized from the tower-shaped insignia on their chests that they belonged to the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect. At the center of this group were 2 children, a boy and a girl, likely around Tang San's age, 6 or 7 years old. Halt! Upon seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu, the boy's gaze fell upon Xiao Wu, as if recognizing her, prompting him to halt the leading soul sage. Young master, do you have any orders? Bring those 2 over here, the boy commanded, pointing at Tang San and Xiao Wu, his demeanor haughty. Yes, sir. The soul sage instructed someone to escort Tang San and Xiao Wu forward. Who are these people? Xiao Wu whispered as they approached. They are from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. The boy and girl are likely here to hunt souls, Tang San whispered back. Don't speak. These nobles generally look down on commoners. To avoid trouble, I'll handle it. Understood. Xiao Wu recognized that they were up against nearly 30 individuals, all at least spirit masters, with the strongest emanating the aura of a soul sage. If conflict arose, both of them would be in peril. As Tang San and Xiao Wu approached the boy and girl, the boy, with a flippant attitude, carelessly inquired, What are your names? What brings you here? Respected young master. My name is Tang San, and this is my sister, Tang Wu. We came to the Balak Forest to hunt soul beasts, Tang San replied, bowing respectfully. How hypocritical. The boy scoffed, unabashedly stating to the girl beside him, Rong, do you see how insincere this person is? Clearly displeased, yet pretending to be respectful. Rong, is that the little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Rong? Tang San was not incensed by the boy's mockery. Rather, he found himself pondering the identity of the girl named Rong. If she were indeed the daughter of Ning Fengji, given her father's indulgent affection, she ought to be accompanied by either the Sword Duo or the Bone Duo during her soul hunting expedition, rather than a team led by a soul sage. Had this seemingly traversed boy altered something, or was there turmoil within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile school? As for lurking in the shadows, impossible. If Ning Rong were 11 or 12 years old, one might suspect some covert training to prepare her for challenges, but she was merely 6 now. With the doting nature of her 2 guardians, how could they possibly leave her unattended? Thus, the sword and bone Douluo were conspicuously absent. The girl, whom the boy referred to as Rong, rolled her eyes and cheerfully remarked, I think he is much more handsome than you. The boy's expression soured instantly, and his gaze toward Tang San brimmed with hostility, while his mind furiously criticized. At this age, Tang San surely hadn't awakened his blue-silver emperor yet. Is this what they call unremarkable? Damn it, watch me put this hypocritical, double-standard brat in his place. Isn't this the soul-hunting forest? How has it transformed into the Balak forest? The boy approached Tang San and coldly inquired, Is this person mentally deficient? Or perhaps, after traversing here, he is focused so intently on cultivating his soul power under the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's tutelage that he has neglected any extracurricular reading? Tang San's expression turned peculiar, while Xiao Wu suppressed a laugh. The soul sage, unable to bear the scene any longer, interjected, Young master, this soul-hunting forest indeed lies within Balak's territory. It is correctly referred to as Balak Forest. The boy's countenance darkened as he addressed Tang San. You and your sister are both 6 or 7 years old. How could 2 children possibly be hunting soul beasts? You must have sneaked in here with your sister, right? Tang San produced the Soul Hall's command medallion and stated, The Soul Hall has granted permission. The boy chuckled derisively. Do not try to intimidate me with the Soul Hall. I am not easily frightened. Respected young master, you should be around my age, correct? Tang San spoke calmly, suddenly revealing a fact. The nearby soul sage, nearly 30 soul masters, and Rong all exchanged peculiar glances. On the surface, it seemed respectful, yet beneath lay a hint of mockery. Nevertheless, the soul sage refrained from speaking, as this young master was rather domineering and self-assured. His reputation within the sect, not particularly favorable. He was merely favored by the sect leader due to his innate full soul power. However, they were somewhat dissatisfied with this boy, and now that someone had articulated their thoughts so meticulously, it would not be amiss to temper his arrogance. Giggle. Rong burst into laughter. Mu Tian, this handsome young man is mocking you. Are you not going to teach him a lesson? Tang San's conviction surged to 90%. He was almost certain that this girl named Rong was indeed Ning Rong, not some other namesake. He had mentally tagged her, casting a glance at Mu Tian filled with a hint of pity. Reality is not a novel. The spoiled little princess Ning Rong would only become more elusive the more one fawned over her, especially since this boy seemed rather dim-witted. Provoked by Ning Rong, Mu Tian truly lost his composure, pointing at Tang San's nose and declaring, Dare to challenge me? Not all. Just as Mu Tian was about to hurl another insult, he heard Tang San continue, If I accidentally injure the esteemed young master, my sister and I are but children of a poor family. We cannot afford to compensate. Ning Rong produced a soul card and cheerfully exclaimed, I'll take charge. You need not compensate. If you defeat him, I will reward you with 1,000, no, 10,000 gold soul coins. Respected young lady, in noble families, it is typically the males who hold authority. Can you truly make such decisions? Tang San bowed to Ning Rong, genuinely seeking to clarify her status. 90% certainty was insufficient. He needed 100%. Ning Rong huffed. I am the daughter of the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong. I will inherit the sect in the future. So of course I can make decisions. Tang San could discern that despite Mu Tian's commendable talent, in Ning Rongrong's eyes, he was insignificant, perhaps due to her youthful naivety. In her current perception, her father was merely a soul sage, yet he could not command her sword grandfather and bone grandfather. What if he had innate, full soul power? Even if he grew to become a titled Douluo, he would still have to heed her commands. So you are the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I have long admired your reputation. It is a rare honor to meet you, Tang San flattered. Giggling, Ning Rongrong laughed. Mu Tian is right. You are indeed hypocritical. However, esteemed young lady, your laughter indicates that my hypocrisy has pleased you, does it not? Tang San smiled slightly, openly acknowledging his duplicity. This display garnered the attention of the nearby Soul Sage and Soul Masters. Yet, the question lingered. Was this sincerity or mere pretense? You are quite an intriguing individual, Ning Rongrong mused, momentarily taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, she said, You have indeed brought me joy. Here's the deal. If you defeat Mu Tian, I will add another 10,000 gold soul coins, totaling 20,000. Thank you for your generosity, young lady. But before the battle commences, I have a question. May I ask you to clarify something? If it is inappropriate, feel free to remain silent, Tang San inquired, his face displaying curiosity. What question do you have? Speak freely. As long as it is within my capability, I shall not withhold. Ning Rongrong gestured for him to continue. Do you harbor a grudge against Mu Tian? Why do you wish for me to defeat him? Tang San revealed genuine curiosity. Of course, if it pertains to noble secrets, I hope you will disregard my inquiry. This is not a secret. This boy has been pestering me incessantly, which is quite bothersome, Ning Rongrong replied. If you could teach him a lesson, I would be most grateful. Oh, so it is a case of the toad wishing to eat the swan's flesh. Tang San shifted from his previous humility, focusing on Mu Tian with a cold smirk. You carry the surname Mu, which suggests you are not of the direct lineage of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It is likely that you are merely favored by the sect leader due to your innate high soul power. Yet you seem to desire the sect leader's daughter for yourself. How utterly excessive. Today, I shall take it upon myself to instruct this ungrateful fellow and make him recognize his place, understanding the true essence of humility. The leading soul sage, nearly 30 soul masters, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, all these individuals, including Mu Tian, felt as if a herd of alpacas were racing through their minds. Was this shift in attitude not too abrupt? Moreover, inexplicably, the words of this commoner child did not evoke disdain, except for Mu Tian, especially the leading soul sage, whose mind raced. Recalling the expression he had seen on Tang San earlier, was the first to realize. Tang San's gaze had remained unchanged, calm, profound, and from the outset, he had been probing the identities of Mu Tian and Ning Rongrong, confirming that Ning Rongrong held the decision-making power. He then subtly hinted at the relationship between Ning Rongrong and Mu Tian, ultimately clarifying that Mu Tian was merely a suitor of Ning Rongrong before altering his demeanor entirely. Beginning to reproach Mu Tian on moral grounds. One could not deny this boy was indeed a talent. Though Mu Tian possessed innate full soul power, and the sect leader harbored intentions to unite him with Ning Rongrong, if Ning Rongrong did not fancy him, there would be no compulsion. The sword Douluo and bone Douluo, both titled Douluos, did not ascend to their positions merely by marrying female members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. All right, let me see what you can do. Mu Tian scoffed, raising his hands as soul power surged forth, a black lizard leaping from his body. It appeared somewhat grotesque, adorned with red markings on its head and exuding wisps of flame, a fire attribute beast. Moreover, a peculiar bump protruded from the side of its head. Tang San's gaze sharpened. He paid no heed to the yellow soul rings, instead asking Mu Tian, is this an external type beast martial soul, the earth fire lizard? Indeed, my martial soul is external type, akin to your teacher Yu Xiaojiang's, but my crescent moon is far superior to that swine. As Mu Tian became increasingly self-satisfied, he boasted, I am destined to become a deity. Ning Rongrong, rendered speechless, thought to herself, here we go again. This guy merely has a higher innate soul power than I do. Yet he dares to claim he can ascend to divinity. What an absurd notion. Tang San paid no heed to Ning Rongrong. Instead, he deduced that Mu Tian was indeed a transmigrator, for only a transmigrator would be aware of the fact that he had apprenticed himself to Yu Xiaojiang. Unfortunately, he was no longer the original Tang San. Moreover, this individual had quite a loose tongue. However, why was it that, despite being fellow transmigrators,
His martial soul merely inherited the bloodline of his parents, while Mu Tian's martial soul was that of the god of punishment, Austin Griffin. From the universe of the God Seal throne, this entity was one of the twin progenitors of creation, embodying destruction and chaos. Nevertheless, the dual eyes of this martial soul were exceedingly vibrant, evidently possessing its own intelligence. If the ninth head, representing annihilation, Austin Griffin, were to manifest, would it turn against Mu Tian? This martial soul was not to be trifled with, and after the emergence of the full moon, it did not exhibit any particular fondness for Mu Tian. Rather, it seemed to scrutinize him intently. Was it possible that his affinity with this martial soul was greater? Wait, if his Xuantian hammer possessed a special ability of destruction, then even though the ninth head of the nine-headed chimera, Austin Griffin, had yet to sprout, it should still be able to sense his Xuantian hammer. Could it be that it wished to devour the Xuantian hammer's martial soul? If that were the case, it would mean his demise. Moreover, given his current status as a great soul master, losing even one of his martial souls would likely result in a backlash that could lead to his death. Tang San's expression grew solemn as he resolved to take decisive measures, contemplating the necessity of eliminating all members of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, including Ning Rongrong. If he sought a pretext of hypocrisy, he could argue that should the full moon mature, it would undoubtedly bring ruin to the entire continent, resulting in untold suffering. Tang San did not believe that this simple-minded Mu Tian could possibly control Austin Griffin. However, the primary reason lay in the palpable hostility emanating from Mu Tian, who had already harbored intentions of murder against him. It seemed he was plotting to have the full moon inadvertently kill him in their future encounters. Time and again, he was not one to be easily bullied. If he wished to kill him, he should not blame Tang San for being selfish, for he was not a paragon of virtue himself. Mu Tian possessed a soul power of level 15. After he vanquished Mu Tian, it was only logical that the members of the seven-treasure glazed tile school would not spare him and Xiao Wu, necessitating their elimination. Had he encountered this group previously, Tang San would have found it nearly impossible to deal with such numbers. However, now, his second soul skill's negative buff affected all levels of soul masters. Yet, it could only weaken them by 22%, merely prolonging his and Xiao Wu's survival. But who could have anticipated that he possessed the 9-section emerald? The 9-section emerald was small in stature, yet swift in speed. Had he not possessed the purple extreme magic eye, he would have been unable to discern its movements. In this era, other soul masters needed to reach the soul Douluo level to even begin to engage with mental energy. Thus, the first target for the 9-section emerald would be that soul saint. A single bite would render the soul saint utterly obliterated. The remaining 20 soul masters, weakened by the 22% debuff, should be held at bay for a while by the infinite grasslands, allowing the 9-section emerald to deal with them. If all else failed, he could resort to using Ning Rongrong as leverage. As long as these individuals fell victim to the poison of the 9-section emerald, their remains would be entirely obliterated. And no matter how furious the seven-treasure glazed tile school might become, they would be unable to trace the deaths back to him and Xiao Wu, two mere children of 6 or 7 years. Mu Tian, 7 years old, martial soul, full moon, a powerful assault type. While Tang San pondered how to more effortlessly dispatch this entire group, Mu Tian had already declared 15 level, 1-ring battle soul master. Tang San took a deep breath, steadied himself, and gazed intently at Mu Tian, slowly stating, "I am Tang San. My martial soul is blue silvergrass, an auxiliary type, and I'm a 22-level great soul master." Ning Rongrong was taken aback. Blue silvergrass? Can this martial soul be cultivated? Tang San released his martial soul. A strand of blue silvergrass with silver veins sprouting from the palm of his right hand, encircled by 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. Everyone except Xiao Wu gaped in astonishment. A 1,000-year second soul ring. Ignoring the shock of the others, Tang San fixed his gaze on Mu Tian and calmly remarked, "You are mistaken. My teacher is not Yu Shaojiang, but rather, it is I myself." Mu Tian secretly clenched his teeth, reflecting, could it be that Tang San, due to his transmigration, never apprenticed himself to Yu Shaojiang? Is this butterfly effect a bit too outlandish? Without that useless master to interfere, this double-standard dog has become so formidable. Esteemed soul saint, may we commence the battle? Tang San addressed the leading soul saint, gauging the distance between them and contemplating how to ensure that the 9-section emerald could swiftly reach the opposing side should the worst-case scenario unfold. This contest would be adjudicated by me. The soul saint stepped forward, instructing the remaining disciples of the seven-treasure glazed tile school to retreat 20 meters, leaving Tang San and Mu Tian with a combat space of over 10 meters in length and 7 to 8 meters in width.
To him, it seemed sufficient for two 6-year-old children, even with Tang San being a great soul master, to create much disturbance in such a confined area. Tang San surveyed the distance, inwardly noting, 20 meters? This does not exceed the range of my blue-silver grass after its evolution, and with this distance, I can utilize the Go Shadow Perplexing Steps to safely retreat with Xiao Wu. Full Moon attack, Mu Tian commanded, yet oddly, the full moon disregarded his order entirely, merely yawning as if suddenly devoid of energy. Tang San inquired, would you like some time to communicate with your martial soul? Mu Tian's expression darkened as he shouted, Full Moon, do not act up at this moment. Once we return, I will provide you with meat from a fire tribute soul beast. Upon hearing this, the full moon perked up, its body suddenly swelling to 3 meters in length, resembling a massive earth dragon, and it let out a roar at Tang San before charging forward. Tang San promptly drove the blue-silver grass into the ground, leaping onto the back of the full moon. The creature swiftly turned its head 180 degrees, exhaling a torrent of searing flames at him. Tang San immediately dodged, employing the Go Shadow Perplexing Steps to evade the flames, claws, and tail, all the while testing the full moon's strength. The more he engaged, the more he marveled at this being, which was indeed the god of punishment. Even with just one fiery head, it could unleash power comparable to an ordinary great soul master. However, this was a contest between soul masters, not a battle between man and Pokemon, and Tang San saw no need to confront this creature, which was as resilient as a genuine soul beast. Therefore, his gaze shifted toward Mu Tian. Chapter 44. It is merely a strong martial soul. Having evaded the full moon's grasp, Tang San swiftly sprinted toward Mu Tian, his figure resembling a wraith. And in the blink of an eye, he was upon him, fist clenched, transformed into a hue resembling white jade, emanating an aura of coldness. The Xian Jade Hand was a technique developed by the Tang sect to prevent disciples from succumbing to poison, yet it also significantly enhanced the defensive capabilities of his hands, making it a formidable offensive tool as well. Mu Tian, caught off guard by the Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps, did not react in time, but upon seeing the approaching fist, he did not flinch. Instead, a flamboyant and wicked smile spread across his face. Not dodging, Tang San felt a surge of wariness, yet he still struck forward with his fist. Regardless of the outcome, he needed to test the waters, even if he were gravely injured. He could quickly recover with his first soul skill. Bang! The punch was launched, but halted a mere 3 inches from Mu Tian's nostrils, unable to advance further. After missing his strike, Tang San immediately retreated, for the full moon was already closing in from behind, forcing him to continue entangling with it. However, Tang San was immersed in contemplation regarding Mu Tian's abilities. Why is he impervious to attacks? What could be the reason? It seemed as if an invisible force enveloped him in a protective shroud. Mu Tian erupted into a maniacal laugh, declaring, do not even think about launching a direct assault on me. Once I release my martial soul, a bond will form between the moonlight and myself, allowing me to harness its defenses. You cannot breach its protection, and thus, you cannot harm me. You might as well entangle yourself with the moonlight. By the way, let me remind you that the soul power required for the moonlight's actions is self-sustained through the absorption of the world's energies. As long as I refrain from employing soul techniques, I shall face no depletion. A sense of foreboding gripped Tang San's heart, amplifying his vigilance towards the moonlight. The ability to draw energy from the cosmos independently, without Mu Tian's meditation, truly signifies that this entity is indeed a martial soul rather than a mere autonomous life form. Does it not? The likelihood leans toward the latter. Mu Tian may simply be a chosen vessel for this Austin Griffin, aimed at facilitating its own evolution. As thoughts raced through his mind, Tang San continued to evade the moonlight's onslaught, utilizing the blue-silver grass martial soul previously embedded in the ground. He initiated the endless grassland technique. In an instant, countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the earth, ensnaring the moonlight's limbs and neck. Yet, the moonlight possessed formidable strength, swiftly tearing through numerous strands of blue-silver grass. Nevertheless, Tang San's blue-silver grass was tenacious and everlasting. Even the moonlight, before achieving its true form as the god of heavenly punishment, could not contend with the collective might of the entire continent. His blue-silver grass was capable of siphoning boundless power from the depths of the earth. Roaring, the moonlight opened its maw to unleash flames that incinerated a significant portion of the blue-silver grass. However, it could only scorch the superficial stems and leaves. The roots, buried deep within the ground, remained untouched. As long as the roots persisted, the blue-silver grass could never be entirely eradicated. Though deemed a weed, the blue-silver grass thrived upon the earth, capable of competing with the moonlight's brilliance. Tang San's second soul skill ignited, radiating a purple luminescence as the rejuvenated blue-silver grass continued its assault upon the moonlight. Beneath the foliage, myriad invisible seeds emerged, targeting the nostrils and mouth of both the moonlight and Mu Tian. Even the most fortified defenses require respiration, do they not? The debilitating seeds were inhaled by the moonlight and Mu Tian, causing both to immediately succumb to lethargy, with all attributes diminished by over 20%. What kind of soul skill is this? Mu Tian felt the waning of his soul power and the encroaching fatigue, his anxiety escalating. Tang San offered no explanation but observed the moonlight struggle to sever the blue-silver grass, internally marveling at the formidable physique of his opponent. Truly, the god of heavenly punishment surpassed the blue-silver emperor. It seemed imperative to shatter this martial soul form of the moonlight first. Having made his decision, Tang San seized the opportunity while the moonlight's attention was diverted by the blue-silver grass. He executed the phantom shadow technique, sliding beneath the moonlight. Concealed by the blue-silver grass, Tang San clenched his left hand, the Xuantian hammer yearning to manifest. Yet he did not fully reveal it. Instead, he gripped it tightly, channeling the majority of his soul power into it, and unleashed a punch aimed at the moonlight's abdomen. Unlike soul beasts, martial souls lack vulnerabilities such as a weaker abdomen. But Tang San discerned that the moonlight was different, resembling a living being. When he previously bound it with blue-silver grass, its midsection was evidently softer. Thus, Tang San chose to trust his instincts. Indeed, this punch, infused with most of Tang San's soul power and bearing a hint of the Xuantian hammer's essence, propelled the 3-meter-long moonlight several meters away, causing it to dissipate in pain. With a splutter, the martial soul disintegrated, leaving Mu Tian pale as a ghost. Blood trickling from his lips, and he staggered to the ground. The outcome was clear. Observing this, the soul sage immediately intervened to halt the conflict. At that moment, Tang San lost the prime opportunity to eliminate Mu Tian, yet he raised his left fist, pondering a peculiar question. At the instant his punch struck the moonlight, a strange energy surged into his right fist, merging with the Xuantian hammer. If his earlier hypothesis held true, then the Austin Griffin had forsaken Mu Tian, choosing to inhabit his Xuantian hammer instead. In Tang San's vision, the blue-silver grass symbolized life, while the Xuantian hammer represented destruction. The embodiment of the god of heavenly punishment residing within the Xuantian hammer indeed appeared synergistic, albeit the Austin Griffin was notoriously difficult to tame. However, if the god of heavenly punishment had entered the Xuantian hammer, did that imply Mu Tian's separated moonlight martial soul no longer existed? Excuse me, Tang San clasped his fists, relinquishing the prior intent to annihilate the 7 Treasures glazed tile school team, recognizing the unreliability of that plan. The 9-sectioned emerald could indeed slay a soul sage, but he was uncertain he could evade its final strike. Even if he withstood it, survival was not guaranteed. Moreover, with the Austin Griffin seemingly selecting him, Mu Tian no longer seemed a formidable threat. You are quite impressive. Ning Rongrong paid no heed to the defeated Mu Tian, instead approaching Tang San and presenting him with 2 soul cards. Ning Rongrong, honor my word. You have emerged victorious. These 20,000 gold soul coins are yours. Thank you for your generosity, young lady. Tang San accepted the cards with gratitude. Ning Rongrong's eyes crinkled with delight. I relish hearing that. Tang San, you wait for me. I shall surely defeat you in the future. Mu Tian, having regained his footing and wiping the blood from his mouth, glared at Tang San with fierce determination, uttering the bravado of a vanquished foe. Tang San raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him for a moment, his gaze gradually becoming indifferent. Quoting the adage of Sure How, he spoke languidly, "Those I surpass shall never be regarded as adversaries. I grant you time to chase after me until you can no longer see me." Gasp! The soul sage inhaled sharply, contemplating. How profound is Tang San's confidence? Yet, he undeniably possesses the credentials to back it. Mu Tian's detached beast martial soul is exceedingly powerful, capable of contending with the soul masters within the sect. While Tang San's martial soul is merely blue-silver grass, universally acknowledged as a useless martial soul. Yet he has cultivated to the rank of great soul master by the age of 6 or 7, with a second soul ring that is a millennium old. Such effort must be immense. He is humble, yet possesses his own pride and confidence. Only such a talent can truly ascend to the pinnacle of soul masters. As for Mu Tian, merely a bearer of a good martial soul,
Chapter 45. Mu Tian. Is this not double standards? You. Mu Tian pointed an accusatory finger at Tang San, trembling with rage, his entire being quaking, nearly spiraling into madness. I shall certainly slay you. Tang San confirmed 2 points. First, it was highly probable that Mu Tian had never encountered Perfect World and lacked understanding of numerous internet memes. Thus far, he had not grasped the intricacies of his own situation, likely believing that his own strength stemmed from a delayed reaction to the butterfly effect of his transmigration. Such characters, akin to arrogant and hot-headed protagonists, are often easiest to deal with, provided they do not possess any system-like advantages. Second, given his lively demeanor, it was likely that his martial soul still existed and did not leave a significant impression on him. Thus, did the Austin Griffin truly reside solely within the detached Earth-Fire Lizard martial soul? Upon encountering a superior candidate, did it simply reject its original host in favor of him? Might the life force of blue silver grass serve to better conceal the essence of destruction? Mu Tian, be silent. Ning Rongrong, still reeling from the impact of Tang San's earlier words, was additionally captivated by Tang San's charming appearance, radiating an inviting vitality that profoundly touched her young heart. She perceived him as the true genius. More importantly, whether flattering her or mocking Mu Tian, Tang San's words resonated with her, providing comfort. Defeat is defeat. One should not resort to threats of murder. Is that how your father and Grandpa Gu taught you? Ning Rongrong chided Mu Tian, disregarding his sullen expression, and turned to Tang San with a smile, asking, Tang San, would you consider joining our 7-treasure glazed tile school? The leading soul saint was taken aback, glancing at the little witch, Ning Rongrong, and secretly lamenting. Truly, she is the princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Although she is playful, most people in the sect tend to steer clear of her, yet her vision remains remarkably discerning. If she could persuade Tang San to join their sect, Mu Tian would be inconsequential. With that temperament of his, who would care for him if it weren't for his exceptional martial soul? However, is Tang San truly a commoner? His agility and the ability to transform his hands into a jade hue suggest he has created his own soul skill, something not typically achievable for someone his age. Tang San, with a modest expression, replied, I apologize, Your Highness, the princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. As a mere commoner, how could I dare to aspire to join your esteemed sect? If I could befriend you, I would be immensely content. Giggling, Princess? I like that title. Very well. Then we shall be friends. Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, producing a token adorned with a carving of the 7-treasure glazed tower. Here, this is the token of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. From now on, we are friends. With this, you can enjoy a discount when purchasing goods from our sect's establishments. Thank you, Rongrong. Tang San accepted the token and, with a gentle gesture, took Ning Rongrong's hand for a brief shake. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, but felt no discomfort, only inquiring, You addressed me as Miss earlier. Then Your Highness, and now Rongrong. Your transitions are quite swift. Tang San replied earnestly, At first, you were a noble of high status, and I, a commoner, naturally had to show respect by calling you Miss. Just now, since you honored your promise and bestowed upon me the promised 20,000 gold soul coins, I felt a genuine respect, and thus referred to you as Princess. Now, as we are friends, it is only natural to adopt a more intimate form of address. Just as you call me Tang San, and I call you Rongrong. You are quite the smooth talker, Ning Rongrong teased with a playful huff, but I like it. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had developed an affinity for Tang San, Mu Tian grew anxious and exclaimed, How can you be friends with someone so insincere? Moreover, he is a commoner. Our statuses are entirely different. Ning Rongrong's expression shifted, ready to reprimand, but Tang San subtly distanced himself from her, quietly moving to Xiao Wu's side. He bowed together with her towards Ning Rongrong, saying, Miss Rongrong, it appears my status as a commoner still places me at a considerable distance from you. I appreciate your kindness, but I shall take my leave so as not to be an eyesore before you. Without waiting for Ning Rongrong's response, Tang San swiftly lifted Xiao Wu onto his back and executed the ghost shadow perplexing track, disappearing at a remarkable speed. The onlookers, including the Soul Saint, were caught completely off guard by the sudden departure. So abrupt. Wait, Tang San, that wasn't my intention. Ning Rongrong called after his retreating figure, but Tang San seemed oblivious, his form vanishing into the forest in mere blinks. Curse it. Ning Rongrong stamped her foot in frustration, glaring at Mu Tian. It's all your fault, you scoundrel, for causing me to lose a friend. Rongrong, that Tang San is not a good person. Just look at how he addresses you. Miss, Your Highness, Rongrong. Isn't that rather hypocritical? Mu Tian hurriedly defended himself while disparaging Tang San. Where's the hypocrisy in that? I think his reasoning is perfectly sound. On the other hand, you, after losing a match, are shouting about wanting to kill your opponent. What was it you said? Ning Rongrong turned her gaze to the leading Soul Saint. The Soul Saint cast a sidelong glance at the pallid-faced Mu Tian and pronounced slowly, narrow-mindedness and a lack of magnanimity. One cannot fault him for saying so. If Mu Tian does not change his disposition, even with his talent, the sect master would not favor him. Hence he had no reservations in his remarks. One can only hope for Mu Tian's eventual transformation. Indeed, narrow-mindedness and a lack of magnanimity. Ning Rongrong reiterated, utterly unfazed by Mu Tian's nearly charcoal-like scowl. She then cleverly echoed Tang San's previous words, and do not entertain thoughts of a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Your martial soul is so unsightly. How can you be worthy of me? Mu Tian clenched his fists, his teeth grinding, yet he managed to retort. Tang San can absorb a millennium from his second soul ring. I can too. My martial soul, the bright moon, is exceptionally formidable. Ningronggrong skoffet disteinschuldig. Is it merely a good martial soul? What is there to be proud of? Tang San's martial soul is merely blue silvergrass. Yet he managed to dismantle your earth fire lizard, did he not? He is a great soul master. His soul power exceeds mine. Mu Tian's face flushed crimson as he offered his defense. He is of similar age to us. Yet he achieved the rank of great soul master with that seemingly weak blue silvergrass. His second soul ring is also a millennium. Can you compare? Ningronggrong teritet motian. However, a thought crossed her mind, and she shifted her focus to the Soul Saint. Enough of this. I do not wish to discuss it further. Uncle, let us hasten to hunt some soul beasts. I still lack my first soul ring. Very well, young lady. The Soul Saint smiled, slightly bowing to Ning Rongrong as they prepared to resume their journey. Although Ning Rongrong held a prestigious position within the sect and often played pranks on the disciples, she understood the balance of power and would not misuse her status as the sect master's daughter. When in need, she would first employ charm and sweet words, resorting to her status only when absolutely necessary. This was why everyone in the sect both feared and respected her. Otherwise, it would have evolved into mere hatred. Mu Tian wished to voice further complaints, but Ning Rongrong bluntly told him to be quiet and calm down. Reluctantly, Mu Tian fell silent. Yet his heart brimmed with resentment towards Tang San, secretly vowing, just wait, Tang San. I will surpass you, with the bright moon. My second soul ring shall also be a millennium. When I absorbed the 400-year first soul ring, I felt no pressure. The bright moon is a divine weapon of retribution. Moreover, Mu Tian suspected that even if his first soul ring were 10,000 years, the bright moon could endure it. It was merely that Ning Fengji and the Douluo would not allow him to act recklessly. After Tang San had evaded the gaze of Ning Rongrong and the others, he breathed a sigh of relief and set Xiao Wu down. Xiao Wu, seemingly seeing Tang San in a new light, remarked, "You truly surprise me. As a commoner facing nobility, one must tread carefully, discerning nuances in behavior. Once one understands the general character of the other party and demonstrates their own confidence, mutual respect can be attained. In this era, this is the way for us commoners to navigate the world. If one merely displays strength, it may lead to severe conflict." Tang San explained. Xiao Wu pondered, is it really that troublesome? Better to think critically. After all, those who are dull-witted seldom survive. Tang San rolled his eyes. Chapter 46. Purchasing a white jade belt. Following Tang San, Xiao Wu learned many valuable lessons in navigating social interactions, and thus she took his teachings to heart. Subsequently, the two exited the Barak forest. Tang San led Xiao Wu to a restaurant, where they had the chef prepare the wood spirit mushroom for a meal before they set off towards Notting City. As they passed the outskirts of Soto City, Tang San lifted the carriage's curtain and observed the Shrek Academy, which was currently enrolling students. However, he chose not to join the commotion and simply instructed the driver to enter the city. Soto City was larger than Notting City and boasted shops selling soul guiding devices. Tang San resolved to purchase 2 storage soul guiding devices. He had contemplated researching soul guiding devices, but found that with 20,000 gold soul coins, he could not afford much. Therefore, he opted to buy storage soul guiding devices to avoid the inconvenience of carrying numerous bags during future soul hunts. Upon arriving at the 7 Treasure Pavilion, Tang San and Xiao Wu entered the branch of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in Soto City. Though it was merely a branch, it was significantly more grandiose than other shops selling everyday soul guiding devices. The floors were adorned with reflective marble, and the counters were made of transparent glass, displaying a variety of everyday soul guiding items.
Honestly, at times, Tang San found himself perplexed by the level of production technology present in the Douluo continent. If we are to discuss backwardness, one might note the ability to produce transparent glass for use as counters. Yet, when considering advancement, Tang San, throughout his journey, has observed that the majority still rely on horse-drawn carriages for transportation and depend on human messengers for the dissemination of information. Thus, Tang San speculates that the capability to manufacture glass likely stems from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school possessing techniques for crafting soul-guiding devices akin to glass. However, it is not entirely accurate to assert that the methods for creating all soul-guiding devices have been lost on the Douluo continent. After all, there are indeed soul-guiding devices for daily life available for purchase. It is probable that such devices demand less stringent material requirements and feature simpler soul patterns, making them easier to replicate. Nevertheless, the underlying principles, such as why the soul patterns can be replicated to allow soul-guiding lamps to emit light under the influence of soul power, or why soul-guiding fans can rotate and produce a breeze, remain unexamined. A fitting analogy would be concrete, which, when combined in specific proportions of cement powder, sand, gravel, and water, can serve as a building material. Yet, the exact reasons behind the necessity of such precise ratios are still somewhat of a mystery, even in modern society. It is often a case of if it works, then use it. Similarly, the artisans crafting daily life, soul-guiding devices on the continent likely share a comparable mindset, disregarding the principles of soul patterns if they can replicate them for practical use. Then they proceed without further contemplation. Xiao Wu surveyed the various soul-guiding devices, entirely oblivious to their functions, while Tang San, possessing a semblance of insight, noted that the shapes of these devices bore resemblance to certain appliances from his past life. Perhaps, in terms of human anatomy, inventions designed to simplify life share a certain aesthetic similarity, the variations arising primarily from differences in environmental contexts, which in turn dictate the sources of power utilized. Greetings. May I inquire what you two young patrons are looking to purchase? A smiling attendant approached, introducing the array of affordable daily life soul-guiding devices, assuring that they would surely meet the satisfaction of the two guests. Despite Tang San and Xiao Wu's simple attire, their striking appearances could hardly be mistaken for those of ordinary children, particularly the girl with her long, pristine hair. Such meticulous grooming is seldom afforded by common folk. Thus, it was evident that they were likely scions of affluent families, merely masquerading as commoners. Regrettably, their youthful exuberance betrayed them. Their outward appearance would not permit them to be mistaken for mere commoners. Hello, I would like to purchase 2 storage soul-guiding devices, priced below 20,000 gold soul coins. Do you have anything suitable? Tang San inquired. Indeed, the attendant confirmed, having already deduced that the two were not of humble origins, given that commoners could hardly produce such a sum as 20,000 gold soul coins. Please take a seat at the nearby resting table while we fetch the appropriate storage soul-guiding devices for your selection. You may also enjoy complimentary snacks and beverages from a counter. Thank you for your assistance, Tang San replied politely, leading Xiao Wu to the resting table. Xiao Wu, however, wasted no time and promptly gathered an assortment of pastries and cookies from the counter, filling 2 cups with orange juice from a dispenser resembling a water cooler. Here, Xiao Wu handed a cup to Tang San, munching on pastries and sipping juice with unrestrained delight, her cheeks bulging in enjoyment. When the attendant returned with 3 sets of storage soul-guiding devices, she was taken aback by the sight of the table laden with sweets, momentarily questioning her earlier assumptions. After all, Xiao Wu's manner of indulging in the snacks resembled that of a common child partaking of free offerings. Allow me to introduce our selections. The attendant adjusted her demeanor, smiling as she began. The first set is called the storage ring, consisting of 2 rings, each adorned with a white gemstone, featuring half a cubic meter of storage space. Each ring is priced at 5,000 gold soul coins, totaling 10,000. The second set, known as the glazed wristband, fits around the wrist, with 1 red and 1 blue gemstone, each providing 1 cubic meter of space, priced at 9,000 gold soul coins each, totaling 18,000. The final set is the white jade belt, each belt featuring 4 transparent gemstones, each with half a cubic meter of space, amounting to 2 cubic meters. Normally, this set would cost 20,000, but as each gemstone only accommodates half a cubic meter, the price is adjusted to total 20,000. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San selected the last option, the white jade belt. While the glazed wristband was also appealing, he believed the white jade belt better suited his needs, given its 4 gemstones allowing for distinct categorization of items, preventing the mingling of everyday objects, food, currency, and soul beast remains. Although each gemstone offered limited storage,
It sufficed for his current requirements, with the prospect of acquiring larger storage devices in the future. I'll take the last set, Tang San declared, producing the 2 soul cards obtained from Ning Rongrong, along with the token of the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School. A 20% discount, please. Upon verifying the authenticity of the 7 treasures Glazed Tile School token, the attendant refrained from questioning how Tang San acquired it, processed the transaction, and returned the cards. These 2 white jade belts are yours. Tang San accepted the box, handing 1 belt to Xiao Wu, and promptly organized his belongings into the 4 storage compartments, feeling an immediate sense of relief. Xiao Wu also secured the belt around her waist, playfully testing its storage capabilities with the snacks from the table, thoroughly enjoying herself, much to the attendant's bemusement, as she had yet to retrieve any of the treats she had stored within. Isn't this a bit too much of a freebie? The attendant mused, though she recognized that the snacks indeed were complimentary. Chapter 47. Brother Tao is getting married. After testing the storage capabilities of the white jade belt, Tang San spent the remaining 600 gold soul coins on several additional daily life soul guiding devices. Compared to storage soul guiding devices, the prices of daily life devices were considerably lower, generally ranging from 50 to 200 gold soul coins, with only those ancient relics commanding prices exceeding 1,000 gold soul coins. However, even these daily life soul guiding devices remained out of reach for the average commoner, as their prices calculated in gold soul coins were far beyond the means of the ordinary populace. Upon departing from Soto City, Tang San and Xiao Wu located a carriage station at the city's outskirts and resumed their journey, ultimately arriving at Soto City after 7 days. After sending Xiao Wu off for some training, Tang San immediately set about testing the capabilities of his martial soul after acquiring his 2nd spirit ring. Strength, 2. Having absorbed the wood spirit mushroom, his strength has seen a slight increase, though the change is minimal. Speed, 4. Allowing for more agile control. Defense, 4. Enhanced resilience. Energy, 0. Still lacking any means to unleash energy attacks. Stamina, 5. Exhibiting remarkable recovery, potentially allowing for breakthrough beyond 5. Special, 5. Life energy is considerably robust. Total score, 20. In comparison to the 1st spirit ring, the 6-dimensional attributes of the blue silver grass reached a total of 20, particularly in stamina and special attributes. Were it not for Tang San's predetermined limit of 5, the values could have been even higher. Not bad, he mused. My blue silver grass shows promise, particularly in stamina and special attributes, perhaps even surpassing my set thresholds, which I shall henceforth refer to as breaking limits. With that, Tang San retracted the blue silver grass, entering the study from the backyard, drawing the curtains, locking the door, and then releasing the Xuantian hammer. As compared to the initial Xuantian hammer, Tang San noticed no significant differences, save for a simplistic, exquisite chimera pattern etched upon the hammerhead, currently featuring 2 heads, their eyes shimmering in crimson and golden hues. Furthermore, the Xuantian hammer now possessed inherent abilities of fire and light. Indeed, Austin Griffin is far from being a mere manifestation of Mu Tian's martial soul. He possesses an independent will. Upon sensing my superior vessel, he infused something akin to the essence into my Xuantian hammer, consequently abandoning Mu Tian. However, as he transformed into 2 heads, it appears that this evolution is in tandem with my personal soul power. Contemplatively, Tang San retracted the Xuantian hammer and mused, Austin Griffin, since you have voluntarily entered my Xuantian hammer, you are now a part of my martial soul. As an undeveloped entity, you cannot attain divine power. I shall eventually subdue you and make you my own. With the Xuantian hammer stowed away, he drew back the curtains to find Xiao, who had completed her tree climbing practice and was now engaged in cultivating her soul power. He couldn't help but nod in approval. She is certainly far more resilient than the version in the original story, who only knew how to eat and sleep. It seems I have indeed altered certain events, just like Su Yun Tao, who was merely a tool for the protagonist's martial soul awakening in the original narrative. Ultimately parting ways with CC, now, under his influence, he is genuinely united with CC, though it remains uncertain when they will truly wed. Then there is Wang Sheng, whose fate post-graduation was never mentioned in the original text, yet now, with his assistance, he has acquired a soul ring perfectly suited to him and has joined the Spirit Hall, commencing his journey as a soul master from a patrolling officer. Perhaps their situations are not entirely flawless, but Tang San believes he has reshaped their destinies, as well as his own. What does it matter if Austin Griffin represents the divine wrath of destruction? He too can be altered, regardless of whether success is attainable. He is acutely aware of the need for unwavering confidence,
Otherwise, if he cowers, he will inevitably wait for Austin Griffin to awaken and seize control, dominating his every aspect. The following day, as Tang San diligently composed a paper on the evolution of optimal soul ring configurations and the factors influencing a soul master's capacity to endure soul ring longevity, Su Yintao sought him out. Xiao San, it has been a while since we last met. I heard you hunted soul beasts and acquired your second soul ring. Su Yintao exclaimed, I truly envy you. At the age of 7, I was merely a soul scholar, having barely reached the 4th level of soul power. But that was sheer luck, Tang San replied, pausing his writing with a smile. Tao Gu, you're not just here to inquire about that, are you? Or do you wish to spar with me? Of course not. Su Yintao hastily waved his hand. After Tang San developed the endless grassland technique, Su Yintao realized that unless he utilized the full power of his second soul skill, he could not escape its grasp. Knowing that even during his time as a soul master, Tang San was already formidable, he surmised that as a great soul master, Tang San would undoubtedly be even more overpowering, and sparring would only lead to a humiliating defeat. At times, Su Yintao questioned whether Tang San was truly a support-type soul master, given that he seemed far stronger than the average control-type soul masters. The endless grassland skill alone could rival the soul skills of some soul, sex 4th soul rings, provided Tang San's blue-silver grass were more resilient and his control more precise. Su Yintao believed that with Tang San's exceptional abilities, he would undoubtedly reach such heights in the future. I am here primarily to deliver an invitation, Su Yintao stated, revealing his purpose. I'm engaged to CC, and the wedding is on the 3rd of next month. You must come to my home. Congratulations, Tang San exclaimed, his expression brightening. I will certainly attend and prepare a gift for you, though do not set your expectations too high. You know I'm not wealthy. Now, that being overly polite, Su Juntao waved dismissively. You've called me Tao Gu. Just your presence is gift enough. And you can bring along your little girlfriend. Tang San cleared his throat and replied, She is not my girlfriend, merely a little sister. Good brother, sweet little sister, Su Yintao smirked, a hint of mischief on his face. Even if she is just a sister now, she will surely be a girlfriend in the future. Tang San rolled his eyes, unwilling to further clarify, and inquired, Is there anything else? All right, don't be angry. I was just joking, Su Yintao laughed. The other matter is that when you return, Matthew is out handling some affairs, and no one can assist you with the Great Soul Master test. He'll be back today, and I was asked to convey that to you. No problem, Tang San nodded. Also, on the 3rd of next month, I will definitely bring Xiao Wu with me. If you do not treat me well, beware when you reach level 30. I might not arrange for you to choose your soul beast. Over the years, I've saved quite a bit of money. I will ensure you are well taken care of, Su Yintao assured, patting his chest. After chatting for a while longer, he departed to assist CC with wedding preparations. After all, it was a significant event in his life, and a month's advance preparation was only sensible. Meanwhile, Tang San contemplated what gift to present, realizing that Tao Gu had indeed supported him significantly during the early stages. Simply attending without a proper gift would feel beneath him. Chapter 48. The theory finally reaches Bibi Dong. Spirit City. Bibi Dong received a theoretical report on Soul Master positioning forwarded by the Spear Hall newspaper. So thick, she frowned at the substantial document, comprising dozens of pages and approximately 200,000 words. Previous reports that had come to her were no longer than 10,000 words at most, making this one remarkably unusual, and its considerable length suggested it possessed unique insights. Thus, Bibi Dong resolved to dedicate some time to examine its contents. As the Pope, aside from her cultivation and managing some internal affairs, she had ample time at her disposal. After an hour of reading, her expression grew increasingly serious as she discerned that the author of this theory indeed had profound insights. The case studies referenced were all verifiable within the Spirit Hall's archives, showcasing well-founded logic and astute analysis. She could not pinpoint any flaws. This person is a genius on par with Xiao Gang, Bibi Dong mused internally, feeling a slight fondness for the author. Furthermore, the analysis regarding the positioning of soul masters was remarkably accurate. Perhaps it could facilitate the appropriate arrangement of the Spirit Hall's teams prior to this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. Moreover, the primary function of agility-type soul masters is reconnaissance. Why had no one thought of this before? Had soul masters been too focused on raw power? This is a point worth noting. Bibi Dong recalled one of the 4 affiliated families abandoned by the Xuantian sect, the Agility Clan, which specialized in extreme speed. Its clan leader was merely a soul Douluo, yet in terms of speed, even she, a super Douluo, would not dare claim to match them. This clan currently lived in dire straits, struggling to make ends meet.
If the Spirit Hall were to send aid, could they be persuaded to join? In a looming future, war would inevitably erupt. Having such an extraordinarily swift agility clan as scouts would greatly enhance the Spirit Hall's plans for unifying the continent. As for the past grievances the Spirit Hall had directed towards the Agility clan, Bibi Dong contemplated whether she could shift the blame to the previous pope, thereby redirecting the conflict. Tang San? Upon seeing the author's name on the theory, Bibi Dong murmured, unable to recall which martial soul researcher bore that name. She inquired of the Spirit Hall newspaper's administrator responsible for forwarding the theory. Where did this theory originate? Reporting to the Pope, it comes from Notting City. The branch hall's master, Matthew, has also submitted a profile of the author, stating it requires your personal attention. The administrator replied, presenting her with a letter. Bibi Dong raised her hand, and the letter floated to her fingertips. Upon opening it, she began to read. Tang San, born in Holy Soul Village, grandson of village chief Jack, possesses the blue-silver grass martial soul, which has undergone mutation with innate soul power at level 6, in areas abundant with blue-silver grass. His cultivation speed rivals that of someone with full innate soul power. Merely 3 months after awakening his martial soul, he had already reached level 10. And with the assistance of the Spirit Hall, he hunted a 500-year-old thousand-root banyan, acquiring the soul skill, endless recovery. Upon reaching this point, Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows slightly and remarked with a smile, how intriguing. A mutated blue-silver grass martial soul with its first soul ring being a level higher upon absorption, achieving 500 years. However, has it become an auxiliary soul master? Continuing to read, she observed that the letter stated, after acquiring the soul ring, Tang San's soul power directly ascended to level 17, and his martial soul underwent another mutation, even impacting his physique. Accompanying this were 2 portraits of Tang San, one prior to obtaining the soul ring, appearing rather ordinary, and the other with a plumper visage, radiating much more charm. The mutation of the martial soul affecting the physical form should indicate a beneficial change, yet was the elevation to 17 levels not somewhat outrageous? Bibi Dong was aware that martial soul mutations could indeed affect the body, with some mutations having permanent effects on individuals, such as the cat girl or dragon girl. However, such occurrences were exceedingly rare, and once a mutated individual emerged, they would inevitably be seized by various noble families. Yet, her primary concern remained the enhancement of soul power. This truly seemed exaggerated. Could a 500-year soul ring elevate soul power to such an extent? Or was it that during the absorption of the soul ring, the mutation of the martial soul resulted in an influx of energy from the heavens and earth? Such an opportunity is indeed a rarity, occurring once in a century. According to Tang San himself, the soul ring of the thousand-year banyan was especially suitable for his mutated blue-silver grass, allowing for seamless absorption without any energy wastage. And he even sensed external energy entering his body, likely indicative of the extremely rare phenomenon of heavenly energy infusion. Bibi Dong affirmed her conjecture and continued reading. Discovering Tang San's reluctance to join the Spirit Hall was primarily due to concerns that the teachings of the Spirit Academy would confine his thoughts. He intended to engage in boundless speculation and use himself as an experiment before fully maturing. To this end, Maximus vouched for Tang San, recounting how Tang San had chosen the most fitting second soul ring for Su Yuntao and CC, resulting in slight evolutions of their martial souls and the acquisition of the most suitable soul skills for them. He seemed to be a remarkable child, possessing a favorable disposition towards the Spirit Hall to the extent that even she might not be able to teach him. Bibi Dong had already recognized Tang San's intelligence, finding it hard to believe he was merely 6 or 7 years old. Thus, should she have Douluo or Guo bring him directly to Spirit City? After much contemplation, Bibi Dong ultimately abandoned this idea, for she understood that the teachings of the Spirit Academy were far more rigorous than those of other institutions. Given Tang San's talent, he might highlight numerous flaws in the teaching methods, and the instructors at the Spirit Academy, at the very least, were soul ancestors, often prideful and unlikely to acknowledge that a soul master could point out their mistakes. They would never concede to being surpassed by a 7-year-old child. Consequently, Tang San would likely find little favor among the teachers, and without the appropriate permissions, no one could freely access the Spirit Hall's library. She could not possibly grant him access based solely on this detailed theory, as it would upset those soul masters who diligently serve the Spirit Hall. Therefore, Bibi Dong dismissed the idea of bringing Tang San to Spirit City, also wishing to see just how far the child could grow on his own. If he later faded into mediocrity, it would save her trouble. However, this theory was undeniably valuable and warranted appropriate compensation. Hence,
BB Dong transmitted the theoretical framework regarding Soul Master classification, along with Tang San's information, to several titled Douluo within the hall, as well as to the individuals she had cultivated, such as Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin, for their review. This was simply astonishing. Could he truly be only 7 years old? Maximus should have insisted on his forced induction into the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness, I believe we can send someone to bring Tang San to Spirit City for training. Though he is an auxiliary type, his cultivation speed is not necessarily inferior to that of those with innate full soul power. Listening to the comments from below, BB Dong stated, I intend to grant Tang San the opportunity for free development. Now, you may discuss, how much is this theory worth? Chapter 49. The Spirit Hall is quite generous. Ultimately, the detailed theoretical analysis regarding the classification of Soul Masters by Tang San was deliberated upon by the Assembly, concluding with a reward of 100,000 gold soul coins. Moreover, considering Tang San's status as a commoner who could not afford a storage soul guiding device, she also provided him with a storage wristband adorned with 3 light blue gemstones, each possessing 5 cubic spaces, totaling 15 cubic spaces. Based on a market price for storage soul guiding devices, 1 cubic space is worth 10,000 gold soul coins, making this wristband worth at least 150,000 gold soul coins. Given that it is a wristband with protective functions, the price would be even higher. However, BB Dong was unconcerned, for this theory, once published, would undoubtedly cause a stir within the Soul Master community. Nevertheless, the theory could not be immediately released. It was to be published only after the conclusion of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. The analyses within the theory required the Spirit Hall to conduct tests first. In truth, BB Dong had already envisioned within her mind how the Spirit Hall would classify Soul Masters according to this theory, making team compositions more rational, thus significantly enhancing performance. If possible, she would prefer not to disclose this theory. However, the other individuals on the continent were not fools. They could easily observe the Spirit Hall's team arrangements during the Soul Master Tournament and make adjustments accordingly. Therefore, it will be better to be generous and release it after this year's Soul Master Tournament, showcasing the Spirit Hall's sincerity and enticing more Soul Masters to join. Nonetheless, it was also essential to recruit those talents and families who had previously overlooked the Spirit Hall. If they could act more swiftly than the empires, major families, and sects, the Spirit Hall would hold a tremendous advantage. In Nodding City, Tang San remained oblivious to BB Dong's plans for his theory and instead approached Maximus to test his soul power. Level 22. Maximus immediately realized that Tang San's second soul ring had also been absorbed at a higher level. However, in contrast to the 7-level increase following the acquisition of the first soul ring, this time only a 2-level increase felt considerably more reasonable. Little Tang, which soul beast did you choose for your second soul ring? How many years? Tang San did not conceal the truth, revealing his soul ring. The purple hue prompting Maximus to widen his mouth in astonishment. 1,000-year soul ring. How could a second soul ring be 1,000 years? Upon witnessing Maximus's excitement, Tang San gestured for him to calm down, saying, Grandpa Maximus, I know you are thrilled, but please hold your excitement. Let me explain slowly. I have recently been researching the optimal soul ring combinations throughout history and discovered that the endurance of a soul ring's age is closely related to physical quality, soul power quality, mental strength, and the compatibility with the martial soul. I am merely conducting experiments on myself to ascertain this. After Maximus regained his composure, he paused in silence for a moment before responding, What you're doing is exceedingly risky. What if it fails? Also, I mentioned that your hunt for the soul beast took so long. It turns out you were not even in the Nodding Forest. Tang San explained, I went to the Balak Forest, as only there could I find 1,000-year-wood spirits. Thank goodness it was the Balak Forest. Had you ventured into the Stardow Forest, I fear I would never see you again. Maximus sighed in relief, then scrutinized Tang San. Nonetheless, with your current strength, you could venture into the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. It's truly remarkable how extraordinary your talent is. I still have a long way to go. Tang San chuckled lightly, then shared the effects of his second soul skill with Maximus, though he refrained from disclosing the specific method of manifestation. A positive and negative buff? What a terrifying soul skill, enhancing allies while weakening foes. Compared to your blue silvergrass, the 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul is utterly inferior. Maximus marveled, All right, you go about your business. I will submit your data alongside the theory we develop next time. Thank you, Grandfather Matthew. However, speaking of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, I encountered individuals from the 7 treasures glazed tile school after the soul hunting concluded. Tang San resolved to create complications for Mu Tian. He would not tolerate unwarranted trouble.
You have met members of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Did they coerce you into joining? Matthew felt a chill run down his spine. Surely, you Haven T succumbed to their persuasion? No, I declined their invitation and fled, Tang San replied. They were likely searching for the daughter of the sect leader to hunt souls, but there's also a boy of a similar age named Mu Tian, whose martial soul is the Earth Fire Lizard, a detached beast martial soul. His soul power exceeds level 15, and the combat prowess of his detachable beast martial soul is extraordinarily formidable, nearly comparable to that of a soul sovereign. Moreover, unless that beast martial soul is defeated, one cannot inflict harm upon Mu Tian, comparable to a soul sovereign. The main body can achieve absolute defense as long as the beast martial soul remains undefeated. Matthew grasped the gravity of the situation. The relationship between the Spirit Hall and other sects on the continent is not amicable. The emergence of such a prodigy within the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly draw their attention. Little Tang, your intelligence is of paramount importance. Matthew understood that Tang San's comments stemmed from having been slighted by Mu Tian. Yet the Spirit Hall indeed harbors no desire for the expansion of sects like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Therefore, Tang San's information could be seen as an invaluable insight into the hidden talents of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. No, I merely found him disagreeable. Upon seeing that I am a commoner, he summoned me with no regard for respect, clearly unaware of the meaning of the word. Tang San sighed thus. Upon learning of the friction between the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, I hoped that the higher-ups in the Spirit Hall could create obstacles for him. You are too earnest. Such matters need not be shared with me. Grandfather Matthew chuckled, yet a warmth surged within him. This signified Tang San's trust in him. Therefore, he advised him to avoid encounters with those nobles and disciples of sects, for while they may appear amiable on the surface, they harbor an inherent disdain for us commoner soul masters. Even if they present a friendly demeanor, it is merely a recognition of your value, seeking to recruit you into their ranks, binding you to serve them for eternity without escape. I am aware of this. Tang San nodded earnestly, also recognizing that the Spirit Hall treats commoner soul masters similarly. However, compared to those sects and prominent families, they are somewhat more lenient, even securing financial assistance in gold soul coins for commoner soul masters from the two great empires for their initial training expenses. This alone makes the Spirit Hall far superior to those grand sects and families by hundreds and thousands of times. Furthermore, personnel in the Spirit Hall, upon reaching a certain age, may apply for retirement, and the Spirit Hall provides a monthly stipend of gold soul coins to these retirees. In a fantastical world endowed with extraordinary powers, all factions, whether good or evil, are ultimately comparable. Their essence remains the same, merely a matter of forming alliances, employing either gentle or harsh methods. Nonetheless, at present, Tang San holds a favorable impression of the Spirit Hall, as long as Bei Bei is not truly insane. 3 days later, Tang San received a theoretical reward from the Spirit City, 100,000 gold soul coins, alongside a storage wristband with a capacity of 15 cubic units. 100,000 gold soul coins and a storage wristband of 15 cubic units. Indeed, the Spirit Hall is quite generous. Chapter 50. An Analysis of Soul Master's Self-Positioning. As March drew to a close, this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament also concluded, with the Spirit Hall once again emerging victorious. However, unlike previous tournaments where the Spirit Hall dominated through 1 or 2 Soul Kings, this time, the champion team comprised solely of Soul Ancestors, relying on the synergy among its members to secure victory. For instance, during the finals against the Holy Dragon sect, the Spirit Hall team entirely substituted in reserves with flying capabilities, exhausting the soul power of the Holy Dragon sect's disciples. While this strategy may have seemed underhanded, it proved exceedingly effective. After all, the martial souls of the Holy Dragon sect, the White Armored Earth Dragon, possess formidable defense second only to the Elephant Armor sect, yet lack the ability to fly. Moreover, within the Spirit Hall team, one soul master utilized a soul skill that released mist, functioning similarly to a hallucinogenic drug, rendering the Holy Dragon sect's disciples incapable of withstanding it. In the Soul Master Tournament, the use of any abilities outside of one's martial soul, including drugs, is strictly prohibited. None of the Holy Dragon sect's team members possessed a soul skill capable of countering the effects of this mist. Consequently, the Holy Dragon sect suffered an exasperating defeat in the finals, yet could not fault their opponents, as the Spirit Hall team Soul Masters all possessed flight skills, with some even wielding soul skills akin to mind-affecting abilities. This exemplifies a notable weakness of a singular martial soul. Once its vulnerabilities are identified, it can be targeted specifically. Regrettably,
It seems that soul masters in the past have preferred direct confrontation, showcasing their prowess, never considering that a soul master with alternative abilities could yield unexpectedly advantageous results within the confines of the rules. As various sects and families across the continent began to analyze the Spirit Hall's tactics, the Spirit Hall directly published Tang San's theories, leaving those still scrutinizing its strategies utterly confounded. While they were still devising ways to study, the Spirit Hall had already made it public. What scheme lay beneath this? Yet, despite their confusion, these individuals proceeded to purchase a copy of the Soul Master Gazette and discover that this edition was significantly more substantial than usual, with various trivial matters temporarily halted to accommodate the inclusion of the theoretical content on Soul Master's self-positioning analysis. The strong attack type, agile attack type, defense type, support type, control type, healing type, and food type. This theoretical work meticulously categorized these 7 Soul Master types. The strong attack type is further divided into melee control strong attack and ranged output strong attack. The agile attack type is divided into assassination interference and overall reconnaissance. Defense is categorized into physical defense and energy defense. Control is split into indirect control and direct control. As for the remaining support type, healing type, and food type, the author chose to amalgamate these 3 into the support type, contending that classifying them as separate based on whether the martial soul can heal or provide sustenance is overly complicated, as the abilities of these 2 types of soul masters are fundamentally supportive. If a food type soul master's soul skill can also serve to heal, does that classify them as a food type or a healing type? In truth, such inquiries have been raised before, yet they went largely unnoticed. Now, someone has organized and summarized these concepts, gaining recognition from the Spirit Hall for publication across the continent. It can be said that the author of this theory, Tang San, has achieved renown throughout the continent. However, the Spirit Hall merely credited a name without an accompanying image, nor did they specify the author's age, leaving various factions in the dark regarding the identity of this Tang San. Nevertheless, through their internal discussions, they speculated that this Tang San must be a theoretical master deeply immersed in the study of martial souls for many years, surely over 50 years of age. Bone uncle, who do you think this Tang San is? Within the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji placed the Soul Master Gazette on the table, analyzing the content. The meticulousness of the analysis enables most soul masters to make more precise judgments regarding their martial soul characteristics and soul skill functions, thereby clarifying their roles in team battles. It effectively addresses the confusion many commoner soul masters have regarding their positioning and guides them in selecting appropriate soul rings. The upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament will truly be a clash of dragons and tigers, showcasing each participant's unique talents. Douluo picked up the newspaper, glanced through it, and set it down, expressing his disinterest in the dense text. Nevertheless, he remarked, this individual is certainly more impressive than that master. Having cited numerous examples and remained honest, refusing to attribute all theoretical accomplishments solely to himself, instead portraying himself as a fortunate individual standing upon the shoulders of giants. A mere summarizer, Douluo picked up the newspaper, perusing its contents while nodding frequently. Indeed, this Tang San is at least a humble individual, and he approaches each case with remarkable seriousness. His descriptions are exceedingly objective, and even his own conjectures are marked as unverified and require caution, preventing blind adherence. Dad, what are you reading? Ning Rongrong returned from her soul hunting expedition, leaping onto Ning Fengji's lap, her gaze darting toward the newspaper in Douluo's hands. Rongrong has returned, Ning Fengji said, affectionately ruffling her hair. During your first soul hunting, without your father and 2 grandfathers accompanying you, did you encounter any danger? Originally, Ning Fengji had intended to accompany Ning Rongrong on her soul hunting venture. However, an unexpected visitor from Xuantian sect had arrived, Xuantian Douluo Tang Hao. He came to inquire whether anyone from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect had stolen his belongings. To avoid a potential conflict that could result in the destruction of their sect's premises and injuries to its disciples, Ning Fengji had sent Ning Rongrong and other talented disciples away. As Ning Rongrong had just reached the 10th rank, she was assigned a soul sage and 29 soul masters to assist her in hunting souls, while also allowing Mu Tian to accompany them to foster their relationship. Unfortunately, Rongrong showed little interest in Mu Tian. Fortunately, Xuantian Douluo was reasonable, and upon failing to locate his lost items, he departed. At that moment, Mu Tian also entered the living room, respectfully bowing to Ning Fengji, Douluo, and Gue Douluo. Mu Tian, who injured you? Bone Douluo inquired, noting that Mu Tian's martial soul, the earth fire lizard, bore similarities to Bone Douluo's bone dragon,
which was why he had taken him as a disciple. However, at present, his disciple appeared pale, and his soul power was somewhat disordered. Who had the audacity to offend the seven-treasure glazed tile sect? It was Bone Grandpa. He was merely looking for trouble, challenging others, and ultimately losing. Ning Rongrong interjected before Mu Tian could speak, adding that he had been defeated by a handsome young man. Ning Fengji, intrigued, asked, "Oh, who is this handsome young man? Did Rongrong invite him to the sect?" She did extend an invitation, but humph. Because he hails from a common background, Mu Tian was unwilling to accept his defeat and even resorted to harsh words, threatening to kill him. Ning Rongrong explained, summarizing the events with an abundance of praise for Tang San while expressing disdain for Mu Tian. Bone Douluo's expression turned peculiar as he coughed lightly, casting a glance at Mu Tian. Losing is merely a part of the process. What's the big deal? If you encounter him again, simply win back your honor. One must possess a broader mindset. Mu Tian wanted to clarify that Tang San was the son of Xuantian Skill, but considering the relationship among the three sects, revealing this might prompt Ning Fengji to invest in Tang San. He absolutely did not wish for Tang San to receive support from the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. At that moment, he felt that the butterfly effect caused by his transmigration had led to Tang San not apprenticing under Yu Xiaojiang, resulting in even more formidable talents and a facade of hypocrisy that was increasingly nauseating. If he were to acquire a substantial amount of gold soul coins through the sale of hidden weapons, wouldn't that allow him to purchase even more cultivation resources? It seemed likely that he would be overshadowed before he could become a title Douluo. Thus, he resolved to remain silent. Chapter 51. Reactions from Various Families, Part 1. Sect Master, Tang San's soul power surpasses mine, and I have always had smooth sailing in the sect. Therefore, after suffering a single defeat, my mindset has become somewhat unbalanced. Mu Tian explained, taking a deep breath to elucidate the reasons behind his earlier loss of composure. Hypocritical, Ning Rongrong retorted, echoing the sentiments she had once directed at Tang San. Ning Fengji ignored Ning Rongrong's chattiness, exchanged glances with Bone Douluo, and asked Ning Rongrong, "Rongrong, the boy you encountered, is he named Tang San?" "Yes, he is called Tang San, and he is approximately the same age as me and this fellow Mu Tian. His martial soul is blue silvergrass, yet he has already become a great soul master, and his second soul ring is of 1,000-year caliber," Ning Rongrong remarked. Her expression filled with admiration. She then squinted her eyes, adding, "Mu Tian is far less impressive than that little guy. 1,000 years? Rongrong, are you certain you did not mistake that?" Bone Douluo was the first to voice disbelief, questioning how anyone could withstand a 1,000-year soul ring at their second soul ring. "Bone Grandpa, I am not lying," Ning Rongrong pouted, slightly annoyed by Bone Douluo's skepticism. "I am not colorblind. I could distinguish between purple and yellow. Moreover, Mu Tian saw it too, as did everyone who accompanied me." Ning Fengji, Jian Douluo, and Bone Douluo turned their gazes toward Mu Tian. Yes, that person indeed possessed a 1,000-year second soul ring, Mu Tian reluctantly admitted, facing the scrutiny. "Mu Tian, you were indeed a bit too excited at that moment." Bone Douluo scoffed, "Go and recuperate, and while you're at it, copy the sect's regulations 100 times. Master, Bone Douluo's gaze sharpened, causing Mu Tian to immediately refrain from speaking, respectfully acknowledging the command before quickly retreating. Jian Douluo shook his head, stating this lad Mu Tian has a lively mind, but he is overly unrealistic and unwilling to learn. He relies on his innate full soul power and that mutated earth fire lizard martial soul, which has led him to act somewhat tyrannically. Many disciples within the sect harbor grievances against him. Old Bone, do not only focus on teaching him to cultivate his martial soul and enhance his soul power. Understanding how to navigate social interactions is equally important. He hails from a small village, a commoner, yet he looks down on other commoners who surpass him in talent. This attitude is quite problematic. I understand. That is precisely why I am sending him to copy the regulations, Bone Douluo replied helplessly. His martial soul is far from simple. Otherwise, it would be suppressed by my bone dragon. Yet, in truth, it seems as though my bone dragon is the one being restrained, almost as if it fears his martial soul. Even when he does not unleash his martial soul, this remains true. However, when I encountered him earlier, my martial soul did not exhibit the usual sensation of dread. Perhaps it is due to his injuries. Ning Fengji dismissed this concern and then suggested that Ning Rongrong go out to play, turning to the other two and asking, "What do you think? Is it possible that the Tang San Rongrong encountered is the same Tang San who authored this theoretical work?" Jian Douluo replied, "That seems unlikely. They cannot possibly be the same person. The cultivation of a soul master requires considerable time, and if he truly is a commoner, Where would he find the time to study the classification of soul masters? Douluo concurred, saying, I agree with old Jian's assessment. Ning Fengji shared this sentiment, realizing that his previous thoughts had merely been a spontaneous connection. He sighed. It is a pity that Rongrong did not inquire how that boy was able to absorb 1,000-year soul ring at his second soul ring. Nor did she ask where he resides. The Tiando Empire is vast, with many small cities. It would be nearly impossible to trace him through a single name unless he willingly reveals his second soul ring. After a moment of contemplation, Douluo proposed, perhaps we can investigate the battle arenas in various large cities. Anyone capable of defeating Mu Tian must be a battle soul master seeking fame, and they would undoubtedly frequent the battle arenas. That makes sense. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. However, for now, we have another task at hand, to extend invitations to the 4 major single attribute affiliated families of the original Xuantian sect. According to this theory, each of these 4 clans possesses unique capabilities. The Li family, known for their strength and comprising many skilled blacksmiths. The Yu family, renowned for their incredible defensive prowess. The Pa family, whose martial souls are the soul-breaking spears designed for warfare. And lastly, the Min family, celebrated for their unparalleled speed, making them the finest scouts. As he spoke, Ning Fengji's expression grew grave. Previously unnoticed, this theory has illuminated the ambitions of the original Xuantian sect, or more specifically, those of Tang San when he was still alive. The Li family could provide weaponry and logistical support. The Yu family excels in construction and boasts formidable defenses, serving as the vanguard in warfare. The Pa family, with their martial souls, are indeed instruments of battle, and the Min family, with their unmatched speed, are the ultimate scouts. Douluo was suddenly seized by a chill, contemplating a possibility. Could it be that the Xuantian sect initially gathered the members of these 4 clans solely to conquer the world? Indeed, prior to the sealing of the mountain, the Xuantian sect had supported the Douluo Empire, and had the Spirit Hall not restrained them, the Douluo Empire would have undoubtedly advanced towards the Heaven Do Empire, igniting war. Whether this was significant now was debatable. Ning Fengji gazed at the Soul Master report in his hands and remarked nonchalantly that, at the very least, no one in the current Xuantian sect could fathom such matters, having even cast them aside. Yes, we can unite these 4 clans, Douluo exclaimed with delight. With our financial resources, we can certainly alleviate their hardships. Moreover, the Xuantian sect's abandonment of them could be seen as a means to vent their frustrations upon the Spirit Hall. They must harbor grievances against the Xuantian sect. But will they join us if we attempt to unite them? Douluo was less optimistic. The Spirit Hall is not naive and is well aware of the significance of the 4 clans. They will undoubtedly extend an olive branch to them first. Even if there are grievances between them, the Spirit Hall can easily shift the blame onto the Xuantian sect, and even hand over the Spirit Hall personnel responsible for the deaths of the clan members to appease them. After all, the value of the 4 clans has greatly increased. We must at least make the attempt, Ning Fengji replied. They have a blood feud with the Spirit Hall, and the older generation is quite stubborn. They will likely trust us more as fellow members of the top 3 sections. Since the Xuantian sect has sealed off their mountain, it is highly improbable they will send anyone out, especially with the Spirit Hall keeping a close watch on them. We must remain vigilant regarding Tang Yuehua, Douluo nodded, beginning his own analysis. Next, we must consider the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but they have always revered their bloodline and believe it to be the strongest. They are unlikely to involve themselves. Nonetheless, we must tread carefully to avoid conflict. On the other side, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan leader Yu Yuanjin pondered the report before him, though he did not give it much thought. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had thrived on their powerful martial spirit. Altering the entire clan system was no simple task. Yu Yuanjin thought perhaps he could encourage Yu Tianheng to seek change in the future, especially since he had joined the Heaven Do Royal Academy and should be exposed to perspectives beyond those of the clan. However, as he looked at the newspaper again, Yu Yuanjin inexplicably grew angry, exclaiming, if my useless son had any merit, he would not be subjected to ridicule. Chapter 52, Reactions from Various Clans, Part 2. In the territory of the Minji clan, the clan leader, Bai He, wept tears of joy as he read the Soul Master report. It seems the days of hardship for our Minji clan are coming to an end. Given our capabilities, the Xuantian sect must recognize our worth and will certainly invite us back. At that moment, I shall hold my head high. Though Bai He harbored bitterness towards the Xuantian sect for abandoning them, he would return to their embrace without hesitation if given the chance. The reason was simple. He was related to the former leader of the Xuantian sect, as his elder sister was the wife of the previous sect master.
He firmly believed that once the Xuantian sect acknowledged the importance of the Mingji clan, they would welcome them back. Even though the Xuantian sect had sealed off their mountain, they merely proclaimed they would not engage in external affairs or participate in continental disputes. They could still procure supplies and hunt soul beasts. The Spirit Hall would not interfere with these activities. They had to allow the Xuantian sect some breathing room, lest the elders of the sect become desperate. Thus, Bai He was not concerned that the Xuantian sect would fail to receive the Soul Master report. Even if those dispatched to procure supplies and hunt soul beasts were oblivious to external news, Tang Yuehua had opened a moon pavilion in Heavendo City. She would undoubtedly relay the report to the Xuantian sect. In just a few days, he was certain they would send someone to seek him out. Bai He felt he would readily agree, for his clan had suffered greatly and often relied on aid from the other three clans, which weighed heavily on his heart. If they returned to the Xuantian sect, even if they were passively sealed off, his familial ties to the former sect master would afford them a better life. Moreover, as natural scouts, they would not require the same restrictions as the Xuantian sect and could provide intelligence on various forces to them. They had purpose. However, the gap between aspiration and reality was often stark. Half a month passed without a single shadow from the Xuantian sect, while the Spirit Hall, Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and the lower four sects frequently visited to offer condolences, their demeanor overwhelmingly cordial. Among these, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan had only visited once, while the others, along with the Spirit Hall, came every few days, often bearing gifts, making Bai He feel somewhat embarrassed. Especially the Spirit Hall, which even sent over the personnel responsible for the most deaths among the Mingji clan, allowing Bai He to deal with them as he saw fit, clarifying that those actions were not sanctioned by the current pope, but were carried out by the previous pope's subordinates. Bai He was aware of this, yet his heart was still filled with resentment. However, considering the Spirit Hall's sincerity, he could not afford to refuse them. Furthermore, the younger generation lacked the experiences of their elders, and he needed to secure a future for his entire clan. Damn, the Xuantian sect. It has been half a month. They must have received the Soul Master report by now, yet they do not come. Have they truly been crushed? Bai He lamented, realizing that the Xuantian sect might be beyond saving. If he waited any longer, other forces would surely grow impatient. After all, this Soul Master report was a double-edged sword, highlighting the strengths of the Mingji clan while making other sects acutely aware of the potential threat they posed. If they could not be subdued, measures would be taken to eliminate them to prevent their defection to other factions. The longer time dragged on, the more perilous the situation became for the Mingji clan. In comparison to the other three clans, the Mingji clan's reconnaissance capabilities were of utmost importance in times of war. Ultimately, unable to await the arrival of the Xuantian sect, Bai He summoned all members of the clan to discuss the gravity of the situation and to vote on which faction to ally with. The final decision was for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The lower four sects lacked title Douluo. Even though the White Tiger clan had the backing of the Star Luo Empire's royal family, they were officially two separate entities and could not be conflated. As for the Spirit Hall, aside from the new generation, the older members were not selected. Even though the Spirit Hall had sent over those responsible for the deaths of their clan members, the lingering hatred had not been forgotten, making it difficult for them to accept. Among the top three sects, the Xuantian sect had not sent anyone, thus losing the trust of all members of the Mingji clan. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had only visited once, and their pride was no less than that of the Xuantian sect. They might not offer significant support if they were to go. Consequently, the only viable option left was the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Regardless of whether their leader was a cunning fox, they at least maintained a flawless facade and appeared to be a good-natured person. This alone was sufficient to demonstrate the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's sincerity. Moreover, both title Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were external members, and their martial spirit was not the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile. Bai He and the members of the Mingji clan believed they would surely treat them well. The Li clan and Yu clan held the theory presented in the Soul Master report in disdain. As their influence had suffered the least during the previous events and their territories were situated within major cities, leaving them unconcerned about potential covert attacks from other factions. Thus, they continued to live their lives undisturbed. The Pa clan was hesitant but ultimately chose independence, although their Wencheng, Pa SoulLand, could be of great use on the battlefield. They were not without families possessing similar martial spirits, and thus did not feel excessively threatened. Within the Xuantian sect, Tang Yuehua indeed delivered the Soul Master report to the sect, hoping they would recognize the importance of the four clans. Regrettably, the elders of the Xuantian sect dismissed these notions, perceiving them as mere superficialities. With the pride of the Xuantian sect, how could they ever concede that their initial expulsion of the four clans was a misstep?
The Xuantian sect could not be in the wrong. Thus, in the eyes of the esteemed elders, this theory was merely a mockery from the spirit hall, particularly given that the author bore the name Tang San. For those who were prideful to the point of obsession, the insinuation was magnified. It was akin to slapping them in the face with this newspaper. The current sect leader, Tang Xiao, found some merit in the theory, yet he too regarded it as a derision from the spirit hall. Despite his more open-minded disposition compared to the other elders, he had been nurtured in an environment that cultivated a sense of arrogance among the sect's disciples, making it difficult to escape such biases. In the empire of Tiando, within Tiando City, in the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua paused her teaching for a day to secretly meet with a cloaked figure. "Brother Hao, you have finally come to see me," she said, embracing Tang Hao, tears welling in her eyes as she beheld his aged visage. "What has become of you? Where is the Xuantian Douluo of your? Ain has passed, and with that, my heart has withered," Tang Hao responded, showing little reaction until Tang Yuehua released him, at which point he slowly articulated his purpose. "Someone has stolen the blue-silver emperor seedlings left by Ain. I hope you can keep an eye out for any promising talents recently emerging, with at least the strength of a Soul Emperor." In Tang Hao's mind, only Soul Masters above the rank of Soul Emperor could leap to that cavern's entrance. He had never considered that ordinary individuals could also reach such heights with tools like ropes. Tang Yuehua sighed. "Very well, I shall assist you. But must you persist in this manner? What of your son? I have severed our father-son ties." "What?" Tang Yuehua's hand trembled as she set down the teacup. "How can you be so heartless? If I recall correctly, he is merely 7 years old, isn't he? His martial soul is blue silver grass, inherited from Ain. The sect will not recognize those who do not wield the Xuantian hammer, or those whose Xuantian hammer has mutated as true members of the sect." Tang Hao recounted truth. His son was now attending a primary academy in a small town. "For 6 years, I need not worry. I can seek out Ain. If, after 6 years, he cannot graduate smoothly, he will return to the small village where I once hid. The tumult of the Soul Master world cannot reach that place." Tang Yuehua opened her mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent, releasing a deep sigh. "That poor child. What is his name?" "You need not divulge his exact whereabouts. Knowing his name will suffice for me to seek him out. As his aunt, I must at least pay him a visit." "Tang San," Tang Hao replied. "Tang San?" Tang Yuehua paused, retrieving the Spirit Hall newspaper and pointing to the author's name beneath the analysis of a Soul Master's self-positioning. "Could it be that this author is the same as your son?" Tang Hao took the newspaper, scrutinizing its contents. Recalling how he had once witnessed Tang San advising Su Yuntao on which soul beast to select for a second soul ring. Finding the writing style remarkably similar to Tang San's spoken words. It should not be possible. I must be mistaken, a mere coincidence of names. After all, Xiao San is only 7. It is indeed him. The 2 words from Tang Hao extinguished Tang Yuehua's smile. "This is unmistakably my son's manner of speaking. I recognize it in writing. He has aspired to become a soul master since childhood, engaging with local soul masters before awakening his martial soul, borrowing various texts for self-study and research." Tang Yuehua exclaimed in astonishment. "Little San possesses such talent?" His theory has garnered the approval of the vast majority of soul masters across the continent. And so what? His martial soul is not the Xuantian hammer. Tang Hao carelessly tossed the Spirit Hall newspaper onto the table, believing that without the Xuantian hammer, no matter how diligently Tang San trained, he would ultimately amount to nothing more than a master of martial soul theory. Having severed ties with him, no one would ever associate his son with Tang Hao, allowing him to live a life of tranquility. Yet he harbored insights. This theory could enable soul masters to determine their positioning based on their martial soul characteristics and soul skill types, potentially guiding various sects to gather the appropriate talents. Tang Yuehua was perhaps the only one within the Xuantian sect to recognize Tang San's value. He might indeed lead the sect to resurgence. Tang Hao shook his head. "Let it be. What use is all this?" In his eyes, these notions were insubstantial, far inferior to the excellence and practicality of a Xuantian hammer martial soul. Noticing Tang Hao's growing impatience, Tang Yuehua fell silent, remarking, "I cannot sway you, but it is evident that Xiao San has already attracted the attention of the Spirit Hall. That is of little concern. His martial soul is blue silver grass, unrelated to the Xuantian sect," Tang Hao replied coldly. "It is those around him who require vigilance." Tang Hao recalled the transformed 10,000-year soul beast he had encountered before leaving Nodding City and deemed it a potential threat. Yet, if he could reside alongside Xiao San in Holy Soul Village, it would not be so bad. In the 53rd chapter, Affordable and Practical Whale Glue, Tang San remained indifferent to his newfound fame. Although the Spirit Hall newspaper had spread widely, aside from Ma Xiaono, Su Yintao, CC, Wang Sheng, and Xiao Wu, only the principal of Nodding Academy, Director Su, and Mo Hen were aware that he was the author of the self-positioning analysis. As for others, even if they stood before him, they would likely not believe he was the same individual who penned the analysis, dismissing him as merely a namesake. How many individuals named Tang San existed in the Douluo continent? Tang San was uncertain, but the number surely exceeded 1,000. The probability of him being discovered existed, albeit slim. Regarding whether Tang Hao would find him, Tang San mused that the brawny, simple-minded fellow would only believe in the superiority of the Haotian hammer, oblivious to any theories he had developed. The pride instilled by the Haotian sect had clouded Tang Hao's vision, even as he wallowed in sorrow. He had detailed the endurance of soul rings a soul master could withstand from the first to the second ring, elaborating on the role of whale glue, which should allow him to use his second soul skill openly in the future. Tang San organized his extensive theoretical writings, which were a full centimeter thick, enough to warrant publication as a book rather than merely appearing in the Spirit Hall newspaper. That, evidently, would be inappropriate. Acknowledging this issue, Tang San resolved to write a more concise theoretical report for publication in the Spirit Hall newspaper, while reserving the remaining material for the creation of a book, perhaps even two. In the future, with each major level attained, he could author a book on how a soul master should assess their capacity to endure soul rings of varying years, as well as how to absorb higher year soul rings. In doing so, he would only briefly mention the evolution of the best soul rings from ancient times to the present, clarifying that the years a soul master could absorb soul rings had consistently increased, and emphasizing the significance of 1,000-year and 10,000-year whale glue. With these thoughts in mind, Tang San concluded that he should indeed procure some whale glue for further research, thereby providing a detailed explanation that would lend greater credibility to his theories, rather than relying solely on the fictional construct from novels he had read in his past life. A researcher must remain grounded. Thus, Tang San made his way to the apothecary in Nodding City to inquire whether they sold whale glue. The apothecary's proprietor, a kindly old man, regarded the young boy with some puzzlement. "Young lad, are you looking to buy whale glue? Is it for an adult in your household?" "Indeed," Tang San replied. Wishing not to elaborate further, he simply followed the proprietor's assumption. "I heard this substance can temporarily enhance one's strength." "Well, that is not entirely incorrect," the proprietor remarked, his expression somewhat peculiar. However, considering that he was speaking to a child, he refrained from pursuing the matter further and brought forth 2 boxes of whale glue. "I have standard whale glue, which is produced by ordinary whales, and then there is the whale glue from 1,000-year soul beasts." "You possess whale glue of 1,000-year quality?" Tang San was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a modest shop in Nodding City would possess whale resin of a millennium grade. The piece before him, albeit diminutive, was only the size of his fist. "There is some, but not much," the shopkeeper explained. "Currently, this is the only piece stored in the apothecary. After all, whales dwell in the deep sea, and even for those esteemed spirit masters, hunting them proves to be quite a challenge. I surmise that the quantity of millennium-grade whale resin across the continent was scarce, and it seldom found buyers. Yet, small apothecaries like mine typically possess a few pieces." "Why is that?" Tang San inquired, puzzled. "Isn't whale resin an aphrodisiac? Don't the nobility covet it?" "Oh, so you're aware." The shopkeeper responded with a hint of exasperation before elaborating. "The efficacy of millennium-grade whale resin is rather potent. If consumed by an individual who is not a spirit master, it could lead to fatal excitement. And frankly, unless there is a significant issue in that regard, no self-respecting spirit master would purchase such a product, for they would be the subject of ridicule among their peers." "I see." Tang San nodded, then asked, "Do you have any 10,000-year grade whale resin?" The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted to one of caution as he inquired, "Where did you hear about that?" "Indeed, it exists." Tang San was surprised to discover that a small apothecary in Nodding City actually possessed 10,000-year grade whale resin. Could it be that he had misjudged the abundance of such resin in this era? While it is true, do not assume that 10,000-year grade whale resin is plentiful on the continent. I would wager that, if counted, the number of pieces does not exceed the fingers on both hands, and they are primarily acquired by certain nobles for their collections. The shopkeeper spoke with care. At that age, spirit beasts are treasures in themselves. Even though 10,000-year grade whale resin still serves as an aphrodisiac, it possesses collectible value, and few dare to consume it. Additionally, 10,000-year grade whale resin is as hard as stone. Some sculptors buy it to practice their craft. "Would you sell your 10,000-year grade whale resin?" Tang San inquired. "I will not. It's destined to be a family heirloom." "And what is the price of whale resin?" For the ordinary kind, 1 silver soul coin will procure you a pound. For the millennium grade, half a tael for 1 gold soul coin. How did you come by the 10,000-year grade whale resin? In my youth, I saved a spirit master who, at the time, was short on funds and gifted me a piece as large as a head. The shopkeeper hesitated, then added, "My son is soon to marry, and the bride price demands 1,000 gold soul coins. He also wishes to move out and purchase a new house in the city. If you can provide 5,000 gold soul coins, I will part with it." Tang San was astonished to hear that the 10,000-year grade whale resin was indeed the size of a human head. Regaining his composure, he asked if I'd buy it. "Could you include some millennium grade whale resin? At most, I can give you this piece before you, along with 10 pounds of ordinary whale resin," the shopkeeper said, his reluctance evident. "All right, I agree." Tang San, brushing the wrist brace on his left hand, produced a soul card. Upon seeing the card, the shopkeeper immediately adopted a respectful demeanor and hurried to the back room, returning with a box slightly larger than a human head. He opened it to reveal the dark, glossy 10,000-year grade whale resin. It was indeed the size of a head. Tang San felt a surge of joy. After completing the transaction, he stored the piece of 10,000-year grade whale resin, a fist-sized piece of millennium grade whale resin, and 10 pounds of ordinary whale resin in the gem of his left-hand storage bracelet before bidding farewell to the shopkeeper and hastening to the spirit hall. What fortuitous luck! For 5,000 gold soul coins, he procured a piece of 10,000-year grade whale resin the size of a head, alongside a fist-sized piece of millennium grade whale resin and 10 pounds of ordinary whale resin. Upon returning to the study in the back courtyard of the spirit hall, Tang San immediately laid out all 3 types of whale resin for careful examination. Using his soul power to soften the ordinary whale resin, he noticed the fishy odor dissipate as it became pliable. He tore off a piece the size of a fingernail, swallowed it, and felt a warmth envelop his body, though the strengthening effect on his physique was negligible. Perhaps ordinary whale resin was ineffective for him, or perhaps it simply lacked the capacity to enhance his physical form. He then cut a piece of millennium grade whale resin, softened it with his soul power, and observed the brown color fade, transforming into a honey-like orange hue. Tang San hastily swallowed it, noting that it was entirely different from the ordinary whale resin. It was smooth going down, though the taste left much to be desired, accompanied by a fishy flavor. As it settled in his stomach, he activated his soul power and felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, as if his entire being had warmed. He promptly employed the simplified blood circulation method he had devised from studying Wang Sheng's first soul skill, Tiger King's vitality, maximizing the potential of this energy to fortify his physique. 30 seconds later, the warmth dissipated, and Tang San sensed a slight enhancement in his strength. The millennium grade whale resin had indeed proven effective, albeit the effect was minimal, a mere whisper of enhancement. His gaze shifted to the 10,000-year grade whale resin. He sliced off a small piece, ready to experiment, but to his astonishment, the interior revealed another substance. Had the shopkeeper deceived him? No. Whale resin typically comes as a solid piece. The shopkeeper was merely an ordinary person. It was improbable he could use soul power to melt it and affix it to another object. Moreover, whale resin of a millennium or older could not be boiled in hot water. Could it be? An idea struck him, and he swiftly invoked his mystic jade hand, carefully scraping away the tough exterior of the 10,000-year grade whale resin until he unveiled a deep blue, transparent orb, a whale pearl, the inner core of a 10,000-year grade whale-type spirit beast. Tang San was elated, though he was uncertain how long it had been stored or how much energy had dissipated. As the inner core of a 10,000-year spirit beast, it undoubtedly harbored immense energy. If he could absorb it, it would surely yield great benefits. The question remained, how to utilize it. The inner core of a spirit beast, also referred to as a soul nucleus, might provide insight into whether he could eventually cultivate his own soul nucleus. The primary benefit of a soul nucleus for a spirit master is the accelerated recovery and enhanced quality of their soul power. In this era, the concept of a soul nucleus had yet to emerge, but there might be precursors, such as Douluo's poison core. Tang San suppressed his impulse to immediately investigate the whale pearl, stowing it away within his white jade belt before turning his attention to the strengthening effects of the 10,000-year whale resin on his body. After consuming a portion of the softened 10,000-year whale resin, Tang San noted a significant enhancement in his physical attributes. Just a small piece had elevated him nearly a whole tier. As he continued to consume it, nearing half of the total, he discovered that his physical attributes could no longer be improved, suggesting he had reached the pinnacle for his current age. Gathering the remaining fragments of the 10,000-year whale resin, Tang San observed that they amounted to only the size of a fist, prompting him to chuckle. I wonder why that shopkeeper was so quick to sell it for 5,000 gold soul coins. For a piece of 10,000-year grade whale resin that size, it should be worth at least 10,000. Perhaps he had already realized that the inner core was another substance, deemed it of little value, and felt too embarrassed to swindle me. At that moment, the 9-section emerald, which Tang San had been using as a hair tie, leaped from the back of his head to the table, pointing with its tail at the whale resin, then gesturing towards its mouth. Want to eat? Here you go. Tang San picked up a piece the size of fingernail and fed it to the 9-section emerald, which swallowed a whole, squinting its eyes in satisfaction before springing back to Tang San's head to style his hair into a ponytail once more. Tang San paid no mind, resuming his research into the properties of the whale resin, experimenting with various methods to ascertain if there were more suitable ways to consume it. By the way, wasn't there supposed to be 100-year grade whale resin missing? Tang San recalled this question and immediately rushed back to the apothecary. Upon learning that Tang San was not there to return a purchase, the shopkeeper sighed in relief and replied, "Whales inhabit the deep sea. 4 spirit masters to hunt for soul rings. They must at least be at the 4th soul ring stage, and they only select millennium grade. 100-year grade whale resin is even rarer than 10,000-year grade." So that was the reason. Tang San had not anticipated that the scarcity of 100-year grade whale resin was due to demand. Upon reflection, it is indeed reasonable to consider that cetacean spirit beasts dwell in the depths of the ocean, even if one's martial spirit resembles that of a whale. Venturing into the abyss for the 1st soul ring would be fraught with perilous uncertainties. Expressing gratitude to the shopkeeper, Tang San spent 300 gold soul coins to procure all the Millennium Whale gelatin available at the apothecary before returning to the backyard of the Martial Soul Hall. At that moment, Xiao Wu was engaged in practicing her tree climbing skills. Chapter 54. The Wedding of Su Yuntao, Part 1. Xiao Wu, come here. I have something delicious for you. Tang San beckoned, urging her to approach. Xiao Wu sauntered over, rolling her eyes and retorting, "I'm not a child. Why would I need a treat? Still insisting you're not a child?" Tang San chuckled, producing a chunk of Millennium Whale gelatin the size of a fist and offering it to her. "This is Millennium Grade Whale gelatin. Consume it to enhance your physical prowess." Taking the gelatin, Xiao Wu squeezed it and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "How do I eat this? Should I make soup? It feels a bit hard. Or should I just lick it? Infuse it with soul power to soften it, then simply ingest it. However, the taste may not be particularly pleasant. You can add some sugar." Tang San explained the method of consumption and suggested personalizing it with seasonings. "From my experience, brown sugar is best, followed by white sugar. And lastly, honey." Xiao Wu stared at Tang San for a while, bewildered as to how one could experiment with 3 different methods of consuming whale gelatin. "So, which one should I use? Can I add spice?" she queried. "Of course, do you enjoy spicy food?" Tang San asked. Xiao Wu shook her head, replying, "Not really. I just wonder if mixing it with seasonings will cause any issues since it's meant to enhance my physique." "Not at all. I've tried it myself. Moreover, most savory seasonings available in the market are primarily mineral salts, which won't interfere with the whale gelatin's ability to fortify your body," Tang San assured her, explaining that whale gelatin is essentially whale fat, but imbued with a unique energy due to the cetacean spirit beasts, causing slight alterations in its microscopic structure under the influence of soul power. Nodding, Xiao Wu retrieved a plate from her white jade belt, placed the whale gelatin upon it, and, following Tang San's guidance, infused it with soul power. Miraculously, the Millennium Whale gelatin softened, changing from a brown hue to a translucent orange yellow, resembling honey. Dipping her finger in, she tasted it, her lovely face contorting in distaste as she exclaimed, "This is awful. No wonder you suggested adding sugar or honey." Taking out a jar of brown sugar from her belt, Xiao Wu sprinkled it onto the gelatin, sampled it again, and noted that the fishy taste had diminished. She then added a generous amount of brown sugar. After swallowing the entire gelatin, she felt warmth coursing through her body, promptly concentrating her mind to meditate. Awakening only after an hour. "How do you feel?" Tang San, who had also been occupied practicing tree climbing techniques to enhance his control over soul power, inquired upon seeing her awaken. Xiao Wu clenched her fist and threw a casual punch, producing a satisfying crack. She then leaped, exclaiming, "I feel stronger than ever. If I reach level 20 now, I could probably withstand an 800-year soul ring." 800 years? Quite impressive, Tang San remarked, handing her another chunk of Millennium Whale gelatin. "This is 10,000-year whale gelatin. It offers even greater benefits, but refrain from consuming it today. Let us wait a few days. After all, too much supplementation at once would be hard for you to digest." Accepting the gelatin,
Xiao Wu then continued to practice tree climbing alongside Tang San. However, it seemed that her newfound strength had slightly hindered her control. Nevertheless, she quickly adapted and soon regained her previous proficiency. Tang San also taught her the soul power manipulation technique, known as controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, to further enhance her mastery over soul power. Why didn't you teach me such an excellent method earlier? Xiao Wu pouted adorably, her cheeks puffed in mock indignation. We weren't close before, Tang San replied matter-of-factly. Besides, I needed to observe you for a while to ensure you were earnest in your learning. Whatever you say, it makes sense. Xiao Wu conceded without questioning the origins of the technique. She turned to an open space, using the leaves of the jujube tree to practice the technique. After some time, she indeed noticed significant improvement in her control over soul power. Previously, controlling her soul power felt akin to grasping a jagged stone. Any exertion would result in discomfort, leading her to desire relinquishing it. However, after mastering controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, the stone became smooth and rounded, making a pleasure to hold. Upon mastering the technique, Xiao Wu's control over her soul power grew remarkably strong, nearly rivaling Tang San's. This realization illuminated for Tang San the innate talent of a 100,000-year soul beast in transformation. If they are willing to employ their intellect and abandon their former beastly habits, they could be considered geniuses among geniuses. Furthermore, Tang San reflected on his previous hypothesis regarding the correlation between innate soul power and the affinity between martial spirits and their wielders, which could also apply to the transformation of 100,000-year soul beasts, given that they possess complete innate soul power. Of course, Tang San refrained from being overly dogmatic, as 100,000-year soul beasts possess a vast reservoir of foundational cultivation, possibly enabling them to achieve feats akin to those of the Xuantian Skill. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Tang San's theory on self-positioning analysis for soul masters had spread widely, with many soul masters clarifying their identities based on their martial spirit attributes and soul skills, thus determining their future cultivation directions rather than indiscriminately hunting for soul beasts that merely resembled their martial spirits during soul ring acquisitions. After all, most common soul masters seek to strengthen their advantages rather than rely on soul beasts to enhance their lineage. Because common soul masters lack the protection of stronger individuals during their formative years, they must bear all risks associated with their cultivation independently. Thus, even though Tang San mentioned in his theory that the bloodline of beast martial spirits could potentially be enhanced by soul rings from the same type of soul beasts, the majority of common soul masters would not pursue this, as they simply lack the options. In practice, most common soul masters do not concern themselves with bloodlines. For them, a powerful soul skill is far more pragmatic than any lineage enhancement. Tang San was indifferent to this, for he had donned a new outfit and was prepared to escort Xiao Wu to the Martial Soul Hall for the wedding. As a member of the Martial Soul Hall, Su Yuntao had diligently fulfilled his duties, allowing him to request a wedding ceremony within the hall, to which Matthew naturally consented and even volunteered to officiate. Departing from a Nuoding Academy, they arrived at the Martial Soul Hall, where a floral arch had already been erected at the entrance, and the main hall was festooned in festive decorations, brimming with flowers, tables, and refreshments. The guests included not only colleagues from the Nuoding City Martial Soul Branch, but also local nobility and esteemed faculty members from Nuoding Academy, such as the director and Mr. Su, as well as several other teachers. Tang San and Xiao Wu greeted Mr. Mo Hen and the others before finding a vacant seat. After a while, Matthew, dressed in formal attire, approached the center of the hall, cleared his throat to signal for silence, and announced, "Let us welcome the bride and groom." Applause erupted from the members of the Martial Soul Hall lining the sides, as Su Yuntao and CC, amidst the enthusiastic clapping, held hands and gracefully entered the hall, ultimately standing before Matthew. Chapter 55, The Wedding of Su Yuntao, Part 2. Great Angel of the Heavens, in the presence of the Divine, from this day forth, you shall become one family. Matthew's voice rose in exultation as he turned to Su Yuntao. "Groom, do you take Miss CC to be your wife? Regardless of whether the future brings poverty or wealth, health or illness, do you wholeheartedly consent?" "I do." Su Yuntao, without a moment's hesitation, gazed affectionately at Cici. "Bride, do you wish to marry Mr. Su Yuntao? Regardless of whether the future renders us strong or weak, brave or timid, do you pledge your unwavering fidelity?" Matthew No looked towards Cici. "I do." Cici too, without a hint of hesitation, even before Matthew No could announce the next segment, the two shared a kiss. Matthew No remarked, "The youth of today are indeed fervent." Afterward, following the exchange of rings, they were promptly ushered out of the spirit hall by Matthew No. After all,
This was the sacred spear hall. To hold a wedding here was one thing, but to consummate the marriage within its walls? For a banquet, return home to celebrate. Most of the nobles from Nodding City presented gifts and departed, as they were not particularly acquainted with Su Yuntao. A few went to Su Yuntao's home to partake in the joyous feast to foster connections, while the remainder were close friends and relatives of Su Yuntao and Cece. As the drinks flowed, Su Yuntao began to feel the effects of inebriation and suggested that Cece retire to their room while he sought out Tang San to converse in the courtyard. Thank you, Tang San. Had it not been for you, I would not have been able to win Cece's heart. There's no need for such gratitude, Tao Go. I did not assist you in pursuing Cece. It was you who captivated her. Tang San replied, producing an exquisite small box from his storage wristband and presenting it to Su Yuntao. Here, this is a gift for you both. I told you not to bring anything. Su Yuntao pouted but accepted the gift, opening it to reveal a piece of black whale gel. Well, my capabilities in that regard are quite commendable. I have no need for this. Upon realizing what it was, Su Yuntao sobered significantly, his eyelids twitching as he suspected Tang San might have heard some gossip from Wang Sheng. Had he known that the boy could not keep secrets, he would not have broached such adult topics, leading to this misunderstanding. This is a piece of Millennium Whale gel mixed with a bit of 10,000-year whale gel. It seems even more belittling. Su Yuntao was well aware of the aphrodisiac properties of whale gel and how costly the 10,000-year variety was. However, he truly had no issues in that domain. Could it be that he had recently exhibited signs of weakness in front of Tang San? Even if there were, it was merely due to the exhaustion from preparing for the wedding amidst his regular work obligations. Whale gel, after all, has other purposes. When you and Sister Cece use your soul power to soften this Millennium Whale gel infused with 10,000-year whale gel and share it, it will enhance your physique. Tang San stated after one night, I estimate your physical condition could approach that of Soul Sovereign level. Soul Sovereign level physical condition. Su Yuntao exclaimed, incredulous. Really? It's hard to specify the exact level, but it should be comparable to that of the elderly Matthew No. Tang San contemplated, using Matthew No as a comparative reference. By the way, a reminder for you, Tao Go, purchase more Millennium Whale gel tomorrow. This item will skyrocket in price in the future. Little San, I shall heed your advice. In the future, should you require anything, just let me know. I would go through fire and water for you. Su Yuntao was exceedingly earnest. There's no need for such formality. We are all friends. Tang San chuckled, seemingly unfazed, and added, I simply wish to observe whether the effects are enhanced when both genders consume whale gel together and engage in such activities. Su Yuntao laughed heartily. Oh, so you intend to use me as a test subject? Rest assured, it will not be dangerous. I have already tested the effects of whale gel myself, and it indeed greatly enhances physical prowess. However, considering its aphrodisiac nature, I want to see if the effects are even better when couples use it together. Even if not, the most it would do is waste some potency, yet it would still significantly contribute to your physical enhancement. Tang San stated earnestly, this is for the benefit of the many soul master couples across the continent. Why don't you use it yourself? Su Yuntao inquired. I'm only 7 years old. By the time I mature, it would be your turn to use it. Tang San replied matter-of-factly. Very well, I trust you. After all, its effect is aphrodisiacal. And even if it lacks efficacy, it could add some excitement between Cece and me. Su Yuntao laughed, engaging in a light conversation with Tang San about future plans before eagerly entering the room to enjoy the Millennium Whale gel infused with a hint of 10,000-year whale gel alongside Cece. Tang San had no intention of remaining as an observer and took the well-fed Xiao Wu back to the rear courtyard of the Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu typically only left to patrol at Nuashing Academy, preventing noble students from bullying the working students, and would stay here, even residing with Tang San. However, as a trade-off, she was also required to assist in cleaning the Spirit Hall and organizing various items. This was a requirement set by Tang San, as he did not wish for Xiao Wu to be treated as a granddaughter by old Jack, and thus automatically enjoy the benefits and conveniences he provided. Self-reliance was key. The next day, Su Yuntao sought out Tang San to express his gratitude, as he and Cece had indeed experienced a remarkable enhancement in their physical conditions. Upon learning of this, Matthew No engaged in an arm wrestling match with Su Yuntao without utilizing soul power and was astonished to discover that Su Yuntao's strength surpassed his own by a substantial margin. It is worth noting that he was a soul sovereign. Though aged now, his physical form, bolstered by years of soul power, was typically stronger than that of a regular soul master. Yet now, pure physical strength seemed to be inferior to that of the still youthful Su Yuntao. Little San, what is the meaning of this? Matthew No inquired. This is the reason I can endure a Millennium Soul Ring and my second Soul Ring. Tang San explained the rationale behind his ability to withstand a Millennium Soul Ring at such an early stage. This is indeed a monumental discovery, Matthew No exclaimed in shock. Then asked, is this also part of the theory you plan to present? Naturally, for my second Millennium Ring is exceedingly remarkable, and I must elucidate its cause to the world. Otherwise, I must wait until I become a true powerhouse to openly utilize my second soul skill. Tang San retrieved a written thesis on the evolution of soul ring combinations through the ages, along with the factors that enable soul masters to endure soul rings of varying ages, and produced a thumb-sized piece of 10,000-year whale gel, handing it to Matthew No. Grandfather Matthew No, I have completed the paper, and this is the last piece of 10,000-year whale gel I could offer. Perhaps you could assist in sending it to Spirit City for the soul masters there to conduct experiments. Matthew No sighed. If this paper is published, it will single-handedly elevate the price of whale gel. Those nobles will surely detest you. Su Yuntao and Cece exchanged glances, requesting a month's leave from Matthew No under the pretense of going on their honeymoon. Though both he and Tang San discerned that the couple was intent on seizing the opportunity before Tang San's theory was submitted to procure a substantial quantity of Millennium Whale Gel from nearby cities. Moreover, their timeline was quite ample. Even after Matthew No sent the letter, it would take a month or two to reach Spirit City, and even then, the personnel there would not immediately review it. Chapter 56. Innate Soul Power and Affinity. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yuntao and Cece returned from their honeymoon, bringing back nearly 100 pounds of Millennium Whale Gel, secretly stored in their home as basement. Upon learning this, Matthew No purchased some at a reasonable price for his descendants. When Tang San sought to buy some, Su Yuntao generously provided it for free, stating that had Tang San not informed them of the properties of whale gel, they would not have been able to benefit so greatly. Moreover, Su Yuntao mentioned that since Matthew No had purchased a kilogram from him, he had already recouped his costs. It was clear that this nearly 100 pounds of whale gel would ensure that Su Yuntao and Cece would be well provided for in the future. However, neither intended to retire from the Spirit Hall, for they were still young. Su Yuntao harbored aspirations of succeeding Matthew as the head of the Nodding City Spirit Hall upon his retirement. Thus, he felt compelled to accumulate experience and diligently cultivate his abilities, striving to attain the 30th level before reaching the age of 30. After all, upon entering one's 30s, one begins to transition into middle age, and enhancing physical prowess becomes increasingly arduous. By the age of 40, the body inevitably begins to decline. Generally speaking, without extraordinary opportunities to defy fate, failing to break through to the 30th level before 30 could render such an achievement unattainable for the remainder of one's life. Consequently, in his spare time, Su Yuntao often brought Cece along to seek out Tang San, assisting him in all his research endeavors. The results were remarkable. Under Tang San's guidance, both their rates of soul power cultivation significantly increased. Moreover, Tang San utilized their training methods to verify whether innate soul power was indicative of the affinity between a soul master and their spirit. He encouraged Su Yuntao to care for a multitude of dogs, even practicing his cultivation amidst them once they grew familiar with him. Indeed, Su Yuntao's progress in soul power cultivation accelerated within the canine pack, yet upon leaving their company, his cultivation speed diminished once again. The simulated training environment appeared to enhance a soul master's comprehension of their spirit, thereby accelerating their cultivation. However, this understanding was merely transient, as it did not genuinely deepen the connection with their own spirit. For Su Yuntao, training amidst wolves would have been optimal, but alas, wolves are notoriously difficult to tame, and Tang San would not permit him to take such risks. As for Cece, Tang San first had her practice with ribbons, discovering that her rate of soul power cultivation indeed improved, albeit marginally compared to Su Yuntao. Was this disparity due to Su Yuntao possessing a bee spirit while Cece wielded a tool spirit? Tang San did not believe so. Despite the differences between beast and tool spirits, the gap should not have been so pronounced. Thus, he subsequently instructed Cece to procure a weaving machine to deepen her understanding of the ribbons. After half a month, while meditating in an environment devoid of ribbons, Cece's cultivation speed remarkably increased, comparable to Su Yuntao's rate amidst the dogs, though this enhancement proved to be permanent, while still susceptible to external environmental influences. This improvement was indeed lasting. Cece expressed her newfound insights, feeling a deeper understanding of her spirit, which was distinct from her previous experience. However, she struggled to articulate the specifics, possessing only unique insights regarding ribbon weaving. Unfortunately, It seemed her comprehension of ribbon weaving was insufficient, as she could not enhance her spirit-esque cultivation speed further, regardless of her efforts at the loom. Tang San, recognizing his limitations, offered her advice. Rather than solely focusing on weaving ribbons, she might explore creating other items with the ribbons, such as handkerchiefs or garments. Tang San himself gained invaluable insights, realizing that the benefits of simulated training environments for soul masters stemmed not only from the presence of conducive natural energies suited to their spirit-esque attributes, but also from the deepened understanding they could cultivate regarding their spirits. However, it appeared that the vast majority of soul masters in the world were unaware of how to communicate with their spirits, lacking the knowledge to deepen their mutual understanding. Instead, naively believing that specific environments solely enhance their cultivation speed, attributing it entirely to the simulated surroundings rather than their comprehension of their spirits. Consequently, Tang San speculated that those with innate soul power below level 9, yet capable of becoming titled Douluos, possessed a unique understanding of their spirits. He could now affirm his hypothesis. Different categories of spirits possess varying qualities that influence innate soul power, yet among the same category, the disparities in quality are not substantial, as they share the same bloodline. Thus, it is more likely that the affinity between humans and their spirits is insufficient. Tang San felt a surge of excitement, for spirits are inherited through bloodlines. One cannot simply choose a spirit at will unless through mutation or prolonged evolution, or perhaps. He recalled Mu Tian, that traverser with a 9-headed chimera spirit, a manifestation of divine retribution. Spirits, beyond mere bloodline inheritance, could also be bestowed upon individuals, provided one reaches the divine level. Nevertheless, this theory required further validation through a broader sample, and even if it could be published, Tang San believed that until he achieved a certain level of strength, he could only disseminate it within a limited circle. Before long, another month passed. The holiday at Nodding Academy was approaching, and Tang San returned to Holy Soul Village with Xiao Wu ahead of time, bringing a plethora of gifts for Old Jack and assisting with the summer harvest. Following this, he resolved to accompany Su Yuntao to nearby villages to assist with spirit awakenings. His purpose was, naturally, to study the various spirits and, if possible, to nurture his own foundation from a young age. Compared to those endowed with exceptional talents, Tang San placed greater trust in the commoners who shared his humble beginnings. Though genetically, half of his lineage derived from the Haotian bloodline, rendering him far from a commoner. He believed that the distinction between commoners and nobles lay in one's social standing, not solely in bloodline. Undoubtedly, in this world, possessing a powerful bloodline made it easier to ascend to nobility. Xiao San, are you truly willing to join me in helping the nearby villages awaken their spirits? It is quite a laborious task, Su Yuntao inquired. Of course, reading countless books pales in comparison to traversing vast distances. I find it unacceptable not to be familiar with the towns and villages surrounding Nodding City, hence my desire to start from the grassroots, Tang San replied, nodding. Moreover, Brother Tao, I have now reached the 24th level in soul power. I envy you. My soul power has only reached 26. You're about to surpass me. You will surely become a formidable title Douluo in the future, Su Yuntao remarked with a grin. I hope to one day tell my children that even title Douluos must address me as Brother Tao. Tang San chuckled, haha. After making some preparations, they set off. But unlike before, Su Yuntao now led along 15 puppies. After discovering that training amidst the dogs accelerated his progress, he insisted on bringing them along for all activities, except for mundane tasks like using the restroom, bathing, or engaging in private conversations with his spouse. What about your little girlfriend? Su Yuntao inquired about Xiao Wu. ISNT, she always by your side? What little girlfriend? Not at all, Tang San denied, then added. She has reached level 20 and has gone to hunt for soul rings. I hope she heeds my advice. Is she going to hunt soul beasts alone? Su Yuntao exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you going with her? Do you really think she is just an ordinary commoner? Tang San retorted. You've seen her initial demeanor. She was rather headstrong and domineering. A typical commoner family could not nurture such a temperament. Su Yuntao fell silent for a moment, letting out a sigh. It seems pursuing her won't be easy for you. Tang San responded with a questioning look. However, I believe that with your talent, Xiao San, you can win her over. After all, you are a true master of spirit research, capable of experimenting on yourself and absorbing 1,000-year soul rings beyond your level. Unlike that joke, Su Yuntao encouraged, patting Tang San on the shoulder. If you get married, make sure to invite me to the wedding. By then, you might even become a title Doa. Having a great soul master like me attending will certainly add to the prestige. Tang San rolled his eyes. If you genuinely attend my wedding, you will undoubtedly exceed the rank of a great soul master. Ha, that is true. But at the rate you're cultivating, I'll probably only be a soul master by then, Su Yuntao quipped with a wry smile. As their conversation continued, they arrived at their first destination, Zhonghuan Village. As the name suggests, this village was once home to a soul sect, hence its appellation. It must be said that the villagers near Nodding City exhibit a rather unpretentious approach to naming their settlements. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu ventured into the Stardow Forest, and upon reaching the outskirts, she began to call out to the Titan giant ape. Before long, a colossal creature, towering over 20 meters, emerged from a thicket and approached her, albeit with a look of confusion rather than extending its hand at once. Although Xiao Wu had transformed, the aura of a soul beast was distinctly recognizable, allowing for immediate identification among their kind. However, the current essence of Xiao Wu seemed to flicker like a wisp, and were it not for the faint trace that could be sensed, the Titan giant ape might have mistaken her for a human resembling Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, is that you? Have you forgotten me? Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Could it be that after such a short time apart, you've forgotten your big sister? No. The Titan giant ape hastily shook its head, lifting Xiao Wu onto its shoulder and making its way towards the core of the Stardow Forest. Xiao Wu, are you back to obtain a soul ring? Yes. Xiao Wu nodded. Take me to the lake. I want a Ming to guide me to the center. The vitality there is abundant, and I wish to condense a 1,000-year soul ring. The Titan giant ape was uncertain about whether a soul master could withstand a 1,000-year soul ring as their second. But it slowed its pace and replied, well, Xiao Wu, you can't go to the Lake of Life. The Ming has already been driven out, and he can't stay there any longer. We can only approach the edge when we drink water. Huh? Xiao Wu was puzzled. Did other 10,000-year soul beasts attack? Are you and the Ming no match for them? Has our home been taken from us? How should I put this? The Titan giant ape seemed a bit anxious. We are newcomers. Beneath the Lake of Life lies a tremendously powerful soul beast overlord who has been in slumber. Recently, he has awakened the beast gods. Beast gods? Xiao Wu asked, perplexed. He belongs to the Black Dragon clan, a golden-eyed black dragon, with a cultivation nearing 900,000 years. A flicker of fear crossed the Titan giant ape's eyes. I am an anomaly among soul beasts, comparable to 10,000-year beasts in a century, but after 10,000 years, the gap widens. I can only say that if he does not use his soul power, I may be stronger than him. Xiao Wu trembled all over. Close to 900,000 years? How is that possible? My mother said that after 10,000 years, soul beasts can only live for 1,000 years, or they will be struck by lightning. Indeed, under normal circumstances, that is the case. It pertains to the heavenly tribulation faced by soul beasts. However, if one can endure it, they can break through 10,000 years and accumulate 20,000 years of cultivation, and so forth. Theoretically, after overcoming 9 heavenly tribulations, we soul beasts can become million-year soul beasts, akin to the legends among human soul masters, the deities. A glimmer of longing appeared in the Titan giant ape's eyes. When my aunt chose to transform into a human, it was because she was close to facing the tribulation and realized she could not withstand it. Hence she opted for a human form. The heavenly tribulation does not descend upon humans. Most soul beasts, even if they cultivate to 10,000 years, find it difficult to endure the heavenly tribulation, which is why many 10,000-year soul beasts perish by lightning. Upon learning these secrets, Xiao Wu fell silent for a while before asking, so, when you two were absent and my mother was hunted, that black dragon did not come to her aid? Although she understood that those fierce beasts were under no obligation to assist, Xiao Wu felt a surge of indignation. Xiao Wu this. The Titan giant ape was at a loss for words, fearing to upset her. Yet, seeing Xiao Wu's piercing gaze, it revealed the truth. The Beast God Emperor did not regard transformed 10,000-year soul beasts highly, because that equates to betraying the soul beast clan. After all, the heavenly tribulation only targets soul beasts. And a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, in essence, is a human, albeit still possessing the essence of a 10,000-year soul beast within. In reality, had the Emperor not sensed the strength of Mai and Ming's bloodline, and had he not been preoccupied with other matters alongside other soul beasts of 10,000 years or more, he would have never allowed my aunt to bring you to reside near the Lake of Life. For them, transformed beings are viewed as semi-betrayers of the soul beast lineage. In terms of strength, the essence of 10,000 years pales in comparison to theirs. Even if you reached the 99th level, your lifespan would only extend to 1,000 years. They might merely take a short nap before you wither away. Moreover, our previous expedition was commanded by the Emperor to assist in capturing a creature highly beneficial to soul beasts. What kind of creature is so important? Xiao Wu inquired. A fortunate being from the ice silkworm clan dwelling in the extreme north, which discovered a vast amount of 10,000-year glacial marrow. It indulges in feasting and slumber, achieving a cultivation of 999,000 years, yet lacks any offensive capabilities. Although it possesses immense energy and mental strength, it does not know how to utilize them. Explained the Titan giant ape. Deming and I were essentially guarding the periphery of the Lake of Life, waiting for the other soul beasts to finish absorbing before it was our turn. How could you think of keeping it all to yourselves? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her anger flaring. How could you hide so many secrets from your sister about the brother I raised? We dared not disclose matters concerning the Emperor to you. If we had, the future would not belong to either Deming or me. The Titan giant ape replied, somewhat aggrieved. Forget it. Let's find a safe place. I will not go to the Lake of Life anymore. They can have it for now. When I grow stronger, I will reclaim it, and you can help guard it later. Xiao Wu had already realized that her choice to transform had set her apart from soul beasts. If she were to venture into the core area, the Emperor would certainly not welcome her, so it was best to avoid that. At that moment, a commotion arose not far away, as a massive python with the head of a bull approached the Titan giant ape and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, Duming, why are you here too? Xiao Wu asked in surprise. The Emperor wishes to see you, the heavenly blue bull python responded. The three-eyed golden lion has sensed your connection to the fate of the Douluo forest, which even concerns the survival of all fierce beasts. That sounds overly serious. Xiao Wu trembled slightly. I am merely a small soft-bone rabbit. Even if I embellish my status, I can only be called a soft-bone jade rabbit. How could I possibly relate to the fate of all fierce beasts? Do not worry, Xiao Wu. If the Emperor dares to act against you, Deming and I will go to any lengths to ensure your safe departure from the Douluo forest. The heavenly blue bull python reassured her. Although we only possess 10,000 years of cultivation, we are both anomalies and should be a bit stronger than the three-headed crimson demon hound and the dark golden terraclaw bear. We should be able to stall the Emperor for a short while. The Titan giant ape added, Indeed, Xiao Wu, we will protect you. Can we not go? Xiao Wu asked, a hint of fear in her voice. That may not be possible. The three-eyed golden lion is connected to the fate of the Douluo forest. If you wish to leave, she will sense it, and all the fierce beasts will come after you, the heavenly blue bull python explained. If it is relatively safe to leave the Douluo forest, there is no need to flee far. I believe the Emperor should not make things difficult for you. All right, Xiao Wu reluctantly agreed, yet inwardly vowed, Cursed Emperor, once I grow stronger, I will make you aware of the prowess of Sister Xiao Wu. During their journey towards the Lake of Life, Xiao Wu inquired, What is the three-eyed golden lion? Is it also a soul beast of over 10,000 years? She possesses the bloodline of the golden dragon, resembling a lion but with 3 eyes. She can perceive the fate of the Douluo forest. Yet her cultivation is only around 1,000 years, the heavenly blue bull python explained. What, 1,000 years? Xiao Wu found it hard to believe. It has been a millennium, yet the three-eyed golden lion was endowed with intelligence comparable to that of humans from the moment of its birth. A remarkable trait beyond our capabilities. Additionally, it embodies the fortune and vitality of the Douluo forest, which compels any soul beast that encounters her to flee. Even soul beasts of the 10,000-year caliber are unable to attack. Otherwise, they risk being captured and slain by fierce beasts like Emperor Tian, only to be offered as sustenance for the three-eyed golden lion. The sky blue bull python let out a sigh. Nonetheless, it is not to say that there aren't soul beasts that dare to confront the three-eyed golden lion. For instance, the 1,000-year level dark demon, evil god tiger, which once escaped from the Douluo forest under the watch of myself and Ming, is known to consume any soul beast without fear, provided it possesses the capability. I estimate it won't be long before it amasses nearly 10,000 years of cultivation in other soul beast forests, and that truly would be a calamity. As for the dark demon, evil god tiger, Xiao Wu is well aware of its nature. It is a soul beast that survives by devouring others. While other soul beasts can also gain cultivation by preying on their kin, the digestion process requires time, and if the attributes of the prey differ from their own, it becomes even more cumbersome. However, the dark demon, evil god tiger is unique. It is said that any soul beast consumed by it, regardless of its attributes, can be digested and absorbed rapidly, with an efficiency unmatched by other soul beasts. The sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape moved swiftly, soon arriving at the core of the Douluo forest where Emperor Tian and the other fierce beasts awaited. Besides the nearly overshadowing black dragon shadow, Xiao Wu also observed a giant bear with sharp claws, a swan resembling emerald, a three-headed crimson hound, a purple demon dragon somewhat smaller than the black dragon, and a seemingly adorable golden lion dog. This lion dog, though modest in size at merely 2 meters in length, possessed fearsome claws and an unsettling aura, topped with a third eye on its forehead that appeared exceedingly mystical. In addition to these, Xiao Wu spotted 2 humanoid figures of indiscernible species. One bore green hair, while the other presented an androgynous appearance, yet both exuded an intensely rich aura of soul beasts. Could it be that among the fierce beasts, some choose to take on human forms? The giant bear spoke in a thunderous voice. It is she. The 3-eyed golden lion articulated in a gentle, melodious tone akin to that of sweet young girl. She radiated a potent aura of destiny, yet it did not belong to her, merely a contamination, as if she had established a connection with the child of fate of this era. Child of fate? This was the first time Xiao Wu had encountered such a term. Recalling what Deming had previously mentioned, her mind raced with contemplation. The child of fate must be related to Tang San. Although his martial spirit was merely blue silver grass, his innate talent was extraordinary, even allowing him to create his own soul skills. Moreover, I am now his sister. Despite his frequent jibes, he genuinely cares for me and has facilitated my growth immensely. If I were to fall at the hands of these fierce beasts, given Tang San's character, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. He is magnanimous, willing to share his theories and achievements, yet he also distinguishes between gratitude and grievance, repaying kindness and settling scores. In that moment, Xiao Wu felt a profound clarity. Only Tang San truly cared for her. Even if he had selfish motives, he would never betray her, having made his intentions abundantly clear from the outset. As for the fierce beasts before her, Tang San was right. They dared not take risks and could only remain in this forest, indulging in their own self-importance. The day humans discover them and devise countermeasures, their extermination would merely be a matter of time. Softbone Rabbit, I implore you to approach the child of fate and bring him to the Stardow Forest. Emperor Tian's massive dragon, head hung low, his cold golden eyes reflecting Xiao Wu's trembling form, his tone brooking no argument. I do not know who the child of fate is, Xiao Wu replied, steeling herself, inwardly vowing. I must never bring Tang San to this place. These fierce beasts do not regard her as one of their own. Simply bring whom you deem fit. We have ample time, Emperor Tian concluded, enveloping himself in a surge of black light, transforming into a humanoid figure over 2 meters tall, though his visage remained cold. What is this? Xiao Wu wondered, perplexed. Had Emperor Tian also transformed? At that moment, the Emerald Swan also morphed into human form, revealing a beautiful woman clad in a green gown, who smiled at Xiao Wu and remarked, enduring a heavenly tribulation allows one to continue cultivating and grants the ability to freely transform between human and beast forms. Although the human body is slightly weaker than the original beast form. Xiao Wu lowered her gaze, reluctant to meet Bai Ji's eyes. Although the woman exuded a vibrant life force that brought her comfort, Xiao Wu sensed it was a form of seduction, something she could not trust. Concentrate on gathering your soul rings, and then return with the child of fate, Emperor Tian instructed, signaling the sky blue bull python to escort Xiao Wu to the center of the lake of life. Yes, beast god. The sky blue bull python and titan giant ape exchanged glances, relieved that at least Xiao Wu would not be killed by Emperor Tian. As they observed her gathering soul rings atop the sky blue bull python's head, Emperor Tian inquired of the 3-eyed golden lion, can she truly succeed? Chapter 59. Today's children are truly precocious. The fate of the child of fate is merely connected to her. Whether she can bring him back remains uncertain. The 3-eyed golden lion yawned. However, in my recent observations of the fate within Douluo continent, I have discovered numerous supernovas, some hidden, others already established. Yet none exhibit the stability of the one she is in contact with. Stability? Emperor Tian questioned, puzzled. The other supernovas possess immense fortune, yet they are ephemeral, akin to smoke, appearing formidable until a gust of wind disperses them. Whereas the child of fate the soft-bone rabbit encounters possesses a unique fortune, one that is solid as rock, cultivated within himself. As the 3-eyed golden lion spoke, a look of intrigue crossed her features. If the smoky fortune represents the collective bestowal of the entire Douluo continent, dissipating when a supernova fails to meet certain criteria and transferring to another, then a significant portion of the fortune amassed by the child of fate the soft-bone rabbit encounters is self-generated, unstealable by others. To strip him of this fortune, one would have to kill him, or I must consider alternative methods. Mid-sentence, the 3-eyed golden lion communed with the power of fate and soon opened her eyes, albeit with a hint of weariness. What did you discover? Emperor Tian inquired hastily. Aside from killing him, there is another method to make him lose the fortune he has cultivated,
causing him to lose his memory or rendering him a fool. The three-eyed golden lion scratched her ear with her hind leg as she articulated this method. Memory loss? Emperor Tian pondered, drawing a conclusion. Could it be that this fortune is linked to wisdom? Indeed, just as soul beasts with formidable strength can command other soul beasts, a remarkably intelligent individual can similarly lead the entire human race. Wisdom, knowledge, courage, strength. Bai Ji gazed at Xiao Wu, letting out a soft sigh. Humans are indeed a favored race. Why do the divine beings bestow such favor upon them? No fierce beast could answer this question, and they remained silently hopeful that Xiao Wu would one day bring the child of fate to the Stardow Forest. At that juncture, whether through direct extermination or other purposes, they would hold the reins of power firmly in their own hands. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's second soul ring gradually coalesced, revealing an enchanting hue of purple. Spirit's Soul Village. Departing from the Zhong Soul Village and passing through the Wang Soul Village, Tang San followed Su Yuntao to this village, which had once been graced by a soul emperor. The ritual for awakening martial spirits was once again conducted by Su Yuntao. However, with Tang San by his side, concerns regarding soul power consumption were rendered obsolete. It could be said that Su Yuntao had a significantly lighter burden this time, aside from tending to the 15 eager participants. Among the villagers, a girl had manifested her soul power, boasting an innate level of 3, with her martial spirit taking the form of a bow. An orphan, she had lost her father, a hunter, at the tender age of 3 when he was fatally injured during a dispute with a minor noble while selling game in Notting City. Growing up in the village, she received care from various families until she reached the age of 6, but her lack of parents and the scarcity of playmates her age had rendered her somewhat reclusive. Su Yuntao inquired about her name. What is your name? I shall issue you a certificate, allowing you to attend Notting Academy as a work-study student, with the potential to become a soul master. Guangling, she timidly replied, her gaze lingering on Tang San, captivated by his striking appearance, which surpassed that of any boy in the village. Very well, Guangling. Su Yuntao noted her name and presented her with a martial spirit certificate, advising, should you become a soul master, you may join the spirit hall, and like us, traverse various villages to witness diverse landscapes. However, the Spirit Hall was not a charitable organization that offered unconditional support. It was selective in its admissions. Those with innate soul power below level 4 were seldom actively recruited, as innate soul power largely indicated a soul master's cultivation speed and potential. It was unlikely for those below level 4 to achieve breakthroughs into the soul sect. Consequently, the Spirit Hall would not seek out those with such meager talent. Rather, they awaited individuals to obtain a soul ring and officially register as soul masters before extending formal invitations. After all, once one becomes a soul master, their strength increases. And with moderate training, even those whose martial spirits are not combat-oriented could unleash formidable power, provided their soul power reached level 10 and they donned armor while wielding a spear. Thus, Su Yuntao refrained from directly inviting Guangling to join the Spirit Hall, suggesting instead that she pursue her journey as a soul master first. After all, the continent was rife with those awakening martial spirits with innate soul power at level 3 or below. If every member of the Spirit Hall assisting in awakening martial spirits were to recruit them, even conquering the 2 great empires would not yield sufficient cultivation resources. The support provided by the Spirit Hall to soul masters, great soul masters, and those of the soul sect was extracted from the 2 empires, as the Spirit Hall itself could not afford to subsidize the initial training of every soul master across the continent. The funds were simply insufficient. Can I truly become a soul master? Guangling asked cautiously. Of course, your martial spirit possesses innate soul power of level 3, which guarantees your potential to become a soul master, Su Yuntao assured her with a smile. Once Notting Academy commences, you may enroll. Your innate talent surpasses that of most commoner soul masters, having traversed numerous villages. I can attest that most children with soul power possess only innate levels of 1 or 2, and some even less than half a level. But you, my dear, have achieved level 3. Tang San interjected, would you be interested in joining me on this journey? Su Yuntao, momentarily taken aback, asked little San, have you taken a liking to her? Let us refrain from any misinterpretations, shall we? Tang San retorted with a hint of annoyance. Her talent should not be underestimated. I've spoken with the villagers. Her father's martial spirit was also a bow, albeit a wooden one, devoid of innate soul power. Yet, her martial spirit is an iron bow, with innate soul power at level 3, indicating a remarkable mutation. If she acquires a suitable soul ring, her martial spirit is destined to undergo a transformation. Moreover,
Tang San felt a vague connection between her martial spirit and his theory of affinity between a person and their martial spirit. Ah, I see. Su Yuntao nodded in understanding. He turned to Guangling and asked, would you like to accompany this older brother, who is a year your senior? He is already a great soul master and an expert in martial spirit theory. He can guide you in your martial spirit cultivation. Yes, Guangling agreed. For as an orphan, remaining in the village offered her little purpose, and it was far more appealing to embark on an adventure with this handsome young man. I am Tang San. He introduced himself, extending his hand to Guangling. Will you join me in exploring the knowledge of martial spirits? I will merely serve as your guide. Ultimately, it is up to you to chart your own path. Guangling reached out, grasping his hand firmly. Nodding resolutely as she replied, I am willing. Su Yuntao silently marveled at the precociousness of today's youth. Yet, he pondered the impending challenges Tang San would face upon Xiao Wu's return. In the following days, Tang San accompanied Guangling as they followed Su Yuntao to various villages, assisting in the awakening of martial spirits. Throughout their journey, with Tang San's encouragement, Guangling began to speak more audibly, shedding the timid demeanor she had carried in the village, though she remained somewhat reserved. During this time, Tang San also examined Guangling's martial spirit, the iron bow, which was nearly as tall as she was, an impressive weapon that she had learned to wield. The reason for her proficiency was clear. Her father had been a hunter, and although he had passed when she was just 3, children from impoverished backgrounds often matured quickly. Guangling explained that after her father's death, she had practiced archery daily, utilizing a sturdy bow and a few arrows he had left behind. However, until the awakening of her martial spirit at 6, she admitted she could only draw the bow slightly. From Tang San's perspective, this was entirely reasonable. After all, it was unusual for a 6-year-old girl to be capable of drawing a real bow. Nevertheless, she could draw her martial spirit bow. To be frank, Guangling's martial spirit had mutated from a wooden bow to an iron bow, and her innate soul power could not have simply manifested at level 3. Like other children with mutated martial spirits, she should typically have possessed only half a level or 1 level. As Su Yuntao had remarked previously, he had encountered children who awakened martial spirits of iron swords and iron knives, but their soul powers were either 0, half a level, or 1 level, with very few exceeding 2 levels. Yet, Guangling's iron bow displayed a rare innate power of level 3. This level indicated she could potentially reach the rank of soul respect, which represented a critical juncture in a soul master's journey toward becoming a true powerhouse. Why could an iron bow martial spirit possess innate soul power of level 3? According to Tang San's earlier hypothesis, innate soul power reflected the affinity between an individual and their martial spirit. Having been exposed to bows and arrows since the age of 3, Guangling might not articulate the relationship between bow and arrow, but undoubtedly possessed a profound understanding, enhancing her bond with her martial spirit. Tang San felt confident in his theory and anticipated further interactions with commoner soul masters to gather additional real-life examples. The extent of innate soul power in martial spirits signified not merely the quality of the martial spirit, but also the compatibility between the spirit and the awakener. High-quality martial spirits, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, 7-Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, and Xuantian Hammer, unless subject to uncontrollable mutations, would invariably possess innate soul power, typically at or above level 3. The variations above level 3 would depend on multiple factors, including the awakener's physical condition, mental state, and personality, but ultimately, the key determinant remained the affinity between the soul master and the martial spirit. Conversely, low-quality martial spirits, such as pots, pans, and hoes, could indeed awaken soul power. However, commoners aspiring to become soul masters often harbor doubts about awakening such seemingly impractical martial spirits for combat. Though martial spirits reside within the human body, they possess a certain degree of consciousness. The example of you, Xiaozhang's Luo Sanpao, serves as an excellent illustration. If you don't desire me, then I shall not concern myself with you, reflects a mutual disdain. Perhaps this sentiment seems exaggerated, yet the principle remains clear. Luo Sanpao, having mutated from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, undoubtedly possessed quality. Otherwise, Yu Xiaozhang would not have achieved even half a level of innate soul power. The concept of martial spirits is truly fascinating. In the future, it is conceivable that there could emerge a cigar martial spirit, which would serve as proof that martial spirits can respond to human thoughts and subsequently transform. Tang San recalled the cigar martial spirit from the Peerless Tang sect, further solidifying his hypothesis. However, This theory must exclude various external factors, such as celestial herbs, mutations, divine powers, and environmental influences. It is not something I can publicly present at this moment. Over the following fortnight, Tang San, Guangling, and Su Yuntao visited 8 additional villages, discovering 2 more children endowed with innate soul power. One possessed a scythe as a martial spirit with a soul power level of half. The other wielded a hoe, albeit with an iron handle instead of wood, resembling Guangling's situation. Yet his innate soul power was also merely half. Although the disparity between a hoe and a bow is significant, disregarding the distinction between agricultural tools and weapons, the material aspect remains consistent. Furthermore, the villagers revealed that this child had been assisting his father in the fields since the tender age of 3, wielding a small hoe to help with weeding and tilling. This discovery lent further credence to Tang San's conjectures. Should another martial spirit emerge in the form of a bow, transforming from wood to iron, yet possessing 0 or only half a level of innate soul power, Tang San would hold over 90% certainty that the innate soul power of martial spirits is indeed proportionate to the awakener's understanding and affinity towards their martial spirits, a relationship that is currently difficult to quantify precisely. With 5 years still ahead, there are numerous ordinary individuals wielding bows in the villages surrounding Nodding City, and compiling this data will serve as a form of evidence. Tang San felt an unprecedented brightness illuminating his future. Upon returning to Nodding City, Tang San promptly brought Guangling to Nodding Academy to register. The principal readily acquiesced, as Tang San was a notable figure at the academy, lending it considerable prestige. Subsequently, Tang San escorted Guangling to the 7th dormitory to arrange her accommodations. During her work-study, Guangling would benefit from interacting more with her peers. However, in a room at the back of the martial spirit hall, Tang San also arranged a bed for Guangling next to Xiao Wu's, allowing the 2 girls to share their space comfortably. Once the lodging was settled, Tang San commenced testing Guangling's martial spirit. Strength 1. Even without shooting arrows, the iron bow can serve as a weapon in combat. Defense 1. The bow's iron material is relatively hard, limited to that. Speed 2. Primarily referring to attack speed. Based on Guangling's tests, she could swiftly draw the bowstring with impressive rapidity. Stamina 2. Although Guangling's soul power is only at level 3, the iron bow consumes little soul power, enabling her to hold it for 30 minutes without needing to condense arrows using soul power. Energy 2. She can utilize soul power to condense arrows for release, a skill inherent to the iron bow. Yet with her current soul power, she can only release once. Prior to reaching soul master rank, she can substitute real arrows for soul power condensation, or combine both to reduce soul power consumption. Special 0. The martial spirit possesses no unique traits, and the soul power arrows released are purely condensed soul power without any attributes. Note: after acquiring a soul ring, it may inherit the attributes of the soul beast. Total score 8. While Guangling's iron bow martial spirit does not boast high foundational attributes, its attack speed, stamina, and energy are commendable, particularly in conjunction with Tang San's first soul skill. Guangling's soul power shortcomings will be remedied. These are the fundamental characteristics of your martial spirit. Before you reach level 10, study alongside me. You must tell me which type of soul beast to choose for your first soul ring. This will also serve as an assessment of your capabilities, Tang San said. If I am not satisfied, I will not abandon you. However, I hope you can forge your own path in the future, rather than relying solely on me. A teacher always wishes for their students to surpass them. Do you understand? Guangling nodded earnestly. I will not disappoint your expectations and will study diligently. At that moment, the back gate swung open with a forceful kick, and a familiar voice resounded, as boisterous as ever. Tang San, I'm back. Chapter 61. The internal flow of soul power within the soul ring. You need not be so loud upon your return. My hearing is intact, Tang San remarked. Eyeing Xiao Wu, he inquired, which soul beast provided your second soul ring? The listening wind rabbit, with the soul skill listening wind song, Xiao Wu replied. She had chosen the soul skill Tang San suggested and condensed it. Upon acquiring this soul ring, Xiao Wu found Tang San's assertion to be accurate. Her speed had indeed increased after her martial spirit manifested, particularly her reaction speed, rivaling that of a listening wind rabbit of the same age. This was merely the passive effect of the soul ring. Additionally, the listening wind's song skill significantly enhanced her mental acuity, augmenting her perceptive abilities to the point where she could foresee events 3 seconds into the future. Of course, this predictive capability could only be utilized when employing the soul skill. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Wu could merely sense the fluctuations in the air, All right, let us practice. Tang San executed the ghost shadow misty steps, and he and Xiao Wu began to dash around the courtyard. Tang San moved like a specter, elusive and unpredictable, while Xiao Wu's speed surpassed even his, exhibiting remarkable agility, yet she still struggled to catch up to him. Well done. Tang San halted his movements, signaling Xiao Wu to do the same. Your speed has increased significantly, and with listening winds song enhancing your perceptive abilities, you could easily become a close combat assassin-type Agile Soul Master, or even an interference-type Agile Soul Master. Moreover, with the heightened sensitivity of rabbit ears, you will be able to detect even the slightest disturbance. In the future, as your soul power grows, you might evolve into a reconnaissance-type Agile Soul Master. Humph! Little sister Xiao Wu is naturally this exceptional, she declared with pride, raising her head, her gaze falling on Guangling, who appeared dumbfounded. Who is this little sister? My newly enrolled student, Tang San introduced Guangling, with an iron-bound martial spirit and innate soul power at level 3. Her presence has instilled hope in me regarding a previous hypothesis. Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow skeptically. I can't shake the feeling that you've abducted child. Before Tang San could respond, Guangling shot Xiao Wu a fierce glare, asserting, I willingly chose to be his student. He did not abduct me. Well. Xiao Wu scrutinized Guangling for a moment. I was merely joking. No need to take it so seriously. Take it seriously? Guangling was intrigued by the unfamiliar phrase. Tang San explained, it means to be overly earnest. Xiao Wu casually added, in the future, when you're with me, I'll take you to deal with the aristocratic offspring of Nodding Academy. Trust me, beating them is truly exhilarating. Guangling. Ahem, such matters are best not to involve Guangling in. Wasting too much time on fighting is hardly a commendable pursuit. Tang San coughed twice, redirecting the conversation. Now, reveal your soul ring. Let me take a look. Xiao Wu obediently manifested her martial spirit. 2 rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, encircled her, appearing quite extraordinary, prompting Guangling to realize that this sister, only a year her senior, had already attained the rank of Great Soul Master. However, as Guangling had yet to embark on the journey of Soul Master cultivation, she was unaware of the astounding nature of reaching Great Soul Master level at the age of 7, particularly with a second soul ring being 1,000 years old. Thus, she was not particularly astonished. Her curiosity piqued instead by the distinct yellow and purple rings. 1,000-year second ring. Its hue is slightly lighter than mine. Perhaps it merely signifies entry into the 1,000-year tier. The 10,000-year whale gel I provided you was not in vain, Tang San commented objectively. Yet for reasons unknown, Xiao Wu detected a hint of mockery in his tone, which incited her ire. Regardless, the soul ring I can currently withstand is precisely 1,000 years, which is just right. Let us test the fundamentals of your martial spirit and see if there are any changes in your values. Tang San began to assess Xiao Wu. Strength 4. The enhancement of spiritual power has led to a more exquisite control over strength, allowing a more formidable execution of the waist bow. Speed, for when in motion, comparable to the legendary wind listening rabbit of a millennium. Defense 3. The inherent defensive capabilities have not seen significant improvement. Stamina 4. The soft-bone rabbit incurs minimal soul power expenditure. Energy 0, lacking any released energy. Special 2. The soft-bone rabbit has acquired the ability to perceive the wind. Total score 17. Looking at her martial soul analysis report, Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, truly impressive. I am indeed formidable, albeit still slightly inferior to you. It is quite commendable that the soft-bone rabbit has reached such a level as yours, Tang San replied, tucking away the report without hesitation. Honestly, for a soul beast at the bottom of the food chain, the soft-bone rabbit achieving your level is a testament to your extraordinary talent. Xiao Wu pouted, disregarding Tang San's teasing, and inquired, what should I choose for my 3rd soul ring? I have yet to conduct a more detailed assessment of your current state, and I shall need some time to thoroughly contemplate it. After all, I have a notion, Tang San said, raising a finger. What notion? Xiao Wu pressed. Don't keep me in suspense, just tell me. Soul Masters can acquire 9 soul rings. Theoretically, a titled Douluo, excluding the true form of their martial soul and soul bones, can obtain at least 9 soul abilities. Tang San elaborated, from my research within the repositories of the Martial Soul Hall and the Library of Nodding Academy, I have discovered that a small portion of esteemed family soul masters have begun to consider the synergy of soul abilities. Different soul abilities from various rings can be combined for a synergistic effect or a progressive enhancement. To this end, a technique known as ring fusion has emerged. As the name suggests, it involves merging soul rings to unleash greater power.
However, the conditions for ring fusion are exceedingly stringent. In addition to requirements on the Soul Master's physique and mental strength, the attributes of the soul rings must align, and the skills of the different rings must be complementary. Otherwise, fusion is simply unattainable. For what I recall in my past life, there's been but one notable figure in the realm of ring fusion, Douluo from the Blaze Academy. Presently, Tang San is unable to seek her out, as he would not receive any favor. After all, he wishes to prolong his survival. Thus, he can only search through historical records for instances of ring fusion, albeit with little success. Yet, Tang San understands one crucial aspect. The reason soul masters can utilize soul abilities simply by infusing their soul power is that the operational pathways for the soul power are already inscribed within the soul rings. Most soul masters employ their abilities much like an ordinary person activating a soul guiding lamp, by merely pressing the appropriate button, performing the corresponding action or soul incantation. The mechanism storing soul power within the lamp channels the energy along the pre-etched pathways. The soul power within the master flows into the soul ring, causing the lamp to illuminate. The soul master releases the soul ability. This process, while seemingly slow when described, is executed in a matter of moments. After all, how long does it take to turn on a lamp with the push of a button? In summary, the reason soul rings enable soul masters to manifest their abilities is that the pathways for soul power circulation are already established within the rings, significantly alleviating the effort required by the soul master. Tang San perceives that the skill of ring fusion is intrinsically linked to the circulation pathways within the soul rings. Chapter 62. The requirements of ring fusion. Complementary abilities. Indeed, the internal structure of the soul ring contains pathways for soul power circulation, akin to a soul guiding lamp, which saves the soul master considerable time. Otherwise, the intricate network of operational pathways would be beyond the capability of any soul master to navigate. Xiao Wu is aware of the existence of these pathways, yet they are exceedingly complex. Even a simple waist bow soul ability comprises thousands of soul power circulation routes, encompassing numerous intricate details. If one were to rely solely on imitation of actions, a rough approximation could be achieved, but the finer aspects would elude human grasp, as the human body does not possess such extensive pathways for soul power circulation. However, the inability to achieve this now does not preclude the possibility after becoming a title Douluo. The mental fortitude of a title Douluo is formidable. Does this mean that as long as the pathways within the soul rings are relatively consistent, they can be fused? Xiao Wu inquired. Not necessarily, Tang San replied, shaking his head. If it were that simple, then soul masters pursuing extreme paths would all be capable of ring fusion. We must also consider whether the soul rings themselves can withstand the combined energy of the fusion. Soul rings derived from the same soul beast, possessing identical abilities and similar internal pathways, may not necessarily fuse. In fact, I suspect they may even repel each other. Xiao Wu, perplexed, asked, why is that? If the soul rings come from the same soul beast and share the same abilities, why would they repel each other? Tang San recounted a case from the book Fire Yang Chronicles, where a soul king named Huiyang, during his attempts at ring fusion, experienced an explosion after merging 5 soul rings, resulting in his utter demise amidst the force of the unleashed energy. Huiyang's martial soul was fire, a pure, elemental soul, and all 5 soul rings originated from a soul beast known as the Firebird, with each ability being a form of flame refinement, capable of continuously purifying fire. This exceptional talent allowed Huiyang to elevate his flames to such temperatures that even a soul sage would hesitate to approach. In pursuit of even higher temperatures, he endeavored to practice ring fusion, convinced that his 5 soul rings, all stemming from the same soul beast and sharing identical abilities, could be successfully fused. However, he encountered difficulties early on, discovering that while the attributes of the 5 rings could align, they exhibited severe repulsion, complicating the fusion process. Huiyang believed this was due to his lack of control and thus dedicated 5 years to honing his soul power manipulation. After 5 years, he succeeded in forcibly compressing the 5 rings together, yet the repulsion intensified. Undeterred, he felt validated in his approach and invested another 5 years into refining his control, culminating in a final attempt. The result was a catastrophic explosion. Xiao Wu was at a loss for words. What kind of absurd tale is this? Tang San asserted gravely. This is no mere fable, but a true account. Huiyang's family meticulously documented his endeavors, and following his failure, they deemed ring fusion a forbidden technique, establishing a guideline that any descendants attempting it must ensure the attributes of the soul rings are consistent and, at the very least, non-conflicting. They must never attempt to fuse soul rings with identical abilities.
This is why I surmise that the pathways for soul power circulation within the soul rings are pivotal for the success of ring fusion. Much like a puzzle, only when the pieces are correctly aligned can they coexist harmoniously within the same space. A complete puzzle does not require two identical pieces. To illustrate further, Tang San likened it to magnets, where like poles repel and opposite poles attract. Xiao Wu grasped the concept and reasoned, therefore, the soul abilities we select in the future must be mutually complementary, correct? Precisely, Tang San affirmed. For instance, with my blue silvergrass, my first soul ability is endless recovery, which fundamentally involves taking root in the earth to absorb and transmute its energy, while my second soul ability, positive-negative buff, can utilize the energy released from the first ability after it has drawn upon the earth's power, creating a complementary relationship between them. Tang San felt a surge of joy at Xiao Wu's willingness to ponder their circumstances. Even if they were unable to successfully cultivate the skill of merging soul rings, they could still create a complementary synergy among their soul skills, yielding far more potent effects. This would prevent scenarios where one soul skill serves a singular purpose, entirely devoid of any direct connection to another, or worse, situations where they conflict. Each soul ring obtained signifies an enhancement to one's martial spirit. Similarly, with careful consideration, they could render their soul skills interplay increasingly harmonious. In my own case, if no other factors arise to augment my abilities, I am confident that upon reaching the Soul Sage rank and setting aside my martial spirit's true form, should I manage to perfectly integrate my first 6 soul skills, I would possess over a 95% assurance of being able to contend with any title Douluo below the 95th rank, with a likelihood of emerging victorious. Xiao Wu gaped in disbelief, tempted to dismiss Tang San's assertion as jest, yet recollecting that his first soul skill, endless recovery, enables him to ceaselessly draw upon the earth's power for replenishment. His second skill, positive and negative buffs, can weaken adversaries, despite her aversion to wind. The endless grasslands provide a constant source of energy for him to unleash. Moreover, Tang San has created unique soul skills and is currently honing his control over soul power, as well as discovering ways to enhance his physical strength. In a confrontation between a soul sage and a title Douluo, Xiao Wu mused that this no longer seemed a daunting challenge. She even speculated that once Tang San attains the rank of Soul Emperor, he would be capable of engaging title Douluo in battle. This was truly astonishing. Xiao Wu felt that if she adhered to Tang San's guidance, she too might rival title Douluo at the Soul Sage level, and at that moment, she would certainly teach the likes of Tion and other ferocious beasts a lesson, making it abundantly clear who reigns as the true queen of the Star Doe Forest. Hee, the beast god Tion? One day, I shall make you bow down and call me Sister Xiao Wu. Hey, what are you thinking about? Tang San remarked with mild disdain as he roused Xiao Wu from her daydream, handing her a handkerchief to wipe her drool, before encouraging her to practice climbing trees. Got it, you're so naggy, Xiao Wu retorted playfully, sticking her tongue out before approaching the jujube tree, which bore numerous footprints, and began her noisy practice. Now, she no longer needed to rely on running for momentum. She could walk upright directly, marking significant progress, though she still occasionally fell. Tang San gently patted Guangling's head, stating, once you reach level 10 and acquire your first soul ring, you too will need to undergo such training. Your soul power is currently too limited. I will heed my brother's guidance, Guangling affirmed vigorously, showing her preference for calling him brother rather than teacher, despite being taken under his tutelage. Tang San was indifferent to this, reveling in his own charm. Chapter 63, The Whale Glue Incident, Part 1. Martial Soul City, the Hall of the Pope. BB Dong received another transmission from the Martial Soul Branch in Nodding City, sent by Matthew, which included theoretical insights and intelligence regarding Tang San. This time, Tang San's written content was markedly briefer, comprising only 20,000 words, detailing the evolution of the best soul ring combinations throughout history and the factors influencing how long a soul master can endure soul ring ages. A millennium ago, the optimal soul ring configuration was indeed 3 white, 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. BB Dong, intrigued by this revelation, promptly requested the records detailing the soul masters from 1,000 years ago. Upon examination, she discovered that the documented title Douluo from that era truly possessed the configuration of 3 white, 3 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. As the records progressed closer to the present day, the number of black rings increased while the white and yellow diminished, culminating in today's optimal configurations of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, or a final red ring. It can be said that the current best soul ring configurations have been forged through the trials and sacrifices of generations of soul masters. rather than being predetermined from the outset. Bibi Dong felt a profound shock. After all, she was not entirely deranged at this juncture. Her rationality still prevailed. Being able to manage the vast martial soul hall and earn the admiration of countless individuals, how could she be a complete madwoman? It seemed that I indeed need to explore the archives of the martial soul hall. As the Pope, how could I remain oblivious to such crucial knowledge? What was I preoccupied with in my youth? Bibi Dong muttered to herself, recalling something that caused her expression to shift. But she quickly cut off that train of thought and redirected her focus to the latter part of Tang San's theory, the factors determining how long a soul master can endure soul ring ages. Physical strength, mental fortitude, the quality of soul power, and the compatibility of the soul beast soul ring with the martial spirit. Upon reaching this point, Bibi Dong realized that Tang San was indeed a meticulous theoretical master. He took into account not only the physical body, mental state, and soul power, but also the potential attribute conflicts between soul beasts and martial spirits when discussing the longevity of soul rings a soul master can withstand. He first negated the widely accepted optimal soul ring configurations on the continent, substantiating with evidence preserved by the martial soul hall that the absorption ages of soul rings have indeed been on the rise. He then elucidated that each soul master, due to their individual circumstances, can endure different soul ring ages at each stage, necessitating a personalized approach rather than blindly adhering to the continent's established optimal combinations. This point was so self-evident that Bibi Dong believed even someone with merely 3 years of experience in the Soul Master community would have heard of tales where Soul Masters failed to absorb soul rings, rendering their martial spirits useless, suffering disabilities, or even meeting their demise. Indeed, very impressive. If this theory were to be published, it could significantly temper the impulsiveness of Soul Masters when selecting their soul rings, encouraging them to consider their own situations, thereby greatly reducing casualties among civilian Soul Masters. Bibi Dong was quite satisfied, and her fondness for Tang San blossomed. After all, aside from the Martial Soul Report, there were also the Tiando Report and the Xingluo Report. Yet Tang San chose to submit his work to the Martial Soul Report, clearly displaying a profound appreciation for the Martial Soul Hall. This theory, once published through the Martial Soul Report, could engender goodwill towards the Martial Soul Hall among the majority of civilian Soul Masters who had not yet affiliated with it. Thus, how could the Martial Soul Hall fear unification? The only adversary she needed to contend with, aside from those empires and sects, were the forces of the Elder Hall, particularly Douluo. Bibi Dong was certain that he was well aware of his son's misdeeds. Subsequently, Bibi Dong encountered Tang San's proposed methods for enhancing the physical prowess of Soul Masters following the theoretical discourse. Whale glue. Bibi Dong extracted a piece of millennia-old whale glue, roughly the size of a fingernail, from the envelope. Following the instructions provided, she infused it with soul power and softened it using a specific technique. Instantly, the dark whale glue transformed into a crystalline substance, alluringly reminiscent of honey. Bibi Dong placed it in her mouth and frowned at the unpleasant taste. But she soon recognized the miraculous effects of the millennia-old whale glue. It indeed possessed remarkable capabilities for enhancing physical strength. Though it held limited utility for someone of her caliber, it could serve as a superb supplement for individuals like Hu Laina, potentially enabling them to withstand soul rings approaching the level of 10,000 years by the time they reach their 4th ring. Why approaching 10,000? Because Bibi Dong understood that once a soul beast reaches 10,000 years of age, remnants of the beast's soul linger within the soul ring, and a careless soul master risks severe soul damage. She would never allow her direct disciples to take such a risk. When the time came for their 4th soul rings, they could simply hunt a soul beast nearing the 10,000-year mark. However, a pressing dilemma loomed before her. Should the information regarding whale glue can enhance the physical strength of soul masters be disclosed? Even if a whale is not a soul beast, it inhabits deep-sea regions, and for a title de law to attempt capturing a non-soul beast whale will be fraught with peril. The ocean remains a forbidden zone for land-based soul masters. Even sea soul masters would struggle to assert their dominion over the vast waters, predominantly reigning only in coastal territories. Those pirates, too, merely thrive along specific trade routes, often too fearful to traverse areas populated by numerous sea soul beasts. In essence, even if this matter were to be announced, all factions on the mainland can only seek to procure whale resin from various apothecaries and collectors, rather than directly capturing the whale soul beast from the ocean. Moreover, this method was discovered and tested by Tang San, who undoubtedly informed Matthew and others. This information will eventually spread, and the extensive collection of whale resin by the Spirit Hall will surely reach the ears of those sections. While they may not discern the purpose behind the Spirit Hall's collection, they will certainly follow suit. Given this, it would be more prudent to promote it openly. With a decision made, Bibi Dong recognized that the Spirit Hall possesses an advantage that those sects lack. Every city in Douluo continent has a branch of the Spirit Hall. Comme fort. Bibi Dong summoned Du, Law, and Gaw, instructing, kindly relay this. Let all Spirit Hall branches gather the century, millennium, and 10,000-year whale resin from their respective cities and transport it to Spirit City. Yes, Your Holiness, the two Douluos responded respectfully before withdrawing. Next, Bibi Dong summoned the manager of the Spirit Report, directing him to publish Tang San's theory within its pages, adding, from now on, should you receive any theories from Tang San, ensure they reach me at the earliest opportunity. Understood, Your Holiness. The manager of the Spirit Report took Tang San's theory and departed, while Bibi Dong subsequently called upon the Elder in Red to bestow rewards upon Matthew in Notting City. Why does the Spirit Hall seek to amass whale resin in such quantities? 3 days later, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was the first to notice the Spirit Hall's actions. With numerous businesses selling luxury goods and soul guides in major cities like Tiando and Xinglu, their intelligence network was most astute. Furthermore, the Min family had accepted the favors of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, opting to join them, thus facilitating swift information gathering and transmission. Fengji. Sword Law approached Ning Fengji with the latest issue of the Spirit Report, exclaiming, "We have uncovered the reason behind the Spirit Hall's collection of whale resin. This substance softens with soul power, enhancing the physical attributes of soul masters, thereby extending the duration they can endure soul rings." Ning Fengji was taken aback and immediately took the newspaper, seeking the name Tang San and scrutinizing his theory. Upon seeing the description of the usage and effects of whale resin, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So is indeed Tang San to enhance the physical attributes of soul masters? Could it be that the Tang San whom Rong encountered is the very same individual?" Incredulous, he mused, "This is truly remarkable. Whale resin." Remembering this crucial information, Ning Fengji instructed Sword Law, "Uncle Jian, please notify all the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's businesses to procure whale resin. Also, inform Uncle Gu, as he may be able to acquire some 1,000-year grade whale resin from larger apothecaries." With Rong possessing innate soul power at level 9, and her martial spirit being the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda, should her second soul ring absorb a millennium grade, and the third and fourth also exceed their grades, it might allow the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda to undergo a transformation. Even if that does not occur, it would bolster Rong's physique, significantly enhancing her safety in the face of inevitable dangers. Sword recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly set off to inform the disciples of the sect to contact the various businesses of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. While Bon Douluo, upon hearing the news, abandoned his teachings to Mu Tian and headed straight for the largest apothecary within the Tiando region. Mu Tian, upon learning of the effects of whale resin, smacked his forehead, cursing, "Damn it, I knew the efficacy of whale resin, yet I didn't act swiftly enough. Tang San, he truly is the child of destiny." Without that fool Yu Shaojiang leading him astray, he managed to discover the effects of whale resin ahead of me. I must obtain a piece of 1,000-year whale resin from Bon Douluo. Subsequently, Mu Tian unleashed his martial spirit, Hao Yue, though for reasons unknown, Hao Yue's eyes appeared significantly dulled. Although the bulge on his body grew larger as Mu Tian's soul power increased, a sense of unease lingered within him. It must be an illusion. Hao Yue was undeniably more obedient than before. Perhaps he was simply overthinking it. In an effort to reassure himself, he commanded Hao Yue to commence soul power cultivation while he reclined on the grass, savoring the gradual enhancement of his own soul power. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the increase had been considerably slower than usual. Had Hao Yue become disheartened after his defeat? Come on, you are the god of heavenly punishment. Exert a bit of effort. Within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Yuan, upon learning of the effects of whale resin, promptly dispatched individuals to procure it, but alas, he was already too late. The other sects and families fared no better, unable to acquire any, as the vast majority of whale resin had already been claimed by the Spirit Hall, with only a negligible amount left to the early responding Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The remaining factions were left with naught. Thus, these factions turned their attention to regular whale resin, discovering that the resin from ordinary whales also bore some benefits, albeit requiring the consumption of over 100 pounds to yield even a slight enhancement in physical attributes. Furthermore,
This 100 pounds of regular whale resin could not be ingested all at once. Otherwise, the effect would be nullified, and one might even perish from overconsumption. Once the effects of whale resin became known across the continent, many theorists studying martial spirits began to imitate this discovery, writing about fish glue, shark glue, and other marine substances that could similarly enhance a soul master's physical attributes. Some theorists even shifted their focus to terrestrial soul beasts, claiming that various parts of these beasts could bolster a soul master's physical strength and accelerate soul power cultivation, spinning tales of extraordinary feats. The supervisor of the Spirit Report looked at the myriad theories submitted by the martial spirit researchers with growing frustration, insisting that the subordinates dispose of these worthless documents. Tang San's theory was grounded in practical evidence, credible and actionable, while the others merely imitated. One paper simply replicated Tang San's work, altering a few terms and swapping names in the examples, ultimately replacing whale resin with cattle whip. How absurd! Whale resin can enhance physical strength under certain methodologies. Cattle whips have some aphrodisiac properties, so they too can enhance physical strength, right? The supervisor now recognized the abundance of talent among the theorists, lamenting, at least they could have expressed it in their own style. Chapter 64. The Whale Resin Controversy, Part 2. As the effects of whale resin spread, an unprecedented fervor for it swept across the entire Douluo continent, with countless individuals clamoring for it, some even resorting to forgery. Many purchased whale resin made from sheep oil, only to find that rather than strengthening their physical attributes, it led to unpleasant digestive issues. Meanwhile, the major powers had amassed a considerable amount of whale resin, but 1,000-year grades were scarce, and 10,000-year varieties were virtually non-existent, with century-old whale resin being even harder to find. After all, whales inhabit the deep sea, a forbidden zone for mainland humans. Currently, coastal city soul masters and ships could only explore and hunt in shallow waters. This presents a fundamental issue of demand. With such abundant resources on the continent, humans have yet to fully explore them. How could they possibly delve into the ocean? The whale resin available on the market predominantly comes from powerful coastal soul masters who venture into the deep sea to hunt whale soul beasts. And they typically target those of at least 1,000-year grade. Few would risk venturing into the depths for a mere century-old beast. However, that was in the past. Now that the efficacy of whale resin has been publicized by Tang San, many soul masters will undoubtedly venture into the ocean's depths for profit. Yet, this bears no relation to Tang San. He has already reaped the benefits of whale resin and fortuitously acquired a whale pearl. As for whether this news will elevate the combat prowess of soul masters across the continent, Tang San remains indifferent, perhaps even looking forward to a flourishing future for the soul master community. After all, inspiration is a finite resource, even for one who hails from the modern era. As for whether anyone might surpass him, Tang San harbored no concerns. The world already teemed with individuals who had exceeded their own limits, such as the titled Douluos whose spiritual power eclipsed his own and whose soul skills were far more numerous. By relinquishing all ties to the Xuantian clan and eschewing any notions of reclaiming his ancestry, he would simply be a common prodigy. Moreover, thanks to the 2 publications in the Martial Soul Journal, his reputation had soared. For this reason alone, the vast majority of soul masters on the continent who benefited from his revelations ought to express their gratitude towards him. Regarding other time travelers apart from himself, Tang San speculated that there were likely more than just Mu Tian, but their advantages were presumably minimal. Otherwise, he would not have had the chance to be born. Just like Mu Tian, whose external aid represented the god of retribution, Austin Griffin, was defeated by him, with its essence even merging into his Xuantian hammer. As for the other time travelers, Tang San was uncertain how many there were, but it was likely that they were not particularly formidable. Otherwise, they would have simply dominated the scene without needing to resort to stealing the seedlings of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Thus, Tang San did not mind if those time travelers also benefited from a thesis he had published. In fact, he hoped it would entice them out into the open, allowing him to gauge their numbers and devise countermeasures. After all, given Tang San's reputation, it was not particularly favorable. These time travelers were likely plotting to ascend by stepping on his head, while only ancient time travelers would consider flattering him. The whale glue incident certainly garnered the attention of numerous time travelers, yet most remained concealed, muttering curses at Tang San for his perceived impudence. Although discovering that whale glue could enhance physical prowess was one thing, publishing it was simply foolish. However, a few time travelers recognized that Tang San might have fortuitously consumed whale glue due to some butterfly effect and had even absorbed soul rings beyond their limits. To avoid drawing the attention of all factions across the continent,
he had chosen a prudent path of self-preservation. After all, Tang San was still merely a commoner emerging from the Holy Spirit village, without power or influence, and he needed to divert the attention of the major factions elsewhere, rather than allowing it to focus on him. At present, he was just a child prodigy with a blue-silver grass martial soul and a smattering of knowledge regarding martial soul cultivation. This subset of time travelers had already traversed time for a while and had gained a more authentic understanding of the Douluo continent. Hence, they refrained from causing disturbances and simply lived their lives. As for altering the Douluo continent, they could speak eloquently about it online, yet when it came to actual implementation, their efforts paled in comparison. The people of this world were not as mindless as those portrayed in novels. Rather, they preferred to resolve matters with their fists in most cases. Once they realized that intellect could offer a more elegant and effective solution, they would invariably abandon brute force. After all, no faction desired to achieve victory at a catastrophic cost, especially in a world where martial souls necessitated bloodline inheritance. In Tiando City, at the Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua had also learned of the latest issue of the Martial Soul Journal and recognized the utility of whale glue. However, it was too late to procure any. Upon visiting any apothecary, she discovered that all whale glue had been sold out, with even the ordinary variety completely gone. To place an order would mean waiting a decade. Meanwhile, the Martial Soul Hall had begun recruiting sea soul masters from coastal regions, hoping to train a soul master army capable of combating on the seas to explore marine resources. The revelation of whale glue's effects by Tang San had awakened the entire continent's soul masters to the significance of oceanic resources. The sea, a realm far broader than land, harbored countless undiscovered sea soul beasts and minerals, all shrouded in mystery. Although the Martial Soul Hall's current influence would require over a decade to train a marine exploration team, it was sufficient to place the hall leaps ahead of other factions. The Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire would undoubtedly formulate corresponding plans and preparations. But in terms of soul masters, they could not match the Martial Soul Hall. Ah, little San, you have inadvertently aided the enemy, Tang Yuehua lamented, feeling some resentment towards Tang Hao. Such a remarkable child, and yet you do not nurture him yourself. Instead, you leave him to me. Even if those major factions discover he is from the Xuantian clan, they will not pay much heed to him since his martial soul is merely blue-silver grass. Now, it appeared that little San had developed a fondness for the Martial Soul Hall after being exposed to it from a young age, and he might someday assist the hall in dealing with the Xuantian clan. Sigh. Why the sigh? Teacher Tang. At that moment, a golden-haired youth approached Tang Yuehua, bearing a smile, his demeanor poised and elegant. Qinghe, I sigh because I cannot procure whale glue. After all, I wish to test whether it can enhance my physique and enable me to cultivate to the 10th level of soul power, Tang Yuehua replied, concealing her thoughts with a plausible excuse. Tang Yuehua's martial soul was the noble ring, a mutation of the Xuantian hammer, which inherently possessed a domain. Yet her innate soul power was exceedingly low, as if all of it had been devoted to the mutation of her martial soul and the manifestation of her noble domain. What difficulty is this? A fortunate student has procured 10 pounds of Millennium Whale glue. I can send half to you, teacher, and assist in its consumption, Xuantian offered. Studying music, calligraphy, and painting at the Moon Pavilion, he addressed Tang Yuehua as teacher, which was entirely appropriate. And he was aware that she secretly despised her Xuantian hammer's mutation into a noble ring. Those born into the Xuantian clan, regardless of gender, would cultivate a sense of pride before their martial souls awakened. How could Tang Yuehua possibly take pleasure in awakening a noble ring? She felt only disdain. Alas, she had no choice in the matter and could not control what mutations her martial soul would undergo. However, Xuantian understood that this woman was exceptionally skilled at disguise. Chapter 65. The Emergence of the Second Time Traveler. I must thank His Highness the Crown Prince for his kind intentions. Tang Yuehua returned the smile. She held a favorable attitude towards Xuantian, as he was capable and likely to be the next emperor of the Tiando Empire, thus meriting her attention. Teacher Tang, what are your thoughts on this, Tang San? Xuantian inquired. A tree standing out in the forest, oblivious to the vastness of the world, only seeking fame, is of no concern. Tang Yuehua disparaged Tang San. Yet in truth, she wished to divert Xuantian's focus away from him. The Tiando Empire was fundamentally built upon its people. The crown prince need not overly concern himself with such matters. Although soul masters were formidable, they could not single-handedly determine the outcome of a war. 80% of the Tiando army was composed of ordinary men, yet when well-trained and formed into battle formations, they could render soul masters powerless. Those soul masters tended to fight individually,
forming small groups of no more than 7. When numbers increased, they would falter. As for the powerful titled Douluos, unless the two great empires of the continent engaged in full-scale war, they would not easily take to the battlefield, as they pursued breakthroughs into higher realms. Xuantian sighed, truly, Teacher Tang, despite being a woman, you possess such profound insight into the state of the continent. I still have much to learn from you. Tang Yuehua suddenly realized she had spoken too much, but did not immediately alter her expression. Instead, she smiled sweetly, Your Highness. You flatter me. I merely possess a small understanding, far inferior to that of your confidants. It is but a woman's perspective. You are too humble, Teacher Tang. Xuantian replied with a smile. After engaging in conversation for a while and practicing musical instruments, he departed the Moon Pavilion and returned to his palace. Summoning a 12-year-old boy, Wang Chun, do you have any regrets? Xuantian asked the somewhat handsome youth before him. Whale glue can enhance physical strength. Yet you were the first to discover it. You confided in me that it was a secret and must not be disclosed. But others have found it out and published it through the Martial Soul Journal, leading the Martial Soul Hall to reap even greater benefits. While your reputation has been seized by that Tang San, the young man named Wang Chun wore a somewhat somber expression, finally exhaling a deep sigh as he spoke. Young master, it is indeed my oversight. However, Tang San's actions benefit everyone and have also brought advantages to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon clan. He will undoubtedly not be swayed by the Spirit Hall. Moreover, his ability to formulate theoretical self-analysis for soul masters, enabling them to more accurately assess their strengths, clearly indicates a sharp intellect. Such an individual would never submit to the Spirit Hall, nor would he ever bow to you, young master. Xuantian's smile faded as he inquired. So, thus, I suggest we eliminate him directly to prevent any future troubles. A glimmer of murderous intent surfaced in Wang Chen's eyes. After all, Tang San's actions had exceeded his expectations, whether considering the butterfly effect or other uncertainties. He would not be like those foolish characters in fanfiction who hesitate to act when they have the opportunity to kill, merely to prolong the plot. If it were feasible, he would have preferred to eliminate Tang San while he was still young. However, upon reflection, he realized that when Tang San was born, he himself was merely 6 years old, having just awakened his martial soul and was incapable of accomplishing anything. Although he was discovered by Xuantian due to his innate full soul power and brought into the palace, he rarely had the chance to see Xuantian and instead spent his time with other gifted children under the tutelage of a Soul King. He wished to propose hypothetical suggestions, but was rebuffed by the Soul King, who reported to Xuantian that he was arrogant and unruly due to his innate full soul power. Xuantian did not speak on his behalf. Instead, he clothed him in tattered commoner's garb, smeared him with dirt, and cast him into the streets of Heavendo City, instructing him, if you can survive for 3 days in this city with nothing, then I may choose to trust you. The reality was that, without any resources, he could not endure even a single day in Heavendo City. While some might show pity for a filthy 6-year-old beggar and offer scraps, no one would heed his nonsensical ramblings. His age further hindered him from finding any work. The city's residents, elegantly attired, looked down upon him. A muddy child from a humble village, despite his youth. Ultimately, he could not last a single day and returned to the palace grounds, seeking Xuantian's forgiveness. Yet, Xuantian left him waiting for 2 days before allowing him entry. From that moment, he understood that he and Xuantian, Qian Rinqiu, were of different classes, both in status and talent, she possessing innate level 20. Although his innate full soul power was indeed exceptional, Xuantian would not treat him preferentially, for she, with her innate level 20, had the right to look down upon all soul masters on the continent. Thereafter, Wang Chun ceased his rebelliousness and accepted the Soul King's guidance. Utilizing his innate full soul power, he progressed faster than others, reaching level 20 by the age of 9. He accidentally discovered the properties of whale glue and informed Xuantian, which gradually brought him closer to her, making him useful to her. However, upon learning of the properties of whale glue, Xuantian did not relay this information to the Spirit Hall. Wang Chun speculated that she intended to demonstrate its value to Bibi Dong after gaining control over the Heavendo Empire before revealing it. Consequently, she collected it in small quantities. Large-scale collection would attract attention, as the other powers on the continent were not foolish. Collecting 3 or 4 times could be dismissed as a minor issue, but collecting over 10 times, especially in large amounts, would lead anyone to suspect that Xuantian had discovered other applications of whale glue. At the very least, Ning Fengji, who publicly was Xuantian's teacher, would certainly take note of such behavior.
in the Douluo continent. While the relationship between teacher and disciple is not as rigid as once a teacher, always a father, once a disciple has taken on a master, they may have their secrets, but should the teacher inquire, the disciple is obliged to answer as much as they can. Kill him? Xuantian gazed at Wang Qian for a considerable time before stating lightly, "Your perspective is somewhat narrow-minded." Wang Qian's countenance darkened, yet he remained steadfast in his opinion. His proclamations may disrupt your plans. It is wiser to eliminate uncertain factors, perhaps even dispatching a title de law. He refrained from mentioning that Tang San was the son of the Xuantian Skill. For Xuantian, his thoughts were astutely meticulous. Wang Qian, having scarcely ventured beyond the confines of Heaven Do City, would raise questions about how he knew of Tang San's background. Geniuses may harbor their secrets. Yet Xuantian Qian was inherently domineering, relishing control over everything. Even regarding talents from other factions, she would secretly dispatch individuals to gather detailed intelligence. How could Wang Qian, a genius nurtured under her watchful eye, possess knowledge that she did not? Would Qian still trust him? Chapter 66. Tang San. You are undoubtedly mine. Is that so? Xuantian's tone dripped with sarcasm. Is it not jealousy that drives you, being the first to discover the properties of whale glue, while this fellow discovered it before you? Over the past 6 years, Xuantian had come to understand Wang Qian's temperament. Though outwardly obedient, he harbored an inexplicable arrogance, seemingly looking down upon everyone. A typical child from humble beginnings, particularly one from a small village, would not behave thus. They would be cautious and humble, even with innate, full soul power. Moreover, Wang Qian was exceedingly envious, allowing no peers to contradict him, and would go to any lengths to surpass others in any area where they excelled, seeking to demonstrate his worth before her, driven by a strong sense of purpose. Much like his pretense of being Xuantian. However, this did not elicit empathy from her, nor did it lessen her subtle vigilance towards him. A villain, too, desires to surround themselves with virtuous individuals. Yet, this was also one of the reasons she allowed Wang Qian to remain by her side. He reflected a familiar shadow, and at least on the surface, he appeared to be tamed, obedient, and quite useful. Even if he held differing thoughts, he would express them. But once she issued a command, he would not dare to voice further objections. Noticing Wang Qian's silence, Xuantian remarked, "You may leave. Focus on your training. Your soul power has reached level 27. Aim to break through to level 30 before you turn 13. Since the properties of whale glue are now known to all, strive to endure 3,000 years for your third spirit ring. Is that not feasible? Young master, might you grant me a piece of 10,000-year whale glue? I wish to attempt enduring 10,000 years for my third spirit ring." Wang Qian respectfully inquired. The value of whale glue had been revealed. 10,000-year whale glue could benefit titled Douluos below level 95, yet you, possessing merely innate full soul power and having achieved no accomplishments, what right do you have to partake? Xuantian posed a question that Wang Qian could not currently answer. Furthermore, did you not claim that after consuming a piece of 1,000-year whale glue, your second spirit ring could endure 1,000 years? But what was the outcome? You failed to absorb it. Had it not been for my angel martial soul, a divine-level martial soul, forcefully severing your connection with that 1,000-year spirit ring, you would be no more. The fact that you can continue to cultivate and even find a spirit ring close to 900 years is sheer luck. In contrast to Wang Qian's fortuitous discovery of whale glue's properties, Xuantian held greater faith in Tang San, for his research on whale glue was profoundly thorough. Aside from the 100-year whale glue, which he could not find and thus did not elaborate on, he provided a comprehensive range of information regarding the effects of 1,000-year whale glue, 10,000-year whale glue, and ordinary whale glue, as well as guidelines on consumption and the extent of enhancement they could impart to the human body. Unlike Wang Qian, who merely remarked that whale glue could enhance physical quality, he failed to elaborate further. How many grams would be required for a certain degree of enhancement? Whether the effects would vary among individuals of different ages, and so on. Wang Qian could not articulate any of these details, whereas Tang San provided a general range of results, demonstrating that upon discovering the efficacy of whale glue, he did not succumb to impulsive excitement, but instead diligently researched the effects of varying types, dosages, and applications of whale glue on soul masters across different age groups. Although the final data presented remained somewhat abstract and imprecise, it at least offered future practitioners a better framework to assess their own enhancements post-consumption of whale glue, thus significantly aiding subsequent research endeavors. Upon hearing Qianrinchue's remarks, Wang Qian fell silent, realizing that in her eyes, he was not of great importance. Perhaps in her view, with his innate full soul power, he would merely become a title de law in the future, while she, backed by the spirit hall,
would ascend to divinity, wielding the full might of the title Douluo within the spirit hall at her command. For a prodigy like him, other major powers might seek to recruit him. Yet to Qian Renxue, a mere title Douluo was unworthy of significant regard. The spirit hall possessed more than a handful of title Douluo, and his presence would only serve as an embellishment. Moreover, he had already caught her attention, and, unless absolutely necessary, he could not betray her, lest he be forced to live in obscurity. After Wang Chen departed, a middle-aged man appeared behind Xue Qinghe, handing over a letter. This is news from the grand offering of Spirit City regarding Tang San. His innate soul power is only at level 6, with a blue-silver grass martial soul. However, his first soul ring was absorbed beyond his level, a 500-year-old thousand roots banyan. At that time, he likely had not consumed whale glue. The second soul ring, presumably an over-limit soul ring absorbed after taking whale glue, is reported to be at the 1,000-year level. If the subchamber master from Nodding City did not misjudge the depth of its color, it might very well approach 2,000 years. Xue Qinghe's pupils constricted sharply, and he sighed. At just 7 years old, a second soul ring of 1,000 years, nearing 2,000 years from a mere blue-silver grass martial soul. Truly remarkable. Is there any hope of subduing such a talent? The middle-aged man shook his head. The Pope did not forcibly bring him to Spirit City, and according to Matthew's account, the boy has aspirations of his own and does not wish to be constrained by the education of the Spirit Hall, fearing it would render him indistinguishable from masses. This situation bears some resemblance to Wang Chun at the outset. Xue Qinghe thought of Wang Chun, but quickly shook his head. It was still different. When presented with valuable resources, Wang Chun would hoard them for himself. Even upon verifying their effectiveness, he would not disclose them. His mindset not as expansive as that of Tang San. Young master, there's another matter, the middle-aged man continued. Our spies infiltrated the 7-treasure glazed tile school have reported that the child with the detached martial soul lost to Tang San while assisting Ning Rongrong in soul hunting. And Tang San arrogantly remarked to Mu Tian. What did he say? Xue Qinghe inquired, intrigued. The one who loses to me will never be regarded as my opponent. I grant you the time to chase after me until you can no longer see me, the middle-aged man recounted, his expression somewhat peculiar. Xue Qinghe's eyes brightened upon hearing this, envisioning a spirited youth confidently delivering such words to a vanquished foe. How exceedingly gallant. In the continent, when ordinary soul masters encounter adversaries in the wild and triumph, they typically seek to eliminate them to avoid future complications. Yet Tang San's ability to utter such a declaration revealed his confidence. She could hardly suppress her desire to meet him. Youthful master, I suspect he may merely be boasting or stalling for time, especially since there were other members of the 7-treasure glazed tile school present, the middle-aged man cautioned. To possess both courage and cunning is commendable, Xue Qinghe mused, having formed a first impression of Tang San. Even when others raised objections, she could conjure suitable justifications in her mind. Furthermore, to remain unyielding before nearly 30 soul masters from the 7-treasure glazed tile school and to subsequently utter such words was a display of humor and pride. In her eyes, Tang San's ability to converse with ease after defeating Mu Tian, all while under the scrutiny of other members, was indeed a rare and valuable trait. Such talent, once subdued, would yield a profound sense of achievement. Tang San, you shall be mine. Chapter 67, Yu Xiaojiang's Disdain. On the Douluo continent, a ripple of change stirred in the wake of Tang San's 2 papers and the efficacy of whale glue. At Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang scrutinized Tang San's published theories with a furrowed brow, harboring resentment towards him. The cases presented in these theories were meticulously sourced, allowing anyone to verify them through the public library of the Spear Hall. In contrast, his own theories appeared rather rudimentary, particularly the origins of the best soul ring combinations he had previously published. Tang San had deliberately pointed out that the maximum years a soul master could absorb soul rings at each stage were merely the highest recorded limits of certain historical soul masters, clearly documented in relevant literature. As a result, his esteemed title of master was met with ridicule. Many claimed he had never conducted genuine research, merely transcribing the highest absorption limits from history without considering whether the soul masters were the same individuals, whether their physical conditions differed, or whether their martial souls matched the attributes of the soul rings, among other factors. Although he had indeed overlooked some of these considerations, he had at least taken physical strength into account. Xiaojiang, what are your thoughts on whale glue? Flinder approached Yu Xiaojiang. Though we may not have much funds, this substance can enhance the children's physical quality. Should we procure some? I have connections with the apothecary in Soto City, who should have some 1,000-year grade whale glue on hand. Absolutely not. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head.
While medicines can assist soul masters in their training, they should only be used in medicinal baths. Ingesting them is something I cannot endorse. The children should carry stones and run around Soto City. Not only does this enhance their physical strength, but also fortifies their willpower. This is far superior to merely pursuing whale glue. As for bodily concerns, I possess a medicinal bath formula from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, which we are already utilizing. You have seen the results, have you not? The children's bodies have strengthened considerably over the past month. Although the effects may not be as immediate as whale glue, I believe this method is far more reliable. Moreover, as for the 1,000-year grade whale glue, even if your apothecary friend reserves some for you, he certainly will not offer it for free. Even with a discount, we cannot afford it. The last point struck a chord with Flender. Shrek Academy was indeed low on funds, and Yu Xiaojiang was daily expending the Academy's budget to procure materials for medicinal baths. Currently, they could afford at most 10 grams of 1,000-year whale glue. 10 grams, what good is that? Xiaojiang, the Academy is running low on funds. We need to find new sources of income. Do you have any good ideas? Flender inquired, his brow furrowing. In a year or two, we may not even be able to afford the medicinal baths. I'll think it over, Yu Xiaojiang replied. Flender, focus on recruiting more outstanding students. If we can endure until the children win the championship at the elite tournament of advanced soul master academies across the continent, Shrek Academy will thrive. Xiaojiang, I want that too, but our Shrek Academy doesn't even have the qualifications to compete, Flender lamented, his expression troubled. Establishing an academy was not solely for teaching students. It was also for gaining fame, and the best way to achieve notoriety was by participating in soul master competitions. However, the teachers at their academy had varying degrees of grievances with the Spirit Hall, and having grown accustomed to their freedom, they were reluctant to associate with any particular faction, thus failing to obtain formal teaching credentials. To be honest, Shrek Academy was less of an academy and more akin to an upscale tutoring center collaborating with a nearby rural community. In the future, I shall devise a plan. You must persist a while longer. Yu Xiaojiang encouraged Flander. Yet within, he pondered how to persuade Flander to relinquish the title of Shrek and join other esteemed academies, thus executing a plan of leveraging resources. With the prowess of individuals like Flander and Zhao Wujia, if they were to affiliate with other institutions, they would undoubtedly secure the autonomy to teach, while also availing themselves of the resources from those reputable academies to arrange superior training regimens for the children. At present, the machinations of other forces on the continent, as well as the schemes of Shrek and others, bore no relation to Tang San. Even when he visited the apothecary in Nodding City to procure medicine, the old shopkeeper's expression was one of utter distress, as though he had consumed something repugnant. How could he have sold such a considerable quantity of 10,000-year whale gel? It was, without doubt, a grievous loss. Despite the impurities, the outer layer alone, when amalgamated, will be the size of 2 adult fists. That was whale gel of a millennium grade. Presently, a single gram could fetch 10,000 gold soul coins, and its market value was beyond estimation. He had suffered a great loss. Is there any whale gel left, good sir? Tang San inquired of the old shopkeeper. Alas, none remains. Ever since Master Tang San's theory was published, I have deeply regretted my decision. I am bereft of even the ordinary whale gel, which has been snatched up entirely. In the future, I know not where to source it. Previously, this commodity was seldom sought after. Who could have anticipated such a dire demand? No, it's not a question of demand. The supply has been severed. If you wish for whale gel, you must venture to coastal cities and see if any sea spirit masters are embarking on hunts for whale-type soul beasts. Otherwise, it will be utterly unattainable. Very well. Then I shall have a bit of dried black fungus, Tang San replied. Certainly, that is plentiful. How much do you require? The old shopkeeper asked. Just a pound will suffice, Tang San answered. Very well, the old shopkeeper responded, weighing out a pound and placing it in a bag before pushing it toward Tang San. Though dried black fungus was abundant, the process of drying it did incur a time cost, priced at 5 copper soul coins per pound. Tang San handed over 5 copper soul coins and returned to the spirit hall with the dried black fungus. It was not that Tang San had a craving for black fungus, but rather that Guangling found the whale gel distasteful. Its flavor was indeed not pleasant for the human palate. After adding sugar, Xiaowu found it more palatable, but Guangling. Sugar was to Guangling's liking. Whale gel, she could reluctantly swallow. Yet combined, it nearly induced her to retch. Despite ultimately swallowing it, her contorted expression might lead one to believe that Tang San was bullying the little girl. Thus, Tang San resolved to experiment with the black fungus. After soaking and cleansing the fungus, he softened the whale gel and wrapped it in the black fungus, crafting it into pieces the size of a fingernail, which he presented to Guangling. Give this a try. If nothing else, it can be swallowed whole, as the black fungus is quite smooth. This method was akin to the various capsule medications from Tang San's previous life. Some medicinal powders were intolerable to the palate, thus encased in a starch shell that could dissolve in gastric acid, facilitating ingestion. Tang San knew not how to create a starch shell, having to substitute with other materials. Black fungus was an excellent choice. Guangling accepted it and swallowed the whale gel encased in black fungus directly, stating, "Brother, I feel much better this way. It's just flavorless." "That is good," Tang San nodded. Before long, the black fungus was digested in Guangling's stomach, allowing the 1,000-year whale gel to take effect, causing her entire body to flush red, though the sensation soon dissipated. After all, that 1,000-year whale gel was only the size of a fingernail. Thus its potency was not overwhelming. At merely 6 years of age, a small piece daily would suffice, especially as she was quite frail, not unlike the Tang San of yore, perhaps even more so. Such restorative medicine was not suited for excessive consumption. It required a gradual approach. Chapter 68. Xiao Wu's Three-Blade Strategy. It seemed that wrapping the whale gel in black fungus was indeed effective. Tang San, lost in thought, then began to instruct Guangling in literacy, aiming for her to master commonly used characters before the commencement of classes at Nodding Academy. Subsequently, he assisted Xiao Wu in testing her physical attributes after acquiring her second spirit ring, discovering that 100,000-year soul beast's transformation was still influenced by the enhancements of a spirit ring, resulting in changes to the soft-bone rabbit's martial spirit. This confirmed one of Tang San's previous hypotheses, that a 100,000-year transformed soul beast was, in essence, human, no longer merely a soul beast. In terms of form, a transformed soul beast bore a human-like appearance, with organs indistinguishable from those of a person. Regarding martial spirits, since the transformation into human form originated from soul beasts, the compatibility of the martial spirit with the human body was 100%. Though the spirit rings could coalesce according to their 100,000-year cultivation, and the soul skills could evolve autonomously based on personal intent, the martial spirit itself would also undergo changes influenced by the soul skills to a certain extent. The lifespan of self-consolidated spirit rings from a 100,000-year transformed soul beast might be optimal, but soul skills were less certain. What did it matter to have lived so many years? Having spent most of one's life in the primordial forest at most, one would possess a rudimentary understanding of various soul beasts in their immediate environment, without any significant advantages beyond that. It could be said that a freshly transformed 100,000-year soul beast was merely a human with a corresponding understanding of familiar soul beast types, endowed with the essence of a 100,000-year cultivation. Setting aside the 100,000-year essence, they were simply a rather peculiar ordinary child. Now that the tests were complete, the soul skill Whispering Wind primarily enhanced his mental acuity, enabling him to perceive the vibrations in the air, heightening his senses and allowing for more precise control over his soul power. Xiao Wu articulated her advantages, stating, "According to your classification, I am now a melee assassination type agile attacker. However, at present, I possess only one attack type soul skill with a waist bow. If my opponent has robust defenses, I can at most create distractions." Indeed, thus while practicing the control of your soul power, you must also hone other skills, Tang San advised, producing 3 short blades from his white jade belt, 2 made of iron and the other a wooden blade devoid of a handle. "I am a practice with blades?" Xiao Wu exclaimed, surprised as she picked up the 2 iron short blades and swung them experimentally, finding them quite comfortable. "But what is the purpose of this handleless wooden blade?" "Precisely. Your speed is remarkable. It would be a shame not to practice skills with short blades or daggers. After all, aside from the Soul Master competition, where you cannot utilize abilities beyond your martial spirit, at other times, there is no need to adhere strictly to the rules." Tang San elaborated. "The reason I have chosen short blades for you rather than daggers is that daggers are too short, while short blades are longer, granting you some melee capability. As for this handleless wooden blade, I hope you will master the 3-blade technique." "The 3-blade technique? But I have no third hand." Xiao Wu replied, perplexed. "You do possess a third hand." Tang San pointed to Xiao Wu's hair. "Do you not wish to keep your hair long?" In formal competitions, opponents would refrain from employing such underhanded tactics as grabbing hair. However, while traversing the continent and encountering unscrupulous foes, such decorum may not apply. Your braid, akin to a whip, can be utilized. Yet, merely using it as a whip is perilous, for it is connected to your scalp. If someone seizes it, you could find yourself in a predicament. Moreover, compared to a traditional whip, your hair is too short. Therefore, by affixing a blade to the end of your braid and swinging it, you can unleash its potency. Should you discover the appropriate techniques, it may yield surprising results. Xiao Wu's eyes brightened as she grasped the handle-less wooden blade, threading her hair through the blade's opening and swinging it a few times, causing the wooden blade to strike her head, eliciting a yelp of pain. This is precisely why I chose to have you practice with the wooden blade first. Tang San unleashed the blue silver grass, offering a remedy to Xiao Wu for the crimson mark upon her forehead. If you were to wield an iron knife, you might inadvertently harm yourself in the initial stages, he cautioned. Xiao Wu retrieved a mirror from her white jade belt and, upon seeing her face unmarred, sighed in relief. Using my hair to strike is quite difficult. And what are these two short blades in my hands? Are you skilled in knife techniques? I'm not, he admitted. But ultimately it boils down to three principles: speed, ferocity, and precision. As he shared his insights, he continued, the blades I fashioned for you are flat-edged, devoid of curvature. And while they may not resemble swords, their tips are angled, unlike the symmetrical design of a sword. This design facilitates thrusting. Your speed among great spirit masters is already commendable. If you can identify an opponent's weak spot and strike true, you can incapacitate them. However, he added with a hint of jest, it appears you have yet to slay even a chicken. Thus the aspect of ferocity requires some honing. Xiao Wu nodded vigorously. So, speed, ferocity, and precision. Are these the only essentials? Not quite, Tang San replied. In the future, you should seek guidance from Teacher Zhang at the Nodding Academy. Her spirit is a short blade, and she possesses ample experience. When the time comes, a small gift will surely earn her favor. Furthermore, regarding your hair's application of blades, you might consult Teacher Li, whose spirit is a whip. His expertise will illuminate the techniques of wielding it. A whip, you say? Understood. Xiao Wu acknowledged, aware that the whip is indeed a formidable weapon. A mere flick can inflict considerable pain. This phenomenon is known as the whip effect, where the force exerted during the whip's motion manifests as a solitary wave traveling forward, creating the illusion of a continuously advancing arc along the whip. As the energy reaches the whip's end, this arc becomes incomplete, diminishing in mass. Yet, due to the conservation of energy, the whip's end accelerates, potentially reaching supersonic speeds. Should Xiao Wu master her scorpion tail braid, she might even dispatch a Soul King in a single, unexpected strike. Naturally, such instantaneous defeat presumes the Soul King remains oblivious. As otherwise, Xiao Wu, newly ascended to the Great Spirit Master realm, would fall to a single blow. And as for your third spirit ring, Tang San inquired with a knowing smile. I presume you have contemplated which aspect of your body to strengthen? Indeed, it should be my neck, correct? Xiao Wu declared proudly. Recognizing that to wield her hair effectively, she requires strength in both her head and neck. Tang San sighed lightly. You're close, but still a tad misguided. Chapter 69. Xiao Wu's Third Spirit Ring Planning. If you were so wise, then enlighten me on what I should enhance for my third spirit ring, Xiao Wu challenged. Naturally, it should be your bones, particularly your vertebrae, Tang San explained. While muscle power is significant, the skeleton is paramount, as it underpins the entirety of your muscular and visceral structure. The soft-bone rabbit, named for its pliable bones, possesses remarkable flexibility. However, merely possessing the spirit of the soft-bone rabbit does not grant you the same inherent flexibility. While influenced by your spirit, your bones are merely somewhat more flexible than the average person. With consistent training, anyone can achieve similar pliability. Enhanced flexibility is advantageous in combat. Yet to better control your scorpion tail braid, you require superior flexibility alongside robust and resilient bones, he advised. Xiao Wu pondered this. She realized that in her human form, her bones lacked the pliability of her former spirit beast self. Even a century-old soft-bone rabbit would surpass her current flexibility. This indeed corroborated Tang San's hypothesis that once a spirit beast assumes human form, it becomes human, albeit with a foundation of 100,000 years of cultivation. Which spirit beast should I choose then? Xiao Wu queried. There are 3 options available to you, Tang San responded, extending 3 fingers and elaborating on the spirit beasts suitable for her third ring. The first is the blush soft-skinned python. This non-venomous serpent hunts by coiling around its prey. A century-old blush soft-skinned python can crush the bones of a millennium-old unicorn deer, demonstrating the resilience and flexibility of its own skeleton. Furthermore, its musculature is exceptionally taut, enhancing your overall muscle strength. However, the python is named for its escape technique. When confronted with a stronger foe, it sheds its skin, leaving behind a layer that disintegrates into a powdery substance, coveted by many nobles as a cosmetic. Thus, while hunting the spirit beast would undoubtedly fortify your bones and muscles, the resulting spirit technique would likely manifest as an illusionary copy of yourself,
The blush phantom, sense your spirit, the soft-bone rabbit, would struggle to inherit its constricting abilities. Nevertheless, it remains a formidable choice for enhancing bodily strength and control. Yet, Xiaowu was less than enthused. Setting aside whether her century-old soft-bone rabbit lineage could even manifest a blush soft-skinned python's spirit technique, the very nature of the ability left her speechless. What use is an illusion when I am a soft-bone rabbit? Moreover, didn't you previously state that every skill of a spirit ring is essential and should synergize? I have no desire for such a poorly matched ability that does not harmonize with my waist bow or whispering wind. I refuse the blush soft-skinned python. I want a rabbit spirit beast, she declared, for only a rabbit would allow her to channel her ancestral spirit and attain a fitting spirit technique. Rest assured, the next two options are indeed rabbits, Tang San assured her. The second is the devil rabbit. The devil rabbit. Xiaowu recognized this creature. It is a rabbit with even greater flexibility than the soft-bone rabbit, known for its swiftness. Its singular attack method involved a 720-degree twist of its neck, 2 full rotations. However, this alone wouldn't warrant its devilish name. Unlike its kin, the devil rabbit is carnivorous, with sharp teeth cleverly disguised by an adorable exterior. Its hunting strategy is straightforward. It waits for a predator to mistake it for prey, then swiftly turns its head, momentarily stunning the predator before lunging to seize its throat, transforming from prey to predator in an instant. While the anatomical structure of the devil rabbit's neck seemed fitting for her, Xiaowu felt it was a misnomer to classify it as a rabbit. It merely bore the superficial traits of a rabbit. After all, which rabbit consumes meat? Tang San continued, aside from enhancing your spine and physique, the devil rabbit offers 2 potential spirit techniques. The first is the neck snap, allowing your spirit to manifest and execute a 720-degree turn. For other spirit masters, this skill is primarily a scare tactic, but for you, with your scorpion tail braid, it would be a perfect match. Xiaowu immediately countered. Let us hear the next option. This one is too strange for my liking. There is still one more ability the devil rabbit can impart, Tang San added, which allows its limbs to rotate 360 degrees without blind spots, creating afterimages when it runs. Akin to a spinning wheel. I refuse. Let us move on to the next, Xiaowu asserted, swearing she would not select the devil rabbit. It had already been expelled from her list of acceptable rabbits, being too peculiar, truly deserving of its devilish appellation. Very well, Tang San conceded. Tang San felt a tinge of disappointment as he yearned to witness the scene when Xiaowu conjured the soul skill of the devil rabbit. It surely promised to be an intriguing spectacle. The final type of soul beast was named the dragon rabbit. Xiaowu furrowed her brow and inquired, Dragon rabbit? What kind of soul beast is that? I've never heard of it before. According to the Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts, it is a rabbit with the bloodline of a true dragon, possessing bone and sinew as robust as an actual dragon species. In terms of flexibility, it excels further, and its speed rivals that of the swift-tailed swallows, renowned for their swiftness, even capable of momentarily treading upon air. Tang San provided the details about the dragon rabbit, with one aspect he found rather worthy of critique. The dragon bloodline is peculiar, seemingly able to hybridize with any soul beast, giving rise to species infused with draconic lineage. Even plant-type soul beasts, nourished by dragon blood, exhibit certain draconic traits. Such creatures cannot simply be described as bizarre. Tang San was genuinely intrigued by the dragon lineage. Yet regrettably, at this moment, he was entirely unable to explore those dragon-type soul beasts, as even the possessors of dragon-type martial souls were beyond his reach. Indeed, the dragon bloodline is quite strange. Xiaowu nodded, suspecting that her pet, Daming, might be some hybrid with true dragon blood. After all, which python possesses a bovine head? Previously, it seemed unremarkable, but after adapting to human life and thought patterns for a time, she found the image of the Tianqing Neo python rather grotesque. Where can one find a dragon rabbit? Xiaowu intended to clarify, yet deep down, she was not particularly concerned about where such a soul beast resided. As long as it belonged to the rabbit family, she could trace its origins and gather information about the dragon rabbit, utilizing her 100,000-year cultivation to condense a dragon rabbit soul ring for herself. Chapter 70, Another Storage Wristband, is already extinct, Tang San stated. The Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts records it thus, citing that the dragon rabbit, due to its true dragon bloodline, has been pursued fervently by many soul masters with dragon martial souls and has vanished from existence over 10,000 years ago. Then what are you talking about? Although Xiaowu could trace its origins and condense the dragon rabbit soul ring with her 100,000-year cultivation, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. This was merely what the Encyclopedia of Soul Beasts claimed. Whether the dragon rabbit truly still existed in the world remained uncertain. especially since the entirety of Douluo continent had not yet been thoroughly explored by humans. Tang San shrugged. Since your martial soul is the soft-bone rabbit and possesses innate full soul power, surely your family must have news of the dragon rabbit? You ought to seek it out yourself. Xiao Wu scrutinized Tang San for a considerable moment, suspecting that he might have deduced her true identity. Otherwise, given his meticulous nature, he would not be so nonchalant. What soul skill can the dragon rabbit offer me? Xiao Wu shook her head, dismissing the thought in her mind, and continued her inquiry. The most significant characteristic of the dragon rabbit is that it possesses a dragon vein, which is essentially its spine, Tang San began to explain. The dragon rabbit appears quite similar to an ordinary rabbit, and its spine does not reveal any differences from that of an ordinary rabbit. However, when its bloodline is activated, a peculiar vitality emanates from its spine, spreading to the other bones, causing symmetrical golden dragon patterns to manifest on its surface, allowing it to unleash a skill named True Spirit Bone. This skill greatly enhances and activates the entire skeletal structure of the dragon rabbit, making it as hard as steel at times and as supple as tendon at others. It embodies a remarkable balance of rigidity and flexibility, as if its entire skeleton has come to life, endowed with sentience. Thus, this skill is referred to as True Spirit Bone, and the true signifies that the soul master who possesses this skill can comprehensively and without side effects enhance their own strength, akin to manifesting their martial soul's true form. Of course, it is merely similar, as it pertains only to the bones. Consequently, some refer to the True Spirit Bone skill as the Rigidity and Flexibility Spirit Bone, naming it in accordance with the characteristics of this soul skill. True Spirit Bone, Rigidity and Flexibility Spirit Bone. Xiao Wu mused, finding the former name more melodious and succinct. However, as for the dragon rabbit, the soul skill of True Spirit Bone does not conflict with her waist bow, Whispering Wind, and may even enhance these two skills to some extent. After all, the waist bow requires the strength of the waist, which inherently involves the spine. Whispering Wind enhances the perception of the brain's sensory organs, particularly the ears, which relates to the skull. This soul ring, I must have it. Yet, she was only at level 21. The time required to break through to level 30 would be longer than before, for as soul masters advance in soul power, the amount of soul power needed for each level increases. Upon reaching the title Douluo level, each advancement, aside from the physical and mental fortitude required, necessitates profound insights into one's martial soul, with each level requiring double the soul power of the previous one. Xiao Wu estimated it would take about 2 years. Hoping to reach level 30 before she turned 10, meanwhile, Tang San, having cultivated to level 20 ahead of her, was likely to attain level 30 by the age of 8, but he too would be nearing 9. No, I must cultivate even harder. I cannot fall behind him. Xiao Wu silently vowed, returning to her room, lying on her bed, and commencing meditation to absorb the energies of heaven and earth, refining them into soul power to elevate her cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 3 months swiftly passed. The tumult surrounding whale glue on the continent gradually subsided. With major factions having thoroughly collected the whale glue available on the market, it had become impossible to procure whale glue at the pharmacies, and those seeking it from various factions could only try their luck at the major auction houses. Meanwhile, a small portion of individuals contemplated how to hunt whale-type soul beasts in the ocean. Although whale glue was enticing, the perils of the deep sea deterred many aspiring soul masters from exploring. Currently, only the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, and the Xingluo Empire had allocated some manpower and resources to establish marine exploration teams. However, to perfect this initiative and genuinely commence oceanic exploration was no task to be accomplished overnight. Over these 3 months, Guangling had learned the common characters of Douluo continent and even grasped the general classifications of martial souls, while her soul power had increased by 2 levels. Though a 2-level increase in 3 months sounded relatively swift, it was significantly slower when accounting for the amount of whale glue she consumed daily. Her cultivation speed was only marginally faster than Wang Sheng's. Nevertheless, Guangling possessed her own advantages. When utilizing her martial soul for archery, she exhibited remarkable accuracy, hitting her target within 7 meters. Beyond that range, her precision began to wane. One should not underestimate 7 meters. For a 6-year-old girl, it was already quite commendable. Furthermore, while using a standard bow, Guangling's strength had increased sufficiently to draw the bowstring, having consumed 3 months of whale glue, which gradually improved her physique. As for the path Guangling would take as a soul master, Tang San hoped she would pursue strong ranged output, for her martial soul had already determined her primary means of attack. However, Every archer must not only excel in range combat, but also possess capabilities for close-quarters encounters. At the very least, to safeguard themselves when enemies approached. Just like the character Zhe Qi from the second season of Wuxian 5 Elements. That was truly impressive. While ensuring Guangling practiced her soul skills and honed her archery techniques, Tang San also engaged in sparring with Xiao Wu, even allowing her to wield her martial soul, Bao, as a weapon. For Guangling, given her limited soul power and weak abilities. Any advantage she could muster had to be utilized. Restrictions were unwarranted, as it would be excessively unfair to her. Even if Tang San and Xiao Wu refrained from using their martial souls and suppressed their own soul power. Additionally, Su Yuntao, Sisi, Wang Guxing, and other personnel from the Spirit Hall would often be summoned by Tang San during their free time to serve as sparring partners for the trio. Tang San would not allow them to serve as mere practice partners without compensation. If anyone needed to hunt soul rings, he would guide them in selecting the most suitable soul beast. If someone finds themselves perplexed by the soul skills they have acquired, one should guide them on the appropriate timing for their application, as well as how to adeptly regulate the infusion of soul power. Should there be an absence of resources, one may resort to monetary compensation. In any case, Tang San would not engage in underhanded dealings. Rather, he would offer suitable rewards that fulfill the needs of those he seeks assistance from. As the commencement of the Nodding Academy approached, the remuneration from the Spirit Hall, concerning the evolution of soul rings throughout history and the theoretical limits of soul masters' capacity to endure the factors of soul rings, was duly received. This amounted to a substantial sum of 100,000 gold soul coins, accompanied by a storage soul guide device. The soul guide took the form of a wrist guard, resembling the one adorning his left wrist, although it was gifted to Guangling by Tang San. "Thank you, brother," Guangling expressed, as she donned the wrist guard on her right wrist. Infusing it with her soul power, the storage wrist guard contracted, conforming snugly to her skin. Perfectly adjusted to her size, resembling the style of her brother's left wrist guard.